This course is rough. It beats you up pretty good.
The Mint's hard, so the dirt's hard, the holes are hard, the rocks are hard.
These guys are running an unbelievable pace.
400 miles of unbelievable action ahead of us.
We're seeing crowds that are larger than we've seen in the last 5 or 6, 10 years.
It's a rough desert. There's no break. It's relentless.
You get to go down to Fremont Street. You get to ride your bike on Fremont Street. You get to go ride your bike down Las Vegas Boulevard for the parade. You don't find it anywhere else.
Driver, co-driver, team, truck, family, everything. That's what the Mint 400 is.
The Mint 400 has a history that stretches back through the decades. And we've got some of the greatest names in desert racing.
Being at the finish line for the Mint 400 is an accomplishment in itself.
Who's going to be able to hit 100 miles an hour side by side? We've blown so far past that at this point. It's just crazy.
These guys won here 6 times, but we've also seen him lose it in the last lap, literally within the last 10 miles.
You can't make a mistake, and it really favors guys who are a little bit patient, but stay in position.
Attrition is important, but they are driving the wheels off that. This course is so diverse, is that you go from 150 miles across a dry lake bed to probably 35 to 20 in some of these corners.
Anything can happen. The last couple laps here get brutal.
I really like the first sand wash off the power line, probably like mile 10, was super fun, smooth, go pretty fast.
This is a dream race.
Incredible. This is one of the races that I really wanted to win. The rougher and harder it is, the better we do.
Good morning and welcome to the 2025 BFGoodrich Mint 400. We are here just outside of Sin City, Las Vegas in Prim, Nevada, ready for the biggest race in America. Yes, it is the Mint 400. I'm Jim Marsden, and joining me in the booth are none other than legends Bob Bauer, Jim Beaver, and of course Mr. Ricky Johnson. Gentlemen, how are you?
Well, I got to say, everything is hyped up. I'm sweating. I was up talking to a bunch of drivers, and our producer told me we're going on in 3 minutes. So how I made it here is an absolute medical miracle. But seeing everybody, listening to their race strategies, talking to Dale Dondale, who is the pole sitter, and Dale's been known to go very fast, but not to go very far. So we talked with him. Now that he's in an all-wheel drive, be patient, get it to the finish line. Let's see 400 miles. And then going back to seeing Ryan Arciero, he's ready. He's wanted this race so many times that it's eluded him. We got to keep our eye on that man.
Yeah, we have indeed. Now, Bob, looking down through this stacked field, who are you looking at? Who are you thinking, you know what, he's going to be my dark horse?
Dark horse, holy moly. There's a lot of big horses out there, I know that.
Well, let's start with those.
Dark horse, I hadn't even thought about that. Eric Harden, because he came up.
Yeah, he's a one-time winner already, of course.
Yeah, surprises.
Very good pick, Bob, I got to say.
Yeah.
But now, who's your favorite?
Ryan Arciero. No question about it. And I tell you, it's not because I got all the data that says that's my choice. It's all emotional. I just want Ryan to finally break that monkey's butt. I don't know. It's so frustrating. You hear him talk like that, and when he starts shaking his head side to side, that you know he means it.
So as we look out here, we've got hundreds of people on the grid walk right now making their way and checking out these incredible unlimited cars. So we've got the big guns out here. We've got the full noise trick trucks in 2-wheel drive and in 4-wheel drive. It's absolutely fantastic. It's great to see these vehicles down there. So now, as we look down, this is one of the things that makes the Mint 400 fantastic, isn't it? It's the fact that we can actually get the crowds to interact with the vehicles before the start of the race.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's what makes the Mint 400 great. You go to a NASCAR race, you go to an IndyCar race, everything's cloak and dagger. They're in the garages, they're behind the scenes. Yeah. You don't get, the fans don't get immersed. They don't get to see things. They see them go by at 200 miles an hour, but you really don't know what you're looking at because they go by so fast. Here at the Mint 400, no, we invite the fans out onto the grid before the drivers take the green flag. They get to see these 1,000 horsepower, fire-breathing, unlimited trucks before they go. And some of the biggest names in the business. I mean, you mentioned mentioned Ryan Arciero. We've got the Herbst boys out here. The list goes on. I mean, it's an amazing star-studded cast, and I'm really excited to get to racing here.
What I love about the fans is they're enthusiasts. They're the ones that are buying the tires. They're buying the shocks. They're out there. They're doing it. They're going wheeling. They're buying side-by-sides. They're buying Raptors and stuff like that. And so when they come out and they watch this race, they realize, I get to kind of do that. So if you go buy a Polaris RZR, you can get your safety equipment. You can go out and feel like I'm Ryan Arciero. I'm out here doing it. And that's what I think makes our fans different than others, because they're enthusiasts.
Well, and I've said forever, you don't live a Formula One lifestyle. You don't live a NASCAR lifestyle. You live an off-road lifestyle.
Yes.
We are a lifestyle. Off-road and motocross, I think, are the only two that you truly live that lifestyle. If you're not at the race, you're wrenching on your truck to go out and beat it in the desert on the weekends that you're not at the race. And I think that's what makes our culture so remarkable, is people eat, sleep, and they breathe this stuff day in and day out.
And what makes the culture big is if you don't have a race car, that's okay. You can find yourself a team and volunteer, and you do a lot of great work.
We can indeed. And we're talking about people who enjoy the lifestyle and are part of that lifestyle, and they come no more than Tiffany Stone. And Tiffany Stone is down in the pits, and she'll be bringing us all the action from the start line. So, Tiffany, what have you got for us?
Thanks, guys. Tiffany Stone here, getting ready for the grid walk. Now, this is something that is very special to the Mint 400. If you've never been here before, this is where you're going to be able to get a chance to see some of your favorite drivers. I love the energy and I love the vibe that is down here. We've got the guys getting ready right now to head over to the grid walk. They're going to be in front of all of these fans that came down to watch some great racing action. Now, you guys can see that the wind did pick up within the last few hours. This is going to ensure that there's going to be some clean air for those out running front. Now, I had a chance to talk to some of the drivers as well, and they said they're looking forward to the Mint 400. This is an iconic race. This is something that's on everybody's bucket list. We've had drivers that this is their first race, this is their 15th race, and they are a multi-generational family in off-road. The Mint 400 is here. I'm excited. I'll be checking in with some drivers, see what they have to say about today's race, and I'll be back up to you guys.
Thank you very much, Tiffany. It's great to have you down there and giving us all of these insights. Now, the one thing that is always important at the Mint 400 is the weather. And what's it doing out there right now? Well, right now we've got some light cloud, but it's high-level cloud. But most importantly, what do we got there, Rick?
A little bit of wind. It's not too much to where the spectators are still enjoying to watch the race. But the racers, when they get behind somebody, you start praying for wind. Get that wind. And so if it's blowing from left to right, you sneak over to the left so you can get close to that driver in front of you.
Absolutely, and that means that we've got perfect race conditions.
A spectator day for racing.
Absolutely. Here we go. Now, this is the qualifying session from yesterday, and this is none other than Dale Dondell and Big Booty Judy. Now, this is a vehicle that first joined us and was a two-wheel drive truck. These took it away. He's done a lot of work to it. It's now an all-wheel drive truck, and he put it all out there on the line yesterday, qualifying in an absolute staggering time of 4:17. And then it's this guy, Nick Whetstone.
Nick Whetstone rolling in second in that Geyser Gen 6 two-wheel drive, and Nick threw it down. He's been known to qualify. He qualified on the pole last year. He qualified on the pole for Vegas Reno, and you can see, sends it over the finish line. He wants to see that finish line, though, not just be a qualifying guy.
Yeah, he was a full 5 seconds behind Dale Dondell as we watch last year's champion, Adam Householder, as he takes across the line. Now, Adam laid down an incredible 4:23 early on in the day, and we really thought that was going to stick.
Well, and the thing is with Adam, he knows what it takes to get to the finish line. He did. He qualified very well. He's got some great guys in front of him, but keep an eye on him for the finish.
So here we go. This is our lineup for the 2025 BFGoodrich Mint 400. In first position is Dale Dondell, who'll be going out on his own. Then on the next row will be Nick Whetstone, lining up next to Adam Householder. Good.
So then we've got Ryan Arciero. Everybody's picked to win this year. Obviously, Ryan is due for a big Mint 400 victory, followed by Eric Harden, who's a previous Mint 400 victor.
Yeah, and that's why my pick is a dark horse. Is that he's done it once, and he's a sleeper.
Yeah, and then just sitting behind them on row 4, we've got Kevin Thompson and Tim Herbst. Behind him, Dave Marston and Dave Mason Jr. and Tracy Paul. Then we've got Ethan Eberts and Michael Scafuto. Now, Ethan Eberts is worth a talk about. Most of these vehicles are powered by comedy-sized V8 engines, but not Ethan.
No, it's a turbocharged V6, and that is by HRC. That's Honda Racing Corporation. They've done everything from Formula One, motocross, which I was very familiar with, and supercross, as well as road racing, Indy cars. They've done it all. So that is a factory back program. And Ethan Ebert is a young gun who they're putting a lot of patience in. We saw him make some mistakes yesterday, and he still qualified very high up in the field.
Well, and one thing I noticed yesterday with Ethan, he made some mistakes, but when that truck was on it, man, did it scream. That truck is going to be fast. You want to talk about dark horses? I think Ethan Ebert right there is one to watch today.
Yeah, he is indeed. But let's not forget, we have multiple classes that are actually qualified to be racing with us today. So we have the unlimited all-wheel drives. We have the unlimited two-wheel drives. We also have Class 1 and, of course, the limited spec class.
Unlimited spec. And so that was, I mean, it wasn't a surprise, but in fashion that Connor McMullen went out. He's been known, you know, Jim, you know a lot more about the McMullen family, but he went out there so clean, so precise, and Connor McMullen put it on the pole for unlimited spec.
Yeah, well, the McMullen family, I mean, they're an Arizona institution as far as off-road racing goes, and, you know, we've got multiple family members out here racing with us this weekend, and anytime you see a McMullen name on the entry list, you know they're going to have a shot at a victory. So definitely don't count him out, especially being on the pole in spec with that loaded field. I think he's in the position he wants to become start time.
Yeah, I can't wait to see this. Now, let's just talk about all of these people that we got running, because some would argue that the unlimited spec is the big race today because they are all so closely packed together.
Well, and also, they have a really high finishing rate because they don't have the giant motor. They're not tearing up rear gears as much as the big blocks. Like some of the two-wheel drive have big blocks are shredding rear gears because there's so much horsepower, 1,000 horsepower going to the rear wheels. The tires get great traction. What's gonna suffer? Everything in the middle, from drive shaft to drive train. But what we're calling the unlimited spec has a LS motor in it, so it's a little more tame, about 650 horsepower, and the guys drive them hard all day long, every one of them. Kyle Jurgensen, I think, was up in the top 5 last year, running very strong. We saw him get second at King of the Hammers in an unlimited spec as well. So keep your eye. If we have a couple problems with some of the top guys, some of the unlimited guys in 2 and 4, we might see a spec come in and take this whole thing.
Well, indeed. Now, let's not forget Kyle Jurgensen last year came in second overall, and he just repeated that at King of the Hammers as well, coming in behind Christopher Pavoldi in the all-wheel drive. Now, let's talk about quickly, because I've got something really cool for you lined up.
I love it.
But Dale Dondale, he's in a new all-wheel drive truck. Now, there's a lot of moving components in an all-wheel drive truck. Can he get that car to the finish?
Well, I was talking with him before because I've known Dale. We grew up in the same neighborhood, and we would go out to the desert and all that. And I told him, drive this like you're driving one of your sand cars, because Racer Engineering builds sand cars, they build buggies, they build all these different things. So Dale builds the vehicle himself with his fabricators in-house. So I just talked to him because I've been racing the all-wheel drive. I said, give up the entry, give up the middle, focus on the exit. Just because when you come in and you brake hard with the all-wheel drive, all of that components are going back and forth and fighting against itself. So then what happens is you start breaking things, because after a while it just beats it down.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic. Now, check this out. With the powers of technology and our amazing production team, we've got something a little bit special for you now. This is our world map as we blast on in straight to the States and into Las Vegas. Look at this 3D image of Sin City, Las Vegas. And we are 40 miles south in Primm, Nevada, right on the state line. And just check out our race course, ladies and gentlemen. Now, Ricky, if you wave, you'll be able to see us in the bottom left-hand corner.
I can see us right there, but if you notice, look at the difference in terrain. You got the dry lake bed, which is white, where they're reaching 150 miles an hour. I talked to both Householder and Arciero, and they said they haven't been able to break 160, but I don't know how soft that is. Then they got the rocky section through Beer Bottle Pass, and then they got the whoops section. They got a lot going on, Jim.
Well, I think that's what makes the Mint 400 so dynamic, is it takes a lot of different areas, you know, and a lot of different skill sets to be, you know, fast here. We've got chokers there. There's a bunch of whoops that head into a really tight 180-degree corner. You go around into thumpers. That's where we see the multiple lines, and you've got those deep whoops, and that's where, man, it separates the men and the women from the boys and girls, because you've got to be on top of things there.
Yeah, so down the bottom right there, that we've got the Gene Herbst pit, then we've got the Fox Proving Grounds. They're called the Fox Proving Grounds for a reason. They are violent as we make our way up to shooting range. Now, shooting range and the quarry, you've got to be careful. We've seen multiple rollovers there during the years. It's very technical, very easy to tag a tire. But I love this imagery to be able to actually understand the course a little bit better. And as you said, Ricky, those elevation changes as they move from desert up into the mountains, into those passes. And passes like Beer Bottle Pass, where it's barely a vehicle width wide. It's incredibly tough for those big trucks.
Well, and if you notice the different colors, that's different terrain. When we get towards with the darker black areas, that's hard bedrock, and then you see the white on the dry lake bed, and then you see the tan with the other colors. This is the most brutal track for a lot of reasons, because the difference in terrain. You can't set your truck up for one thing, you have to set it up for multiple kinds of terrain out there.
Yeah, that's the thing. You've got the sand washes, you've got the rocks, you've got the quarries, you've got the mountain passes, you've got the high-speed stuff, you've got the silt. The Mint 400 throws a lot at these drivers, and it's really a dynamic race.
Well, and as you work your way around the mountain and back downhill as you're heading towards Prim, those are the solar fields that we see out there. That's when you realize the finish is in line.
Yeah, absolutely. So got a massive shout to our production crew there for giving us that overview of the course. And as we cut back down now to staging, we've got Tiffany Stone down there, and she's with Ryan Arciero.
Thanks, guys. Down here with Ryan Arciero. Now, Ryan, we always see you here at the Mint 400. You have won everything, and you're still looking to really get this right now. Tell me about the modifications, the setups that changed from 24 to 25.
No, obviously there's a monkey on my back for this race. This is a check mark that I want on my resume as the Mint 400. I pretty much have everything else in off-road racing. For desert racing, this is the one. And obviously with defeat, you better go back to the drawing board and learn what you can do to make things better. Last year we had some alternator problems. The guys at 19 Industries and Herbst Motorsports, we went to work, we did some homework, we made some changes. We have a whole new alternator set up on this truck for this year. We have all the best parts and pieces that you can put on a truck to go win. From the BFGoodrich tires, the best in the industry, to the Fox Live Valve. Obviously, we're fueling it with VP, and we have the best. We have the combination to go win. We just need to put 4 laps together consistently without mistakes to get here first.
Awesome. Well, best of luck to you, Ryan. Fingers crossed for everything. I just want to make sure, don't want to jinx anything, but best of luck to you. I know beneath, you're ready to go. So Ryan Arciero, like he said, has got that monkey on his back. He's looking for that Mint 400 win. Back to you guys.
Well, what I love about Ryan Arciero, we're talking about he's got the Beneath company, and I said, so Ryan, you want to make sure you keep the competition beneath you today, and he's like, new tagline.
There are so many beneath us jokes that we can go with.
Let's see where we start. I'm starting with that one.
Now, Ryan's out there. Now, he is our pick to win. We have seen him dominating this race on so many occasions, and it's been something, the worst one, the one I felt guilty about, was he was on the lake bed charging hard, and I said to you, Ricky, what can they do with these motors? Can they put the pedal to the metal? He said that's exactly what they do, and at that moment his motor let go.
Yeah.
So we won't say that this year.
No, we're not going to say anything about the finish. We're just going to keep talking about the present.
Absolutely. Yeah. We saw Rob Mack a few years ago, literally 4 or 5 miles from the finish, losing a transmission. Yep. Then we saw Luke McMillan roll his car on the infield coming in to take the win.
Well,
it's
he
been
got
so
flipped
much
by
drama.
Rob Mack, so
well, a little bit of help.
Let's call it what it is. But hey, they were racing, and that's what I'm saying is that you don't know. And the reason why Rob McEachran was charging so hard is because it was so windy and so dusty that he thought Abdali was catching him. That's why he charged so hard to try to get past Luke McMillan. He wasn't trying to flip Luke McMillan. No. What he was trying to do was keep gap on the time behind him. So he pushed up, he got into Luke, went over, but he was able to still win that race.
Yeah, absolutely. But there's a lot of big hitters out there, and they don't come any bigger than our current pole sitter, Dale Dondell. And Tiffany's down there, and she's been talking to him.
Thanks, guys. Down here with P1 Dale Dondell and Big Booty Judy. I love this. I know the guys in the booth are so excited to see you. Like you said, you missed this. You sold the company. Your daughters told you, hey, Dad, I want you to go back racing. When we chatted yesterday, you had a huge smile on your face. Talk to me about P1 here at the Mint 400.
Man, P1s, I can't even believe we're here. I mean, we have a brand new truck. My guys have all worked really hard. We only have 375 test miles. I'm like, I think it's fast enough. Let's try. And we want to race here in the United States and help the Mint 400 grow. And I'm an American man, and I'm here to stay.
I love it. Now we've got the grid walk happening right here. You're sitting by yourself, first row. All of these great fans here to come see you, see the truck, see this. Really, how's that energy? How's the vibe?
man, the vibe's huge. I mean, look at the Martellis have done here, and I'm excited to be here. And I would have told you I wouldn't have been here, right? But we were helping some Australian customers get here, and then I wasn't sure that I could even race. We were so busy with them, and then finally I got our act together. I'm like, let's go try it and see how it goes. So we're stoked. I got hundreds of guys behind me that are wanting to get around me. So I don't know. I'm have to bide my time today and keep it under control.
Well, nice. I'm excited for you. Best of luck to Dale Dondale. Like he said, he's out front. He's setting that pace. We got a stack field behind him. Let's see how today unfolds. Back up to you guys.
Now, the one thing about this is I'm not just an announcer, I'm a huge fan.
Yes.
Okay, so I've been watching Dale Dundale for years, and when I was doing all my research on this many years ago, one of the names that kept just popping up time and time again was Dale Dundale winning the Mint 400. Sorry, leading the Mint 400. Yeah. Dale Dundale, fastest, Dale Dundale. Is this his moment? Can he put it together?
Honestly, the way the universe works, it seems like the absolute perfect time. Like Tiffany was saying, that his family talked to him, said, Dad, it's time for you to go back racing. Dale is one of those guys that could jump on a short course car and put it on the pole, get in a desert truck, not race basically all year long, and now put it on the pole at the biggest American race. So he can do it. He just has to protect his equipment.
And I think that's the key there, protecting the equipment. Dale, I mean, he's been had a huge influence on technology in the off-road world. I mean, we can go back to talking about his Bass Boat unlimited truck he had that was one of the first all-wheel drive trucks. But, you know, the good thing is he knows the limitations of these vehicles because he builds them, he's engineered them, he's helped advance the technology. So I think if anybody can come out here and win in a truck like this, it's Dale. And like Ricky said, I mean, Dale's one of those world-class talents where you can put him in anything at any time, and he's going to be fast. Yeah,
absolutely. But let's not forget, we have last year's winner. We've almost glossed over Adam Householder, a two-time winner and, of course, champion last year. And he's down on the line with Tiffany.
Thanks, guys. Down here with P3, Adam Householder, and last year's overall winner. Now, Adam, we talk about the Mint 400. We talk about the Unlimited season. It's here. The biggest race is here of the year. Tell me how you're already feeling and how you've mentally prepared to get here.
No, we're stoked with starting third position. We're happy. We got breeze today, so that's good for us. Hopefully clear all the dust. But we've done a lot of testing. We're prepared. So I want to go back to back with Mint 400 wins and overalls.
Well, going a little bit further, you and Trevor obviously got great communication. You guys have been at this for a little bit now, years pretty much. You've really dialed in that. You know, what do you think is going to be the biggest challenge? 4 laps. We know that it's not one in the first, and we know that it's definitely going to be one in the last 2.
You have to have a truck for the very last lap. There's a lot of attrition that happens. Rocks move all over the place. The course gets rougher. So we're set up, ready to go. Truck's dialed. Shocks are tuned in. So we're going to win this thing.
Awesome. Best of luck to you, Adam Householder. He's looking for that back-to-back win here at the 2025 BFGoodrich Tires Mint 400.
Incredibly focused. There's a man who's looking for his third. Can he go back-to-back here at the Mint 400?
Absolutely. But notice the patience. He's excited. He has a game plan. He says the wind's good, but we have to have a truck underneath us. And that's the key to winning, I feel, to winning this, is knowing what it feels like. Because I've seen a lot of motocross guys, and I know when I won my first race, you realize I can win. And that. So it makes you a different driver. And for him, I've won this twice. What does that make him? You know, that makes him very, very seasoned, and he knows what to expect along the way, from the physical beating to the truck getting beat up as well.
Well, and I think the Householder name, I mean, you know, he's been racing for years in multiple different classes, and you always knew he was fast and, you know, he had a shot at a win. But in the last 2-3 years, we've seen a switch happen with Adam Householder. He went from being an also-run to a guy that's up at front, and if he doesn't win every single race, he's not happy.
Look, he's on a roll right now. Look what he did at Hammers.
Yep.
I mean, it's like, you know, you can't fool a finish line.
Yep.
No, this is very true. But there's also another man, a man who's learned that winning formula, and there's Eric Harden, and also down there with Tiffany.
Okay.
Thanks, guys. Down here with our 2023 winner here at the Mint 400, now Eric Harden. We've got some win. You're sitting third row. You've got a stacked field of drivers, though, ahead of you. How are you going to tackle that to pass them? And because, you know, the first few miles were good, but when you get into the 100, 200 miles, how are you feeling there?
You know what? I'm super stoked to be starting in the top 5. I wasn't really happy when we finished our qualifying lap. We were having some issues shifting, so to be able to to end up where we are, I'm thrilled. You know, it is a stacked field, so it'll be really good. But like you're saying, this breeze is going to change everything. I mean, we're going to fall in line. I think the pace is going to be pretty fast with the guys around us and kind of see how things start shaking out. But yeah, if we can get up to these guys and pass them, the wind's definitely going to make it way easier to do that and make it possible. We did the pre-run lap yesterday before the limited race, and it was rad because we started like almost at the back because we were running late, and the dirt was just nice and tacky from the rain the day before. There was like virtually no dust all day, so we were able to just cruise around. We could see everything instead of just following somebody in their dust the whole time. So that was awesome. I mean, I think the limited's probably ruined that for us and turned all that wet, nice dirt into powder by now. But you know, if the wind keeps up like this, I think it's going to be killer. Stoked.
Awesome. Like you guys heard, he is stoked. He's ready for this. I know Eric's looking for that second win here at the BFGoodrich Tires Mint 400. Back up to you guys.
Okay, now it's always great to hear from Eric. Now, I'm just looking here on the list. Eric is sitting in 5th position, so he's going to be on the 3rd row of the grid. But this is quite interesting because sitting in front of him or next to him is going to be Ryan Arciero, and then just behind him is going to be Kevin Thompson and Tim Herbst. He's the meat in a very fast sandwich.
I'll be honest with you, the whole top 10, and even when we go back to the unlimited spec, I mean, there's some gunslingers here, man. I mean, people are going to be going fast all day long. And you heard what Eric said. The track is tacky. It's got good traction. We have a little bit of breeze. So there's not going to be that Dale get out in front and then holding everybody up. I think the whole race field is going to be going very fast, Bob.
Well, you know, I'm hearing all these positives. We got great weather. We got wind. We got sun. We got a tacky. We got cake in the dirt. You know, we got all this great stuff, and we got great cars. You know, it wouldn't surprise me to find some folks going way hard, way fast, way soon, too soon.
I agree with you.
And I think the interesting thing about the Mint is we always talk about that. What's the race strategy? You know, feel it out the first lap, feel it out the second lap, start racing the third lap, start racing the fourth lap. What we've learned the last decade here at the Mint, you have to run 100% from the green flag to the checkered flag, and whoever doesn't brake's going to win.
Yeah, well, and technology has come so far with drivetrain, with transmissions, with motors, with all these things. And yes, we have those freak things that do break every once in a while, but the trucks are so tough now, and they can take such a beating that you're going to have to run probably 90 to 95% all day long if you want. If you have to stay in touch with the leaders, because if you start letting them get too far away, now you're panic and you're trying to race the track at its absolute roughest.
Well, let's talk about this then. We talk about people who understand this track, how to race on this track, and that comes down to local knowledge, and none more local than the Herbst family, the terrible Herbsts. And Tiffany's been down there talking to Thor, who's going to be racing his dad, Tim's number 19 car.
Thanks, guys. Down here with Thor Herbst. Now, Thor, we were chatting yesterday. You and your dad are both doing driving duties, but I really have a question. If you're doing great after lap 2, is he just going to send you out there on lap 3?
No, this is his car. He'll kick me out.
Well, with that being said, we talked about that. You guys brought back the old new livery, the red and black. I'm a huge fan of that. You know, does that feel, you know, not vintage, but does that give you a little bit more, you know, power, I guess? Not even that, just like you have all this history, you have all these memories with these colors, and to bring it back this year, how does that feel to you to be able to pilot this vehicle or this truck today?
You know, yeah, bringing the red back, everybody likes it. We like it. Monster's been a great partner, so they enjoy us having fun with it and creating a new design, and it's a little bit of the old with a little bit of new. So
I like that. And what's the game plan for today for pit strategy?
I think we're gonna get out halfway. My dad's gonna get in. We'll see what happens, but everything is subject to change. So
I love that about you. You're like, Tiffany, everything's subject to change. I don't want to tell you. We don't want to jinx things, but best of luck to the Herbst team. It's really cool to see them out here with the red and black, the old and the new. I love this. Back up to you guys.
Thank you very much, Tiffany. Always good to hear from Thor Herbst there. One of such a dynasty of off-road racing. Now, check this lot out.
Well, we got Kevin Thompson. We want to talk about him and Harley Letner. They are in that Mason all-wheel drive. Talked to Kevin. He was a little conservative in there. He's got a great race plan, and he's putting in, I think, one of the gnarliest drivers, and I have to use that word gnarly, with Harley Letner.
Well, I think, obviously, talking about that, we just talked with Herbst. I think, Ryan Arciero mentioned him. Steve Ologist, we see him on the list. Talked to Steve this morning. Unfortunately, they blew an engine in qualifying yesterday, so he and his son Jack, a couple of Las Vegas locals, will not be in the race, so that's very unfortunate.
It had to be heartbroken. I mean, in your own backyard. Doggone it.
Well, it happens. Well, Steve's going to come and talk to us. And so what I would love is that he's going to be able to tell us what the course is like, everything that he's looking for, and what he thinks. Who is going to be his pick? I'm curious.
Oh, that would be a good question.
Well, there's one car that we've got sitting there we haven't spoken about yet. And that's Jonathan Brenthal in the Unlimited Brenthal truck. Now, this is a truck that's been tried and tested over the last few years. Was very successful with Carl Jurgensen at the wheel. Now, he's a dark horse. We know he's wheeling well. He's actually qualified very well as well. So he's company definitely to watch. He's currently sitting in 12th position. Has he got the pace? Has he got the time? Can he do anything here?
Well, I don't feel that Jonathan is going to rush through the pack. He's got the all-wheel drive truck, and they've done a great job building that, working with the Danzio motors. But I think he's going to be patient because he has to think about multiple things as a driver, as a manufacturer. He's got to keep his best foot forward all the time. Where Kyle Jurgensen, hired gun, get out there and put that thing up front as fast as possible. But I loved Jonathan's chances because I think he's going to be smooth and consistent all day long.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, this is the 2025 BFGoodrich Mint 400, and we are getting ready here for the start of the Unlimited race. So get ready, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to pop out for a short break, but we will be back here and be getting this race started. See you soon.
Grit beats talent every single time. Introducing the new BFGoodrich all-terrain KO3 tire. Legendary toughness made tougher. BFGoodrich, what are you building for?
You need parts? We got parts. Product availability. Just one part that makes O'Reilly stand apart.
Like Sylvania LED off-road lights for ultra night vision and ultimate off-road visibility. Rugged construction for tough off-road adventures. Visit the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Hey, Nick, can you hear me? Oh, yeah. I might have to change the rear sprocket. Not a pretty sight. Where are you guys heading on this one? Oh, this is beautiful. It rides really good. I'll follow you. Crossing the road now. Copy that. Everybody getting ready for more ride? We are.
Hello and welcome to the 2025 BFGoodrich Mint 400. We are here just outside of Sin City, Las Vegas in Prim, Nevada, and getting ready for the biggest race in America. Yes, it is the Mint 400, and it's nearly go time in the unlimited classes. We've got Dundale sitting on the pole right now, but in 6th position, it's Kevin Thompson, and Tiffany Stone has been talking to him.
Thanks, guys. Down here with Kevin Thompson. Now, Kevin, how is this Mint 400 compared to the other ones that you competed in? The grid walks here. We've got wind. We've got beautiful sun out there. Tell me about your experiences.
Oh, coming to the Mint is it's one of the funnest races of the year. Always enjoy it. The Martellis put a great show on here. And just the competitors are second to none, so it's always really exciting to come down here.
The Mint 400, 4 laps. We know about 4th lap, how that changes a lot with the dynamic. Going into that, what is the strategy for pits? What's the strategy for driving? Do you have anything different that you kind of want to implement this year to make sure you guys get that top spot?
Yeah, we kind of strategize every year differently to where we're starting and what have you. We have multiple choices, so it depends how we're running, where we're sitting, and what pits we'll pit, and then do the driver change is all up in the air. So,
well, best of luck to you, Kevin. I feel like you've got this really, really mellow demeanor right now, but as soon as that helmet goes on, everything changes. You guys, it's so awesome to talk to Kevin over here. We see that Kevin and Harley have switched things around sometimes, but good to see him here. Back up to you guys.
Thank you very much, Tiffany. Now that is Big Booty Judy, and she is on the start line, and she is looking mean and ready for business.
I got my fingers crossed for no lawn dart today.
I can guarantee you there won't be a lawn dart off the start today. But I mean, Dale, cool, calm, collected. He's here doing it for the family. I mean, he got his girls here. Everybody's hyped up. I mean, his headspace is phenomenal. I expect really good things, and I think a blistering lap number 1 by Dale Dundale.
I sure hope so. Let's see.
Yeah, so he's sitting here. Now, this is one of the highest horsepower vehicles in this field. This is something around about 1,200 ponies under that hood. And they're all big and they're all angry. And we are only moments away here from the start of the 2025 BFGoodrich Mint 400.
Well, I'm talking a little bit about that. We keep calling it Big Booty Judy, but if you look at the reason why, is because Dale's an engineer. This is a little bit different take on an all-wheel drive truck. The spares sit really low in the rear, all the way to the back. I mean, Ricky, you've been around this truck. You know a lot about the engineering that went into this.
Exactly, that's what I like about Dale. So we are off. We are starting now. And so Dale Dundale taking off in Big Booty Judy as he's going to be, let's hope he's nice and smooth, nice and patient, work on those exits, all-wheel drive. But that's why they call it Big Booty Judy, because those 2 big tires at the back look like buttocks. So Dale is on his way. And the great thing that if you're new to this sport, if you qualify on the pole, you earn that spot all by yourself. So everybody else is starting 2 by 2, but Dale Dundale, because he qualified first, is out all by himself.
Let's see this road crossing. He checked way up. He was not taking any chances there. Yesterday we saw a couple of the side-by-sides go up and over the road crossing. Dale goes, nope, no repeat of last year.
Are we seeing a new Dale Dundale, Bob?
Yeah, not yet.
There was no lawn dart. No lawn dart, so he's made it out of there. He's in the desert.
Dare I say a conservative Dale Dundale?
I love it.
Well, I was going to say, this is very interesting because normally it's absolutely a full throttle assault from Dale from the moment go. Now off the line next, we've got sitting there, it's Adam Householder and of course Nick Whetstone. Nick Whetstone out of Australia, and Adam Householder, a 2-time winner here at the Mint 400.
What the guys got to think about is all that water on the track. They're get a little bit of contact. Adam to the outside. Now he needs to stay high. Now Nick cuts the track. I don't know.
That'll be interesting.
That should be a penalty. But also Adam Householder got stuck up on the berm, so we have a little bit of controversy right now starting off with the second row.
Yeah, now that's going to be one for race ops, that's for sure. And Adam Householder is probably sitting there at the moment going, what on earth had just happened there?
Well, what I think happened is they hooked bumpers. I think Whetstone got a little bit pissed off and like, okay, I'm going to come back at you, but you can't cross the course like that. So I don't know. There might be a penalty as we take another look at it.
It's almost like, it looks though, Ricky, like he's just trying to get a quicker line.
Well, quicker line. But see, Whetstone goes the outside as he slides. The bumpers hook.
Pushes him out.
That pushes him around, and then he gets loose, and then he's like, well, I'm going to just cut left and see it it happen. Now, Ryan Arciero with a great jump.
Wow.
That was a hole shot over Harden. Obviously, Harden, we know he's got some ponies under that hood, but Ryan, he wants to get that clean air. He is on the hunt. He's going to chase.
Well, and I think Nick, or not Nick, but Eric was just sitting on, just waiting a little too long, was a little slow on the gun.
Yeah, now what's Eric going to do here? Is he going to just try and hold on to Ryan? I think Ryan's going to just check out, but what Eric's got to be very careful of is he has Kevin Thompson 30 seconds behind him, and Kevin is going to want to reel him in as fast as possible.
Well, the thing is, Eric's got to pay attention to his own race car, his own race craft. He can't be letting these other trucks at this stage of the race get into his head.
But notice the puddles out there, guys. So if you're right up on somebody, that's going to fill your driving suit and your helmet. If you don't have tear-offs, could be quite a problem. Yeah, but the coolers and everything. So you want to make sure that if you're behind somebody, look at the roost coming off of Ryan Arciero's truck. You do not want to fill your car up on the first in the first mile.
Yeah, so now, of course, this is Kevin Thompson from Concrete Motorsports going out alongside Thor Herbst in the iconic 19 car.
That's two-wheel drive versus four-wheel drive, but Kevin pushes a little bit wide. Thor looks to the inside, but gets a little loose.
Yeah, get a little over rotation there. You know, that's the thing about these big trucks like that, the Herbst truck. There's a lot of weight there. That weight transfer gets going, and it's really tough to control at times.
Well, I have to say, I was really impressed with Thor there. He just held back a little bit, let Kevin commit suicide going into that first corner, and I actually thought Thor was going to get him, but it's Kevin who blasts out into the desert.
There's a big huck there by Kevin Thompson. He didn't want to lift. He didn't want any chance for Thor to get back around him.
You suppose they're talking about it in that race car right now?
Oh, there was a little bit of a pucker moment there.
Yeah.
Well, so he's got Steve Covey in there, who's ridden with a lot of great guys, Steve Eugenio, Alan Ampudia. So Steve Covey definitely knows his way around, keeping these guys under control and also let them know where they need to go fast.
Yeah, so this is Dave Mason Jr. and Tracy Poole now coming off of the line.
A big jump by Poole.
Poole to the outside. Let's see what Mason does a lot of short course. He might be able to get Tracy Poole back as he looks to the inside. Now, if he can square up this next jump, he's entering a little bit more wide. If he can square it up, look underneath him. But Poole does a great job. Yep, and Mason does the over and under. And let's see if he can get it down the straightaway.
He's going to have the momentum coming out. Looks like Poole, a little bobble there. Look at that. Mason just eating him up.
Now that's what we call talent and skill.
I like to call that short course 101. But everyone's taking it easy over there because we saw a lot of crashes yesterday in the UTV class.
It looks like Dave Mason going to seal the deal. He's going to be out in the desert ahead of Tracy Poole.
Yeah, so Dave Mason Jr., he laid down an absolutely fantastic run there, putting himself into 8th position.
Very strong, and he's known for being a buggy racer. So for him to make this transition this quick, and as we look into the outside.
Now this is an interesting one. That is Michael Scafuto there in the Falcon Tires branded vehicle, and behind him is the young gun, Ethan Eberts. Now that's a very interesting car. We were talking about that earlier. That's the HRC, so the Honda Racing Corporation.
Well, Michael Scafuto with Falcon Tire, he's in an all-wheel drive, so that's where you see him pulling Ethan off the corner and getting a good run. But once they get that open desert, Ethan's going to make a run back after him. Everyone taking it easy today. They don't want to make the highlight reel.
Well, and that engine that Honda developed there, correct me if I'm wrong, Ricky, but that likes to be high up in the revs. I mean, he's almost going to drive it like a two-stroke. He's going to keep that up in that power band and just keep on it.
100%, a lot like the Gibbs motor. If you listen to Toby Price down in Mexico, sounds like he's on a 125 two-stroke. Here we see Michael Scafuto getting a run, and then you see Ethan getting a little loose because he's in just a two-wheel drive. Now you see Michael pushing a little bit, but that's giving him that all-wheel drive coming off the corner.
So now this next is Jonathan Brenthal there with the stripes down the center of the vehicle. This is another all-wheel drive.
You got Todd Wiley there. He's been around the industry for a long time. Based out of Arizona, has done a lot of Class 8 racing and then moved on to unlimited truck racing over the years. He's got this truck that he's had for decades called Frankenstein out here.
Because she's had a couple different work jobs on it.
I call it Franken frame notch.
Now I've got down here the top one is actually, that's a 4-wheel drive. Is that correct?
What Todd Wiley's? Yeah, it's a 4-wheel drive.
It is.
Wiley is 4-wheel drive. I know that Jonathan Brenthel's in all-wheel drive. I can't confirm on Wiley.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting at, because I thought it was a two-wheel drive. That's what I'm asking.
Jim Beaver, you know the truck. Is this his old Class 8 that's just been updated?
Yes, so it is his old Class 8. I looked at it at Tech and Contingency. It's still got the frame rails under it, but the rear, obviously, of the truck, they've cut off. It's tube chassis.
Yeah.
The frame is there. It started out as his old original Class 8. He started racing a couple decades ago.
I remember in Class 8, he used to have some huge notches in the front frame.
Yeah.
We talked about it a lot.
So, yes, that is his old Class 8. It's no longer legal for Class 8.
Yeah. It wasn't legal. Never mind.
So that's the number 81 of Tommy Phelan. And next to him should be Steve Oligas, but as we know, he lost his motor yesterday during qualifying. So tough luck there for Steve. And so running alongside Tommy Phelan is, of course, Chris Hirsch. As they take the tabletop, making their way in towards the desert, and you can already see those puddles have already been blown out.
Look at the speed he's carrying.
Taking another look at it, you can see them going jockeying, picking the different lines. But everybody taking it easy. I'm actually very grateful for that, because a lot of times guys get too excited and they just send it too hard going into those first couple jumps. Next we have James Scully as well as Michael Marson. Scully on the outside, looks like he gets a good run. Now see what he does. Now the track at Jim Beaver is like perfect right now, but you can still see the guys are pushing as they enter the corner.
Yeah, definitely pushing. Well, I want to talk about that truck. I mean, he's got I-beams under there. That's a little old school technology.
Very
got
old
the
school.
whoop scissors, we call them, but watch as he goes over these jumps. It's a blast from the past there.
Where are the wheels going? Are they going right? Are they going left? Are they going in and out? They're all over the place.
And there's no bumpster.
Yeah.
None.
Not an inch.
Tell you what, watching him yesterday, though, he was on it. I mean, that truck works well.
Well, he just won the jump contest on the road jump, so awesome job for him.
Yeah, and that's a very interesting suspension setup. I mean, that's going back to sort of 80s and 90s style, isn't it?
70s.
Okay, next coming off the line is Vince Kloss and Paul Kraus.
Paul Kraus on the inside, getting losing on that whole shot.
Both of these are two-wheel drive trucks, too.
Yep.
Well, Paul Kraus got to start, side-by-side racing, correct?
Yep, side-by-side. Had some...
That's Twisted Monkey. That's Twisted Monkey, isn't it?
Yep.
That's Alex Wacker.
Wait.
Yeah, that's it. If that's
yeah,
Twisted Monkey,
Paul
that's
Kraus and
Alex
Alex
Wacker.
You're absolutely right.
So Alex is picking up the pace here. And Alex, he will strongly say to you, I am not a qualifier, I am a racer. Used to race in 4400, made the move into desert racing a few years ago with his great friend Josh England, making their way into the desert.
And he had the best beer koozies out of anybody at King of the Hammers. They stick to the refrigerator.
Yeah, we can't talk about what was actually painted on the side of them. Let's just say it was a Twisted Monkey.
Yep.
So here we go. There's Alex Wacker, and this is the Camberg Kinetics truck.
So now we're starting the Class 1s as we start to take off, and that is Grabowski all by himself because he doesn't have anyone to race with. And so talking to Ronnie Wilson, his two boys are going to do 2 and 2 laps. So let's see what the Wilson boys can do when it comes to racing instead of qualifying.
Let's just talk a little bit about this. So what's the difference between a trick truck and a Class 1?
Well, trick truck is a solid rear axle. This has got a live axle in the back, so that it's an open differential. It's independent rear suspension. As we're watching Big Booty Judy as it goes, I'm going to say he's tipping about Jim Beaver. What are you thinking, about 140?
I was going to say 135, 140 there. Yep. He is just screaming.
So Dale Dondale is out in front. He's made it to the dry lake bed, and he is running really, really hard.
Well, you know, and Dale, being the engineer he is, his truck, I mean, if you look at that thing, the aerodynamics are meant to go fast on this truck. Some of the trucks, big bubbles, big scoops, things like that are going to hold you back on, you know, on these high-speed runs. But the way Dale built that truck, I mean, it is meant to go fast.
And Bob, you talked about it. After the green flag drops, you just become in your comfort, happy place.
It's so much, it's a relief, you know. You're out there. You're not, even at this stage of the race, as far ahead as Dale is, he's still not relaxed. No,
all right, on the, as we see in the right screen, that is Kyle McMullen as well as Joseph Jepson. And they are wheel to wheel, not door to door, because this is open wheel racing. They make sure that you do not want to be touching. But Big Booty Judy, as he starts to roll into coming up, he'll be getting to chokers here real quick. And I love this shot from the helicopter.
Just a beautiful shot. Look how level that truck is. I mean, we're talking some big bumps underneath that. And the truck is just dancing across them, so level.
It's a comfort level high.
Yeah, no, that's where I would want to be right now. Just look at this. Dale Dondale leading out in this year's 2025 BFGoodrich Mint 400. It's very early days indeed, but so good to see Dale Dondale flying high.
So next off, we got Alex Penna as well as Brad Wilson. So Brad's going to do the first 2 laps, then he'll hand it over to his brother at the halfway. And it looks like Brad is going to squeak out in front. So you got to be careful because some of these, they have a turning brake that they can help rotate, but it's not going to help you on the exit.
Well, talking about the Wilson family, I mean, you can't say enough about these guys, especially their dedication to buggies.
Yep.
And we talk about, the funny inside term in off-road is buggy dorks, but the Wilson family are definitely buggy dorks. And, they've got such a high-class operation, and they could have, plenty of times gone to unlimited truck racing, but they've stayed dedicated to the craft. They love the buggies, and they are just dominant.
That's Cameron Steele says that. I'm going to call them buggy studs because I mean, just like Harley Letter when he was in that buggy. I mean, there's no dork about that thing. He would just drove the wheels off of it. So now we see our pole sitter for Unlimited Spec, and that is Connor McMullen. Jim Beaver, talk about him.
Well, Connor McMullen, I mean, kind of a little bit surprised. We knew he was going to be fast, but we figured Kyle Jurgensen might be on the pole, and then all of a sudden he dropped just an absolute burner of a lap. I mean, I think, 6 seconds faster, I believe, than Kyle Jurgensen, and it was a little out of nowhere. We figured he'd be a top 5 guy, but he laid down the gauntlet.
Yeah, let's put some perspective on that. So Connor McMullen came in with a 4:35 versus Kyle Jurgensen's 4:41. Now, if he was racing up into the big guns, that would have put him somewhere around about 7th position in the unlimited classes.
So if you notice, it's paused because what they're doing is because in between classes, they want to give them a little bit of a gap so it becomes a better race. Because what you don't want to do, he is going to be faster than the slowest Class 1 car. So what they don't want to do is put him right into catching that. Then he's penalized for having that. So they're going to give him a gap. As we're watching Nick Whetstone, already lost that rear fender, but running really, really hard. As well as if you look at the front valance, looks like he might have stuck the nose in pretty hard already.
Yeah, it looks like he's had a few issues, shall we say. We saw him, of course, short coursing on the track earlier, and race ops will be looking at that. But Nick Whetstone, the man from Australia, let's not forget he was leading this race last year for a large proportion of lap 1 and 2.
Looks like he wants to do that same thing again.
He does, but he's chasing hard, and there's a man in front of him called Dale Dondale that doesn't want
Take notice, I'm sorry not to interrupt, but pay attention to his hood. It's already starting to flap a little bit. So what I think has happened is he nosed it in really hard, pushed the balance up, but now watch as he's going. See that left front hood start to flutter a little bit. Now when he starts going across those dry lake bed, it's going to keep pulling and pulling and pulling, and eventually he'll either have to take his hood off or it'll self-clearance itself and come flying up. But you can see it already starting to flap.
Well, those of you tuning in at home, that big corner, that tight corner he just made, that's what we call chokers. He was going down through those whoops, goes all the way to the bottom, almost to the railroad tracks, take a 180-degree corner, and that's what they call chokers. Now he's going to shoot up, he's going to go around the backside of this mountain, and then he's going to get into thumpers, and that's where we see those multiple lines, and that's where you just got to get on top of stuff.
So Jim Marsden talking about that, looking at the course and where we're going, looking at the mile markers, we can see that he's made it past chokers. So the first couple drivers have made it past mile 10 and up to 15. So we should see them in thumpers anytime now as we're waiting for Connor McMullen to start this race, and he's leading as we're watching Ryan Arciero on the left screen as he rolls into chokers.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right, Ricky. I'm looking now on the tracker, and if you go to the mint400.com, you'll be able to find live tracking, live scoring, and lots of other things on the website, and keep up to date with this race from your home. So I'm looking now on car 100. That is Dale Dondale. He's somewhere around about race mile 13 and will be making his way into thumpers very soon.
Well, we just seen Nick Whetstone come through, and then we saw Ryan Arciero. So he is ahead of Adam Householder. So right now on track, it looks like we have Dale Dondale, Nick Whetstone, and then Ryan Arciero. So we're going to wait and see where Adam Householder is rolling in.
Yeah, there's a lot of very fast cars out there already. And the thing is, it only takes one very small mistake for the guys behind you just to make those few seconds and make that pass. And they don't get any faster than Ryan Arciero. And that looks like, is that Eric Hardin?
We need a faster helicopter.
And here is the man of the hour, Ryan Arciero. And the beneath unlimited truck, and Ryan just looks like he's just set his pace. I mean, I love watching Ryan drive because there's no extravagant movements. It's just so smooth. He doesn't make mistakes. His tires are exactly where he wants to be. We started talking about becoming one with a car yesterday.
Yep.
Ryan is always just one with a car.
So notice when he was coming through that section, as we see Kevin Thompson as he works his way around chokers, and you can see those front wheels pulling him off the corner. And that's the advantage of the all-wheel drive, is leaving the corner. Once they're up to speed, in some cases, we're back with Ryan Arciero, he's trying to keep those bumps beneath him all day long.
Now, we remember yesterday we were in car with Dustin Battleaxe Jones, and we were saying, wow, look at the pace. Now look at the pace of this. This is about as fast as it's going to get. This is a trick truck with Ryan Arciero at the wheel.
This is not sped up, ladies and gentlemen. This is exactly the way it looks looking out the back around Arciero. And you notice that the puffs of dust, he's not on the ground half the time.
Look at his hands on the steering wheel, guys. That wheel is just steady. He's just steering. He's not fighting it. He's not working it. He's probably using 2 fingers.
Well, you know, and knowing Ryan, he's led so much here at the Mint. I think he wants to push and get up front early. He likes to be able to kind of control the pace and know what's going on around him. So I think you're going to see a hard charge his first lap. He wants to get up there and, you know, and mix it up with Dale up front.
Well, as a racer myself, I tell them on the first lap, unless somebody's within 30 seconds that they've made time on me, don't tell me. For one, I don't want to build my confidence up too much. Like, oh, I'm kicking everyone's butt. Or I'm like, oh, shoot, I'm behind the gun because I've done that and I've tore up my truck. So I just want to do my own thing, be the best that I can be, because if somebody goes, go fast now, I'm like, what do you think I've been doing for the past 12 hours? I've been going as fast as I possibly can without tearing stuff apart.
Beautiful shot there of Ryan Arciero, both in the front and out the back of the truck. And look at his co-driver. I mean, his co-driver, I've seen trucks where the co-driver's just bouncing around like a rag doll inside. Look how calm and the co-driver is. Not the abusive movements. The truck is working so well.
That's Travis Morris, and Travis and Ryan have been buddies since they were kids.
Well, but the thing that he has is that Fox Live valve. So the shocks are actually adjusting as he's racing. So it's not the same setup. Bob, you know, back when you guys had like a leather strap holding something up or something like that. Back in the day, I don't know what they did instead with the coach horse and buggy back in the day, but no. Now we see Adam Householder as he's working his way. He's past choker, so I'm not exactly sure. We'll look on the map to see where he's at. But back to what I was saying about the Fox Live valve, is it's going to adjust, and it's also going to remember things throughout the lap, and it's going to be changing for Ryan with his speed and where he's going all day long. So keep an eye on that truck.
Yeah, so as we continue here at the 2025 BFGoodrich Mint 400, that is Adam Householder. That is last year's champion, and he's chasing dust. Look at this. So we're just trying to work out who would be in front of him right now, as Adam Householder is on the hunt. Now, we saw Nick Whetstone get round past him. And I believe that this is our lead car. I think this is Dale Don Dale coming into Thumpers.
Now watch Thumpers. Now we've talked, Jim Beaver, back and forth what side you want, and then he looks like he is over to the left side because he's got that speed, and notice how he's not dropping in that much. Now those things are about 60 feet apart. Now as we're looking at Adam Householder on the right, but pay attention to Dale Don Dale, our race leader, as he rolls through Thumpers.
Look at the truck just getting bounced around there. He is just on it. But yeah, yesterday all the drivers were taking the opposite lines. We're seeing Dale take a little bit different line than we saw all the side-by-sides take yesterday. So
yeah, but we're talking about a vehicle that is nearly 4 times the weight of the vehicles we saw yesterday, and almost 4 times the size.
And 100 times the horsepower as well. But now I saw in the background Nick Whetstone, so we could see if Nick more than likely will go off to the right lane, left lane as we're looking at it, see if he can go a little faster.
I will say this, that Don Dale truck looks like it's really happy. It looks good, calm. It really does.
Well, and, you know, and to put this into perspective for everybody tuning in at home, we call this Thumpers. go out and stand next to your trash can that's arguably probably 3 foot tall.
Right.
Those dips are at least 3.5 foot tall. So you're literally, waist, chest high. These dips are that big, and then they're spaced out. Some, probably 10 feet apart. Some as small as maybe 6-7 feet apart. So they're staggered.
And in this gray rock, there's nothing soft out there.
But now notice, even in a trophy truck with 40-inch tires, you see Adam Householder running up on the side trying to avoid the deep holes because he doesn't want to drive right down the middle because it goes up and down. But notice he'll use the edges as much as he can to try to keep that thing level. Jim?
Yeah, now we have got our leader in the Spec going off right now, and that is Connor McMullen. We saw him lay down an unbelievable 4 minute and 35 seconds. And just check this out. That would have put him on the 4th row of the grid in the big class.
No, so we got to keep our eye on these guys. Him and Kyle Jurgensen, those two drivers are going to be pushing all day long. We have a lot of other really fast guys behind them, but those two are going to, I think, are going to open a lot of eyes in trophy truck, in unlimited truck, as well as Class 1.
Yeah, so Connor McMullen making his way out into the desert now. He goes over the tabletop roadway, and he will have clear air. What was the time gap there? I reckon there's something around about 6 to 7 minutes.
Yeah, it's gonna give him plenty of time so he can go to work, and then the other Class 1s and unlimited trucks will have some space between them, so he can pretty much start a race pace right now.
And here we go. This is Kyle Jurgensen off the line. This was last year's winner in the Unlimited Spec. And of course, let's not forget, he came 2nd overall at King of the Hammers a few short weeks ago and was 2nd overall here at this race in 2024.
Look at the rotation he got. That was a thing of beauty. These trucks, you got to understand, we talk about weight transfer, things like that, these 2-wheel drive trucks. There is a lot of weight there, and the way he did that, it was almost like a pendulum turn. Got the whole thing rotated, used the mass of the truck just to whip it around that berm. It was just a thing of beauty. It was a small thing, but I watched it and I went, the way he rotated around that corner, Ricky, was just remarkable.
Well, and a lot of them have hand brakes or rear brakes so they can do it. Now we're taking a look at a Whetstone. Look at the pace that he has through thumpers. I think he looks quite a bit faster than Dale Dondale.
And your hood is flipping up.
Yep.
Yeah, no, we're going to have to keep an eye on that one, that's for sure. But he looks like a man on a mission right now. But it looks like Ryan Arciero is just behind Nick Whetstone and should be coming into shot. There he is.
So Ryan has definitely made some time. We saw Whetstone up towards the top of thumpers as Ryan starts to enter. But I have to say, Whetstone, Jim Beavers, he had quite a pace going through.
Man, he was on it. But look at Ryan Arciero. Ryan is absolutely on kill mode here through thumpers.
Okay, I've got to just point something out here because that should be Adam Householder, not Ryan
Yes,
Arciero.
you're absolutely right.
So what happened to Adam Householder? Has he had a flat tire? I haven't seen anybody stop, or has Arciero just managed to find a way past?
Well, we talked about that we didn't see him come through thumpers. We saw the other two drivers come through. So right there, Ryan Arciero has made short work of them. Hopefully he didn't have a flat. We saw him moving, but he probably did get a flat.
Well, according to this, I think we missed him with a camera because Householder is being shown in Gene Herbst pit, which is past thumpers currently.
It is, yes, you're quite right.
So I think we just missed Adam Householder. He should be already to Gene Herbst pit, which shows him completely on pace.
No, we'll be. Oh, look at that. That's concrete. So that is Kevin Thompson there, who's right on pace with Ryan Arciero.
So this is great because Kevin wasn't real happy with his qualifying, was real conservative, but I think he's going for it right now.
Yeah, and that means that he has passed Eric Hardin.
We're right in him. Somebody's right in his dust. That looks like, oh no, I'm sorry, that's another red truck.
So I'm looking to see, that must be Tim Herbst.
Yeah,
so
that's Thor Herbst.
That is Thor Herbst.
Here we see Jason Coleman as he works his way through.
Now, we did actually see Adam Householder going up through thumpers. If you think back, there's so much action going on here right now.
That was a beautiful jump there.
Yeah.
Jason Coleman, I want to talk a little bit about him. Jason's been a good friend of mine for probably better part of 20 years. And, he's a guy who started out in 1600 cars and really was a dominant driver in 1600 cars, won some of the biggest 1600 car races, and then slowly worked his way up the ranks. Find him here in the Spec truck. But he's got such a professional program he's running. He's got the fitness on point. I've seen his marketing in the YouTube and, how he's presenting himself to sponsors, and it's just remarkable. And the guy has got really, really fast, Ricky.
Well, and I had the opportunity to work with him, and when you work with somebody that dedicated, it was awesome. Here's we see Jordan Brenthel, as well as they're being in the red and gray truck. getting a little sideways, but Jordan is able to pull off that whole shot, get out into the desert first.
Yeah, I also just want to talk about RJ Stidman that went off alongside Carl Jurgensen. Just make sure he gets a little bit of love there, because he really did qualify incredibly well. And we were so busy concentrating on Carl, who of course is just such a weapon of a guy. But RJ Stidman making his way out into the desert, hot on the heels of Carl Jurgensen.
This is Dave Mason here.
Yep.
And Dave just dancing through. That truck is a beautiful truck. Very aerodynamic looking.
Well, and he's a driver. He drives everything from short course, side-by-sides. It doesn't matter. That's what I love about him. And I also love the commitment to his family. His dad, Dave Mason Sr., just always there, always big smile on his face as we see Eisenhower and Travis Williams.
That's Bob's favorite truck.
It is, doggone it. I tell you what, that's just a beautiful piece of machinery.
Do you know what I love about that truck? It's a door slammer. You don't have to get all fancy having to climb through windows like Bo and Luke. You just get in through the door.
And it's got a great voice.
Yeah.
We can hear it from our booth.
Yes, we can. 8-into-1 headers.
All right. That was a good dice between him and Travis getting out of there. And now the track's not so bad. There'll be some sand in your face, but I think all the mud puddles are gone.
Ooh, white dust. What does that mean, Ricky?
That means you're out in front, and when you got a helicopter following you, that's a good thing. And what I love is that it's still Dale Dondale out there putting it down. So we'll have to look at some times in a little bit as we see Grabowski on the inside, Troy, as he looks for that whole shot coming to this turn 1.
Well, it looked like where Dale was at, he was clearing one of the spectator areas, and that's going to take him straight into the quarry. So he's all the way, almost up to the northernmost part of the course, up by the Las Vegas area. He's going to go through a few different areas up there, shooting range, a couple of mountain passes, then he's going to make his way back down. So Dale making quick work of this course.
We want to throw a little love to Nate Martino as he chases Troy Grabowski out into the desert. Nate doing a great job. I love that livery with the flames. You know, flames always look fast. They always do. So want to make sure that we give everybody that's out there putting their best foot forward a little bit of love.
Absolutely. As Troy Grabowski making his way out, has that unusual rear wing set up on the back of his vehicle. And we always like to laugh and joke about how long are these rear fenders going to stay on his car. Yeah. So we'll be keeping an eye on that story. But here we go right now.
This looks like Jonathan Brenthal. And notice he's off to the side again. Notice, see how the truck's kind of high up. He's looking to try to keep the one side. We saw it happening a lot yesterday with the limited class, but also that shows you how big these holes are. As Jim was saying, they are definitely the size of your trash can, because those are 40-inch tires. So go measure 40-inch, and those guys are dropping down in the holes.
That tire's taller than your kitchen table.
There you go.
Well, those of you tuning in at home, obviously the live stream, don't forget if you go to the mint400.com, we've also got live tracking as well. So you can watch the feed, and then in another window on your phone or your computer, you can also be tracking the drivers around the course.
Yeah, you can also keep an eye on. We will have split times out there on course, and we'll be bringing those to you just as soon as our drivers start tripping those timing loops in the desert.
Well, and I think you can go to some of the drivers' YouTube channels and watch their live stream as well. So there's a lot. That's what I love about off-road racing now, is there's so many options to watch and keep track of what's going on. But the opportunities that we have with drones, in-car cameras, and everything, this is pretty awesome.
Well, I laugh because I remember back when my dad was building his Class 8 trucks, and you wanted an in-car camera. You had to build the entire roll cage and chassis around putting this massive camera in between the driver and co-driver that hung from the ceiling.
Yeah. Miller pushing a little bit into that 180 left, and now he has to fall back and chase the other guy out into the desert. But as we said, a lot of different styles.
And Miller always has some beautiful looking trucks, and I think my buddy Tony Barraza will give him a shout out, does some of the design work for the Millers, and always got some beautiful designs.
This looks like Wiley. Is he working his way through thumpers? Yep. Truck is moving along.
I'll tell you what, Todd Wiley's got some horsepower under there. That Frankenstein truck, it may not look like much on the outside, but he has some ponies under that hood.
I'll tell you what, Jim, when it comes to races like here at the Mint, I don't mind extra weight, You know, a little bit heavier is harder to bounce around. So everyone does their best to make him as light as possible. Look how stable Wiley's truck is as he rolls through thumpers. Now he's up towards the end.
Well, and a lot of people, you know, that just come into the sport in the last couple of years might not remember the name Todd Wiley, but he has won a lot of desert races in the past.
That thing is a junkyard dog.
Yeah, he won a lot of local, regional Arizona races, but I believe he was score champion in Class 8 multiple times. I mean, guy's a wheelman.
And there we have Terry Householder as well as Chad Hall. Chad and his whole team did really good yesterday in the limited truck class, and now getting out there in the unlimited spec. Here we have EJ and Sean Lewis.
EJ Herbst, we should kind of let him have his whole last name, you know.
I just love that the Herbst family, you know, he started with their father and then the brothers, and now we've got the cousins, and it's such an awesome family dynamic they've got to keep the kids involved. The family legacy. 3 generation of Herbst. And they give so much back behind the scenes. You know, obviously everybody sees the flashy trucks and, you know, and all the wins, and everybody knows about the trucking, but behind the scenes, the family donates a lot of money to keep the sport going.
Well, I donate a lot of money because I hit that Chevron every time I'm leaving Vegas, so I always drop about $200 there every time. So you are welcome, Herbst family. I want a Rick Johnson sticker on, on your truck. All right, next, you guys were watching EJ Herbst is nice and smooth on the wheel.
The Herbst team, all their trucks are going to have some just terrific live streaming all the way through.
And here's
in-car.
Look at that, Todd. Sam Barry on the outside. Looked like is he gonna get the...
Neil Drickey looking on the inside. I had the opportunity to work with him.
Oh, Barry, he looked like he got into the bumper there, Drickey.
I was gonna look up the inside. Neil got a good line. We actually went and did some testing with Neil and the rest of his team out at Glen Helen to help them with qualifying and the short course. So he should be on point when it comes to this infield. But you can never count out Sam Barry, that's for sure.
Well, watch Sam will go full send over this. He doesn't care. He'll make up the ground. Sam doesn't like being in second place.
We got problems on the back of that truck. It looks like the back end is broken.
Yeah, and that's our...
She's crab walking. Oh, tough day. Can't quite see who that is.
That's our I-beam truck there.
That's the old white. That's the full white truck, isn't it? That is. Hold the line caller.
What'd you call those I-beams, Jimmy? There's
whoop scissors.
Whoop scissors, yeah.
Whoop scissors.
That's a new one on me, and I'm going to hang on to it. I'll probably copy it.
You can copy it.
Whoop scissors.
I don't have the trademark to that one, Bob.
Yeah.
I might be wrong, but I think it was James Scully.
Yes. This is Kirk Harkey as well as Garrett Gentry. Garrett Gentry on the inside, not giving up an inch. He looks up the inside, but Harkey's got a straight run through the whoops. Let's see who can take.
It's a good battle.
You watch Gentry. I guarantee he will not lift for this next jump. Told you. I actually had the opportunity to work with him and Jason on some driving, and he was the first person I ever got out of the truck after his first 2 minutes said, "I'm capable of winning, right?" I'm like, "Okay, Garrett, let's work on this."
Yeah, so it looks like we've got one of our course workers out there already trying to recover James Scully. And we are back to the start once again. And
Donald
that is Cowboy.
Donald Cowboy Cerrone on the inside, as well as Jacob Fry on the outside. So Cerrone getting a good run. Yeah, that would be a tough deal. You're racing against him. Even though you're faster than him, do you really want to door that guy? Because he'll come in and just beat the living tar out of you after the race. So
he's got the intimidation factor. Let's put it that way.
100%. Excuse me, Mr. Cerrone. Didn't mean to bump into you.
We were chatting to him after King of the Hammers, where he rolled his car 3 times, landed back on his wheels 3 times, and carried on.
Well, he is tough. I've seen him get hit in the face really hard and keep fighting.
I'm going to say he got in the cage with Conor McGregor. I mean, I don't think a truck with a roll cage is very intimidating to him.
This cage is safe. The other cage, not so safe. All right, next on the line is Philip Carson as well as Bill Kane. Pretty evenly matched. We should see some fiberglass flying in this turn 1.
Being very respectful of each other. Oh, goes big sideways there.
It's on the picture-in-picture. We got Ethan Ebert making his way through the quarry, it looks like.
So Ethan Ebert's there. Now that's the unusual vehicle in as much that he's running a turbocharged V6, whereas most of these guys are going to be running big comedy-sized V8s.
So I'm curious, somebody can text me, what's going to be the weight difference having that light V6 in there? Because for the weight and the turbo and stuff like that, I wonder what that truck scales at. How much lighter is it than the big blocks?
Well, one of the things that people ask me at home is, why do these trucks weigh so much? Why do they not try and put them on a diet? Why do they not try to get some weight out of them?
Well, the thing was, we watched Scully that's a bad day. He's off of thumpers and just trying to get it back to the pit. Well, the reason is because you have to make them so tough because they take such a beating. If you look at them, you got to follow the rules with a big tubing to keep them safe. But as well, I mean, you're banging on the thing so hard all day long, it's got to be tough first. So Brian Cadella was, I think, one of the first guys, him and Russ Wernemann, when they were at Toyota, start light, brake, and then start to build up. A lot of guys like Kurt Leduc build it strong. I'm going to just make it so it doesn't go anywhere.
I think that's one of the things I love about Ethan Ebert. You know, you want to talk about little unlimited truck or trophy truck history. You know, you've got obviously the SUV body there, but it's not the first. I mean, we had the Kia trophy truck, we had the Trailblazers, we had Kurt Leduc with the the Jeep Cherokee. We've seen throughout time. I mean, man, we can go back to John Swift and his Explorer. You know, we've seen a lot of SUVs. It's been a bit since we've seen one in in unlimited truck racing.
Well, I just love that the factory's involved. You know, they've been involved with everything, and now we see them work with Ethan Ebert in the side-by-side, and now they've graduated him to the unlimited truck. So awesome to see them out here and working hard on that. That looks like, I think is Dave Mason Jr. as he's rolling through the shooting range.
Yeah, it did look like Dave Mason Jr., but this is our last of our trucks in the unlimited spec. Then we've got the 4400 classes. It looks like we're going to have Brent Burson, Cole Johnson, Mike Spindler, and Casey Curry hitting the track shortly.
Casey Curry in the trophy Jeep.
There you go.
Well, and I got to give a shout out to Cole Johnson, who's given me a lot of info yesterday. But he and Sky Johnson are a couple of the guys that helped build those military vehicles.
You beat me to it. I was just about to talk about that. But I'm also getting some news that we saw Nick Whetstone that was losing his hood earlier. I'm also getting some news from some guys and girls at home, notably Fish, that Adam Householder is also losing his hood.
Well, it sounds like they might have jumped into the same hole, and here we're seeing.
We got a flapper.
That is Herbst. That's Herbst. So that's Thor Herbst. He's got a little flapper in the back fender, but you can see he's been running in the dust behind Kevin Thompson the whole time. So Thor doing a great job. He's the score spec champion. So this it's not like, oh, well, let's just pull this kid and throw him in. He's been racing for a while, very talented, and he's going to be moving up into the unlimited truck class, which he is in today, right there, just driving the wheels off of that number 19.
Well, I will tell you, the Herbst are one of my picks to win. They've had some really strong runs here at the Mint in the past, and truthfully, I think Tim's due for a victory. It's been a while since we've seen him on top of the podium, but let me tell you what, he is still fast, and Thor obviously has proved himself to be a fast driver as well. I think come lap 4, they're going to factor into things.
Yep. You see Robert Malone.
Yeah, these are our Legends class. So this is Robert Malone and Sean Runnan.
Got to look out for those legends, those old dudes.
Yeah, those old dudes. I mean, who would race in that class, hey, Ricky?
I don't know.
Every one of them knows about Pull My Finger, though. I'll guarantee you that.
That's right, exactly.
For those who don't know, Ricky Johnson is a score champion in the Legends class with Gus Villadosa.
Yep. So yeah, it's a great opportunity for a lot of drivers. It's awesome this year, going to be racing against David Payne and Larry Rossler, as well as Rick Johnson and Rolf Holland. So there's a lot of really fast trucks out there. We had actually Tim Herbst, Ryan Arciero, and Pat Dean down on the 1000, but I think they're going to go to two-wheel drive, unlimited two-wheel drive. All right, Marsden, these are your peoples. Go.
Yeah, now we're back into the 4400, so that's Brent Burton and Cole Johnson there. Now, we're normally used to seeing these vehicles. These are 4400 class cars, so these are all-wheel drives. And these particular versions here, we've got the Johnson car there. It's got an independent front suspension and rear. In fact, both of these are IFS, and you can see how completely different they are going across these jumps.
You know, these 4400 cars, for our viewers, you know, they are really focused on doing rock stuff. They just ran King of the Hammers.
They're fast in the desert and they are fast in the rocks, but they are certainly not unlimited style cars in the same way that the trick trucks are. And it's great to see them out here. And this is one of our Class 1 vehicles that is out there. Just trying to see a number on that.
This could be Jack Grabowski, but Jack I thought was in a white car.
Yeah,
so
Jack's in a white car.
Going to say that's not Jack Grabowski. Here we go. Now that is the trophy Jeep there of Casey Curry. Needs no real introduction as we watch him and Mike Spindler making his way out onto course. Casey Curry's been there, seen it, done it. A winner in Dakar, of course.
Short course champion. You name, as you said, you name it, he's done it.
Oh, and Casey has raced here many times at the Mint. Now this vehicle, the Trophy Jeep, it is absolutely enormous. It's more like a large Class 1 than a 4400 class car, and he has raced in Class 1 with that vehicle in the past. Great to see these 4400 class cars here. So they make their way into the desert, and that is it. All our runners and riders are now on the dirt and making their way round lap 1.
So let's go racing, guys. We're done starting.
So this is the 2025 Mint 400 here just outside of Sin City, Las Vegas. We are in Prim, Nevada, and right now it's all about the unlimited classes. We've got 2-wheel drives, we've got 4-wheel drives, we've got Class 1s, we've got unlimited spec, and of course the 4400s and the Legends. And they're all out there racing right now. So stay with us for more action throughout the day. We're going to pop out for a short commercial and we will see you very soon.
I've dedicated my life to this business and this industry and this off-road community. You know, I've dedicated to be the best that I can be, the best company that I'd be, the best product. This is all I do. A lot of people don't know that, shoot, this is my 31st year in the communication business. I've been doing this a long time. I was behind the scenes for a long time, and now Rugged is in the scene now. In 1991, we started a communication business. I started making all this product for everybody in the industry. So the company that we had before was Avcom, and we were the factory building everything, all the private label equipment for everybody. And I dreamed of off-road. So I started making a bunch of off-road equipment. I started doing headsets for NASCAR, IndyCar, for everything. Then I remember when I developed the first intercom, because I wanted to revolutionize. I saw what was out in the off-road business, and I wanted to revolutionize it. And you know, I was dreaming, I'm gonna build racing communications equipment, and I'm gonna go race Baja. But you know what, man, that hard work ethic is what I am today. You know, yeah, we're bigger. We've got a lot of people. I have right at 50 people now. We built this big, beautiful complex. The business has grown amazing. We're a force in our industry. But you know what? What most amazing thing to me is I still run it like I did when it started in my garage.
The 2025 BFGoodrich Mint 400 is brought to you by BFGoodrich Tires. Find yourself off-road. Explore the BFGoodrich Terrain family of tires. Monster Energy. Unleash the beast with Monster Energy. O'Reilly Auto Parts. Your professional parts people. Fox Shocks. Born in race. MagnaFlow, developed for the driven. Camberg, race tested, race proven. Sylvania Off-Road, built for any adventure. IBAC, springs, shocks and performance suspension, made in the USA and engineered to win. Welcome back to the 2025 BFGoodrich Mint 400. We are here just outside of Sin City, Las Vegas in Prim, Nevada, and we are getting the action going here in the 2025 Mint 400. Some of the fastest unlimited cars you will ever see. And right now it is all about Dale Dondell, who is leading out the pack as we make our way around lap 1. I'm Jim Marsden, and joining me in the booth are none other than Mr. Bob Bauer and, of course, Jim Beaver. How are we doing, gentlemen?
We're doing great. You know, we're about 44 miles into the race of the first lap. We got basically 100-mile laps, and it's going to take all day long to do this.
Well, and I think one of the big things is obviously you see Dale Dondell. He's still leading, top 3, kind of the way they took off the start line. But I'm looking out here, and I see Dave Mason in the number 65. It looks like he's got a red dot there around mile 33, 34. So you leave the quarry. We've talked about, how rough and rugged that is. And then you get into a little bit higher speed section, about a mile and a half outside of the quarry. And it looks like he's pulled over. So I don't know if he's got a flat or if something more major going on in that truck.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on that. We were saying earlier that we thought that James Scully was pulled over. It's not. It's Vince Kloss in that white vehicle. That was the car 96, so tough break for him as we cut back to the action one more time.
As we're watching Jason Coleman as he works his way up thumpers, he's got that sponsor. Definitely should have the right springs on there, right, Bob? He's got Eibach springs on there, and it definitely running strong through thumpers. And we're seeing a lot of guys losing some body damage because it's just so rough. You cycle the rear wheels so far that it grabs a piece of the body and starts to rip it right off.
Lots of souvenirs out around this course.
Oh, yeah.
And that is the Sendero car there. That belongs to Stephen Beal, being driven by one of the Geyser brothers.
Yep, Sean Geyser.
And this is a Herbst.
Now, we love the Herbst cars, but is it EJ, is it Pierce, or is it Thor? I would guess that it's going to be EJ or Pierce.
Yes, correct. That looked like it was a Spec truck. I couldn't catch the number, but it looked like a Spec truck.
Well, and Thor is right in Kevin Thompson's dust. So, and this looks like this could be Connor McMullen. I could just try hard to tell from that point.
Well, that's going into the Fox Proving Ground, so that would be about right.
There
that
we
is
are.
Connor McMullen.
Look at you, Ricky Johnson.
Dang!
Jeez.
Good thing I went and got my glasses. Thank you.
One
Thank
for
you,
the
Oakley.
old guy.
No, I'm going to give that to Oakley. They made some prescription glasses so I can read the TV. But yeah, let's talk Jim Beaver. As once again talking about Connor McMullen. We've been praising him, but this kid knows how to get, and I say kid because he's much younger than me, this young man knows how to get a car to the finish line.
Well, all the McMullens do, and just very fast, but they've won a lot of races. I'd actually love to see a family history of how many races they've won across all of the family members, because it's probably pretty remarkable. As we get a glimpse there, it looks like, of Dale Dondell.
I tell you, I'm looking at the race in the clock on inside. We've been racing for 49 minutes and 42 seconds, and we're around
50.
45 or 50.
We're at 50.
This is a heck of a pace for a Mint 400.
No, they're
I don't
running
think
60
it can
miles an hour.
stand. It can't stand.
Well, this is a fantastic pace, but this is why we come to the Mint 400 and why we love it. Now, I've got some updates. We've got some timing loops out there in the desert, and these guys are starting to trip their timing loops. So let's just have a quick run through on our top 5 right now. In 5th position and 4th in class is Eric Hardin. In 4th position and 3rd in class is Adam Householder. In 3rd position and 1st overall in his class is Dale Dondell. But right now, it's 2nd place is Ryan Arciero on adjusted time. But right now, leading the pack on adjusted time, it's Nick Whetstone.
Nick knows Nick's been there, but that's pretty amazing that he's made time on Dale Dondell. So
well, we're talking about seconds here. So to put it in perspective, we're talking about 22 minutes and 35 seconds versus 22 minutes and 8 seconds.
Let's talk about the Eisenhower brothers just blasting through thumpers right now. There is no hesitation whatsoever. So they are on full send as they rock that, as you say, that door slammer. That's their coffee truck through the thumpers. Looks like they're going about 100 miles an hour.
And it looks to me like, just looking at this timing and scoring, it looks like our top 6 trucks all within about a minute of each other.
And that's the thing. Who's pushing mega hard, which Nick Whetstone never holds back. I mean, he charges pretty much the whole time. So, but is Kevin Thompson being patient with that all-wheel drive? We won't know until we get further down the road.
Well, the interesting thing is Dale Dondell's still physically leading. But he's 3rd on time, so he's controlling the pace of the race there.
Here's our last year's champion in Unlimited Spec, Kyle Jurgensen. And you notice in that Camry truck, very balanced, very smooth, but looked like, to me, that Connor McMullen pulled a little bit on because they're rolling through the same place, that Fox Proving Ground.
Yeah, we'll keep you honest on that as the live scoring comes in. And don't forget, you can head over to the mint400.com, find live scoring and live tracking information there, and stay up to date with this race. We will be here for all 4 laps, 95-mile loops, giving us a total of 380 miles here at this iconic race course. Just outside of Sin City, Las Vegas, here in the Prim Desert in Nevada.
We have all this technology. We're using sign language as we're watching Kyle Jurgensen, and just pay attention. Nice and smooth. Co-driver over there, completely relaxed, and watch the hands. Very calm. He's in the right position and just making small corrections. So he definitely has the right combination as he's trying to chase down Connor McMullen.
Yeah, now I've got some news from the front of the pack as well. So car 24, which is Adam Householder, last year's winner, is showing at 0 miles an hour right now. Now, we did get some news from Fish saying that he was having issues with a hood, so maybe he's stopped to remove that. We'll keep you honest as soon as we can. Now, I'm also being told that it does sound like Householder has stopped with a flat, and he got it changed quickly, and he's back out on track. So fantastic stuff there, and thank you very much for everyone who's keeping us honest on this. So as the racing action continues here, Bob Barrett stepping out the booth, and joining us is none other than the mastermind behind this race, Mr. Matt Martelli. Good morning, Matt. How are you?
I'm excellent. You know, like getting all those guys off the start line, that's the big stress of the morning. Now they're all off, and we've got a hell of a race going on. Looks like a really tight group up in the front within seconds of each other. So it's going to be an exciting day.
It's going to be absolutely awesome. I can see now on my tracker, Adam Householder is up and running again. So very fast change there for Adam Householder.
We're watching Jason Bean Smith as he works his way through the Fox Proving Ground. And Matt, when it comes to these different places, they're so iconic. Like, for instance, the Fox Proving Ground, and it is 100% a proving ground. Just giant square edges and elevation up and down, really testing these trucks.
Oh yeah, it's brutal. I mean, it's one of the most sought after areas for testing shocks and tires in the entire world, really. So it's a nice little section of hell.
Well, nice little, you know what? I think you're absolutely right. It's a nice section of hell for sure. Because when I first raced here way back in the 90s, I thought, how are these tires even holding up? These square edges, and it used to be some old asphalt chunks and stuff in there, but the holes are so big and the elevation up and down as we're watching the guys work through the quarry.
You know, look at this shot of Kyle Jurgensen here. It really shows his racecraft, and then one of the Class 1 competitors, you know, really showing some etiquette, pulling over and letting Kyle by.
Well, Matt, let's talk about the pace here. You know, obviously we're seeing Jurgensen on kill mode. We got Dale Dondell and, you know, a couple of guys just blistering pace up front. I mean, do you think this pace can hold? I mean, we were talking about it earlier. To win the Mint now, you almost have to drive at 100% for 4 complete laps. But we've never seen a pace this fast through midway through the first lap. I mean, these guys are screaming, Matt.
Yeah, I mean, look, when you get guys who are this good, that are this close to each other, they're going to push each other, and it doesn't surprise me. I mean, this race is essentially turned into a really rough sprint race.
So, I don't know if you have this, but what is the record for as far as average speed? What is the highest speed that we've ever finished the Mint 400?
You know, I'd have to look. I'm terrible.
But right now we're over 60 miles an hour.
Yeah, I mean, it's fast. So, you know, we'll see. But, you know, keep in mind, Ricky, that these guys are going out on course that was ran yesterday. So guys are coming in last night and going, man, that course is really beat up. We haven't had any rain, so that's going to cause the course to deteriorate even more. You're going to have lots of square edges, lots of rocks. It's going to be one of the hardest fought mints in history.
Well, as we're watching on the left, you see all the different trucks trying to work their way through thumpers.
Yeah, what a great shot. Here's Walden's on the back section. Those are big sandy whoops. And he's just cooking through there. Is that Dondell?
No, that's Walden.
Okay. Yeah, here we go. Look at that.
There's going to be a lot of rear fenders hanging around on this course, that's for sure.
Yes. Well, and And Jim Beavers, you can explain that, how the back walks. We see Ethan Ebert as he rolls through in the Honda as well. So a lot of people making it through the whoop section, as we see one of the legends out there working his way down towards chokers.
Well, and a lot of these trucks, you talk about the walk, and these trucks handle a whole lot better about midway through their fuel burn. When you've got 80 to 100 gallons of fuel in the rear of some of these trucks and it's sloshing side to side, that's a lot of weight. And we talked about weight transfer and getting the trucks to rotate. I mean, that's, you're talking 100 gallons times 7.5, 8 pounds a gallon. That's 800 pounds back there that's moving back and forth between your two wheels. So, you start seeing trucks get a little out of shape in that. I always liked a truck that was about halfway through the fuel burn.
You still got traction. As we're watching Jason Coleman as he works his way through the quarry. And if you're new to this, you think, oh my God, he's got a fender falling off. Well, those are fiberglass, and they're meant to fall off if there is a situation, because we don't want steel fenders, because if something happens, it could impel a driver. So we want it to, if it does get hit like that, it does come apart. And as Jim was just talking about, watch how much the back wheels walk back and forth. It's a straight axle we're in, but it moves independently up and down with a sway bar trying to control that. But as we go through that, it can rip the fenders off. As we look at the map, Jim.
Yeah, now here we go. If you go to the mint400.com and you go to the live scoring and live tracking, you'll be able to pull up this and you'll be able to follow all of our race cars. Now, on these dots here, if we're looking at them, that there is car 100. That is our current race leader, Dale Dondale. So you just click on that part and you'll get all of the data. Now, there's some very important data there. As we go down and we click on the next one, and you can see there that is Kevin Thompson. Now, if you look further down on that yellow tab, you'll see that there is the time that tracker pinged, and all of these trackers are pinging at different times. So always look at the ping time on the tracker, then look at the one next to it, and you get an understanding as to where these cars are actually on the course. These trackers ping somewhere between around about 1.5 to 2 minutes.
And when I first started watching this, I was confused. I'm like, oh, he passed him. He's back and forth. I was watching my son Luke. I'm like, man, he's having one heck of a race. He's like, I never passed him. I just sat in his dust the whole time. But at the different times that they ping, it'll show a guy up and back, and it can sometimes, because it's firing back and forth between the satellite, go up to 5 minutes. So be patient and refresh your screen to know where they're at.
But that's exactly why we have live timing on top of this tracking, so we're getting actual time splits as everybody goes through the gates.
So now everybody gets that at the mint.com, correct? Mint400.com.
Mint400.com.
Yeah. And now this is interesting. We were talking about live timing a moment ago, and we were saying that Dale Dondale had fallen behind Nick Whetstone. Well, I can tell you that these two guys have just hit another part of the timing loop, and Dale Dondale has retaken the lead over Nick Whetstone. And in fact, Ryan Arciero is now actually past Nick Whetstone as well. So currently our three race leaders, Dale Dondale with 56.31, Ryan Arciero with a 56.59, and Nick Whetstone with a 57.30. And in fact, Eric Hardin has just come through with a 57.12 as well. So I'm going to guess that Nick Whetstone has had to stop for a flat.
Or that his hood could be flapping up and messing up his vision, because when you're trying to look out as far as you can, with these unlimited trucks, you're looking sometimes up to 1,000 feet ahead when you start running over 100 miles an hour. So when that thing comes up and you can't see in front of you, you become very insecure.
This is a glimpse here of Gonzo Pit. This is our most outlying pit. So this will be their last chance to pull in, get some service before they come back into the home stretch here to Prim to the main pit area.
Yeah, and this pit's named after, of course, Hunter S. Thompson and his riding style, and the tie-in with Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas and the Mint 400.
Well, and the movie highlights it. His books highlight it. It was quite for quite a character. I mean, it's pretty cool that this race meant so much.
Well, it's cool that that movie and that book really wove this race into the fabric of American folklore. So that part of it, I think, is really cool and to be celebrated. That's why we named that pit the Gonzo Pit.
Okay, I've got some more news coming in now from our live scoring. Kevin Thompson has moved into second place on adjusted time right now. So Dale Dondale is on a charge with a 56.31. Kevin Thompson is just behind with a 56.41, with Ryan Arciero sitting in first place in the two-wheel drives at the moment with a 56.59.
Well, and so Kevin Thompson is running one of the Herbst trucks with a big block engine in it.
No, he's got the...
Okay.
So he's running the Mason, as well as I think he's got the Mason-matic transmission, and I'm pretty sure he has the Gibbs motor. So he's got the complete package. And when I talked with him as we're watching, I think this is Chad Hall as he works his way through the bumps. Yeah, that's Chad. But back to Kevin Thompson is that he's like, I was conservative in qualifying, but I have a great idea. And then also, never hurts to put in Harley Letner for the last 2 laps.
No. Yeah, I think we're watching this space because I believe I talked with Harley pre-race this morning. He said he's getting in and they're doing their main service on the truck at the Gene Herbst pit on lap 3. So Kevin's going to do a little over 2 laps. Harley's going to get in and breathe the anchor and bring her home.
That's a smart strategy.
And here we're watching Michael Scafuto as he works his way through the sand whoops, and then we go back to Jonathan Brenthel in the same exact all-wheel drive Brenthel truck. Looks like he might be making a little time on Michael, so Michael's got to pick it up. But he also realizes he wants to finish this race.
So I saw something down on Fremont Street that I'm not sure everybody's aware of. So I'm curious as to who's driving right now, because we did see Mr. Abdeli Lopez down there, and I know he's doing some driving for him, so I wonder if he's in it right now.
And Abdeli Lopez can drive anything, and he's tremendously fast all the time. And
bringing in the ringer.
He's definitely one of those guys.
Trying to remember the last time that Abdeli actually raced here. I think it was about 2017, 2018, the year that Bryce Menzies won. Cool, I'm diving into the memory banks for that one.
Wow, I think that was just a complete guess. He just threw it out there, but none of us are challenging it. As we're watching the guys, different lines through thumpers, and you can see as the pace goes down a little bit that they have to get down in the bottom, and the bumps are bigger at the bottom towards the bottom. Then they get smaller as you get towards the top, and you're slightly going uphill. So you got to get as much speed as you can and try to jump from bump to bump. So that's why they call them thumpers.
Yeah, indeed. So the action continues here at the 2025 BFGoodrich Mint 400. Today is all about the unlimited classes. We've got the big dogs out there and they're fighting hard right now. We're going to pop out for a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere, and we'll be back with the action right soon.
Goldilocks didn't crave porridge. He craved something tastier. First, he drove the Ram 2500 Rebel to pick up some dinner. Pow! Next, he took the Ram Charger deep into the woods to flex his artistic muscles. Then he fired up the Ram RHO for a little joyride. And they were all just right.
Unlimited off-road racing fans. For the first time ever, you can bet on off-road racing. Unlimited Off-Road Racing has teamed up with betonline.ag to bring you the ultimate sports betting experience, wagering on all 4 UNLTD events in 2025. BetOnline isn't just another sports book, it's built for true competitors. Now the action isn't just on the track, it's in your hands. Visit themint400.com/bet for more information and to place your bets now.
From the track to the trail, from your everyday cars and trucks to championship-winning vehicles, Eibach has you covered. Race, lift, lower, high-performance suspension for all. Eibach, the #1 choice of champions. Proudly made in the USA, engineered to win.
From an early age, we race. It's part of who we are. It's in our DNA. For some, the need to keep pushing fuels our lives. At VP Racing, we pour everything we have into creating the industry's best products. For those who put it all on the line, whether it's the track or the trail or wherever you race, they say you can't win them all, but you can sure as hell try. VP Racing, win every race.
The 2025 BFGoodrich Mint 400 is brought to you by BFGoodrich Tires. Find yourself off-road. Explore the BFGoodrich Terrain family of tires. Monster Energy. Unleash the beast with Monster Energy. O'Reilly Auto Parts, your professional parts people. Fox Shocks, born in race. MagnaFlow, developed for the driven. Camberg, race tested, race proven. Sylvania Off-Road, built for any adventure. IBAC, springs, shocks and performance suspension, made in the USA and engineered to win. Welcome back to the 2025 BFGoodrich Mint 400. We are here just outside of Las Vegas in Prim, Nevada for the biggest race in America. Oh yeah, baby, it's the Mint 400. I'm Jim Marsden, and joining me in the booth are none other than Ricky Johnson, Jim Brever, and of course Matt Martelli from Mad Media. How are we doing, guys?
Well, fantastic. I mean, this race pace is unbelievable. And Matt, you were talking about it. Can they maintain this? As we were talking as they're going through the quarry, you got to be really careful. You get off to the left or the right. It's called a quarry for a reason. I mean, there's huge rocks. You got to stay in point, but that's part of desert racing. You have to navigate through the dust.
Yeah, and look at this beautiful shot that just shows you how close the action is. You had guys chasing in and two guys chasing out. And right now you could see, like, that guy's got, blood in his mouth. He wants to catch him, but he can't make a mistake here because you take off a tire, take off a corner, it's super easy. Looks like we're back in thumpers now, Jim.
Yeah, that's one of our 4400 class cars.
Yeah, you're familiar with these, right?
Oh yeah, that's the Johnsons there. Yeah, great to see them out here and kick in.
Yeah, and really important that we welcome all disciplines of racing. So glad to see the 4400 guys out racing with us.
And we were talking about Nick Whetstone having trouble with that hood. Well, guess what? It is gone, and now he can see. And also, Jim Beaver, you could talk about this. Sometimes it's a huge advantage. Get rid of that thing in these tight sections. You can see a lot more because their hoods are so high because of the wheel travel in the front.
Well, I know there was a rule back when I was racing about 15-ish years ago. You had to start the race with a hood because you had drivers who were wanting to start the race without their hood because the vantage point, sometimes these trucks, when the front end gets up in the air, you can't see anything. You go blind. That goes away. You've got a lot better view, and you can see the front tires, how they're working. You can see out in front of you a little bit better, the close bumps, especially the slow speed technical stuff when you're in the rocks. So
we had that situation in a mud race at the Mickey Thompson, and Randy Anderson with Walker Evans. He went out there with dental floss holding them on because it said you had to go onto it with them on there, but you wanted the fenders off because it was holding so much mud. Like he literally went over the first jump to the starting line. All four fenders fell off. So good job, Randy Anderson, for figuring that out.
Right, okay, well, this is Jurgensen who's on the side now. That was Alex Wacker we saw a minute ago, but look at this, ladies and gentlemen.
Now, this could be a belt. A lot of times they'll lose a serpentine belt, but they're tightening something. Tough break for our last year champion, so not good for them. With both of them, their helmets off, working on it. I can't see. Well, is that a rock he's holding?
So I know these guys have had some teething issues with some steering. So hopefully it's not the steering as well.
Well, that does look like a steering valve or maybe a steering pump, doesn't it?
Yeah, it could be a power steering pump that they're changing. That's what's in Kyle's hand.
What a bummer. What a bummer. This is really going to cost some time. But I will say that, Kyle's one of these guys who's has built and prepped his own equipment, so he knows it. He can fix his own stuff and fix it quickly.
Yeah, well, and if you're going to have downtime, I've always said, the first lap, if you're going to have major downtime, you don't want to flat on the first lap. If you're going to have major downtime, it's better on the first than on the third or fourth because you've got that time to make up. And we know Kyle, if there's anybody that can make up time, it's that man.
Yeah, so I'm just literally, as I'm looking at my tracker, we can see that Tim Herbst is actually come to a halt.
EJ, it looks like.
Yeah.
But that is a different one. But I can see now, right now, car 19 is also showing at 0 miles an hour. So I'll keep an eye on that one.
Well, that pace is starting to take its toll, isn't it?
Already. I mean, like, the drama just unfolds here. It's crazy.
Well, and everyone says it, and I'm guilty of it. Oh, I'm just going to cruise. I'm just going to cruise. And then all of a sudden, your ego jumps in, and you're like, I can't, they're leaving me. And I think that's the biggest problem is you could tell anybody is, oh, he's just pulled 5 seconds on you. Just drive your own race. And that's what I see Dale Dondale doing right now. And I'm really proud of him at this point. But I really want to give it to also Kevin Thompson, utilizing that all-wheel drive and just walking forward, not trying to take big bites.
It looks like Dale Dondale.
Oh, this was the tire. So they just, I'm sorry, I apologize, Jim, for jumping on you. But when this co-driver jumped in, he handed EJ the wrench. Now they're going to let them get strapped up and going. Finish, Jim?
Oh, I was just going to say, looking at the tracker now, we talked about Dale Dondale, but he's stretched out a bit of a lead. Looks like he's almost making his way to beer bottle pass, excuse me.
Okay, now this is what you were talking about, Ricky. That's last year's winner. That is Adam Householder, and look at the front of that car. The hood is missing.
No more hood. So it was flopping a little bit, so that could have been the reason for hitting a rock that he couldn't quite see. They get a flat, and then said, you know what, better off just to drop the hood out in the desert, and we'll go. So we're going to have to do some cleanup after the race there.
A lot of souvenirs, Matt. You guys going to go collect those and then just raffle them off online or something?
But the good news, most of them are carbon fiber hoods, so it's going to be a lot lighter trash load.
Yeah, we do quite a bit of cleanup at this race. Let's just put it that way.
Well, but the one thing I love that you guys do is that you don't allow the drivers, because a lot of them have wheel sponsors and tire sponsors, to leave the tire in there. If they leave the tire just out in the desert, they're going to lose their spot.
I'm just actually getting some information coming through and some data as to where Adam lost his hood, and it looks like the whole thing came off and he was dragging it across the desert for a short time. And this is another one of our 4400 class cars there, making his way through. That is the 4497, I believe that is. I think that's Mike Spindler.
Well, I got a little data, and I heard it is a power steering pump for Kyle Jurgensen, so that is a tough break for them. It looked like they're already probably halfway through the change, but still, once you go through that, now you have to work your way back through traffic and stuff like that. So it's going to be really hard with a field that's this stacked for him to come back.
The problem with having an issue like that is the intensity is already ratcheted up because it's the start of a race. Now you've got to make up time, so you're going to have to push, right?
Yeah, well, but I have to say, if I was going to have one person do it, it would probably be Kyle Jurgensen. Would be in my top 5 list of all time, because he doesn't, his emotions don't go up and down. He goes to work and he hauls ass. Like when his window net was down a couple years ago, he just drives. Stidham, as he works his way through the sand whoops, and he's at race mile 50. So Stidham with a really strong run.
Yeah, Stidham's doing absolutely fantastic stuff there. Let's not forget he started 3rd in the Unlimited Spec.
Here we have one of our Class 1 car competitors coming through the proving grounds, the Fox Proving Grounds.
No, that's one of our 4400s.
Yeah, oh, yeah, okay, you're right.
Yeah. There's Sky Johnson, Cole Johnson there.
And the dead giveaway is the giant Fox feathers flying in the wind. But notice how they're going up and down as we're going back into the quarry. Once again, this is, like, I was going to say short course part 2.
Sure.
But it's definitely got a desert flair because you don't want to get off to the side, and you can see how everyone's worked. Now, I talked with Ryan Arciero. They were out here testing, and he said, RJ, this place is already rough. Like, we haven't even started the race yet. It's just without the rain. You said we haven't got any rain here. When I was driving up the other night, it was raining. I thought this is going to be awesome. But it stopped raining at Prim and started raining at Vegas.
Right.
So it rained everywhere around us, but except the race course.
Well, and everybody I've talked to said, in recent memory, this is the roughest Mint 400 they can remember in probably the last, since we've started running out here in Prim on this course. That it's obviously just brutal.
And that is Brent Fox. That's actually his son out there. He's going to do the first 2. I was talking with Brent, and these 2 typically don't qualify as well, but they did really well. I think they're definitely in the top 10. But keep an eye on them because Brent and his team so strong race after race. So let's keep our eye on them throughout the day.
Yeah, they're definitely gamers. They're like those guys who are there all the time, very consistent, right at the top of the field.
Well, they do a lot of racing, too. I mean, they run with Matt, and they're all over. It's like every weekend those guys are racing. There's Jason Coleman. The Eibach truck just skipping through. He is on a mission.
Hey, the springs are working. That's for sure.
We talked about that earlier. We said we know one thing. He's got great springs.
That's right.
Gotta say, it doesn't look good when you're pogo sticking in the Eibach truck. So they've got Jason on point.
No.
So, if Wilfred is watching, he's smiling. Go ahead, Jim.
Yeah, now just getting some news, and it's not great news, I'm afraid. It is sounding like, I'm showing Dale Dondell as stationary.
Oh, no.
Right at
now.
the entrance of Beer Bottle Pass.
Yeah.
There's another shot of Jason Coleman.
That section that Dale is parked at, you come around the edge of that mountain. It's really rocky. I've driven it time after time. There's a lot of boulders, a lot of rocks. There's a good chance he could have just cut a tire and be doing something quick. Knowing the section he's parked at, I'm hoping that's what it is.
Now we've got a whole heap of cars that are really on this breakaway group. That includes sort of Nick Wedstone and Adam Householder and Thor Herbst sitting in there along with Kevin Thompson, etc. So there's a whole group of very fast vehicles. So we're going to have to keep an eye on exactly what's happening there and how fast they are moving, that's for sure. Now here's the map. So there is Dale Dondell right at the edge of the turn is before he flicks back to go into Beer Bottle Pass.
Well, the thing that concerns me there is if you're having a problem, you get to that point because notice he's right at the juncture of two different fire roads so he can leave the course. So is he assessing the truck and is either A, we're going to pull it up and then go, or is he fixing it and getting back on track? But it concerns me that he stopped right there.
Well, but that's also his racemanship, right? And you know, he knows if he goes into Beer Bottle Pass, he's going to clog everything up, right?
Yep.
So he made that decision.
It looks like Nick Whetstone, that light blue with no hood, so that he's made it up and out of Beer Bottle Pass because it is, I mean, if you drop a wheel there, it's gonna take a helicopter to get you out.
Oh yeah, we've had incidences there where it's stopped the race, so it's a risk. I mean, going through there honestly is a risk for us, but it's a really cool feature of the race course, and we love it.
Now Nick Whetstone, so he made the right out of Beer Bottle Pass. He's going to go up this little wash, and then he's going to hit what we call Joshua Tree Highway, and it's a very cool section, very scenic, lots of big Joshua trees, not any runoff. You don't want to run into a Joshua tree, but it's a lot of fire type roads, so very, very fast. So for a guy like Nick Whetstone with the clean air, man, he should be really quick through there.
Definitely quick, but because you notice whoever's right behind him at this point, and that looks like it might be Kevin Thompson. We'll see when it comes to on corrected. Now on corrected time, he's 10 seconds down to him, but he could be second in track. Jim Marsden?
Yeah, I think it's actually going to be Arciero that's second actually physically on course. I think Thompson is there or thereabouts on the adjusted time. Now, the interesting thing is that I believe that we've seen Nick has already been stationary. So now he's actually bringing time back again, and he has the ability to pull time on other people, and he'll be right now really enjoying this. No hood, clean air, perfect day.
Well, it's not as aerodynamic when it comes to the dry lake bed and stuff like that, but when you're going up roads like Beer Bottle Pass, it gives you so much more visibility and so much more confidence when you're dropping in the corners, Jim.
Yeah, now I've got some news. Dale Dondell is showing as moving again.
Awesome.
As also, so is Tim Herbst with Thor Herbst at the wheel, but I am showing Tracy Poole as having stopped at around about race mile 62.
Well, Matt and talk about this. I mean, at this point, you're going through Joshua Tree. You're trying to get out to Joshua Tree Highway. The feeling that you have first lap versus the last lap. When you start to come around, you see that you see Highway 15, and you're like, I've almost made it, but I'm not there yet.
Yeah, it's this is a long course. I mean, it's one of these ones that's like really intense, and then you pop out and you're like, oh, okay, cool, I got a lap in, right? And then you realize you got 3 more laps to go. So
exactly.
You definitely have to pace yourself. You know, that's one of the things I'm really interested to see. McMullen is he's definitely a fast guy, but starting out front, I'm curious to see if he can, you know, be disciplined enough not to, you know, run away with it or overdrive.
As we're watching around our Arciero in the beneath truck, and he's trying to keep, once again, all that traction beneath him as well as all the competition beneath him. But back to Connor McMullen, the biggest threat was right on his tail and Kyle Jurgensen. Now he's not there, so he's going to get a breath of fresh air, but he cannot relax because there's a whole lot of hungry dogs back there.
Man, we were talking about that top 10 or 12 in Spec, and man, it is a loaded class.
Yeah, it's stacked. I mean, there's 10 guys out there that could definitely win this race.
Well, and what I like is notice that we're seeing that wet dirt start to come up. So in some of these cases, as they run on it, the dust is going to get less and less.
It's a great shot there, Ryan Arciero, with the helicopter following him. I really like this pace that Ryan's running. As we get a glimpse there of Adam Householder. But the pace that Ryan's running, there's not that immediacy that I thought we were going to see where he wanted to just charge to the front and get, he's letting the race kind of come to him. He's saving the truck. I mean, he's right there within touching distance of, Nick Whetstone. I mean, he's running a very, very smart race right now.
And to me, what I think he's going to do is, as you said, I'm going to agree with you 100%. He's not going to push it to try to catch Nick and pass him, because you got to give Nick respect that he's not just a qualifying trick pony. He's out there time after time, but these two had to race back and forth for quite a while in Vegas Reno as well, so they have hit some history.
Okay, just looking at yesterday when we had the limited race, we saw Brock Hager set the fastest lap with a 1 hour and 47 minutes and 20 seconds. What sort of pace are we expecting these guys to be coming in at?
I'm gonna. What did you say Brock came in at?
1:47.20 was his fastest lap.
I'm going to say probably like 120.
Yeah,
I'm going to say somewhere around there. I think they're going to average about 60 miles an hour. So somewhere in there, maybe even a little lower. But as the pace, like I said, you're watching Ryan, he's not anxious. He's definitely hauling ass. Don't get me wrong. I mean, he's flying, but he's very much in control, using the berms well. He's not crazy with his hands, so definitely doing what he needs to do. But the track is still very, very fast at this point.
Yeah, it's awesome to see these in-car shots. It really gives you some insight as to what's going on inside the car and what it feels like.
Well, so Matt, let's talk about it. Talk about it. Now, you can't talk about everything that goes into this, but you start planning on Monday. You take Sunday off and you start planning for next year's event on Monday. So you got to go through everything with the BLM, with the city of Las Vegas, with Fremont Street, with all the different things. And then on top of it, all the production and TV and drones and helicopters and all the different stuff. It's a 24-hour a day, 7 days a week job for you, because I've been trying to get in touch with you for about 3 months, and I didn't talk to you until I saw you walking down the street when you're about half sick and dead.
Right. Yeah, no, we put a lot into this. I mean, it's a constant puzzle that we aim to solve, and how we can unlock the value of desert off-road racing, and technology is a big piece of it. Now with Starlink systems, we're getting these in cars, and it's really cool. But no, it's everything. We look at everything like, how do we improve the grid walk? How do we, get a grand marshal who actually, exposes us to new eyeballs, on and on and on, right? How do we make Fremont Street better? And it's always, we can always improve, and that's what we always aim to do.
Here we're watching Eric Harden, and to what I want to congratulate you and your brother and everybody at Martelli is that you brought so many celebrities out. You have Bruce Buffer out here saying "Gentlemen, start your engines." You had Steve Austin out here this weekend. You brought in Cowboy Cerrone. You bring in people from other walks of life. You're also bringing the actors from Yellowstone. I mean, that's what's awesome about this. It's creating the same kind of buzz that it did back in the 70s, Jim.
Yeah, I just want to look back to, now we were talking about Jordan Brenthal in the Unlimited Spec, and we were saying it's being driven by Abdeli Lopez. Now we saw Carl Jurgensen pulled over, but before that happened, just give you some idea of split times, Jordan Brenthal, aka Abdeli Lopez, was actually ahead of Carl Jurgensen on adjusted time. Only by seconds, but just an interesting fact.
That doesn't surprise me. I mean, Abdeli is super fast.
Well, just before this, we're watching Ryan Arciero. That was Elijah Kiger as he works his way through the sand woods. But now notice he is catching dust, and that dust is the leader of Nick Whetstone. So Ryan Arciero doing exactly what he needs to do. And if you notice, he reaches up there to that handle. That's a cutting brake, so that's a rear brake. So you can use that to trail to help keep the nose down in the corner. And you can also use it on the short course when you want to come in. So come in if he feels like he's pushing a little bit in the corner, he can use that to help rotate the vehicle.
So I know there's a couple different ways to plumb in a cutting brake, Ricky. I know on my old Unlimited truck, it locked up both the rears same time. So I'd lead it into the corner, grab it, and whip the rear around. How is Ryan's plumbed?
I'm not exactly sure. And some people, like some of the Toyotas back in the day, they had it to where they were locking up the inside front. So if you did your turning brake, it actually helped rotate you around the inside. But a lot of them just lock up the rear wheel like an emergency brake.
Now, this is one thing that the four-wheel drives or the all-wheel drives can't have, because obviously they can't have it unless they're disconnecting the front. It's very difficult for them to have a cutting brake. So cutting brake technology is taking away from the all-wheel drives, and that's where they're reliant very much on the all-wheel drive to pull them round the corners.
Exactly. Well, and that's where your driving style has to be slightly different. You need to get your turning done and drive it, because you drive it with a slight understeer instead of a two-wheel drive, your oversteer, as we see Miller work his way through the sand whoops at race mile 50.
Yeah, now I'm looking now on my tracker to where we're going to be seeing, and I think we're going to be seeing the leaders coming in around about sort of 15 to 20 minutes time. And still the action continues here at the 2025 BFGoodrich Mint 400, just outside of Sin City, Las Vegas. We are here in the Prim Valley deserts, right on the state line in Nevada. And the big news right now is our pole setter, Dale Dondell, had to stop on course, had to relinquish his lead, but he is now working. As we're watching Terry Householder, of course the father of Adam Householder, who's right at the moment at the pointy end of this race, trying to retain his title.
Yeah, it's really, they're a really cool family. It's really cool to see the dynamic between Terry and Adam. You know, they really love racing. They love hanging out with each other. So that's really cool to see, and both of them are very good.
Yeah, I love that. It's really, really cool. In fact, I'm super excited this year. I get to race with my son for the very first time in about,
nice.
Yeah, we're in July, so he's going to co-drive for me. I'm really looking forward to that.
That's really cool. How old is he?
18.
Nice.
Well, and I'm looking at the tracking, and obviously we've got that couple minutes where it staggers, but it looks like Dale Dondell really pushing hard. We've got our two leaders, Nick Whetstone, as well as Kevin Thompson up there, and then we've got, looks like Dale Dondell really pushing, really only about 4 or 5 miles back from where, you know, he spends quite a bit of downtime and only lose about 5 miles on track. I mean, he's still in a pretty good position to make a push here.
Well, let's be honest. I mean, one flat tire on the Mint 400 isn't probably going to ruin your day. However, these guys are pushing so hard, and history does say that it is, but you really have to run as clean as possible.
Absolutely. Speed Shark team here. Great shot.
Well, Jim Marsden, I'm back.
Good
after break, but I'm lost. Who's where? What's happening?
Well, when you left, Bob, we had dinosaurs roaming the earth. No, that's not true. But, the big news at the moment is Dale Dondell has relinquished his lead. He stopped on course. We believe he had a flat tire. We've also seen Adam Householder stop with a flat tire, and we've seen Nick Whetstone come to a stop. However, Nick Whetstone is our physical race leader right now, and Kevin Thompson is leading on adjusted time.
I caught a vision of one of the screens when I was in the tent. Herbst were stopped. Which Herbst, and what happened?
Two of the Herbsts have stopped. So we've had car 19 driven by Thor. That was stopped on the side of the track. They had a flat tyre and were back up and running. And we believe that EJ was also stopped on course at exactly the same time, would you believe, for a flat tyre.
So we're just finishing up lap one?
We're around about 10 miles outside of finishing lap one, yes.
Well, I'm glad I came back then. Let's go.
And I believe this is Chad Hall. Just looking at the lights on the front of that car.
Yeah, it looks like Chad Hall.
Yeah, Chad's doing double duty. Yesterday he brought in some stock vehicles and did some racing with the Chevy stock vehicles yesterday, including one of their EVs that did finish their lap. So congrats.
That's absolutely remarkable, isn't it? And
yeah.
The growth of the EV class as well.
Well, props to Chevy, you know, for gaining another piece of history in their new Silverado EV. And using the Mint 400 as a platform to prove that technology and prove the durability of it. So.
Someone was telling us yesterday that the Rivian hit nearly 130 mile an hour on the lake bed.
128, they said.
Wow. Well, those guys have done a great job. I mean, they came last year, they did a lap. This year they did 2 laps. And they're asking for more. Like, we'll do it. We'll give it to them. But You know,
gonna put a charging station out there someplace?
Well, that's what they did at the California 300. They did a lap. They had to stop and charge, and then they hopped back on and did another lap. And that is, you know, California 300 is a rough course, rough and technical.
Barstow's not fun. Everybody talks about Barstow. Barstow's not fun to race at.
I actually love the California 300 course. In fact, more than the Mint course because of the variety of terrain, right? And because there's multiple lines. Whereas here, you know, most of the time you're in one line and it's very difficult to pass. So when you get stuck behind somebody, you're there for a while.
My memories of Barstow was that it would beat you, give you 20 seconds of a break, beat you, 20-second break.
Yes, that's pretty accurate. You know, sounds like a girl you'd like to date, right?
Yeah, buddy.
Okay, so this is the 2025 BFGoodrich Mint 400. The action is continuing here as we follow the unlimited race cars. These are the biggest, the meanest, and the best. We're going to pop out for a short commercial break, and we will be back here with more action very soon.
Grit beats talent every single time. Introducing the new BFGoodrich all-terrain KO3 tire. Legendary toughness made tougher. BFGoodrich, what are you building for?
You need parts? We got parts. Product availability. Just one part that makes O'Reilly stand apart.
Like Sylvania LED off-road lights for ultra night vision and ultimate off-road visibility. Rugged construction for tough off-road adventures. Visit the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Hey, Nick, can you hear me? Oh, yeah. I might have to tase the rear sprocket. Not a pretty sight. Where are you guys heading on this one? Oh, this is beautiful. It rides really good. I'll follow you. Crossing the road now. Copy that. Everybody getting ready for more ride? We are.
The 2025 BFGoodrich Mint 400 is brought to you by BFGoodrich Tires. Find yourself off-road. Explore the BFGoodrich Terrain family of tires. Monster Energy. Unleash the beast with Monster Energy. O'Reilly Auto Parts, your professional parts people. Fox Shocks, born in race. MagnaFlow, developed for the driven. Camberg, race tested, race proven. Sylvania Off-Road, built for any adventure. IBAC, springs, shocks and performance suspension, made in the USA and engineered to win. Okay, here we are. This is the 2025 BFGoodrich Mint 400. Check this out, gentlemen. That is none other than Thor Herbst driving the 19 truck there. Oh, man, he is going to be so gutted.
Wow. That's terrible. I mean, you know, his day's done. That's unfortunate, man. He was going to be one of those ones that we had to keep our eye on all day. And looks like they went over and over. Looks like everybody's okay there.
Yeah, 2 guys out, walking. Good sign.
Yeah, but that's a tough break. Now, Thor Herbst has been absolutely laying it down. He's just moved up from unlimited spec into the big truck, car 19, that iconic vehicle. And he'll be kicking himself.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. It's about 5-10 miles out from the main pit. You go around the backside of Joshua Tree Highway, you catch that wash, and you bring it into town.
Okay, talking about bringing it into town, this is Australian whiz kid. This is Nick Whetstone. He's our current physical race leader, and he's bringing it back into town right now to complete lap 1.
And as Ricky Johnson predicted, there's no hood.
There's hoods missing, there's fenders missing, but he won't mind that. He's got clear air right now.
Nick has got to be feeling pretty good right here. I mean, he's been a gamer for a while. Like, you know, he's almost won. He almost won Parker. He's almost won California 300. You know, he's been right there, and definitely due for a win. But it's very early in the race. Lap 1, the end of lap 1. Still got many miles to go.
Well, and I feel like Nick Whetstone, I mean, you know, he's 1 lap in, he's leading, he's got the clean air. It's going to be a while still before he gets into lap traffic, but, you know, he can see it, feel it, touch it. He knows what it's like to lead now a lap at the Mint. He also knows what the course looks like. He knows where the rocks, where the changes have been since last year. He's got to be just absolutely feeling great.
Now, I want to see this. This is Ryan Arciero. Now, I'm showing on my tracker that Kevin Thompson is stationary. So, are we going to see? Now, it's possible that Kevin was coming into one of the time control zones and actually had come to a stop like this, and that's where the tracker pinged him, but it was showing stationary. So I'll keep you honest on that as soon as I know more. And yeah, I am showing now Kevin Thompson as moving 1 more time. So it's just possible that the tracker pinged just at an inopportune moment. But we're going to have a stack of cars coming back into town, including Ryan Arciero, who we're riding with right now.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting because I'm curious to see if they actually stop and pit. They can make it around 2 laps on tires. They can make it around 2 laps on fuel. They really don't need anything unless they're having a problem, or if they're just going to be really cautious and take a splash or change tires.
Yeah, no, well, just watching the guys here, this is what we do call doing your housekeeping.
Yeah.
So as you're coming, now look at this.
Oh, they do have tires there.
Nice.
Don't want to risk anything.
Smart. I mean, it's smart right now.
You know, in this, for Ryan, obviously they're going to take 2 tires. He's going to be able to go out on course. He's not going to have to worry about the rears. He can put it on full kill mode. But, you know, when he's got a gap in front of him and behind, he's not going to lose much time because he can make that up.
There's some pretty calm, serene guys in that race car right now, even the position they're in. Did you see them waving to their friends? Just nice little waves.
Yep.
They're happy. They're relaxed. There's nobody uptight in that race car.
Yeah, now this is going to be very interesting. Unofficial clock here. I'm reckoning that's just sub 30 seconds. Now that's a fantastic, but the most important thing there is no cars past him.
Very, very smart strategy here. I mean, we're going to be talking about this later on in the race.
Yeah.
As tires wear, you know, your propensity to get a flat goes higher and higher.
Now this is Kevin Thompson, and that's not race pace.
No, he's just milking it in. Looks like they may, you know, you said he stopped momentarily. Maybe just milking it in, trying to get it here to the main pit.
Yeah, now, tough luck here. So this is a A Mason all-wheel drive car. One of the meanest, baddest cars out on this track today.
It definitely is, but I will say that no four-wheel drive has ever won this race.
Yeah, that's very true. So here we go.
Jim Marsden, should we have a bet?
You're not allowed to bet. You know betting closed last night, my friend.
Doggone it.
So this is Ryan Arciero. He's just making his way through the speed control, and there he goes, back up to full pace again. The new Beneath livery on the side of his truck. And there's so many dad jokes we could do about Beneath.
Don't get me started, all right?
That's beneath you, Marsden.
Oh, thank you so
Not
much.
beneath me.
Look at this great drone work by our guys. You know, these FPV drones are just fantastic.
Just
There it goes.
check the air.
Boom. Flying it.
So here we go. That's Ryan Arciero making his way around and completing lap 1.
All the way on the bottom there. Just hear that truck work.
Now this is interesting because I'm showing as Ryan Arciero as being the only car to have crossed the line so far.
Well, we did see Nick Whetstone.
We did, but he's not showing on my scoring system. So, did Nick actually go into the pits, and is Nick still in the pits? Because we didn't see him go through the arch. And I'm also now just pinging as Adam Householder crosses the line. So at the moment, our physical, I'm going to call it, that our physical race leader is this man here, Ryan Arciero. Behind him, last year's champion, Adam Householder. And this is Adam Householder coming through right now.
Being smart there with the big jump, too.
It's been 3 minutes since Nick Whetstone has pinged, so we'll see on the tracker once it updates.
Yeah, he's not pinged on the scoring though, which is very interesting. So we saw him physically coming in towards the pits, but we didn't see him coming out of the pits. So we'll have to keep an eye on that one. I'm just going to hop onto my tracker. Yeah, I'm showing Nick Whetstone in main pits right now. But he's showing at 25 miles an hour. So
wow, so another leader change.
Oh, yes.
Took Ryan a lap, and now he's got that clean air up front.
Yeah, he's stoked. Because now he's going to be able to run his pace.
Well, he's going to control the pace of the race. That's the thing. When you're up front like that, you can, you can see where the guys are. You know the gap behind. You know when you can push, when you can take a little breather.
But you know, in the last bunch where he's had this last-minute break, you're done. He's never had clear air ahead of him. He's always been in the dust. He's got clear air now. Let's hope he can hang on to that clear air all day long.
Now, I'll show Nick Whetstone has definitely stopped in the main pits. And that is Dale Dondell. That is Big Booty Judy. There she is. Now, we saw that he was stationary up by Beer Bottle Pass earlier. Just trying to see if there's any tyres out the rack there. Very hard to tell. It doesn't look like there is.
No.
Looked like they were both there, but you've got to re-rack, so I'm just trying to see if one's flat.
Hard to tell. We'll find out in a minute. No, I think that right-hand side one might be flat.
Good to see Dale coming through, though.
He's so excited to be here. That's the thing. You just see the glow on his face. He's just stoked to be here racing the Mint 400.
Well, it's a great story, too. I mean, he's a racer and a builder, you know, and he's here to prove his platform.
Yeah, I'm showing at Concrete Motorsports stationary on course again. That's real tough luck. And Eric Hardin is also in the pits, but this is Arciero.
What's going on, Travis? Why are you doing that with your helmet?
Well, they're in the transit section. They're the 25-mile-an-hour transit section on the highway.
Yep.
So you get a chance to get a breather, get a drink of water, wipe your shield, and then here in about 30 seconds, it's going to be game on.
Yeah, I didn't understand what I was seeing. He's taking his pumper hose off his helmet. It's like he's going to get out.
He might just be cleaning them. A lot of these use a magnetic connection, and sometimes they don't just drop into place properly.
Yep.
But also, these guys, they've got to think about hydration. They've also got to think about taking on food as well. And you can see here, just as I say that, that'll be like a gel pack. and they'll just be taking on their gels. They'll be balanced nutritionally, so they won't just be taking on sugar, because that will give them big dips as well as big highs, and they'll be talking about that through the team. So hydration and also what they're eating in the car is massively important during this 400-mile race. Let's not forget, they're going to be in this car for nearly 8 hours.
Looks like we have Nick Whetstone in the pit there with his guys scrambling around, trying to figure out what's going on.
Well, can't say the hood off because he hasn't had the hood most of the first lap, but
either way, it's not a good sign.
You know, and his poor Nick Whetstone had a phenomenal run. This looks like the heat wave truck of the Eisenhower brothers. It looks like they're probably out of Gonzo pit.
Yeah, that's a bummer as well.
So that's two of our big players in the Unlimited Spec. So we've seen Carl Jurgensen having issues, and now, of course, the Eisenhowers look like they're having some problems as well.
Yeah, and both of which have won the Spec class before.
Now, I've got 3 cars showing a stationary in main pit at the moment. So we've got Ethan Eberts with the HRC Honda entry. We've also got Eric Harden, and we have got Nick Whetstone. And then just outside of main pit is still showing Kevin Thompson as stationary. Oh my word, doesn't this race change on the dime? And let's not forget, of course, we have got Tim Herbst, which is being driven by Thor Herbst, car 19 that we saw on its side earlier on. Literally 10 and 15 minutes of absolute craziness.
You know, they're working on close to the firewall, which suggests that they're looking at fluids or something like that to replenish, maybe steering, maybe who knows what. But there's an awful lot of guys there.
And I'm getting news from the Harden pit. Eric Harden, number 79, it looks like might be out of the race.
Oh, there goes my dark horse.
Well, this is Ethan Eberts, and it looks like he's jumping into 3rd position overall.
Rocking the new Honda Passport livery.
Really?
I like the way this looks. It's a throwback. It reminds me of the Vortec truck, right?
It does. You know, that's really right. Almost even the colors, Matt.
Yep.
Looks like right front suspension problem for Eric Harden. Sounds like they may be out of the race.
What a bummer. Eric's had some tough luck lately.
So big thanks to Greg Kishiyama, a little off-road legend from the 80s and early 90s. He's out here at the Mint seeing some old friends and passing along some of that information. So that's what I love about the Mint. See some of the guys that raced 20, 30 years ago back out here hanging out, Matt.
Oh, it's great, man. Like, there's so many people out there. I mean, the Midway is just completely packed, you know. And it's funny because I can only generally walk about 10 feet before somebody stops me.
Yeah.
Which is a good thing. I enjoy it, you know. I like talking to everybody about the history and current racing. So it's really cool to see, the level of enthusiasm here for this race.
We've seen a lot. I don't say a lot, but a lot of folks that we haven't seen in probably 20 years. They come to the Mint. Even though they're out of off-road racing now, they come, like the Kishiyamas.
Yeah.
Well, I just want to keep us honest as we're watching the Eisenhower car there, and they're working on it, and the Unlimited Spec, as they pass the 1 hour mark, or just coming up on it on our live timing. Our top 3 were Garrett Gentry, who was running with a 57.24. Then in second, it was Connor McMullen, and this is on adjusted time. And then in third, it was RJ Stidman. In fourth was Jason Coleman. Now, that was a little while ago, so it will have changed, but what a charge there from Garrett Gentry.
Now we got the onboard of EJ Herbst. Speaking of charging, man, he is on the move.
Yeah, EJ is one of the Herbsts. It's a little bit quieter, right? And he's been coming up and doing very well.
Look at that spare tire bouncing around in the carrier there.
A little dicey there.
I almost wonder if they had a flat, because generally when the tire's fully inflated,
it won't do that.
It won't bounce around, but a tire that bounces around like that means it's uninflated. So when it's filled up, it'll fill up the entire rack, and I'm wondering if maybe they had a flat out on course earlier. Oh, we did, right? Correct? I think they did have some downtime with a flat.
They had some downtime. That'd be a very good bet. Great in-car shot.
Yeah, and the Terrible Herbst, if you can actually follow them on their YouTube page, they have all their live footage.
Yeah, one of the 1.9 Industries cars that they're driving.
And they are cranking out a lot of vehicles out of that shop too.
Yeah, if you need a unlimited truck, call the Herbst up. They'll swipe the card and get you in line.
It's that simple.
It is that simple. Let's go.
People don't believe it, but that's a fact.
Well, they can swipe my card. The problem is it's not going to go through.
Okay, as we watch our lead cars now heading out into the desert, I can tell you that our current race leader is Ryan Arciero, leading Adam Householder, and then Ethan Eberts. Sitting in the pits right now, we have Dale Dondale, Eric Hardin.
Looks like we have Nick going again.
Yeah, that's interesting, because it looks like they put the hood back, a new hood back on there.
No, that's not
Nick.
No, that's not Nick Whetstone.
No. I was going to say, unless he's gone back in time. I want to say that's Gentry.
Could be. Very similar looking vehicles. What a great shot. I mean,
and it's what a great desert. Look at that. I mean, it's just, you couldn't have.
There's McMullen. Oh, no.
That's Cafuto.
Yep,
Excuse
Cafuto.
me. Yeah, Cafuto. You saw the green there for a second.
Yeah, the Falcon livery, very distinctive.
That's right.
And
there's Grabowski.
Grabowski. And we always say how long until he uses his rear fenders? Well, there we have the answer.
Yeah. And, we were talking about it a minute ago, that these guys are guys who they sneak up on you. Like the race is going on, all of a sudden the Grabowskis pop up and they're, in the top 3. So we'll see how the race unfolds today.
Yeah, absolutely. It was surprised to see them qualifying mid-pack. Now, just getting some news coming through that on the Concrete Motorsports car, which is Kevin Thompson, that he might have had a rear differential failure.
Oh, that's
so
that just doesn't happen. Wow. And Eisenhower looks like they're ready to rock and roll, get back in this race.
Yeah, these guys are great. I mean, they build all their own stuff, they prep it, and they're definitely not quitters, so it's good to see them get it handled and get back out there, get back into battle.
Better should happen on this lap than the last lap.
Absolutely.
And we still only have 3 cars that have made their way out onto their second lap.
Yeah, I'm looking at the tracker. It looks like our lead unlimited truck spec, Connor McMullen, he's making his way about 4 or 5 miles out from the start finish. So we're going to see him probably in about 5 minutes come across and start his second lap. That's Dave Mason. Had a little downtime earlier, but looks like he is back going. He had a strong first lap until he had looked like a flat possibly.
Yeah, Dave's been doing really well. I mean, continuing to get better and better, doing lots of short course racing, so improving his skill set.
Yeah.
Here we are on board with Pierce Herbst. Great shot, just getting after it just after beer bottle pass. Looks like a video game on the left there. Look at that.
It really does. There's no roll. There's no yaw. That thing is just an arrow going straight. Oh boy, he's parked.
Yeah, that's not a good sign. 207 there. Nick May. One of the things on you're seeing a lot of these trucks repairing the same thing, because of how the loads are in these vehicles. It throws belts, so it's not an uncommon thing here.
Yeah, that looks a little bit more serious than a belt, unfortunately. But he's still moving with a little bit of pace.
That tells you he has high hopes.
So this is car 78 making his way through and just about to cross the finish to start his start his second lap. That will be Tracy Paul. So a strong run there for Tracy Paul. Tracy Paul started in 9th position this morning. So he's on a tear and doing really good things here.
Got a very clean lap. I mean, he's really just put in the work that lap.
Yeah, Tracy's a great driver. You know, there's a lot of guys like him out here that are there, and like if the guys in front of them make mistakes, they're going to capitalize on it. So that's off-road racing.
I feel like he's just one victory away from kind of taking that step, you know?
Yeah.
We saw a few years ago Adam Householder did it, and now he's just been on kill mode ever since.
Well, that's, you know, and that's the confidence. Like, once you get that win, and then the confidence that comes in after that, like, you can definitely see that. I mean, man, like, especially with a guy like Adam was always good, but he started stacking wins, and now he's like just dominant, you know? It's like the fear, everything just goes out the window, and I think he really understands how good and how capable he is, that, you know, he's there to race and beat the best in the world.
And did.
And done.
Yeah, and he continues to.
He done did it.
So as we carry on watching, Tracy Paul is making his way round the short course and back out onto his second lap. The one thing about desert racing is it takes technology, it takes people to come up with new and better ideas. And one of those companies is Magnaflow, and we've got a little piece about them right now.
With the new Camber Kinetic Series race shocks, you know, we want to design this new shock absorber that revolutionizes shocks.
So far, with what we're doing on these shocks, we've been able to make gains in every aspect without sacrificing anything yet. Every gain we make, we find more where we can improve.
It just makes me feel so much more confident going into each race. I know that I can push the truck as hard as I want to win, and I have the best equipment to do that. It's all coming together because of the effort that they're putting in has been wonderful.
It's fulfilling for me to continue to put your mind to work and then to create a solution to a problem and make improvements in the car to get faster and better. It's a real driving force for me.
We want to make made in America true off-road brakes. We just want to make the best products for off-road.
Okay, we are back with the action here, the 2025 BFGoodrich Mint 400, and that is Michael Scafuto, who's crossing the line and making his way out into the desert to start his second lap. So we've now got 6 cars starting their second lap. In first position right now, on adjusted time and physically, is Ryan Arciero. In second is last year's winner, Adam Householder. Just behind him is Ethan Eberts. There's Chris Hirsch, Tracy Paul, and Michael Scafuto. And we're running right now with Michael Scafuto. Look at this, fantastic imagery. Matt, it blows my mind how we've moved on with these vehicles.
Yeah, incredible.
So this is Dave Mason Jr. So he's really putting together a good run. Now we saw him stopped on course earlier. We can only guess that he had a flat tire.
I think he may be the only truck with all of the body panels left as well.
We should give him a bonus for that, right? Still looks like a truck at the finish bonus.
Now I am looking back into the main pit, and there's a lot of action down there right now.
Here we are at Rockets, and you can surmise why we call it Rockets.
Yeah.
That's it right there. Looks like just rocket ships shooting across the desert. What a great shot. And that, you know, that's excess of 100 miles an hour. Probably, my guess would be like 130.
You know, even though, Matt, that's a gentle turn, did you see the truck leaning?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of roll there.
Yep.
So I can tell you right now, an update on Dale Dondell, and Dale Dondell is still stationary in main pit right now as we watch Alex Wacker in the Kinetics truck making his way around.
Yeah, great dude. Twisted Monkey Racing, they're doing well. Here's our first Class 1 car coming through. You know, I actually really love these cars because they look like race cars, and you can really see the wheels work on them. So it really showcases the suspension.
Yeah, that's Jack Grabowski there. You were saying about the Grabowskis, and they'll suddenly appear, and one does, just like that.
It's also clearly a family entry. There's no sponsors on the side of that race car.
Yeah.
In fact, you know what? I've noticed that a lot of the race cars that are out here this year are running without sponsors' logos. Very interesting, I thought.
You know, we call these buggies, and it's always bothered me because it seems like you're really sort of demeaning a little thing. They're open wheel race cars.
100%. You know, these cars are so fun to drive. You know, you talked earlier about the visibility in the trucks, and that's one of the big differences between the Class 1 cars and the trucks is the visibility. These ones you can really see.
I'll tell you about visibility. I'm a truck guy, and I've been in buggies, and you know, the first time you get there and you see that right front tire way above your head as it pops up way high, you can see all your tires jumping around doing crazy stuff.
All right, back in the, looks like Joshua Tree Highway.
Yeah, it looks like you're on the backside of that mountain. So this is, you're getting a glimpse of Joshua Tree Highway. They're going to go around the edge of this mountain, and then that's what brings them back in down to Prim. So this looks like it might actually be right past Joshua Tree Highway, right as you make the turn to head down towards Prim where we're at. This is in Beer Bottle Pass. We've got EJ Herbst in Beer Bottle Pass here.
This Beer Bottle Pass, I don't know if people realize that's a cliff on the side.
Yeah, you can get a glimpse of it there.
Yeah, I mean, it's like you'd have time to talk it over before you hit.
Yeah, do not screw that up.
And it's marbly as heck.
Yes.
I mean, it's just like...
knock on wood, it's called Beer Bottle because we've seen bottlenecks here in the past. We don't want that today, but it's very easy to bottleneck.
What it reminds me of is a quick, severe version of the crossover road in Baja.
Yeah. Yes.
Right?
Yes.
That crossover road, woo-wee.
Full of sphincter clinches, I promise you that.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, great shot. Look at the reverse. He's getting after it.
He is. In fact, I'm scared.
Like these guys are local. They know this, you know. They know this area. They know Beer Bottle Pass in particular. But it's a fun, like ripping through that section is super fun.
Yeah, so he just made the right-hand corner. You're going to run up this wash, and then you get into what we call Joshua Tree Highway on the backside of that mountain. Beautiful, beautiful scenic place. And I'll tell you what, Joshua Tree Highway at sunset is something to be watched. It's beautiful.
I've actually camped out there a couple times, and you know, it's just a beautiful area. Still have bighorn sheep and
it feels
cattle
like
out there.
We've been racing now for 2 hours, and it feels like 20 minutes.
Yeah.
I just like I'm still wound up like a 10-day clock.
These are just blistering speeds. I mean, this race is, if we keep this pace, I mean, it's got to be one of the fastest mints ever. You know, obviously we're only on lap number 2. We still got a lot of pitting to do. I'm sure we're going to have some lead changes.
But that first lap, I think they did it just by my scratch figure, roughly 59, 60 miles an hour average.
Yeah.
I don't know that we've ever had a mint do that.
Well, let's just talk about that, because yesterday we saw Brock Hager crossing the line, and his fastest lap was a 1:47.20. And today what we're seeing, and this is incredible, is Ryan Arciero has the fastest lap so far with a 1:39.19. So actually just under 8 minutes behind Brock Hager, which just goes to show you how incredibly fast these vehicles are moving in the limited classes.
Yeah, that's very interesting stat. 8 minute spread. That's not very much. I would expect it to be more like 20 minutes.
What it used to be.
Yeah.
I mean, it used to be half an hour. It used to be more. And just goes to show how remarkable these UTVs are, particularly when we watch the pace of Ryan Arciero right now, our current race leader.
Yeah, he's there through, looks like thumpers.
And people watch this and they go, oh, you're speeding this up. We are not speeding this up. This is the genuine pace of these vehicles. So this looks like another one of our Class 1 entries here. Coming back through. As he makes his way back out onto the track.
This looks like our leader.
And I can also tell you that Nick Whetstone is back in the race.
In 10th place.
Yeah, Nick Whetstone at the moment is currently running 7th in class and 11th overall. But he did drop quite a lot of time there, so great to see Nick back out there. But the two guys are at the front end of this pack right now. The Ryan Arciero and Adam Householder.
No.
Looks like that is the other Herbst truck.
And that's, you know, the quickest way to get him back going again is to get an assist by another racer.
Particularly if it happens to be a family member. But these trucks are big, they're heavy. Then when they're two-wheel drive, look at this. This is fantastic.
I mean, you don't ever see this, right?
Well, no, especially because these guys are having a really good run going.
Yeah.
I mean, it's, you know, they're top 5 right now.
So we've got two young gentlemen out there. So it's Thor Herbst, who's rolled car 19, and is that EJ or Pierce who's trying to help him right now?
I think it's Pierce. But
so they would have had comms. They would have been talking back to their pits and saying, "Hey guys, can you just give us a quick tug?" But this is the problem: is that he's in two-wheel drive, and that dirt is super loose out there on there. And I think he's buried himself. I think he's got himself dug into the ground.
Yeah.
Now they're going to have to get the track mats out, stick those under those wheels to gain traction, and you can see the track mats there. As that looks like, is that Conor McMullen just going past? Here we go. Oh no. Broke the strap, yeah.
I mean, this is exciting stuff to watch. I mean, this is the stuff that normally happens behind the scenes that nobody gets to see. So it's really cool that between the drone shot and the in-car shot, we're able to bring this action to you, you know? Like, this is part of the drama of off-road racing.
Yeah, and you can see Pierce there. He's getting a little bit emotional about the situation.
Oh, I can tell you, this is super frustrating, you know?
Yeah. I think
you got to give him credit. He tried, but he's in the hunt. I mean, he was what, top 5, I think.
Wow.
I mean, that was.
Look at that. they just made that decision to wave him off.
Yeah, and you can see him now trying to flag down someone else. Oh, hello. Standing clear. Yeah, now these guys got to be really careful out there. And watch this. Here we go. Gets on that strap. Bang. It's gone.
I mean, hey, you're trying to flip over a 5,000-pound truck.
Yeah, well, closer to 6,000 pounds.
Not sure what strap company that was, but no harm, no foul, guys.
Well,
no harm, no foul.
Yeah, Chinesium, I believe that one is. But anyway, as we continue here at the 2025 BFGoodrich Mint 400, I'm very pleased to have a guest join us in the booth. It's none other than Seth Contero. Seth, welcome to the booth.
Yeah, thank you guys. I appreciate it. It's definitely weird to be on this side of the green flag, but doing what I can to enjoy it. Obviously, I've had some really good times at the Mint 400, so I'm happy to be back. Yeah,
it's awesome to have you here. I mean, this morning you were up waving the green flag, and you looked at me and you go, "Hey, I don't like being here, right?
Yeah.
I don't like being on this side of it." So, but it was cool that you got to do that.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I don't think any racer wants to be on that side of it. We've been raised in racing my whole life, and to be here at this race is obviously very cool, but man, I miss getting back after it.
Yeah, absolutely. You know what? You've won the UTV World Championship. You've won multiple races in UTVs, Dakar stages, etc. What's it like for you looking at all this kind of stuff? And I know you're doing a lot in Rally Raid right now. But we love you, and we want you back here, racing with us. So, what's going through your head right now when you're out here?
I mean, to be honest, what's going through my head is trying to figure out how to make some more money to come back racing. But no, I mean, it's been really good to get overseas and bring an American presence overseas and to hold W2RC, and it's been really awesome to see America come and support all of it. And we got Mitch Guthrie and Brock, who's done an amazing job here and overseas. So, yeah, just doing whatever I can to get back in one of those seats and give Brock a run for his money.
Yeah, I tell the story all the time of the year a couple of years ago I went over to Saudi, and it was your first year, and I was at the end of one of the stages, and Cyril Dupre is sitting there, and he sees you come through, he sees Mitchie come through, he goes, "I do not understand why these kids are so fast," right? And I'm like, man, you guys are in trouble, because there's a whole bunch of them that started at 6 years old in UTVs and trophy carts. And now they're in their 20s, and you guys are extremely talented. and showing the whole world how good American off-road racers are.
I appreciate it, but I mean, we owe it all to this type of racing that we did, whether that was a World Championship or Mint 400 or really any off-road race here. It taught us well, and we were ready to get back overseas and yeah, just kind of bring a taste to America and see how the roads were there, and obviously we're enjoying them a lot. Really fortunate to be part of a factory team now, the whole Toyota Guys racing team, and to see the United States kind of follow in that path with the factory racing team is really awesome to see. I think it's what the sport needs, and obviously we have Kawasaki and a factory Can-Am team, and that's where I came from. I came from UTV racing and worked my way through ranks. It took a few years, but fortunately enough, we made it through.
Well, and I know, we go back to, talking about the ladder system and things like that, and I think R.J. Anderson was kind of one of the first to kind of grow the ladder system, but now, we've got proof with you, like there's this ladder system to international racing, and, 15, 20 years ago, that didn't exist. Dakar was like this, once in a while there was an American driver that went over there, and, here's Seth just goes over there your rookie year and just starts winning stages, and everyone's like, where'd this kid come from? But how cool is it to be, kind of one of the trailblazers in this ladder system to say, hey, I'm a young kid. I mean, your family, I know your family, and you guys don't come from a ton of money. You just put in the hard work, and here's proof of concept that, any kid can race at an international level, and it doesn't mean you have to come from a, family with tens of millions of dollars in the bank account.
Yeah, for sure. Again, kind of bringing up RJ, I mean, I owe the world to him. He paved the way for us, and yeah, I've been in a really fortunate position. Being, a young kid, I'm still 22, and it's definitely a little bit weird sometimes. I get to talk to these older guys and try to get them to come with me and talk them through what I did. But I mean, we got Corbin Laverton as well, who's around my age, and he's trying to go through the ladder system as well. But all these kids that I'm watching, come up, I'm kind of getting nervous, to be honest. We got a really fast generation coming. I'm fortunate enough to be somewhat okay at racing. And
you're the old man now, Seth.
Yeah,
how's that feel?
I'm watching these 170 kids, and I don't remember throwing a 170 in backwards, so it's a little bit nerve-wracking.
You were. I remember it. Right? It's to give you credit, you were very good at a very young age, and you put in the work.
I appreciate that.
And it's really cool to see. I mean, for me personally, watching you guys, evolve, it's really cool and exciting and fulfilling. And I also like to talk some smack to my European friends. You know what I mean?
For sure, as we can.
Hey, would you like us to send more kids to spank your adults, right? But it is, to be fair, it is a little bit unfair, because what you're seeing right now is what we know, and then you take that to an international stage, and as cool as Dakar is, it's nowhere near as intense as the Mint 400 for 6.5 hours, right? So it's just a different beast altogether, but very cool.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, just like you said, the Mint 400 is aggressive driving for 6 hours. The amount of talent that we have here is undescribable. The really cool thing about Dakar is obviously there's a couple different ways to get there, but you really got to work your way through. You can't just hop in the T1 class and get going. But yeah, I think it's pretty comparable to, I mean, we see, how many trophy trucks do we have out here today?
Over 20. So.
Over 20 trucks. I mean, it's super impressive, and to have that same thing out of Dakar, and yeah, it's just a different beast here. I think that's why any Americans had some sort of success, is just because we came from here.
Yeah, absolutely. And now it's been very interesting being European, and obviously Dakar is a massive part of what we do. So we look back as to where we are. If we look at the diehards of Dakar, whether it be Stefan Petter Hansel, whether it be Nasser Al-Attiyah, whether it be Nani Roma, I could list a heap of these guys. They're all of a certain age. They've all come through a certain classification. They've all come through a racing career before they get to T1 or T1 Plus. And the reason for that is because they're learning their craft. What you're doing in America right now is that you're enabling young people to actually have years of experience by the time they hit 20 and your age. So we're sitting here now. How many years have you been off-road racing?
I've been off-road racing for just about 12 years now.
Yeah, and this is the thing, is you can't teach the eye movement, how just those tiny little dots in the distance make massive difference to your hand movements inside the car, and that's what takes time to learn. It's not something you can pick up in moments. That's why we see you got amazing drivers like Sebastian Loeb. You don't just get into a T1 Plus and win Dakar. It's incredibly difficult to do. So to see you guys and girls with the skill sets that you have doing what you're doing at Dakar, I take my hat off to you and thank you for doing it.
I appreciate it, but honestly I think we owe it to UTVs in general.
Totally.
I think these UTVs have created a new way, and without UTVs I'd be nowhere near where I am today. And the support these manufacturers are giving us kids and wanting to grow, and Red Bull as well, obviously, they like taking them young and molding them into who they know who they can be. So yeah, definitely it's been fun trying to pave the way for, the kids behind me, but they're going to beat me soon, so I'm getting scared.
Well, Seth, it's been fantastic to have you here. Please stay with us for a moment longer. But I've got some news. Do you remember that guy called Dale Dondell? You know that guy who was the pole sitter and went off the line first of all today? Well, Tiffany's catching up with him in main pit right now.
Thanks, guys, down here at the main pit with Dale Dondell. Now, Dale, you said you guys were running great for 80 miles. Then you were having some issues. It was staying on, turning off, staying on, turning off. Tell me a little bit more about what's happening right now for you.
The motor shut off like 3 or 4 times, and then it wouldn't start back up. So we'd cycle the ignition, and then we could get it to start back up. So right now we think it's a fly-by-wire situation. So we're going to put a different one in there and try it again.
Well, with that being said, I know that you definitely want to get out there. You said that I just want to get everything fixed. It seems like the truck's starting right now. That's a good sign. We can hear that. It's like it's starting, it's moving, everything. With that being said, can we expect to get you back out there to finish this race?
Yes, I want to make sure what we got going wrong and fix the problem. But yes, we're going to get back out there.
Awesome. Well, what we can see right now, your team is making sure that everything's good. How long have you been in this main pit for?
We've been out there for 15 minutes while messing with stuff, and then we came in, so I'm assuming we're a bit down. But we've probably been here 15, 20 minutes.
Awesome. Well, hopefully we can get you back out there, Dale. We've been cheering for you throughout the booth. Everybody's been wanting to see this comeback for you, and I love it. So I'll get some more updates for you guys and back up to the booth.
Thank you very much, Tiffany. Oh, this race is such a heartbreak for so many people, isn't it? Dale Dondell, of course, laying down that incredibly fast time. Oh, look at this. Now, this is car 19, Thor Herbst, and it looks like he's found another Herbst car to give him a tug.
We're gonna try this again. The last one didn't work so well.
So I'm guessing this is EJ this time.
I love this. This reminds me of Dakar days when we're teammates and we're stuck in the dunes. I mean, family's family, and these guys are showing it for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. But it's trying to impress on people how difficult it is with these two-wheel drive vehicles to actually make these recoveries.
Almost got it over. You see it rock.
Yeah. It's in a tough position, man.
So I'm the opposite. I would have just taken the push bar and put it on the roof and just pushed it over.
Right.
Trouble is, that means you've got to be on course as well, which makes it even more dangerous.
Kind of playing a risky game there in the sand, getting stuck.
So come on then, what's next for Seth Cantuero? Where are you going next? What's the plan?
Man, I've got some time off, which is kind of unbelievable for me, but yeah, just got back from Abu Dhabi. Had a really good time there. I've got about a 2-month break. I'm going to be doing some racing in South Africa here, and obviously a little bit of time.
So you're going to be doing the World Rally Raid Championships?
Yeah, exactly, the whole WTRC round. So we'll sit there, there in Saudi Arabia for about 2 weeks, then Abu Dhabi, South Africa, Portugal, and then we have a few more after that.
Oh, absolutely fantastic. Well, we wish you absolutely every success as we continue to watch this recovery here. You can see they've got that strap tied up now.
It's a scary place to stand, that strap.
As you were saying, Matt, these cars are so unbelievably heavy that it's a very difficult recovery.
Yeah.
So I hear, is there possibly, Seth, a little U.S. racing in your future, maybe, I hear?
Yeah, we're the whole Toyota Guys racing team has been working really hard, and I think we're going to do some unlocks on some ECUs and see where we stack up against all these guys. Not necessarily, obviously our cars are very different than these trucks right here, but obviously we're in a little bit more of a rally setup, rally situation, so we're going to try to go do some Silver States, Parkers, Vegas to Reno, but yeah, try to get a good program.
So certain races, I think the cars can be really quick.
Yeah, for sure. That's it's more of a rally car than anything. The way that I look at it, it's have one of these trucks in a WRC car had a baby is what it really feels like. So hopefully we can get out here and try to show America some different types of racing and what these cars can do.
Yeah, because I think the last time a proper Dakar vehicle actually came over raced was we're talking years ago. Volkswagen program went to the Baja 500.
Yeah, exactly. And I think Ryan Arciero is still pretty rusty in that vehicle.
Jim, I'm going to pull you up there. I think we had actually a T1 race here about 3 years ago. I believe we had a Japanese entry.
Okay.
In a T1 car.
Hanawa, right? Was it? I can't remember. I know what you're talking about. Yeah. Yes, I remember that.
hard to keep track of all these hundreds of trucks that come through here.
Indeed. Anyway, as we're continuing the booth, Ricky Johnson's joining us one more time. Ricky, how we doing?
I'm doing fantastic. I was listening to you guys out there, and Seth, thank you so much for coming up. But I want to ask you a question. I've known you. We were both Red Bull guys when you first started. I remember when they brought this little kid up here and said, "Hey, can you help this guy?" And really didn't need to help him much at all. But talk about the difference between racing at a pace when you have a navigator and a GPS versus what you're doing over there. So to educate the people that don't know, you don't have a GPS track. You have a heading and you have course markings and stuff like that. So talk about that.
Yeah, exactly. So races like this, we have a Lorentz system or whatever system you're using, and we have a GPS file with, corners called out, dangers, cautions, and we have a co-driver that's going to sit there and stare at that screen. What I'm doing is a little bit different. I follow a compass most of the time. It's called a road book, and we have different road crossings. And so just to give an example, we'll be on a road, and it'll say, third split, go left to cap 245 for, 1 kilometer. Sorry about the kilometers, America, but
no.
But yeah, that's kind of how it is. And that's the weird thing about Dakar is that you could be the fastest driver going the wrong way. So that's a really tough situation to be in. Obviously, there's situations where you can get lost in Mexico, but not as deeply as Dakar. So yeah, you got to really calm down. Navigator has just as an important his job as the driver does. But yeah, definitely quite difficult.
Well, as we're watching now on screen, we see Kevin Thompson. Looks like they might have either broken a rear gear or changing an axle or something like that. So we're going to be looking at talking with Tiffany.
Yeah, we got note earlier. It was a rear diff issue.
Right. Well, I'm back in the booth, so I am back up to speed. But Seth, when you're running, you want to make sure that you're on the right track. You're not getting all the dangers. They do mark the main dangers, but you got to make sure that you're running safe.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we saw an incident this year with Sebastian Loeb where he had a big crash, and it was just because he was 20 to 30 feet off the main road, trying to make up a little bit of time. So it's very important to stay on the main road, and it definitely gets weird as well in areas to where guys are going the wrong way, and you want to trust them, and you second guess yourself, and that could be bad.
You got it. Well, right now it looks like Tiffany is down with Kevin Thompson, and let's hear what they got to say. What do you got, Tiff?
And you're out, Harley's out. What's happening over here? Looks like some axles.
Rear gear, lost rear gear. Just really after the end of the speed zone, coming into the feeding field. So, gonna replace and get back out there.
How long have you guys been here for at the main pit?
Just got here about 5 minutes ago. So, guys will crush it, replace that, get back on the track, and a lot of attrition out there. So, hopefully we can have a decent run.
Well, we've been seeing somebody, I'm not sure if you know Eric Hall. He's got a day. Dale Dondell, he's had some issues as well. They're trying to fix that. He's out right now. So a lot of the top guys that we were talking about still have that chance. And like you said, once it's out here, it's all about attrition. Last words for the fans out there to keep them pumped up for you?
Man, yeah, we love the fans. Thank you. This makes doing this, for the fans. And so thank you, everybody.
Awesome. Well, hopefully you guys can get out there. I know that we definitely want to see the number 70 of Kevin Thompson, Harley Lettner out there. They were mentioning Harley, once he gets that, he's going to pretty much dominate, and hopefully we can get this team back out. Back to you guys.
Well, that is a tough break for concrete. And Seth, as you know, when you're running two-wheel drive, you're putting all that stress. You as well, Jim Beaver. But he's got all-wheel drive. That just goes to show you that all that horsepower and how tough this course is. It goes from sand to those hard edges, almost like concrete and the rocks and stuff like that, to blow up this rear gear.
Well, it's it's this crazy fight for traction. You got one one part of the truck slipping, the other one grabbing. I mean, everything just gets in a bind, and as bulletproof as this stuff is, at some point it wears out.
Well, let's just talk about that, because this morning we had 22 TT cars leave the start line. As we make our way into lap 2, we've actually only got 5 of those that are actually now out there on course that have completed lap 1. So, and only one of those is a four-wheel or an all-wheel drive vehicle. Now, in comparison to that, we have got a plethora of unlimited specs, and this is what you were talking about, Ricky, the reliability of the unlimited specs. And sitting up there right now in 8th position overall is Brent Fox, followed by Jason Coleman, then Colin McMillan, and then Jordan Brentville being driven by Abdali Lopez. So lots of action there. Is this possibly the year we're going to see a Spec take the win?
It definitely could, because of what we talked about. Now, before, when they first started the Spec class, they didn't allow them an underdrive. Now, what does the underdrive do? That that makes it, you can run a bigger, stronger rear gear, but normally that's going to, it's going to make you run too fast. So it gives you more gear surface on there so you can be a lot tougher. But this now with that vehicle, it doesn't have as much horsepower, not putting the stress in there. The vehicle that Kevin Thompson in the Concrete Motorsports, that's about 1,000 horsepower with over 800 pounds of torque. And now you put that much horsepower bouncing from, even though it's all-wheel drive, bouncing around and from spinning to biting, spinning to biting. That's where the Spec truck is a little bit more limited, but guys drive them more closer to 100%.
Yeah, we saw him on track a moment ago. Jack Grabowski is leading our Class 1s as we watch. This is the Stephen Beale entry. This was qualified by one of the Geyser brothers. I'm not sure who's driving it at the moment, though.
I think Geyser was going to stay in there for the first 2 laps, and then put Beal in for the second 2. Now, Seth, I saw you at Crandon. We talked about it there, talking about throwing somebody in the fire. Let's throw you in Pro 2, 2-wheel drive, completely different from what you're used to.
Yeah, that was probably one of the scariest races of my life, and I've been through some races, but Crandon was such an amazing experience. But yeah, just to get in a 2-wheel drive vehicle and really gave me an utmost respect for what the guys are doing in the trucks right now. I mean, to handle a 2-wheel drive vehicle, and mind you, it's a little bit different in the Pro 2 to where, we probably have more grip than what these guys have. We're grooving tires, and it's a shorter stint, lighter truck, less travel. I mean, the speeds that these guys are going in a 2-wheel drive vehicle and to keep it under control is thoroughly impressive.
Well, hand movement. You and your all-wheel drivers, when you're in side-by-sides, UTVs, as well as your current vehicle, it's just micro. It's almost like driving a go-kart, just small movements. Exactly. But when you get in the 2-wheel drive, you're making big corrections. More like driving a boat. You're making big turns, and it's not responding really fast. So when we talked after the first day, you're like, man, I don't exactly know what I'm doing out here, but I think I got but I'm having a good time. So driving these are like giant Pro 2s. Here's where we're watching Troy Grabowski. He has that wing, I think, helps him keep him a little bit straighter. I got to say, I want to see you. I want to get you in one of these all-wheel drive Masons, or maybe even who knows, one of the other trucks. But I know you're a driver; you'll figure it out.
Yeah. But like you were saying, the micro hand adjustments on the all-wheel drive is something that I grew up doing. I've always been in an all-wheel drive vehicle. Razors are all-wheel drive. The T1s are all-wheel drive. All the rally cars that I've driven, they've all been all-wheel drive, and it's a very aggressive driving style being in 2-wheel drive, and it's something that I definitely wasn't used to. It's just you got to be able to throw it in backwards and be confident and just kind of stay on the gas. You're driving a lot with the gas pedal, whether that's on or off, and it's a difficult machine for sure. So hats off to these guys.
Awesome. Well, we've been watching a lot of guys going through. We've seen everybody from Jason Coleman. We just saw Sam Barry as he's rolling his way down the expressway. But I got to say, the attrition here is actually worse than I thought. I thought we would have more guys going at this point.
I'll be honest with you, at 3/4 of the way through lap 1, we still had nearly a full field of vehicles, and in the last third, they just started falling by the wayside. And that is Colin. Is that?
It's Colin McMullen. That's our Spec truck leader.
So
he's at the moment. He's running in 3rd position on course in his class and 12th overall.
So now is he still the first car?
I think he's physically in the lead, but I think on time he's 3rd.
So he might have gotten a flat. We don't know. A lot of things that we didn't see, but Connor's still in a good position. Now here comes Jason Coleman, who's in the thumpers as well. So he's made up a lot of time on him, but has not gotten past him. No, this is Brent Fox. I take that away.
Yeah, I don't think that Connor has had a flat. I just think it is literally driving. So if we look at the last time split was a 1:42.40 for crossing the line for a first lap, whereas Brent Fox was a 1:41.16. So there's not enough time there for it to have been a flat tire. It has to have just been making it up on the course.
Well, and if you're looking, he's got that red plate in number 200. You know what that means? He is the defending champion. So Brent Fox and his son are doing an awesome job, and they're always right there. They're one of those guys that you don't realize it. Next thing you know, boom. Wait, they're 3 minutes ahead of me? What happened? And they do it very quietly and very calmly as we're watching the younger Fox as he gets through thumpers, and he's actually catching Connor McMullen.
See, but I love that. I love going back to this racing and be able to have radio communication with your team. I mean, to be able to get pushed faster or slower is a major key in off-road racing, and in Dakar we don't have that. We have no radio communication, no phones, no nothing. We're on our own, no split times. So for these guys to get split times and to be able to figure out where they are on track, to push, to slow down, hey, this guy's doing this here, this guy's doing that there, is really key, and it just ups the pace more and more.
Well, Seth, I'm going to throw this at you. So yesterday we saw Brock Hager, the man of the moment.
The man, the absolute man.
He's killing it. Yesterday he laid down a 1:47.20 as his fastest lap. Now, Ricky, we were talking about this earlier about where the times are. I'm going to blow your mind now. Ryan Arciero is our fastest round lap 1. Came around with a 1:39.19.
Wow.
So 1:47 versus 1:39. That's absolutely remarkable.
8-minute difference.
But then I'm also going to throw this up a little bit as well and say, okay, let's just have a look at some of the other faster guys here. Brent Fox came in with a 1:41.16. That means that he's less than 2 minutes behind Ryan Arciero's pace.
That's impressive.
Well, and that's where you can't utilize all that power. In a lot of cases, I mean, the wheels are spinning. When you see the roost coming up in the air, you know what that means? The rear wheels are spinning faster than the front wheels, and it's hard to keep that traction down. But if it's slightly bogging, you hear a little bit of whoa. If you hear the motor coming down a little bit, a lot of people think, oh, it's not going fast enough. But actually, what that translates into is traction. Because a lot of times when I did short course, I typically put through too much gear because I wanted to feel all that horsepower, but I found out it was slower.
Now, I'm just looking at my score sheets right now, and as these guys are tripping through the timing loops, and this is our current race leader, this is Ryan Arciero. Look at the pace of this man.
Been a couple of people calling him Captain Underpants. I've been here.
Exactly.
It'd be beneath us to answer that.
Nice. Very nice. Very nice.
Oh, so many dad jokes, so little time. Okay, but no, this is impressive. So we've got Ryan Arciero currently in first position, Adam Holzholder in a second position, Ethan Eberts in the V6 Turbo in third. But this is where it gets really impressive, because Brent Fox is at the moment in the non-limited spec, is currently running in fourth in course right now on adjusted time. And just behind him is Conor McMullen, and then it goes to Tracy Paul, the next TT.
Well, so now we're watching Adam Householder as he works through the sand whoops as well. Less than a minute behind. So Adam Householder is working his way back up towards Ryan Arciero. Both of those trucks are identical. Both are Herbst chassis. Both have the Gibbs motors. So identical cars, obviously set up a little bit different. But Householder has won this race, and Arciero has not.
Exactly. So at the moment, who are you going to say? So we can see the physical gap here for the race lead. Absolutely incredible stuff.
Well, this is going to be a battle to the end. I mean, Householder never gives up, and he's only a minute and a half down. I believe from when I was in the helicopter, what I could see was a left rear puncture from what I could see, and he's been putting on some time, and it looks like he's gained a little bit of time here on him. That gap's just going to keep shrinking. I mean, I know Arciero's out front, and I'm sure the team will relay that information to him, but it's going to be close.
With you, I think that Arciero's just hanging back a little.
I think so too.
This isn't the normal Arciero full-on attack that we would normally see. I think Arciero is driving a very clever race here. Equally, I think Adam Householder is driving a very clever race here. He can just see the dust. He knows what Arciero is, and if we just have a look at the starting positions, Householder did start ahead of Arciero this morning, so Arciero does have 30 seconds on Householder on adjusted time. So, but hey, we've still got 2.5 laps to play out yet.
Well, he's in a perfect spot. He can basically, if he does get in the lead, he's got to watch what's happening with the unlimited specs, but he can keep Adam Householder at bay. And what he'd like to do in a perfect situation, if he does like Robbie Gordon, slow him down, put him in the dust, and then Adam has to take a chance in the dust. So Ryan Arciero is in the perfect spot.
He's controlling the race. He can control what Householder's able to do, and it's a beautiful position to be in if you're Ryan Arciero, because the guy behind you is abusing their truck. Meanwhile, you're not hurting yours at all.
Well, and if I know Ryan, and as I said, he's won the Baja 1000, Baja 500, he's won Vegas to Reno multiple times. He's just going to run his pace. And Seth, you can talk about this. When it's harder to go slow. It's like if you're in your zone, like you're saying, you're just driving, you're going as fast as you can go without tearing stuff up the whole day. But if somebody goes, oh, I got to press this guy, or if you see dust, now you start chasing that dust as well. What is the different mindset for a driver attacking or defending versus just doing his own thing?
Yeah, I mean, it depends on the mental state, honestly. I think a lot of it is mental. I think everybody can turn it up a notch or turn it down a notch. Personally, to be able to turn it down a notch is a scary feeling. I feel like when you get out of your groove, obviously there's going to be days where you're good, and there's going to be days where you're not as good. But the days that you're on, and if you turn it down or if you turn it up a little bit, that's when mistakes start to happen. When you're comfortable, it's the smoothest. And going back to kind of the dust thing on what Ryan can do to Adam, we saw the same thing happen with Thor. Thor ended up, having a little bit of a tumble in the dust. So the chances that Adam's going to have to take to get to him and put more time on him is going to be tough. But I think we're going to see a battle in the end.
We just saw Grabowski's right fender go flying off in the dust. So if you're wondering what that was, he didn't hit a bird. He did nothing like that. He was just going to find that left fender, let go.
He made it to lap 2 with at least one fender still on the truck. I'm impressed.
It's all that downforce on that wing is blowing the fenders off.
Do they design it that way because they want the air to come around and get to that wing as quick as they can? Because if they got the fenders, it's blowing off of the wing. So
put it like this: I've never seen the Grabowski car finish with a rear fender on it. So I don't think it's an accident.
They got one layer of fiberglass.
Well, currently, like we said, we think the only guy that even has remotely is Dave Mason. He's got the entire body on his truck, and everybody's going, whoa, what's going on with Dave?
Yeah, he's being nice and clean and smooth, as we said, but he's driven everything from buggies, short course, so he's a complete driver, and now he's doing really well. But I have to be honest with you, the attrition of this race is taking its toll a lot worse. And honestly, I think because they were talking about how wet the dirt was, how much traction they're getting, which that relates to the concrete losing the rear gear and things like that. So sometimes, and Bob Bauer said this, you make a course so good, everyone's going to feel racy, everyone's going to go hard, and that's why we're seeing so many problems.
Yeah, absolutely. But this is the Mint 400 as well. It's the toughest off-road race in America. Let's not forget that. And it was called earlier. Matt said it before, and he'll say it again. A four-wheel drive car has never completed this or has never won this race.
Yeah.
Well, speaking of somebody that's won this race, well, obviously, Seth, you won the Mint 400 before. What was your strategy when you took your first W here?
Yeah, I think the strategy for the first one was go slow, not necessarily slow the first 2 laps, but pace myself and get to all the pits and make sure the car was clean, no mistakes, and then hopefully be within a minute or 2, or if not leading, and then the last 2 laps really get after it. The last 2 laps are a lot of fun because the course gets so rough and everybody's starting to slow down, get fatigued, and I don't know if it was because I was a young guy or what it was, but I was so excited for the last 2 laps to go hammer down. But yeah, I think that was the strategy for the first one.
Now you're sounding old. You're saying, oh, when I was a young guy, you're 22.
I'm 22. I've been in this game more than half my lifetime, so I do feel like I'm getting a little bit older.
Wait a minute, brother. I'm 60 and I'm still charging, so you got a long way to go. You have definitely a long way to go.
We saw Carlos Sainz win Dakar at 59 years old, so
exactly.
I've got a long way to go.
Well, and if you think about it, that would be your perfect career. Just keep going back year after year because it's a different course each time. And now, are you getting to that point when you're in Saudi? You're like, I remember being
100%.
over here. It's like, oh, we're in Ojos Negros, even though we're going this way or that way. Or I'm here at the Mint 400, even though we're going south. Right now, we're going north on the dry lake bed versus south. Having that knowledge of, oh, this is where I'm at.
Yeah, I mean, just for suspension settings and tire pressures, it's a big deal, obviously. Saudi Arabia is a big place, but, I mean, we've raced it for the past 5 years and put tens of thousands of miles into that place. So, I mean, we remember things such as power line roads, my co-pilot and I, and to be able to have that information and they give you the course map the night before and know the general area. I'm like, okay, we've been here before.
It's really rocky through this riverbed or whatever it might be.
We'll go back through our notes. We'll go back to what year we raced that and see what it was. We keep a long list of notes and a debrief, and to be able to have that knowledge and it's only going to continue to get better. Obviously, it's only been 5 years of me racing this. I mean, I'm thinking about the guys that have 25 years.
Yeah.
And they're not getting lost in certain places because they remember it.
Well, but you also had to run the paces. We're watching Jason Coleman as he works his way through the gravel pit, a little bit high there. Come on, Jason, we got to save those tires. He's charging right now.
Rocky
I haven't seen a guy charge that hard and step out like that in the gravel pit. I mean, or in the quarry. That's aggressive driving.
I think that was my least favorite place on the racetrack, to be completely honest.
It's so easy to cut a tire in there.
Yeah, all the asphalt chunks and the big rocks, it's not a nice place.
Well, you drive around and it's just death looming. And
exactly.
It's like you're in a haunted house, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
Well, also I want to welcome to the booth is Rob Blatton from Warfighter Mate. And so Rob, you had a great day yesterday, and then this morning we've had motorcycles going back and forth. I had them give me a list of things to prompt me a little bit. But give us a real quick, what is Warfighter Made? Obviously, it's a nonprofit. I know you're retired Jarhead, Marine, Semper Fi, and you're bringing guys out here and introducing them to great adrenaline.
Yeah, absolutely. And what it's all about is taking these vets and giving them an opportunity to get behind the wheel of our vintage military vehicles. And we get great support from the Mint 400 and BFG to allow us to do that, and it's just a lot of fun. We rotate all these vets through the driver's seat, and it's we were just talking about Rock Quarry. It was absolutely horrible. You're looking at these guys with 3 feet of suspension travel, and we're talking.
Oh, you were in the original Tortuga.
We have like 12 inches.
So let me interrupt real quick. That is Ethan Ebert in the V6. Now Jim, obviously currently 3rd place. He's in a position that he could possibly win this. How big of a win would it be for Honda to come here to the Mint with a new vehicle built by Tisco? I want to give them some love, and with a young driver like Ethan Ebert, not Ebert's. We got two different families there, but Ethan Ebert, and bring this home.
Well, it would be massive, not only for Honda but for Ebert. I mean, I can't think of something bigger. I can tell you, Honda will have off-road commercials airing in the IndyCar race here in a couple of weeks. Because,
we're ready for
it. Which would be huge, but this is massive. I mean, he's having a heck of a run. I mean, he really is.
Well, and that, you know what? He doesn't have as much torque to the rear. That might save it. So he's somewhere in between the unlimited spec and the unlimited trucks. It might be the right combination. So whatever he's got going right now, he's got a great combination. Now back to Rob. You had 3 vehicles all finished.
Ebert might not have the torque, but in the start, in the infield, he was behind, and he capitalized on the mistake from the guy that was in front and stuffed the car in there and friggin' took the lead on there and checked out on him. It was amazing.
They got that lighter package. But let's talk about Warfighter Made. And you had all 3 vehicles finished yesterday. That had to be huge for you.
We had all 3 vehicles finish. Our moto team out there right now, number 384, if anybody wants to follow, is 2 catastrophically wounded Marines, 1 double leg and a single leg amputee.
On a motorcycle.
On a motorcycle. Yep. They are in the fight 100%. We had an issue with a tire, but we're working with another nonprofit that we love called Vets Motorsports, and they provide pit support for veterans that are out there, trying to make a difference, and they were able to get out there and get that tire fixed for them, and they're back on course. So,
but what does it mean? You got 25 vets out there, and because when you're a Marine, when you're in the military, you have to do everything. You might be the first guy through the door. You might be the last guy through the door. You might have to pull security. You might have to, who knows? But when we're watching Ryan Arciero as he goes through Gonzo pit, he's cruising. He's checking his beneath panties, making sure they're all clean and ready to go. But back to you, Rob. It's got to be great for them to be a part of a team again.
It's so much fun. It really is. And we get some guys out there that really are missing that teamwork aspect of being back in a team, a platoon, a section, a squad, whatever they came from. And when they get back with us, it's just all about that actual teamwork and camaraderie and coming together to complete something.
Well, when I had the opportunity and the blessing to work with the guys from CAG, the guys. Now we look at the gap. We're going to see Adam Householder right there. So he is actually in the dust. So what he's probably going to do, he's not going to be able to catch him and pass him. I don't think that's possible because they're both going so fast. But he could be there, and if Ryan gets a flat, that's the opportunity. So this is where I go back to the advice from Larry Ragland: stay in line and wait for somebody to make a mistake.
It's too early to try and skip past him. I mean, we got a little over 2 laps still left. 2.5. I mean, it's way too early to make a move.
Yeah. But back to you, Rob. When I talk with them, they said, riding motorcycles and off-road is the closest thing to see you being actually being in the fight, because you're doing so much. Your hands, your feet, your eyes, you're navigating. You're trying to be aggressive, but you're trying to be protective. Very much like what you guys were doing when you were in service.
And it's all about focus.
Yep.
You're so focused on all that stuff, which is why we love coming to the Mint 400 and racing off-road, because the focus that it takes to do that with individuals that have never done it before, it gives you a break from those mental triggers and those stressors that a lot of us go through. That it's just a lot of fun.
Well, I had one of my friends from DevGru out riding, and we brought him down to San Felipe. And at first, he actually said, he goes, these wadis, the riverbeds and stuff are kind of freaking me out, because it's very similar to Afghanistan and being ambushed and stuff like that. And it took him about 40 miles, and then all of a sudden, I see that his face change, the smile, his eyes, and next thing you know, he's out having a good time. So that's what I love about Warfighter Mate, is that you're taking the guys that have been through living hell, fighting and protecting our country, and now it's like, okay, let's let go of that and have a good time.
Those thoughts are always kind of in your mind, and when things remind you, it's hard not to go back to that.
Yeah.
But then a lot of times you just kind of like look around and you're like, man, I'm with good people in a good setting doing a lot of fun things, and then you just kind of like get back into the moment and really enjoy it.
I mean, God bless you, man. I've known you for years. I know that you're out there in the original flyer, the old Tortuga. That thing has been through so much and won so much. Did it win again yesterday?
5 Pete.
5 Pete.
5 times we finished the Mint 400 in first place.
Hold on, he's cheating a little bit, because the current flyer weighs about 10,000 pounds more.
That's not my fault.
You're within the rules, man. If you ain't cheating, you ain't winning.
That's not my fault.
He picked the right vehicle. But Rob, like, you watching this, and you know what this looks like, and seeing these trucks, that it looks like Eli Kiger as he starts to bounce through. It just got to blow your mind.
I know what that looks like at a quarter of the speed.
but still looking down. That was through the Fox Proving Ground, and you were on the ground the whole time, up and down.
Literally at that speed right there.
And I joke about, if I go to a motocross or supercross track, I hit a lot more.
If I'm in Arciero shoes right now, I'm getting a little bit nervous. We're seeing a householder come up on Arciero, and if I'm looking back in that mirror and I'm starting to see him charge, and you're seeing those yellow lights off his truck, it's gonna get into your brain, and hopefully he doesn't make any mistakes, but it's gonna push it.
That's the key. So Ryan's mature enough and has done this enough to where he's not going to do something stupid, but he's just afraid of getting a flat, like coming around and somebody unearthed a rock. How many times does that happen to you? You come around and go, that rock wasn't there. I swear I didn't make a mistake. Well, you still hit the rock.
He's driving in his brain right now.
But this is pretty amazing. After all of this, those two trucks, both identical pretty much, you know what I mean? Both same power plants, same chassis and stuff like that, and the two of them are together. But Adam Householder's in a good spot, and pit strategy could be key right now. Will they go a lap and a half? Will they? Because they can go probably about 170 miles, so they don't have to stop every lap.
Well, and keep in mind, Arciero after the first lap did pull in because he had that gap, and he put on 2 rear tires.
Right. So they're going to look and see how rough they are. But if I'm Householder, I'm like, get every pit ready, because if he stops for a pit, I'm not stopping for a pit. I want to break that gap. So a little race strategy going on. So if anybody knows, I promise I won't tell until it happens. So,
no.
Arciero on the side.
Let's see if we can see the truck getting jacked up or anything.
We're all squinting, pushing our heads forward as if that's going to help.
Oh, no.
Literally, all of us.
Truck's jacked up. Truck's jacked up, so it looks like it's going to be some sort of flat.
Oh, tough break.
What did we just say? Something gets unearthed, and you get in your head, and you're driving and not on point because you're looking at the guy behind you, and this is what happens.
Well, and there, Adam Householder,
clean air.
Our defending champion with clean air. And both of you guys, how many times have you sat in dust for so long and then you get clear and you make a big mistake?
Exactly.
You
just get so excited.
You start driving too fast. You start banking off of stuff. You're like, wait a minute, back it down. I'm in the lead, jackass. Don't be killing the truck.
Curious to see how long this is going to take.
Oh, man.
That is a tough break for Adam.
I don't see any spare tires getting unracked. I don't know about you guys.
You're right. It could be a drive shaft. I mean, who knows? Because how many times does that happen in these two-wheel drive? The front wheel kicks a rock, hits the drive shaft, and you get a massive vibration, and you got to pull over. So you're a good point that nobody's pulling a tire off yet.
What's it like being the driver when your co-driver's out of the car wondering what the hell's going on?
Well, if you got a flat, I'm sitting there going, man, I'm such a jerk. Why did I do that? I made a mistake, and I'm going to apologize to this guy for the next 40 miles, and he's probably going to yell at me. Or you want to reverse time. You want to go, God, if I could just go back and I'll miss that rock and I'll slow down a little bit. But you just got to take it on the chin, and then you also have to be patient that you get the right jack right for Ryan right now. He's got the jack up. I had a problem with ours. They had jack up, jack down. I'm like, is that the jack down? And so we changed it to truck up, truck down, so that I wasn't confusing it, because in one of the races I left one of the jacks partway down and ripped it off. So that
there's
could happen.
still no tire.
Yeah, no tire. Oh, unless he took one. He wouldn't take the lower one.
You wouldn't assume so.
Yeah.
At Dakar, what we do when we're changing flat tires is a little bit different. The driver's got to get out, so I've got to pay the price just as much. Trying to see what buttons he's trying to press here.
Seth, is that for speed or is that for just the vehicle setup?
That's for speed. I mean, in the T1s, we can do a tire change in just about a minute. Oh, Jack's down. Jack is down.
So he might have changed that lower tire.
Oh.
Yeah, he's ratcheting.
Yep. Bottom tire.
Run around, gonna get in. Oh, and Ryan, honestly, nobody other than Householder got around him. He's going to have a lot of clean air to go and suck up the gap. And Householder has a flat. It's back to the same thing again.
But remember, Ryan doesn't have to pass him. Remember?
No, you're
so if he can stay within 30 seconds, he could have him, right?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, but now Ryan's in the situation where where's Ebert? I mean, we're going to see him coming up pretty quick, and I think on corrected time, he's going to be up there. Ryan might have to put in a little bit of a charge to get back up to, past Ethan and obviously get to Householder, but that could have been a really big swing for this race.
Exactly, but there's so much happening. That's where you guys were talking earlier when I was out of the booth, how you can see that tire flop, how it's kind of, it doesn't have the pressure, all the air pressure holding it in.
Letting his co-driver get himself fully strapped in before he...
Which is not easy at this point.
Yeah, he's trying to cinch those down. I tell you what, though, when we were able to finally run cam locks in desert racing after those latch and links for years, the cam locks was like a game changer.
Because you're trying to put one, trying to put the other, and then you got your gut. You're like, oh, I shouldn't have ate those 14 tacos yesterday.
See, this is tough for me to watch because he's throwing his hands up, he's getting frustrated. This is tough for me.
Come on, man.
Exactly.
Wish we had a mic on the co-driver.
Right?
The co-driver's like, you're the asshole that got the flat. It's your fault. No, it's your fault. You get in here. And we've had some open mic stuff. Alan and Pudia.
Yep.
And the 1000, and they were howling at each other back and forth, which is awesome because
poor guy's trying to find his bumper now.
So at Dakar, we're not allowed to move until the co-driver's completely strapped in.
Really?
And we have cameras all over the car. So this is giving me a little bit of stress because that's a big penalty if we're seeing that overseas.
Oh. Well, hey, we still got a lot of racing to go. We're not even halfway yet.
Yeah, I mean, but to think as well, he's got to stop and re-rack another tire. So he's going to lose time there to re-rack a tire and not knowing what Adam's got going on a fuel pit strategy, but his strategy could really be coming into play.
He's got a pumper, and now the shield's down, so we're
looking good now.
I think we're back in business.
Is everything good? Everything's fine. I'm okay. Go.
I mean, that wheel and tire combination is not a light combination.
No, not at all.
And when they're flat, they're hot, and then the fibers are sticking out, and the metal. Oh, I've been tore up from trying to re-rack one of those flat tires. But you know what? And as I said, we've talked about how Ryan is such a professional. This is just part of it. But he could take a flat. He could take these other issues. As long as that truck's moving forward, he's in a contention to win.
And right now he's got clean air. I think we have a little bit of wind, which is helping everybody out behind. So,
but Ethan didn't get by, correct?
No, he did not.
Right. So he's in a perfect spot. So now he can just start chasing that dust. And when you're chasing versus being chased, about 99% of the people that I know like it.
Exactly.
Unless I'm at Crandon, I do not want to be in second place.
Exactly.
Screw that. I can't see anything, so I want to be in front. I'll go as hard as I can. So, Rob, what's the next plan for Warfighter Made?
The next plan is Polaris Razor is a big sponsor of ours, and this year they're stepping it up. We've been with them for 11 years, and they're going to be providing a couple of machines to us to build and surprise catastrophically wounded warfighters with. So we did a big one last year for a 75th Ranger guy who's a triple amputee. We surprised him with a Polaris Expedition, and we're going to be building a couple of Polaris products this year and surprising some deserving combat wounded vets with.
We need to talk to Chris Blaze and Patty Blaze over at Blaze Racing. Chris was injured at Vegas to Reno, and he races with hand controls, so they can definitely set you up. They had a young driver out there yesterday with hand controls, and I raced against Evan Evans, who's same thing. And so when you give them a chance, you're giving them legs, and which is awesome.
Yeah, we've built a number of Polaris machines with our own proprietary hand control system in it. And yesterday we had Tim Hall in the Pro Turbo class. He went to the dark side. He went over to Seth's side and got a UTV from not our sponsor, and but he still reps Warfighter Made, and he finished the Mint, and not 100% sure, but he either got a 4th or a 5th, and he's super excited about that as a double leg amputee, so combat wounded. So
when it comes to people that have been wounded in combat or paralyzed in racing and stuff like that, and I've made statements to people before that I have nightmares that I am paralyzed. They have dreams that they can walk, but they wake up being paralyzed. So to give them that opportunity when they're out there, when they're racing, because no legs, paralyzed, whatever it is, they're a racer, and so there's no prejudice, there's no nothing. And so I just thank you so much for everything that you've done and I know that you're a Marine and you favor those guys, but we talked to the commanders over the Navy guys and stuff, but and of course I'm joking, but it's awesome that you work with all the branches and so much that you do. I think it's awesome.
We had a Dev Crew guy with us this race. We had Army, Navy, Air Force. We had a Air Force female with us racing Beefy. So this is what we're here for. Mint 400 really helps us out, and
so if someone wants to help, if they want to donate, where do they go?
If they want to donate to Warfighter Made, they can go to warfightermade.org, or they can also check us out on our social medias, Facebook and IG at Warfighter Made.
All right, so much. I'm gonna let you go enjoy the race. Enough of this. We're gonna stick to our daily grind.
I got
here.
a bunch of vets back in the VIP area, BFG area, just waiting to see what's going on.
Chomping at the bit. So right now we're going to take a step away, and everybody from the Mint 400, the Martellis, and all the sponsors do a great thing. Before we come out and race, they do a giant cleanup. So let's take a look at the effort that everybody from the Martellis and the Mint 400 do to keep our desert clean.
Lindsay with Team Sylvania Off-Road. We are out here in Jean, Nevada with the Mint 400 9th Annual Desert Cleanup. Sylvania Off-Road is really excited to be a part of the off-road community and get involved on a deeper level. And so we're really excited to be out here, help get the desert clean again, and work together as a team, which the off-road community is just wonderful at doing always.
This event is our way of giving back to the local Las Vegas community and demonstrating responsible land stewardship. The Ivanpah Valley has been home to the Mint 400 race course for over 12 years. And today we're gathered here to clean up this area and remove illegally dumped trash to make way for this historic race. A special thanks to Sylvania Off-Road and all these amazing volunteers who came out today to help us make a difference.
The 2025 BFGoodrich Mint 400 is brought to you by The Beast. Flavors you know, brewed hard at 6.0%. Must be 21 or older to consume. Bet Online AG. Get in the action with Bet Online. Bilstein, way ahead. Ram Trucks. Stilo helmets. Any competition, one helmet. Rugged radios. Stay connected and go further. Polaris RZR, the #1 sports side-by-side brand. VP Racing Fuels, the brand that you can trust for race fuels, lubricants, coolants, additives, and so much more.
Alrighty, welcome back to the 2025 BFGoodrich Mint 400. As we were watching one of the drivers work his way through the gravel pit, we've talked about this. Matt Mortelli said it best. It's a nice little piece of hell. But what we're talking about is it's very technical through this section, a lot of rocks on the side, a lot of danger, but as you can see, dust all around, but actually we've had a lot of attrition here at the Mint 400. We've seen the leaders out, some are back rolling. We saw Ryan Arciero get past Adam Householder, but then got a flat, had to change that. Now Adam Householder is our physical and corrected time leader of the Mint 400. We've seen Thor Herbst get on a crash and get up as we're watching Ryan Arciero as he works his way through Beer Bottle Pass. Now take a look off to the right, because if he overshoots this turn a little bit, it's a huge drop. At this point, not much. Actually, he's up on the top side of it, but at the beginning of it, there's cliffs down on the right-hand side, so you got to be very careful. Notice all of the rocks that he has to navigate through as well. That's the biggest thing. The tire technology, especially with these BFG all-terrains, you can handle a rock straight on. It's the sidewall that is exposed. They have to keep that soft and supple so that it gives them traction and it gives the driver more control, but that is the Achilles heel on any tire. As we're watching Adam Householder as he works his way down around the pass back towards the main pit. So he is heading down heading to Joshua Tree Highway, which in my opinion, as a racer, this is the funnest place because there's not as many rocks. You can see the grooves, you can see the berms. It's a great place for a driver, especially in these unlimited trucks, to really hang it out. You can see that mountain off to the right. Right on the other side of that mountain is where main pit is. So Adam Householder has to go down and around. Right now he's roughly at mile 80 and it's race mile 90 to 95 where he comes all the way back into the main pit. Now a lot of strategy is going to be happening as we're watching Ryan Arciero. There you can see the cliffs off to his right where you have to be technical. But watching how aggressive Ryan Arciero is, as Ryan Arciero always is, but well within his means. You don't want to have the back end sliding too much because once again you want to protect those sidewalls. But as we watch here, I'm going to just step back for a second, enjoy the view of what Ryan Arciero is doing with his co-rider. Alrighty, now it looks like he has made it out of Beer Bottle Pass. He's going to come up here and he's going to take a hard right and he's going to start heading down towards Joshua Tree. So he's gotten that out of the way. Then he has to zigzag his way around as we're watching another one of the drivers as he works his way over the hill. And there you can see off in the distance. Now coming up next is going to be EJ Herbst as we're watching him navigate his way through the desert. As you can see, a lot of diverse ground here. You have rocks, you have sand washes, you have dry lake beds, so a lot of different things that drivers have to navigate. All right, now we're in car with EJ Herbst, number 263, and you can see that he is stuck in the dust right now. So that's one of the things that has caught a lot of the guys, and I think that's what got Pierce. I mean, not Pierce, but Thor, who was driving for Tim Herbst, who had crashed. He was in the dust of Kevin Thompson and ended up going over on his side. Was able to get the truck back on the wheels. I'm pretty sure. I might be a little false on that point, but he was able to get back on there. So you can see that co-driver, a lot of times they'll be using their hands as well because it's just natural when you're communicating. You're clear straight, slight left. And a lot of the drivers will use a number system. One being a 180, as we're watching Ryan Arciero as he works his way down to Joshua Tree. You can see that helicopter. And wait, another one, here we go. And that Ryan is just beneath his helicopter. So we've been making beneath underwear jokes all day long. So Bob Bauer is going to be here with his dad jokes as well. But once again, we're watching Ryan Arciero as he navigates his way down Joshua Tree Highway, trying to chase down Adam Householder. So I want to welcome back to the booth the man with the plan and missing part of his beard, but he's healthy. He's here.
I'll give you a dad joke.
All right, here we go.
I'll give you a dad
joke.
joke.
You got a whole Bible full of them. So, Bob.
Yeah.
Bob Bauer, you brought some special guests here. Please introduce.
Well, we have on the far side, we have Chad. Chad, give me the whole deal. Just speak up. Last name.
Chad Payne, BFGoodrich, Tuscaloosa.
And Felicia, red button. Perfect. Let go. Good.
All right, Felicia, give me your last name.
Harris.
Felicia Harris. And what do you do for BFGoodrich?
I am a first step tire builder.
Really? So you build the tires. Now,
yes.
do you use, so when you
Wait
build
a minute. Now, all right, let me jump in here.
Hold on now.
She doesn't just build tires. That's that's terrible. She is one of the special people that work in a Skunk Works. It's a tire shop. We call it the STS plant. But it is absolutely the place everybody wants to get to. Felicia, how long did it take you to get in?
So I was one of the first ones that started the shop up, and then I left for a few years, and then I came back.
So let me ask you. I don't know anything. I don't want you to ask Bob. You know too much about the tires. So Felicia, do you build a tire from start to finish? They give you the raw carcass with the belts and all the different stuff when it comes to the rubber. So what stages do you do, or do you do the whole stage?
I do the first step.
The first step, and that is?
The bead, the inner liner.
So before it has all the interior stuff, you put that together.
Everything
before it gets to the rubber.
Yes.
So now you start with two beads, obviously, inner and outer.
Yes.
And then how do you connect all of that, or does that happen when the rubber is laid? The rubber to the road. I guess that's pun intended.
We put the beads on the machine.
Yep.
And it comes in to form, and then we put the inner liner and the ply and the wall.
So we want to thank you, because as you can see, have you been to the Mint 400 before?
No.
Can you believe what these tires are being put through?
No. I'm impressed.
Ricky, let me tell you why I thought I wanted to have these folks up here. We had inside BFGoodrich.
Hold on, I got to stop you for a moment. We have Ryan Arciero has stopped again, but now the co-driver is up and looking at the left front. He is not. He's looking at the left front to see what's going on. This could be a steering issue. This could be a motor issue. I didn't mean to cut you off, Bob, but this is huge. This is the big part of our race. And right now, Ryan Arciero had a flat. He's changed it, but so now they're going around. He's walking around the truck, finding what it is. It might have been a vibration. Sometimes you'll get dirt in the wheel, but look, he's turning the steering back and forth. But notice the notch. Notice the notch in the wheel, like a little bit of a hard spot. So he might have gotten a rock, and now I see Ryan start to unbuckle his belts. This is not good, ladies and gentlemen. So Ryan Arciero right now, it looks like he is snake bitten again for the Mint 400. I'm not jinxing him. He could definitely get this fixed, and he is still second on track. So he's still within there, but a lot of communication. He's saying, I can't turn the wheel. Something's happening. Something's locking up. So it could be a belt. It could be belt slip. It could be one of the pulleys have come loose. But you can see as he turns the wheel, he's like something's not quite working. So tough break.
They'll sort it out. I have confidence.
Well, I mean, the good news is that they're healthy. That's you know, the good news and the bad news. So,
okay,
gentlemen, sir, give me a little bit of your background. We know that Felicia builds the best damn tires in the world. You got that part. What do you do?
I am the shop manager for the specialty tire shop. So I run we're a plant within a plant. When I say a plant within a plant, we have about 1,400 people in the plant. We have about 40 people in the motorsports shop.
Got it.
And it's in the lower 40 of the plant, but it's where the magic happens and where all these great people out here ride on our tires.
So walk me through the process. Felicia gets the hardware of the belt, the inner liner, and the inner and outer ring. As we're watching one of the trucks work his way back, obviously a little bit of body damage. As we're watching Michael Scafuto work his way through Gonzo Pit, you'll notice the people dipping down. They're looking to see if anything's hanging from the truck. We're really proud of this driver. He's a young driver to racing, but he's not an old man either, but I like to give him a hard time. But he's doing a great job. He's through Gonzo Pit, and he's doing awesome. But here we see Ryan Arciero still, there's a problem. So I don't know what that problem is, but let's go back. While we're watching this, our audience can watch this. How long does it take to go from once Felicia is done to getting a tire? Wait, give me a couple of the steps.
So you have...
Hold on a second. I'm sorry, I got to jump back in. So Jason, that looks like either Fox or Coleman had to do a little bump and run to get his way past as he starts to work his way down through the sand wash. So if you guys don't know this, that we have a thing called racing tracks, and if we punch it when we're close, it'll lighten up to let them know to go by. Now, if they choose to ignore it, well, the next rule of action is hit them. Then if the third rule of action, if they don't get out of the way, you hit them really hard and push them off the course. So there's a bunch of different things that these drivers are doing. So tell me a couple steps what they got to do as we're watching Eisenhower back on the course, what these guys got to do to get me a tire.
So you have your prep components that come in from all different areas of the plant, and then you go to the first step phase of the tire, which can take anywhere from about 15 to 30 minutes. And then you go to the second step phase, which can go anywhere from about 10 to 17, 18 minutes. So you have a carcass that is built, then it becomes a carcass and cover.
All right, so we're watching, I'm going to get back to that, but we're watching Arciero. It looks like he might have gotten a drive line, so it could be a rear gear or his drive shaft. Now, typically, something happened with the steering, because if you notice, he jumped off the course, knocked down a couple bushes, and so they're clearing that out. So they got to look and see if they've damaged the drive shaft or if it's in the rear gear. So tough break for Ryan Arciero. Now, let me finish my question about the tires, and we're going to let you guys get back to enjoying the race. Once the tire leaves Felicia, with all the different steps of getting the rubber in the mold and then going out, does that all have to happen in step after step after step, or can it be over a couple days?
No, it's typically within a couple hours. It goes to the curing phase after the second step, and then it goes to the inspections phase.
All righty.
Ricky, you know a little bit about tires.
I know a little bit.
The thing is about this plant that shocked me when I was there 2 weeks ago is these tires in this plant are all hand built. There's no quotas. In the regular tire plant, regular tires, they have to make so many per hour. There is no quota. You're not pressured to finish. You're pressured to do it correctly. So while everything else in the tire plant gets good production quality, in the STS plant, what Felicia does is craftsmanship. And I believe it. So maybe that's not like I'm giving it a commercial, but I'm telling you what, I'm impressed.
Yeah, you are. You've been a BFG guy forever.
Well,
and
not
you know
for
what? I love you for that.
But I've never been a bullshitter, I'll tell you that.
All righty. Well, hey, as we're watching Donald Cerrone as he works through the thumpers and he gets his way out, we're going to take a step back. And we come back, we're going to have more of the 2025 BFGoodrich Mint 400. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Goldilocks didn't crave porridge. He craved something tastier. First, he drove the Ram 2500 Rebel to pick up some dinner. Pow! Next, he took the Ram Charger deep into the woods to flex his artistic muscles. Then he fired up the Ram RHO for a little joyride. And they were all just right.
Unlimited off-road racing fans. For the first time ever, you can bet on off-road racing. Unlimited off-road racing has teamed up with betonline.ag to bring you the ultimate sports betting experience, wagering on all 4 UNLTD events in 2025. BetOnline isn't just another sports book, it's built for true competitors. Now the action isn't just on the track, it's in your hands. Visit themint400.com/bet for more information and to place your bets now.
From the track to the trail, from your everyday cars and trucks to championship-winning vehicles, Eibach has you covered. Race, lift, lower, high-performance suspension for all. Eibach, the #1 choice of champions. Proudly made in the USA, engineered to win.
From an early age, we race. It's part of who we are. It's in our DNA. For some, the need to keep pushing fuels our lives. At VP Racing, we pour everything we have into creating the industry's best products for those who put it all on the line. Whether it's the track or the trail or wherever you race, they say you can't win them all, but you can sure as hell try. VP Racing. Win every race.
Welcome back to the 2025 BF Goodrich Mint 400. As you can see, that was a highlight reel from the first half of the race. We've seen trucks upside down. We've seen them stock. We've seen flats. We've seen drivetrain. We've seen a lot of different things happening, and a lot is happening out on the track. Ryan Arciero, who was the leader, is still sitting still, and right now it is Adam Householder that has made his way back to the main pit. So Ryan Arciero, even though it's showing on the graphic, it is Householder with the lead. And ladies and gentlemen, for the first time, a Honda is in the top three. We have Ethan Ebert, who is now past Ryan Arciero, and he's in third place. The young man coming up fast is Dave Mason Jr. He is now currently he's not in third place yet because he still has to get past Ryan Arciero, but right now he is a man on the move. And then also we got to talk about the unlimited spec as we're watching Adam Householder as he works his way back to the main pit. So this is your current race leader and your current defending champion, Bob Bauer.
Well, I'll tell you, just got a text from Ryan Arciero. Axle broke.
Oh, axle broke. So so he's going to be done. You're not going to be able.
No.
If it's a drive shaft, you could change that.
Yeah,
but so something happened, and all of a sudden he did a hard left off into the bushes. So tough break, Butch. I'm sorry about that. The whole Arciero family. Once again, Ryan Arciero is snake bit here, but this man right here in the same truck, in the Herbst build with the Gibbs motor, is Adam Householder as he works his way back into the main pit. Now he's going to hear that information. He'll probably go for a pit and tires each lap so he can run run that two-wheel drive really hard. So now he's into the main pit. Let's see if he comes in and takes on 2 fresh tires and fuel.
He is on a tear, Ricky. You know, Adam has just been winning everything.
Well, you know, what I love, and we talked about this multiple times, is that, you know, Adam before, like about 6 years ago, was kind of like, well, you know, I'm doing it, I'm enjoying it, I'm having fun, and his father, Terry, you know, is racing and this and that. But he got serious about his racing. He got serious about his fitness, and because when I saw him a while back when he came out of the seat, he was torn up. He was tired, but he was a much bigger guy. So he's in shape, he's healthy, and he's happy. And these guys race a lot. So here he's coming into his main pit. Let's see exactly what they do. I'm going to think out loud and watch what they're doing. So they got the guys up in the front. They're going to the fuel. Looks like they are going to change 2 rear tires. They got the guys down there. But a lot of times these teams, even though they're 40-inch tires, can change tires faster than all the fuel. But also remember that they're not doing the full load. But some cases they want to do a full load in case they get into a racy situation and they got to stay on track and go to either the Gene Herbst pit or the Gonzo pit to take on other fuel. So very quick, a good flat splash of fuel to BFGoodrich Tires, and Adam Housewell, our current leader. And notice the red plate. He is our defending champion, not just of the race, but of the series as well. So right now, Adam Householder is on his way. It's still a lot of racing to go, but he is in control of winning another Mint 400, Bob.
You know, it's almost, you know, we know it's too early to call a winner, but this sure looks good for Adam Householder, and it sure looks bad for Ryan Arciero. What a shame. Heartbreaker.
Well, and as we talked about, we can see that at race mile 85, Ethan Ebert is coming down the Joshua Tree Highway, which is great because you can see Highway 15 in the background. You see the town of Prim. But right now, it's all about this young man, Adam Householder, as he's trying to win yet another Mint 400. But there's still a lot of racing to go.
Ricky, I've been out a little while. What's going on with the limiteds?
Well, the limiteds, we were looking back. You know, if we go back and look at there, we can see that Connor McMullen is still first on course, and then behind him is Brent Fox. So Brent Fox is doing good. So those two, it looks like Brent Fox might be, but now as soon as I said that, it has Connor McMullen, it shows that he has stopped. So he is at race mile 70-ish, somewhere right in there. It shows that he has stopped. We'll see how long that happens. Brent Fox is just past race mile, let me zoom out, he's just past race mile 68. So a few miles back, but now we're watching on the screen Adam Householder work his way back out through the course. He's done this twice already, so he's got to do it 2 more times. He's got to get this lap down and another lap. I love the way he separated the 2 whoop sections, so it kept him just bouncing back and forth to keep the chassis flat.
He's officially in first place now.
Yep, officially in first place on time as well as physically. So. But the thing is, we've seen so much attrition in vehicles off, so he's not dealing with as much dust. Yesterday, we had a lot of dust when you were lapping the other drivers, but now to me, today is a better race condition. It's a little bit warmer, the breeze is right, and so it's not, I don't know, the wind's not blowing as much, so as you can see, the top of the dirt isn't drying off as quick.
And we don't have 60 million cars in the race course at once.
Exactly, but these have 60 million more horsepower, so they tear up the course that much
worse. That dirt.
And when Tiffany was talking to the different drivers, and she said to Adam Householder, he was saying how rough it is the last 2 laps, because every time a car hits and those wheels spin, that's digging the holes bigger and bigger. So we could see that Adam lost his hood. Something happened, G'd out, knocked it loose a little bit. He had a flat early on, lost ground to Ryan Arciero. It looked like he had to change a flat and then just go ahead and take the hood off because it's probably flapping in his face. Yep. And now he's just going for it.
It'll run cooler, Ricky. It'll run cooler.
Yeah.
There you go.
Tell yourself, but in the tight sections through Beer Bottle Pass and stuff, you can see better, and it actually helps you out a little bit. So I don't look at it as a deficit. For some people think, oh look, it's all messed up. The mechanics of it, there isn't a dang thing wrong with it.
In days of yore, there was a trophy truck who took the green flag, went 40 yards, pulled it off to the side, took the hood and front end completely off, and went on to race. That caused quite a stir because they said he was cheating.
Well, as I said, it happened to me in Randy Anderson when Walker Evans. We had a mud race in San Diego, and he said you had to start with your body. He looked like he had dental floss holding on. He went over the first jump, and everything fell off. So, you know what? That's part of racing.
Yep, it is.
So once again, now we see. Let me take this back here. Looks like Brent Fox has worked his way into the lead. We still have Connor McMullen stopped, number 240, and he is roughly at race mile 70. And so right now your race leader and defending champion of the point series is Brent Fox, and it shows him on the tracker running hold on a second here. Got to read right. Running 62 miles an hour and race mile 71 on the loop. So right now, your leader is Brent Fox. But let's talk about, I'm going to say, the little motor that can. Right now, we're coming into the field is going to be Ethan Ebert in the Honda 6-cylinder, and here we're seeing Dave Mason Jr. also running very well. He's going to be turning right and heading down Joshua Tree Highway, so he's in a great position as well. There's still a lot of racing to go, and what I love is, guess what? No fenders are gone. He's run clean all day long.
It's interesting how some do and some don't.
You got to watch who your team is, because I've been known to knock off a body panel or two, and so old Gus Villadosla, my teammate and my buddy, calls me Bondo Ricky. So and then after I had a crash testing, he's calling me Wreck-em Rick. So you got to,
you're heading in the wrong direction.
Your best friends, they definitely won't let you breathe if you make a mistake, but it's all in good fun. We have a good time, but sometimes you just get off a little bit, like you see those trees and stuff. If you hang one wheel, next thing you know, you knock a fender off and it gets loose, and then the air takes it. But look at Dave Mason Jr. As we see Ethan Ebert in the Honda, he's in the control section. Now he's got to cruise across there, probably eat a goo or one of the gels, and then drink some water, drink whatever he needs to do, and we'll see if he comes into the main pit and changes it. So right now he's in a fantastic position. Really no pressure from behind, and all he has to do is just keep running. And sometimes you hate to say it, but he's going to hope something goes wrong with Adam Householder.
We've got 2 of the limiteds up in the top 5 of everything. I mean, and this is halfway through the race.
No, we could see a limited truck win this race. So it's far from over. We got 2 laps to go.
Yeah,
they're only halfway. So those guys can run at a much harder pace, and that's what I like about this. It's got the V6 turbo, so it has the top end, but it doesn't have the bark that's gonna break the rear end. So it's definitely fast enough. While we got the other guys out there, we're going to bring up Tiffany Stone, because she's been out in the pits with a couple different things. As we're watching Ethan Ebert as he navigates his way through in this Tisco truck. The ruts are getting deeper and deeper, but Ethan is doing a great job to navigate. So Tiffany, you've been down in the pits, the emotions. I saw you with Dale Dondell and stuff like that. Give us a little report. Now, because here we can do it face to face.
We can do it face to face here. Yeah, so I talked to Dale. His spirits were up. He was really a little bit bummed about it because, his family was there. They were talking about everything. They thought it was only going to be about 10 minutes. And when we were talking about that, he was like, we're going to fix this. We're going to get back out. We saw them. They started up the truck. They brought the truck back, did everything with it. But then, when we were leaving the pits, unfortunately, he was still there. So I didn't get a chance to talk to him because I had to come back here. But he was in high spirits, and the rest of the teams, they're great down there at the pits. You know, I talked to Cameron Steele. I know they're going to do a driver change in a little bit as well.
So what was the issue with Dale?
He thinks the flywheel.
Okay, so it's something in the motor. So it's probably threw the timing off, and then it's running rough and all stuff like that. So, well, you know what's great though is that the four wheels working. The chassis was working. It looked beautiful. Going across the bumps, it looked balanced and beautiful. As we're watching Ethan Ebert, he's got that trap door coming out on the top, so he can make sure the dog doesn't jump out. So you got to be careful there. But have you had a chance to talk to anybody down in the Honda pit?
I didn't get a chance to talk to the Honda pit because during that time when I went down there, we had Hardin that was out. We had Kevin Thompson, Harley Lettner that was out. I was trying to find out what was going on with Nick Whetstone. Travis William was coming in. You know, the heartbreaking thing about Hardin is it was a spring. And it was something that was so minor. He's like, these are things that we tested, and he was like, maybe that's something now that we need to test a little bit more if something's going out where you just got to look some more, and it was just a spring for him.
Well, and when you do it, it's a spring is a spring, and it's working great, and you don't know it until it's gone, because you can magnaflux them, but then it's too late, because once it shows anything, stress, it just goes on you. So that's what happens. A lot of times they just go, well, we're going to time them out. We're going to do 500 miles. We're going to do 1,000. Whatever that number is, you run that time, and then you pitch it, and you take it to the Kurt Leduc off-road swap meet next weekend, and then you sell that spring to somebody that's building a pre-runner, and then that's their deal.
Well, and then it was another thing too with the Nick Whetstone team. I had a chance to talk to them. It was the power steering, and it was just a little loose, and they were checking the fitting for that power steering, and with that, he came in, they tightened it just a little bit, but then he went out, then we saw him come back around, and then they had to go back in. He did lose about 10 minutes according to the team there, so that was what was going on with Nick.
Got it. And now we see going through the bottom end, so he's going to be turning and coming down into the main pits, so we can probably keep the camera on Ethan Ebert, see if he comes in, see if he changes tires, see if they either take that panel off the back, but that could be a big part of the aero package, as well as pulling the air into the radiator, so they might be just putting 100-mile-an-hour tape on it.
You know, it looks more like a roof sheet coming off, not a side panel. It looks like a roof sheet.
Yep, and this looks like this could be Tim Herbst now, as he's is in the truck, because I think Thor is out. So that's awesome that they rolled the truck, they got it back on the wheels, and now they're going once again.
And I did talk to Thor this morning. This was always set up. It was always supposed to be that Thor was going to do 2, Tim was going to do 2 laps as well. And I talked to Thor, and I said, if you're going great, are you going to be able to do that? And he's like, no, this is the game plan. And it's great to see the game plan still continue.
It was actually the shortest answer I've ever said, no, Dad's throwing me out.
And I've seen that. And I always like to talk to a lot of the drivers, especially when it's a father-son dynamic like that, because you kind of separate everything. Not only are they your father, but they're your driver, your co-driver, the second person piloting this truck. And so when you notice and you see that, it's such a weird dynamic, because once you're in there, and Ricky, you probably do it with Luke a lot, once you put those helmets on, it doesn't matter. It's not a father-son dynamic anymore.
No, we don't exactly talk like father and son when we're racing. It just, we don't disrespect each other, but we definitely will bark and cuss and yell at each other because we both want the same things. But now, an interesting point, that Tim Herbst is starting lap 2, but then also Adam Householder is starting lap 3. So if you look on your map, he's the only one with a green dot. Ethan Ebert is going to be starting there in just a moment. So if we go back to the pit, we'll see if he's in there as we're watching Connor McMullen as he works his way down Joshua Tree. Look at all the Joshua trees in the background. A lot of sand. Guess where he's at? Joshua Tree Highway.
Unbelievable.
Well, and when we talk to Connor McMullen, and it's really great to see him throughout the Unlimited series as well. Yesterday, when I chatted with him, he did qualify for the limited race. He did that first lap with Brody Aikens, and then he got out, and then he had to qualify for the Spec truck. So he talked about how fast the actual track was for him. Today, he said he's really coming into his own, especially in this truck, and we can see that the dynamics are there. He has the drive style. He has the great truck for it. And with all of that being said, you can see that it's coming together really well for him. I know that he does have that drive that he really wants to do. He really wants to take this, and especially with that Spec truck.
Well, we're looking, and Jason Coleman looks like he's got past him, but what I was looking at was that hard right turn. So I'm trying to catch, look at the timing and scoring.
And we got Householder on the dry leg, just smoking it.
Yeah, Adam Householder on the dry leg, moving forward. See if we got them really tied up against each other. But right now,
And it's really good, you know.
Wait, hold on a second. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to
No,
interrupt.
it's okay.
But as I zoom out, I can see that obviously that was Connor McMullen, and he's worked his way down onto Joshua Tree Highway. So he has some ground to make up on Brent Fox. So right now, Brent Fox is leading the unlimited spec class. And right now you're watching the leader of the unlimited class, and that is Adam Householder, also our defending champion and also defending series champion.
And Adam has been having such a great year. The last few races that I've been able to chat with him, Parker 400, he was 11 minutes faster than the year before. So he has just been dominating. He's been talking about this truck. He really wants this. I know, let me rephrase that. I don't know what it's like to have the back-to-back pressure. Ricky, Bob, you guys probably know that. What it's like to have that target on your back, to know, hey, these guys are gunning for me. And you got to think about it. Adam and Trevor, their communication style is phenomenal in that truck.
You know, you talk about what they think about it, and a lot of times, yes, it's pressure, but it's also confidence. You know, there's a mix in there where it gives them the confidence, and then they go faster.
All right, we're watching Ethan Ebert, and you notice they're working all around the truck. They got the hood off the truck. I don't like that. You got somebody standing up on there working on it, as well as they're reattaching that top. Looks like they're going to use some 100-mile-an-hour tape to fasten that down to get them tight. As we're watching Adam Householder, as he works his way out, he's going to start heading down towards Chokers. So he is off the dry lake bed and heading down that way. So we're going back and forth. That is first and second. We have Ethan Ebert, but I hate to say this, they have the hood off and they are looking at it. But you know, it could be a quick fix. Tighten a couple lines, do this, do that. But definitely I did not see a problem or a speed reduction in Ethan Ebert. So hopefully it's just a quick fix and then he can get back on the way.
Ethan's a great driver. You know, chatting with him throughout the last few years, I talked to him earlier. I said, Ethan, how long have we been talking? He's taller than me now, still way, way younger. He said 6 years, Tiffany, 6 years. So within 6 years, you're learning a lot there. And I think we can keep seeing these drivers that started out, you know, mod carts. They went into the bigger carts. They went into the thousands. Then they're moving up, and then side by side. So it's that really nice power to weight ratio that they can get for that, and then they constantly keep moving up a little bit. And what we're talking about with Ethan, and you know, we're seeing him down here. I wish I could be down there at the pits for you guys to really get what's going on. But you know, from my perspective,
I just think you should fake it. So I'm going to throw it to Tiffany down in the pit. Hey, you just wing it right now.
You just wing it right now. And this is the concrete truck, right? No, I'm sorry. It's not the concrete truck.
That's Wiley right there.
Todd Wiley. I love that father-son dynamic. That's another great father-son dynamic in there.
Well, as I'm looking them coming in, we got...
This drone work is crazy.
It is beautiful, and it's really cool to see the suspension really work through these fast, these straightaways right here, Bob. If I ever get a chance, please somebody take me out there. I would love to see the speeds.
Well, honestly, it's a little unnerving when you stand close to the course. I mean, I don't recommend, if you're ever at a place called at Thumpers, do not be within 100 feet because rocks are flying in directions that you can't control. So please, spectators, stay away from the track. It doesn't matter. It's not. Don't worry about the truck hitting you. Worry about all the debris flying off. That's the scary part.
And you're absolutely correct. When we were at Parker, you guys know Tuba. Tuba was way off the 150 that you have to be from there, and all of a sudden Nick Whetstone drove by, nothing happened at all, and then Tuba looked around and there was a huge crack in that back window for him. So Ricky, you're absolutely correct.
Well, it hasn't updated, but I did show that McMullen has gotten past Brent Fox, but like I said, I don't know if we aren't corrected, we're corrected yet. So the two of them, very, very tight. And then let's see, so watching the different vehicles as they come through. So we'll get more to that because they're both on Joshua Tree Highway working their way down. Now that looks like that could be Jordan Brenthal. That was the spec truck, and Abdali Lopez qualified and I think is running the first 2 laps. So he might still be in the vehicle.
You know, the Brenthal team is really great. I love seeing their arrive and drive. I had a chance to talk to Alex Pratt. It's the guy that's in the Good Boy vodka truck, and he said, hey, I went there, I did the arrive and drive. It was really cool. 3 hours later, I bought a truck, and here we are. And it's really nice to see that, because not only does Alex Pratt race in, fast speed boats, he also likes open wheel. He does the Porsche Sprint Challenge. He is here, and it's really great. And, it's cool to see this. And we still got our leader, Adam Householder, out there. Ricky, based on this, looking at that, or Bob, what do you think the speed is right now?
For Adam?
For Adam,
I'm going to say he's running about 80 miles an hour. Now, here's one of the Wilsons. As they're working, they've been running hard all day long. You can see they're still behind Grabowski. They're in second place, 5 minutes and 19 seconds down. But we still have 2 laps to go. So Jack Grabowski with a great lead right now, 5 minutes. He can relax just a little bit. But the Wilson family, I just love their dedication. As I was saying earlier, I'm going to call them buggy studs, not buggy dorks. That's what Cameron Steele, because these guys have stayed committed to the buggies, and I love it. They work with everybody from Rob McCachran, Sammy Ehrenberg, on down the line. But here we're watching Miller in the unlimited spec as he works his way down Joshua Tree Highway as well. You can see the pole line road, so you can get a good idea on where he's at.
It's really cool to see the different dynamics, like we've been talking about, just the suspension work on here. You're in these fast speeds, and just it seems like it's floating.
Can you imagine, Tiffany, being the right front tire on that car?
No, I could not. No, and it's just a true testament of how well these trucks are. When I talked to Sean Geiser yesterday and I talked to him about the reliability of these trucks, he said that's exactly what it is. The reliability of these trucks, they're great. The spec trucks are really, it's something that you look forward to. Our spec truck class was stacked today.
Yeah, well, you got 2 of them in the top 5.
And that's another thing, we watched last year, especially with Kyle Jurgensen. Kyle Jurgensen was able to do that.
All right, as we're watching one of the Herbst trucks as they roll themselves out of the Gonzo pit, we are going to take a step away to the billboards, and when we come back, we'll have more of the 2025 Mint 400. We'll be right back.
The 2025 BFGoodrich Mint 400 is brought to you by BFGoodrich Tires. Find yourself off-road. Explore the BFGoodrich Terrain family of tires. Monster Energy. Unleash the beast with Monster Energy. O'Reilly Auto Parts. Your professional parts people. Fox Shocks. Born in race. MagnaFlow. Developed for the driven. Camberg, race tested, race proven. Sylvania Off-Road, built for any adventure. IBAC, springs, shocks and performance suspension, made in the USA and engineered to win.
Welcome back to the 2025 BFGoodrich Mint 400. Here we are watching the guys from Miller Time. I love that library. Bob?
Just got a little intel from Tiffany on what's going on with the Herbst pit. They are welding on it now. They're welding, so that tells you there's something that's going to take a little bit longer than just your
we can still see him sitting static. So
Yeah.
that's going to bring some of the other drivers into the picture. Obviously, we're going to be looking at Dave Mason Jr. He should be pretty close, which he is. He's in race mile 90. So Dave Mason Jr., as he's rolling, if he can get through this pit, that will put him second overall.
Boy.
Also, I really want to congratulate the guy who's doing great out there is Michael Scafuto. He's doing a great job. He's running clean. He's coming down Joshua Tree Highway as we're watching some of the vehicles. But one of the things that I noticed was that Adam Householder has caught Tim Herbst. So I think that right there, number 19, that's Tim Herbst. Let's see how far behind Adam Householder is, because once again on the trackers, it pings at different times at different locations. You can see he's lost the hood and the roof where Thor went over, but no harm, no foul. Definitely you can see that Tim Herbst is on the gas. All right, as Tim has made it through Thumpers, and remember, he's a lap down when it comes where Adam Householder is the lead vehicle. So we should be seeing Adam inner thumpers here pretty quickly. Once again, your second place driver, as we're watching.
Can't see.
That is Neil Drickey as he works his way across the dry lake bed. So that is another unlimited spec. So, and then watching another Herbst truck. I can't tell which one this is, if this is Pierce or EJ.
You know, I'm looking across the valley, Ricky, and there's not a lot of dust hanging at all. We may have ourselves a really good afternoon where it doesn't just sit and stop.
Right, well, we're going to welcome back. I'm going to switch seats really quick. We're going to bring back Jim Marsden, so he's going to have some good information for us. So I would give me about 2 seconds. I'm going to switch seats.
Here we are with the Herbst again, and you know, they're moving right along. I love this view here, but that spare tire still looks, we have to ask about that. That thing looks like it's jumping around more than it should. Making good time.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Good to see you again.
Good to have you back, Jim.
What a wonderful place this is. If you ever get a chance to come down to Prim, Nevada and hang out at the Mint 400, the VIP tent, the whole area out there, it's got a buzz about it. There's sort of a real good vibe. You can walk around, there's the screen so you can watch the live show. You can listen to what's going on all through the race, so you're always up to speed with what's going on. And then, of course, there's just the vendors row. There's all the t-shirts, sales, all the bits and pieces. You can buy loads of stuff down here for race cars and off-road cars and everything else in between.
The place is packed.
It is. It's absolutely wonderful.
Here's
now, it looks like we've got some serious racing going on here. So this is Adam Householder, our current race leader. Let's not forget he was last year's champion. A man who's already won here twice before. Can he do the three-peat? Well, it's not going to be a three-peat, but it win 3 races and go 2 back-to-back.
And he's also the defending champion. So, I mean, he's on a roll right now. So, but while you were gone, Ethan Ebert has been in the pit. They're welding on the truck. So that is not a good sign. He wasn't going slower, but when they pulled it off, he was probably telling them, I'm hearing something clicking or moving and this and that. And when they pulled it off, they're finding the situation. So if you look on your timer, you'll see he's still sitting static, and that's going to open up the door for some of the other drivers as they start to come down. And we've seen Connor McMullen as well as Brent Fox. These guys are right in the mix. So if Householder stubs a toe, he's got to watch out for those unlimited spec truck coming at him.
Well, we were talking about this yesterday and saying, is this the year that we're going to see a limited spec class truck actually taking the win here at the Mint 400?
It's getting closer all the time. I mean, he's got Grabowski behind him, and he's got Beans behind him, Brenthal's behind him. And they're not that far away.
Yeah, let's not forget that Brenthal truck is actually being wheeled by Abdali Lopez at the moment, although I believe they're swapping out on, is it lap 2 or lap 3?
Right now, Householder is starting lap 3. So he's not starting. He's already passed Thumpers. So he's well on his way. He's at race mile 20, starting lap 3. So he has about 115 miles to go to get to this finish line. As we're watching one of the Herbst boys navigate their way through, it looks like they're getting ready to come towards Joshua Tree Highway.
Yeah, he's got a very comfortable lead now as he makes his way through. And Arciero. Now, I saw Arciero was stopped on the side of the road.
He was stopped on the side of the road, and it's in broken axle. So the thing is, if they have a drive shaft, they can change that, but they can't change that. Now, this is Dave Mason Jr., who's back into the field. So right now, I think that it's going to be tight between him and Ethan Ebert. But Dave doing a great job. Once again, one of the only trucks with all the fenders on it, running a really clean race. And it looks like everything in that truck is working fantastic.
Well, yeah, my timer shows him just taking the second place now.
Yeah, absolutely. So Dave Mason Jr. going into second place overall here at the 2025 BFGoodrich Mint 400. Remarkable stuff.
Well, and what I'm excited about is we've got a lot of great tire companies, but it's awesome to see Yokohama come back into the fold. You know, they didn't have a 40-inch tire. Some of the other drivers they were having trouble. they weren't as durable as some of the current tires out there, but obviously Dave Mason running a very strong pace, and he's got those Yokohamas on there, so awesome to see them back in the fray.
It sure is good to see them. I hope they fare better than some of the others who tried to go to Yoke and then go back.
But that's what I'm saying. It looks like their technology has come up, as well as Falcon. BF Goodrich has set the pace as we're watching Connor McMullen as he works his way back towards. I'm pretty sure this is Connor. I could be wrong. Just looking at the angle of it, but. Anyways, what I was saying is BFG set the pace. Then Toyo came in, and they're strong with a lot of different drivers. No, that's Miller. I'm sorry. That's Miller as he works his way down Joshua Tree Highway. But to finish my thing, Bob, is as you know, competition is great. Off-road racing is great, and what it does is it pushes tire companies to be better. So we've been talking about how BF Goodrich has set the pace. Well, guess what? People are coming after him. People want to get that victory. So it's great to see Yokohama with Dave Mason Jr. Out there, and it looks like the tires are working well.
Yeah, Yokohama, of course, and moving into other areas of off-road motorsport as well, most notably into 4400.
I knew you had to put that out there, didn't you? You can't not go down the rock guy road. Jeez.
It's what I do, Ricky.
So, hey, I was having a steak. Well, you know who makes a great steak is the guy who drives the 4400. All right.
We can keep going down here, but it'll be beneath me to say so.
I think this is Pierce. I got Bob looking at the numbers. This is Pierce or EJ. I'm not exactly sure, and I apologize that I don't have that.
It's a 19.
That's not the 19. It's like
the 19 is easily identifiable by the fact it has almost 0 panels left on it.
Oh, I've been gone for a while then, huh?
But it's good to see the 19 back up and running now.
That is EJ in 263.
You got it.
So EJ Herbst. So once again, one of 3 Herbst family trucks that are out there. They stopped to try to help Thor get the truck over. I don't know if they had the rope attached right or if it just snapped it. But Thor said, hey, it's time to go.
Yeah, now looking at that, when we saw that Pierce tried to pull him over, first of all, I think the actual strap did snap. The reason for saying that is when we saw EJ trying to pull him over, there was a knot clearly tied in the strap.
Well, and the different straps, and one of the things that we teach for the military stuff is recovery. And Jim, you know it well, and you do a ton when it comes to the rock crawling, the rock racing, is you just got to be safe. You got to stay away from those things, because when you're snatching them, winching or anything, anytime you have pressure on a rope or no! Right now we're seeing, so it looks like a tire. So it looks like he's already changed the tire. He's got the flat in the top, but this is definitely going to lose a little bit of time for our current leader, Adam Householder. So it looks like he's in the gravel. No, he's in the Fox Proving Ground. You can see that the banner's in the back, and also the big banner on the TV. Rick, come on, look up there. And so Adam Householder has gotten a flat. He's going to have to stop and get that re-rack somewhere, and probably going to be, but he looks like he has over a 20-minute lead at this time.
Yeah, now I'm just looking here at the timing for that. So Dave Mason Jr. crossed the line to complete his second lap in 3 hours 41 and 58, whereas Adam Householder crossed the line in 3:44.19. So in fact, there isn't actually a great deal between these guys on adjusted time. So although, now this is Ethan Ebert's making his way back out there.
Ebert. S. Because here's the thing, Jim, and I'm just not giving you a hard time. There are Eberts. There's a bunch of them.
Okay.
And there's also Ebert with the 1T. So
that's good to know.
I know, but it comes out naturally. And I made the mistake many times, but that is Ethan Ebert. And it looks like they got the roof smashed down, and then we also got the whatever the welding. I love this shot. We got another truck that is down, so I don't know where that came from, but we can see the driver is out. We're going to have a replay of the crash here in a moment. It was on one of the infields, and the ruts are getting so deep that it just bites you.
Oh, so that's Michael Scafuto.
Michael Scafuto as he comes in. Jason Coleman right behind him. And actually, Coleman looks to the inside. Gets loose and then goes over. tough deal for Jason Coleman because he was in the mix when it came to the overall and that. So they're going to probably get that truck back on its wheels and going. So I don't think he went too hard, but I can see Jason Coleman looking out and walking away from the truck. So I'm glad that everybody is okay, but very, very tough break for Jason Coleman.
Now, this is an interesting one. That was a Spec class truck trying to overtake a four-wheel drive, unlimited truck.
So they got them back on the wheels, and we saw it happen with Tim Herbst. He was over with Thor, and they got it going. So I don't think this truck's going to be that bad. They're just checking everything out, seeing if everything's okay. We'll probably see some body work come flying when it goes across the dry.
Unless they had some oil going out or something like that, something with the motor, they're going to be fine.
So let's take a look again. And what happens is he shoots to the inside, hard on the gas, trying to get by Scafuto, and it just steps out really quick. So he couldn't see, and then it bit, and over he went.
Yeah, that's really unfortunate. Now I've got some news. I'm looking here at my scoring, and in 5th position at the moment is Ethan Ebert. Then in 4th position and 2nd in class is Dave Mason Jr. And then we've got, you're going to love this, in 3rd and 1st in class is Jack Grabowski in the Class 1, who's now sitting in 3rd position overall and 1st in his class. And Brent Fox has just come through and is sitting there right now in a 1st in class, 2nd overall. Fantastic run there from Brent Fox.
Well, so now Brent, his son, did the first 2 laps. Brent's going to be getting in and doing the last 2. So Brent is one of those guys that doesn't make mistakes. I've raced with him. I've watched him race, and the truck always has the fenders on, and he's always moving forward. So they got a great setup. That's a Herbst chassis as well. A lot of those chassis out there, they do a great job with that. But Brent Fox is the defending champion. We'll see him with another one. Now here's Connor McMullen as he works his way through, which I think he's first on course. So we got to see how far behind Brent Fox is on him, because he's starting his way back out. So he's already gone through the pit and now working his way out. So you guys can look on your maps to tell me where Brent Fox is in relation. So he's got to be within a few minutes. So there's a 3-minute gap which puts Brent Fox in a perfect position. That puts Connor McMullen. He has to push to try to run away, but Brent Fox does not need to pass him. So right there you can see Connor working really hard, driving fast, and what he's very good at is staying within his own how he runs. I've watched him dominate the buggy class and some of the other series, and he just keeps going. Now here's Brent Fox. This is our current leader, but you can see he's on the infield as well. So he's right behind him, but ahead of him on time. So right now, Brent Fox is our current leader in unlimited spec.
Yeah, and he's laying down a very good run indeed. We're in the car with him right now. Looking nice and calm.
I'm watching the technique, what he's doing with his hands. So if you notice when he reaches over there, that's not a gear shift. That's the rear brake. That's what some call it a cutting brake, but it's more like an emergency brake. So they got to slow down because they're going to make sure that they're safe. Actually, they're going into the speed zone. So you can see how the flashing of the lights is telling them you have to be within your certain speed.
Well, let me tell you guys what a cutting brake is. Or Ricky, you tell me. You push forward and it does what? You pull back and it does what?
Right. So on buggies, as we're watching the difference, jumping from shot to shot, a cutting brake locks up either wheel. So in an open differential, you turn left, you push, it locks up the inside, locks up the left wheel. If you turn right, you pull. But with this is more like a handbrake or an emergency brake, or if you want to flip a Brody, you might want to say. Right. As you come in, and some of the guys will use it to drag a little bit, just to plant a little bit of weight on the nose to help them carve without using your front brakes. So a lot of different techniques. I don't use it like that. If I use it, I want to flip the thing around. I want to get loose and set the vehicle up, so I don't do that.
But that's your style, though.
Yeah, not saying it's always the best. It's just my opinion. So here we're looking at the Eisenhowers. They are in. They have the hood off. We've watched how hard these guys are running. But what I don't like is that the drivers are out of the car. So tough deal for them. We don't know what they're working on. It could be something up in the front of the motor.
Actually, it doesn't look like they're working at all. It looks like they're just standing.
Got somebody up front working on it, but when you don't see any sense of urgency from the drivers, they're not in a hurry to get back. So they might be just going, well, let's get it running so we can put it on a trailer. So tough break for the Eisenhower.
Well,
brothers.
you know, earlier in the day they had a long stop as well, same stuff.
Yep. So this looks like this could be Tim Herbst, or no, this is EJ Herbst as he's working his way up. So looking at the corrected times, we have, hold on. So on adjusted time, it is actually showing Brent Fox ahead of Adam Householder. So right now, ladies and gentlemen, we have a unlimited Spec leading the Mint 400, and we still have over 150 miles to go. So a lot of great racing going to be happening right now as we see EJ as he works his way up Beer Bottle Pass. And that's what I was telling you, when you don't have the hood, it makes it so you can see a little bit better. You can see the huge cliff down the right side. So you want to make sure that you stay very, very tidy and not drive loose at all when you're heading up Beer Bottle Pass. Now, a lot of times in the past, Bob, they've said, well, we don't know if we want to do it because you can see if a car gets stuck, it is going to be a complete roadblock. But what they said, if you're looking at the road, see, there's nowhere to go, right or left. But you know what? They trust the drivers. They're professionals. They're going to make it work. And I don't know about you, but if I'm driving that, my thing is don't make a mistake. I would rather lose 30 seconds than my race.
Without question. And I'll tell you that the downside, going downhill on the other side of the pass is skatey as heck, marbly like gangbusters. And you know, the weight of these trucks will start moving a little sideways on you, and you got to play I can save it.
Jim? Oh, I thought you were signaling me. We have a signal up here. If he's holding up his pin, that means Jim wants to talk, and so he was flipping it around. So we had a little miscommunication.
I was talking to someone else there, but no worries.
Well, I also want to mention the second driver for Neil Drickey. We're not seeing him at this point. We saw him earlier, but that is Joe DeLucci. And what's cool is that Joe DeLucci does all the prep and all the build on that, and then Neil comes out from back east. I had the opportunity to work with them, do some short course testing. So those two are still running very, very strong in the SLR. You remember this name, Spencer Lowe?
Yes, I do indeed.
Well, Spencer Lowe Jr. is now building race trucks, and he's got one of his trucks out there, and very, very capable truck, very fast. I drove it last week as we were watching Dave Mason Jr. once again, completely clean, running very strong.
And as you said earlier, Bob, Dave Mason Jr., one of the few trucks that still seems to have all his panels intact at the moment.
Everything tidy. Everything's going good. So he did a great job qualifying, as well as lap after lap. He's right there. So if Adam Householder stubs his toe, and I think that he is now past Ethan Ebert as well. So a lot of good racing. And once again, we're only beginning the third lap, so we have a lot more racing to go.
So if you're just joining us, this is the 2025 Mint 400 here just outside of Las Vegas in Prim, Nevada, as we're watching one of the Brenthal cars. That is Jordan Brenthal.
Now it is Jordan Brenthal as he comes in, because remember, Abdali Lopez was running the first two laps, so I think as we start the second session, that is going to be, or I think this might be still Abdali coming into the pit, so he's got a little bit to go, or he might be on his way out. You're going to have to check that.
You know, one of the things we talk about, I'm curious your take on this, Ricky, because there's guys out here that are doing this solo and going to run the whole deal, and there's guys that are split the drive. What's your take on that?
I go back and forth, because every lap that you go, you remember those holes getting bigger and all of that. So as you can see, as you watch Dave Mason Jr., he knows what are the big G outs and where he needs to be and where he's off to the left and off to the right. When you go out there, you are fresh physically, but mentally you're at a disadvantage to a guy that's done lap after lap. As you can see, Dave has to slow down because he's catching some other dust as well. And now we're seeing Troy Grabowski as he works his way in, which I don't know if he's splitting with one of his brothers or if he's going to do the whole race. So I know that I should be getting a text here any second, someone straightening me out. But right now, Troy Grabowski as well as Jack Grabowski running strong.
Yeah, they are indeed. Let's just talk a little bit about the scoring right now. At the moment, our current race leader out on track physically is Adam Householder, but in first position in Unlimited Spec, we've got Brent Fox. In second, it's Justin Bean Smith. In third, it's Connor McMillan. In fourth, it's Troy Grabowski, who we just saw on screen. In fifth, it is Jordan Brenthal. Now, those first 2 laps would have been driven by Abdali Lopez, so he's definitely come in, he's definitely pitted and back out on track in 5th position. So a very solid run. And these guys are super close to each other. Brent Fox is with a 3:28 and Jordan Brenthal with a 3:33. So less than 5 minutes separating the top 5 cars in Unlimited Spec.
And we've got a new guy coming into 3rd place. Is Justin Bean Smith is coming up into 3rd. He's been hanging back there in the 7th and 8th area for a long time.
And now we also need to find, which I'm getting some different texts from different people, is as I said earlier, as we're watching the Wilsons as they work their way back in and now back out. So they've already done their tire changes, they've done their driver change, and now the other brother is in for the second half. But as we talked about, McMullen did get a flat and he lost position to Brent Fox, and then Brent Fox's son is in for the last 2 laps. So that was one of the things we talked about. Do you want to stay in or do you want to keep rolling? But I like the strategies because I think having a fresher driver, especially as rough as this is, it's really hard on the drivers.
Yeah, and this is where we're talking earlier, but while you were out of the booth earlier, Ricky, we started talking a little bit about hydration and also about, you know, what kind of food these guys are taking on. We saw Ryan Arciero working with gel bars and obviously taking some hydration while he was in those speed control sections. And this is where it starts to become important. Not so much on lap 1, not so much on lap 2, but when they get into 3 and 4, they're starting to really feel the attrition, the body starting to go away a little bit, and the concentration.
Well, the car, I mean, the oil has just taken such a beating on these trucks, because I talked to some of the guys, well, after the race, if the truck is good and we're going to do some schooling, I'm like, probably not.
Yeah,
I mean,
exactly.
The shocks are completely worked. The bump shocks have just been smashed. I mean, everything. If you have a perfect run like we're watching Dave Mason with no scratches on his body, it is still very, very tough on that truck and on the bodies of the drivers. But I want to throw something out here with Ethan Ebert. He's running the new 40-inch Maxxis RAZR, so Razor competition tire, which they call the project tire. It's a new tire. Here we see Ethan Ebert on, oh, terrible. I was just talking about him running that new Maxxis tire. We can see it smoking. The Honda is out. Both drivers are out, taking their helmets off, and we can see the smoke coming out. So evidently something went wrong with the motor, but Ethan Ebert, who was definitely in running to win this year's Mint 400, is now out on the dry leak bed.
Oh, tough break there for Ethan. A young man who's been doing great things in the last couple of years with the HRC team.
Does this look familiar?
Yeah.
Ryan Arciero was doing the same thing. Everything was running perfect right across the dry lake bed, and then
Bang.
boom, something pops. And but you know what? This is the problem when this is what happens. Oh,
now who is that? That is the 228.
It's not Wiley.
No. That is Nate Martino. Nate Martino has gone off the side. That's a big crash in a hard place. So it's gonna be a very, very. Jim, you might need to get down there with some 4400s to try to get him out, because that is a tough spot. So what looks like to me is saying Alexander Wacker.
It's not Wacker.
It's not Wacker.
It's definitely not Twisted Monkey, that's for sure.
Yeah, it's 228 on.
Yeah.
Yeah, Nate Martino. So what happened was he came in. I'm sorry there, Jim. But what happened is he came in, bicycle, turned into it, saved it, but then that shot him off the track and then down into the hill. So it pretty much, I'm going to say his day is done. But what I'm really happy about, both drivers are out, both drivers are healthy. You can fix broken trucks, and then it definitely fixed dented egos, but I'm glad everyone's healthy.
Yeah, that's going to be a tough recovery. If you look on the inside of there was a massive rock, so even if they try to pull it back across, it's just going to be sitting belly up on that rock, and there you can see it. And he's taken that rock with him. That rock was up by the road.
Oof. That's a tough place to go over, and you're saving. You're like, I got this. Oh, you can see Ethan with his head on the fender. It's just like, damn it, I had something going, but now look, another vehicle out there. So tough break. But you know what? This is what HRC is all about. When I was racing motocross for them, they're not afraid to try things, and they know that this is part of the process. So he's going to come back. I think they need to keep their heads very high. He qualified fantastic, even though he made a couple big mistakes, was still very, very fast. I think everybody from Tisco needs to say, hey, we've built an unbelievable truck that's fast. I think HRC and the Ebert family need to say, hey, we got a solid truck, we got a solid package, our driver's doing everything he needs to do. Let's learn from this and move forward.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more, Ricky. And again, we were talking about the future of off-road racing. Where is it going? How are we doing with it? Well, right there is the future of off-road racing, and it's great to see that we've got a factory-backed team like HRC out here racing with us at the Mint.
Well, and I hate to say it, but I haven't been giving him love all day long. The guy who's right now leading, I think leading overall, but that is Brady Fox, who drove the first 2 laps for his dad Brent. So Brady qualified laps 1 and 2, did a fantastic job. Now handing it over to his father, who's the defending champion, Brent Fox, who's now running up front. So we definitely know that he is leading Unlimited Spec, but he's pretty close to leading overall, Jim.
Well, this is it. We're just trying to look at the score sheets at the moment, because I'm showing Adam Householder completing his 2nd lap in 3:44, and then it spins back, although it just changed then briefly, but but I'm showing Brent Fox, or Brady Fox as it would have been, with a 3:28. So I'll keep you honest as soon as I've spoken to race ops on that, but it does look like it might be that we have an Unlimited Spec that is currently leading the Mint 400.
Well, I mean, how stoked would you be to have your son drive basically 2 perfect first 2 laps, then you get in as the defending champion and win the Mint 400? I know that we're projecting there's 140 miles to go, but still, it's like if you buy a lotto ticket, I still go, what if I won that $1 billion? What would I do?
Absolutely. And let's not forget, it's not just 140 miles, it's 140 Mint miles.
Exactly. And I think Matt Martelli said it best, just a little piece of hell right there.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's a fine line. So here we see one of the trucks as they're rolling through thumpers, and we have that drone right up behind him. You can see how much that truck is going up and down and up and down, and it's slightly uphill, so it makes it really difficult to try to get that speed. You got to really have a hard time to get up on top.
Yeah, now I'm just looking at fastest lap times here, and at the moment our fastest lap of the day is a 1:38.47 by Adam Householder. I'm just going to check on Ryan Arciero to see what his fastest time was. Yeah, no, that is definitely, so it does look like Adam Householder has the fastest lap of the day at the moment with a 1:38.47.
Alrighty, we are going to step away to make a quick break as we're watching some of the drivers work their way up thumpers. Here we are watching the current race leader. This is now Brent Fox, as he's now taken over the lead of Unlimited Spec. But we will be right back to the 2025 Mint 400. We'll see you in just a little bit.
Beats talent every single time. Introducing the new BFGoodrich all-terrain KO3 tire. Legendary toughness made tougher. BFGoodrich, what are you building for?
You need parts? We got parts. Product availability. Just one part that makes O'Reilly stand apart.
Like Sylvania LED off-road lights for ultra night vision and ultimate off-road visibility. Rugged construction for tough off-road adventures. Visit the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Hey, Nick, can you hear me? Oh, yeah. I might have to change the rear sprocket. Not a pretty sight. Where are you guys heading on this one? Oh, this is beautiful. Still rides really good. I'll follow you. Crossing the road now. Copy that. Everybody getting ready for more ride? We are.
Welcome back to the 2025. Here we see Thor Herbst. He rolled, was on his side, but still the truck was in good shape. Here is Pierce trying to pull him over. The strap breaks. Here's Jason Coleman, goes into a roll. Bad day for him, but they got that back on two wheels. And then we see Martino off. He looks like he bicycled, drove it down the hill on his side. Tough day for Martino. And then the heartbreaker, young, as we see, Arciero, what we found out was a broken axle. So we see that he all of a sudden had to do a hard left turn to go off. And there you see Ethan Ebert with his head between his legs, and the guys from HRC heartbroken, but they got to keep their chin up. They were definitely a gamer all day and in the mix to win this race. So they're going to go back to the drawing board. They'll fix whatever problems they have. They'll be working with John at Tisco to make improvements to make that truck faster. So we got to keep our eye on that young Ethan Ebert as we go back to Brent Fox, who's now leading the Unlimited Spec class. As you can see also that number 200 with the red plate, he's the defending champion as well. A very proud papa. His son was out there running around and doing a great job before that, and it was so great to see how well they were doing. Brady ran the first two laps and then giving his father the truck in first place, and now we're watching the defending champion Brent Fox as he works his way through this brutal Mint 400.
Yeah, what a race it has been so far out here in Prim Valley, Nevada. That's why we come back here each and every year for the Mint 400. I'm Jim Marsden, and joining me in the booth is none other than Bob Bauer, Jim Beaver, and of course Ricky Johnson. How are we doing, gentlemen?
Well, I am doing great. Got a nice lunch break there in the VIP tent. Got to try out some of that amazing food. Went over to the stage and saw some of my favorite bands that are playing. Caught up with some friends, and I'm back here ready for the finale of this race, man. What a bunch of storylines heading into this one, and we couldn't have wrote this script prior to the race.
Hey, don't jump too quick. I don't want you to burn out. We still have over 100 miles to go.
Well, let's have a look at this now. This is Householder.
This is Terry.
Yep.
That is Terry Householder, not Adam Householder. As we're watching, once again, this is Brent Fox, I'm pretty sure, as he's rolling through Thumpers, still at a very strong pace, Jim Beaver. If you notice, still skipping across the top.
Well, that's the thing, you like to see that. He's, a little bit deep into the race here, and that truck still got that perfect attitude. It's floating over. Sometimes, shocks start to go away, things like that. Looks like Brent's, he's hanging in there tight. Truck looks as good now as it did at the start.
Well, and what was great is how happy, how stoked to see. He probably had such a smile on his face watching his son Brady qualify in great position, then hand him the truck in first place. And Brent is the driver of record and is one carrying that one. As we were watching Adam Householder, as our current race leader, as he works his way through the sand whoop. So he's at race mile 50. He's got about 40 to go. So about 130 miles he has to get to that finish line. But notice how Adam is working all the different sides, looking for a smooth place to drive.
And we have a fourth lap coming. That's going to be the most brutal, nasty deal, because this place already started off in this race being beat up from last race.
Yeah, the only way I could compare this is when I watched a friend of mine, Chris Brennan, train for a fight, and what they do is they fight everybody in the gym. So you got a fresh guy over and over and over and over, and then the more tired you get, they keep giving you a fresh guy, and that's exactly what's happening to these guys. They have to just grin and bear it, as we're watching once again Adam Householder as he works his way through. Now notice that that's just a replay, but notice how that there's no paint on the back fenders, and that's just the roost flying off the front wheels.
Yeah, all that rock, that gravel, the pepper, it just goes and just destroys everything.
Yeah, I mean, it's a complete rebuild after this. You know what I mean? When Jim Beaver, I mean, you're not going to. This is not. Well, we're just going to dust her off and change fluids and get to the next race. You got to completely tear this thing apart.
You do 400 miles of the mid 400. There's every panel, every part, every bolt comes off of that truck. Everything goes in for a full rebuild, and then you come back up from scratch.
Well, if we're looking at corrected time, you can see that Adam Householder's our leader, and 8 minutes behind him is Brent Fox in the unlimited spec, and then Dave Mason Jr. 22 minutes down. So right now we are showing an unlimited spec in second place overall.
Yeah, now I'm just looking on our tracker system here. Now if you go to the mid400.com, you'll be able to find live scoring and live tracking information. And I'm looking at Adam Householder, and he's got a pretty clear run making his way back through this second half of the third lap. There is a little bit of traffic there that he's going to have to pick his way through, but it's not an alarming amount. So this is good news for our current race leader, Adam Householder.
Well, that was Jim Beaver's shortest mile of asphalt ever.
They changed it up a bit this year, the approach, because there are times where you run that for a solid mile. But
and we've seen a lot of people overcook it going into the turn afterward, because you get going so fast and you realize, I got to try to stop.
How big is your stink bug?
Well, and part of the problem is you know, depending on which way you run it, I've run it both ways, but one of the areas you're braking in dirt, you know, the asphalt ends, and so you're carrying all that speed into the dirt, and all of a sudden the brakes don't work quite as well in dirt as they do on the pavement.
That's like
you come in hot. Yeah.
I mean, you know, you talk about a fast slide.
Okay, now getting some confirmation now, just rechecking my scores, and we are looking good. So Adam Householder at the moment is up with a 344, Brent Fox with a 352, then Conor McMillan just behind him with a 355, and then Dave Mason Jr. second in the open class unlimited cars with a 406. Then just behind him, Jack Grabowski in class 1 with a 408. Now that will change as more unlimited spec class cars come through that timing loop.
Well, as you mentioned, that is Dave Mason Jr. with the Yokohama tires, as we talked about before. Great to see them. Obviously, he's putting them through their paces. They had troubles in the past with some of the guys that were running them before, but it seems like they have figured something out over there at Yokohama, so they've definitely picked the right driver in Dave Mason Jr.
You know, the thing I've always admired about Dave, he's not hard on equipment. He knows how to conserve equipment. You know, you see drivers and, you know, they're fast, but at the end of the race, their trucks are gone. You look at Dave Mason's truck, he's still got all the body panels on it. He's still there. That looks like it did when it went off the start line. He's putting in a phenomenal race.
Looks like he's catching somebody, too.
Well, no, so this is one of the Herbst trucks. I think this is either Pierce or EJ as they're rolling through. Obviously, it has the hood on it, so it's one of the spec trucks. We just can't see which one it is, but he's definitely catching somebody.
Well, he's making his way out across the lake bed. So if we just have a very quick look at our tracker right now. That is Pierce Herbst making his way, so that is the 219. And we saw Pierce Herbst earlier today. Now, what I find remarkable about Pierce's run at the moment, we know he lost 3 or 4 minutes. Now, this is another one of the Herbst trucks coming in, so this must be EJ or it's the 19 car.
And it also, they were on, sorry to interrupt you, but they were undoing their belts, so they're either doing a driver change or they got a problem. So we'll keep an eye on EJ Herbst as he comes into the main pit. So notice the co-drivers unbuckling, notice the drivers unbuckling, so they're probably going to change driver and co-driver. Everyone's going to change. Well, I'm getting a thumbs up. So what's going to happen here? They'll come in, they'll get their nets down, they'll get everything going. You can see the speed over there on the side, 25 miles an hour. There it jumps up just a little bit. Nope. Now they hit the brakes back down to 23. I'm looking at the number on the far right side. That's their racing tracks that tells them how fast they need to be going. So right now you can see that EJ is running at 24, safe spot as they roll in. Co-driver's already half out the truck.
Now, this will be interesting. Have you got your stopwatch running here, Ricky?
Oh, right. Hold on. Nope, it died. Hold on.
Now, the most difficult thing about this kind of change isn't actually putting the fuel in. It's not changing the tyres. The bit that takes the time is actually changing the driver and the co-driver. You can see the co-driver is already getting in. Now, he's got 5 different points to connect on that harness. And what he's got to make sure is that the harness passes over his neck brace. It's such an easy thing to miss, such an easy mistake to make. And if you miss it, you have to undo everything and start again.
The 2 wagons that got out of the car did things with their belts to make it easy for the guys getting in to find them and locate them and connect them.
And a lot of times in the endurance races, when I change with Gus Villadosla, I'm the one that straps him in because I know where the straps are. I'm comfortable in in there. So, and I've still got the adrenaline going, so I'm not tired at that point. I want to make sure that he gets in. But you know what? Dad joke for Bob, and you can take this one from me. You know what the quickest thing to change on a car is, a race car?
Your mind.
The driver, because you don't even have to unbolt anything. You just get him out, throw him out, and grab a new one and throw him in.
You're right.
Maybe not the quickest, but definitely the easiest.
Well, and I believe, and I don't have confirmation, but I believe that looks like Ryan Millen getting in the truck. So you want to talk about a wheelman.
Yes.
Ryan Millen getting in that truck, man, we're going to have some screamer laps.
Okay, so we're now getting ready. You can see the radio man in the front there. He's waiting to give the thumbs up. Looks like the guys, they're just adjusting their belts, trying to get everything sorted. And we're all different shapes and sizes. So to change driver and co-driver is not an easy task.
And you know,
there we go.
To take that extra minute to get your belts just exactly right, get them so they fit right, feel good, don't bind, is worth it to do in the pit, because when you try and do it at 25 or 30 miles an hour in a whoops, you're not going to do very well.
Yeah, which we couldn't see, but I'm pretty sure that they changed rear tires and fuel. You know, so I'm looking at their time, probably about 1:30, 1:40.
Yeah, I was looking at the timer up at the top, and it was right about 90 seconds. So you're right, about a minute and a half.
Yep. So very good stop for the Herbst team. And if that is Ryan Millen, he is one heck of a shoe. That guy can drive anything. Very much like his father and his brother.
And there is Pierce Herbst making his way around the desert. And my point was, just before we cut across to EJ, watching the driver swap there, is that this guy, he lost around 3 or 4 minutes trying to pull Thor back onto his wheels. So the fact that he's charging hard like he is right now is a remarkable drive from this young man.
And also, you don't leave any man behind. You know, if there's a situation there, take a minute and then try to get that truck back on its wheels. We saw as we're watching. I'm not sure who this is. This might be Brent. I think this is Brent Fox as he works his way through the gravel pit. But the weather it's perfect. 62 degrees. Got some wind. We see Brent Fox catching one of the trucks up in front of him. So doing a great job. So this is our current leader. As he catches that, we're going to see a little bump here. I'm on top of you. But you got to watch that, because now that could tear his hood up, and then next thing you know, it's in his face. So that driver needs to get out of the way as quick as he can and try to make some ground and keep going.
Yeah, that driver is a lap behind.
Well, but I got to say, I'm really happy to see for Brent that hood is not starting to peel up. I've done that in the past. Come up and you want to give a guy a little jab, and next thing you know, you break the hood off, and now it's in your face.
That was a pretty good smack, too.
Well, the timing was wrong. That truck was going up as he was going down, and it actually put him up on top of Brent's hood. Back to the start-finish line, and this is going to be...
That's EJ coming back out again, or should be.
Or Ryan Millen, we're not sure. I'm pretty sure that I'll get a text from his brother. He's pretty quick to let me know.
It looked like when Ryan got in the car, it looked like I saw a Toyota sleeve on the right-hand arm of Ryan, which would be, or that would be Ryan, because he had the factory Toyota deal in Raleigh.
Ah, there we go.
So I'm thinking it was Ryan just by the Toyota markings on his sleeve.
All right.
Could be completely wrong, but I'm gonna gamble on this one, Ricky. I'm not gonna gamble with Bob over Diet Cokes, but I'll gamble on this one.
No. Which I gave him 2 last night, but it wasn't the Coke Zero, so I still owe him. So
I will not forget.
He's a picky winner, isn't he?
Yes, he is.
Well, when you're a winner, you can be picky.
Can you?
I try.
So a little report that I got is with Cole Hardin. He had a 1-car pole in front of him and hit him. They rolled. Looks like they rolled 5 times. So big thing for the young Hardin boys. So bad day for the Hardin family. So we saw Eric Hardin on the side, and then we see Cole had a big flip. They're okay. They're trying to get to Maine to try to fix it and get back out there. So Bob, I got to tell you, Lynn D says hi.
Well, hi, Lynn D.
And I was getting some reports in also about Troy Grabowski, in the Spec truck. It looks like it's dusty in the truck now.
Got it. Which
it's pretty dusty out all over the damn course.
Yeah, I know. But I saw Dusty the other day, and that kid is. It's funny when you get him away from a microphone, you can't shut him up. I mean, he talks, and he's unbelievable driver. But you put a microphone in front of him, all of a sudden he gets really bashful. I'm like, wow, I need one of these when we're just hanging out. I could just shut you up by putting that in your face. Here we see our current race leader through Gonzo Pit. This is our race leader, Adam Householder. You can tell because he's got that blue and orange truck with no hood. So our current race leader is through Gonzo Pit.
Yeah, now he's got a couple of cars that he's going to have to pass, but they won't be a problem for him. In fact, looking down through here, he's going to have a fairly clear run all the way back to complete his 3rd lap.
Back through Joshua Tree.
And this is one of the cars that is in front of Adam Householder right now, but he will be, or should be, well clear of Adam.
Well, this is the truck that they were talking about, that the guy went to Brenthel and said, hey, I'm going to rent a truck. No, I'm not. I'm going to buy a truck. And he got Lucky Dog Vodka, and he's out there doing it. So I love this kind of commitment as we see Justin Bean Smith as he works his way through the quarry/gun range. So Bean is running a really strong pace right now, but we haven't been hearing much from him.
Well, Justin Bean Smith at the moment is running 2nd in class and 3rd overall. So Justin's putting down a real good run right now. And just behind him, we saw him overtaking a moment ago up by the rifle range, and that was Connor McMullen. So there's a real little group of these unlimited spec cars that are really pushing hard out the front of this group.
So was that Bean that passed through the range, or was that Fox?
Yeah, no. So we've seen Brent Fox, and Bean was literally just behind him, along with Connor McMillan.
Bean's coming.
This is Fox right here.
I think Bean's coming.
And we've got Troy Grabowski and Jordan Brenthal as well. So there's a whole heap of these unlimited spec class cars that are really pushing hard.
That's your mile of asphalt, not the
there
other
we
one.
go. Yes, that's the mile of asphalt. We're finally seeing it.
It really is. It's there.
Yeah, Jim doesn't lie. There is your mile of asphalt.
And this is the problem. So here we're seeing Brent Fox just laying it down. But as you said, you get lulled into how fast you're going. Then when you try to stop, I've seen multiple people crash at the end of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looked like he got on the binders really early. Those brakes he's been charging hard, probably a little warm this late in the race.
Yep, want to let him air a little bit, but then roll off early, then do a couple pumps just to make sure you got it before you come in, because I've seen a bunch of guys come to here, and the next thing you know, they're flipping off. So now back on track, our current leader of the Unlimited Spec, Brent Fox, doing a great job. Nobody in his dust, but Justin Bean Smith is rolling fast, so we got to see what's going on there. And also, we need some clarification. Is Bean doing the whole race, or is somebody else jumping in?
I don't have the answer to that, but I know he's only got
Bob,
2 minutes to go. Come on, well,
I'm just looking at the tire splits here. So at the moment, Brent Fox
hold on. Look at the hood. Notice how it's bent and it's flopping a little bit. Yep. Remember when he passed that guy and hit him pretty hard? Now notice that the hood is starting to flop, so this could be a problem eventually. It's not at this point, but you can see it is bouncing around. So I'm sorry, go ahead, finish your thought, Jim. I just wanted to point that out.
No problem at all. Just wanted to talk about the timing. So Brent Fox is with a 3:52.53 and Justin Bean Smith with a 3:54.39. So we're talking about literally 2 minutes of time difference between them.
Watching, you can look over there, 91, 92, 94.
And I'm just having a look while we're watching this. I mean, that's nearly 100 miles an hour, guys. Let's not forget, this has only got, I say only, a 6.2 LS3 motor in there. This is pretty much foot to the floor and holding it down.
Well, and once again, that hood looks like it's pretty stable. It probably bent it a little bit, but Brent's one of those drivers, and Jim Beaver, you could talk about this. I mean, he doesn't really make a lot of mistakes.
No.
You can watch him using the cutting brake there for a second.
Yep.
Yeah, so, no, Brent Fox, I mean, he's, they've actually got a couple of trucks, and they race a lot. I mean, he probably puts more miles in an off-road truck than anybody that I've seen, annually. I mean, desert racing, he runs just about everything. This guy, his racecraft is top-notch.
Well, but you also, right there, you got to throw a big shout-out to his crew. Whoever's prepping his vehicles, you guys are doing an awesome job. Keep putting that together. Once again, we're back on board above and inside with our current Unlimited Spec truck leader, and that is Brent Fox. His son Brady ran the first half, did a great job, gave him the truck in first place. Now, Dad just has to bring it home.
Yeah, and I'm just looking at the tracker right now, and Brent Fox is starting to pull in Dave Mason Jr. He's already passed him on adjusted time, but he's actually physically catching him as well.
Well, now I'm sorry, once again, that was Connor McMullen?
No, that was Brent is pulling in. Well, that's Connor McMullen.
That's Connor McMullen, yeah.
But Brent's reeling in Dave Mason Jr., who's leading him physically.
Well, now that could really hurt Brent Fox, because the speed that Dave Mason Jr. is running is could just enough to back him off a little bit to let those other drivers catch him. So once again, we have so much going on here. These are all just speculations.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to get near him until somewhere probably around Gonzo Pit, somewhere around that kind of area, maybe even beyond that. But certainly at the pace he's racing, there is definitely going to be catching him sometime around lap 4. That's for sure.
Back to the Herbst entry.
Yep.
Couldn't get a number yet.
It's 219. I think that is Pierce.
Pierce.
I'm pretty sure. Yes, Pierce 219. And also it says it on TV. Thank you. So everyone's yelling at the TV, "It's Pierce, you idiot." Thank you, I heard you. But Bob, talk about how beat up this course is. Look at, I mean, they're going through a gravel pit. This is where they're coming to a road crossing. They have to do a quick stop and go. But how brutal it is as they're working their way into the pits. This is through Gonzo Pit.
The rocks are so abrupt, you know, and you get this constant pounding from the whoops, and then the rocks. Everything heats up. Everything gets worn out, and it's supposed to wear out. The idea is to have it completely wear out about 5 feet past the finish line.
Yes. Well, yeah, exactly. You want it to completely fall apart as soon as you cross it. Now, is this the Gene Herbst pit?
Yeah, it looks like Gene Herbst here.
Yeah.
Because you got that big U-turn at the top of it. You got to go around. So here's a question for you, Bob. I mean, this is a co-driver question.
All right.
We've been talking about the fatigue on the drivers and things like that. We know how important a co-driver is, not only if you get a flat to be fresh to get out, but also to call notes and things like that. You're a co-driver for a long time. Yes. I mean, how hard is it on you to stay on point lap 3 and 4 of the Mint? I mean, because you're getting as much fatigue as the driver.
But I'm more coiled in watching this guy. I've been watching my driver all the time, and I don't start on the 3rd or 4th lap. I start on mile 1, and what we do is we keep everybody light and happy in the car. I ask him a lot of questions, and I ask him a lot about how are you doing. I know how he's doing. I can watch, but to talk to him and have him talk to you keeps him in the game.
Well, and that's your thing. You're a cheerleader, you're a counselor, you're a father, you're a disciplinarian, you're a cheerleader. You have to play 1,000 roles depending on what situation you're in at that time.
And not everybody wants to hear the same thing the same way. When I was running with Robbie, people, would say, "Don't you ever tell him to slow down?" No, but I would ask him questions.
Yeah. All right, as we're watching Pierce as he works his way out of the Gene Herbst pit, we're going to take another roll at a rollover here. This looks like one of the legend trucks, I think. As he comes in, he's in the dust, then he gets over the berm and then falls over.
Oh my goodness!
And then no rollover, just over the berm. Missed that a little bit. What's funny is where did that dust come from? So off the track and back on.
I think he created his own dust. Right, I've got news from the tracker. Troy Grabowski is showing it stationary right now, and I believe that's Dusty that's driving.
Yeah, that should be Dusty in the truck now.
So that's up, heading towards rifle range. So I'll keep you honest on that just as soon as I have any more news.
We're currently watching Adam Householder, our overall leader at this point. If you just joined us a little while ago, he lost that hood early on. It looked like he G'd out and kind of broke the front mounts, then got a flat, took it off, and has been running clean ever since. No structural damage as far as the truck goes, but when it comes to cosmetics, it just doesn't look as great. But when you're going up things like Beer Bottle Pass, gives you a lot more vision, but definitely not holding up our current leader as well as our defending champion.
And we got that glimpse of Adam Householder there, as looks like we've got a few here, possibly Connor McMullen. But Householder, I don't envy the position he's in. Well, I envy the position he's in. He's leading the mid-point. But one of the hardest things about a driver is he's got a pretty decent physical lead. He's up there. He's by himself. He's got the clean air. My dad used to tell me, don't get lulled to sleep.
Yeah.
Sometimes you're up there and you're alone, and you just kind of get in your own little zone and your own little world, and it's like, snap out of it.
But that's the difference now. Because of the code, driver is constantly telling you this turn is coming up, that bump is coming up with this yellow. It's a different game. When your dad was out there, it was like, I talked to Ivan Stewart and I said, people don't understand. You drove 1,000 miles by yourself in a single seat with no GPS. It was a completely different game back there, and that you could definitely, when I did it on a bike with no GPS, I knew that I took every wrong turn until I saw that little score reflector, and I'm like, oh, thank God I'm still on course.
And the Tecate cans in Mexico are red. They look like reflectors too.
Exactly.
You're chasing cans.
And this looks like this. I think this is Pierce, because he just went through there. Now he's coming up to the Fox Proving Ground, and he obviously catching some dust. I'm not sure exactly who is in front of him, but now we see Kevin Thompson. So Harley Ledner is out and running.
Well, that's great news to see this team back out and running again.
You know it's going to be fun because that truck is all cooled off now. It was still in good shape minus the rear diff. Harley may come in and just throw down a crazy fast lap just because he can.
Well, because he does. Exactly. And it goes from rock and roll to punk rock really quick. But and this is also what I like, is that the concrete team is like, we're looking at big picture. Yes, we broke an axle, but we need more time on the transmission. We need more time on the motor. We need more time on the alternator. All of these things as they're getting ready for the Baja San Felipe, then the Baja 500, 400, as well as the 1000, that they are a committed team to get as much out of this race as they can.
Oh, you're learning, and Harley's going to go and drive that truck at 100% because they're acquiring that data, and they're getting a lot of data, and that data becomes crucial. And what better way to test your truck than a race lap at the Mint 400?
100%, Jim.
Let's talk about that. I mean, Concrete Motorsports, of course, let's be honest, they've had a couple of low profile years for a team of their standard, and so they are going to want to collect that data so they can put that all together so they can be more reliable, particularly in those score races that we see them racing out in Mexico. But there was a guy who came to this exact race. He found problems. He created solutions for them, and that was John Macon of Fox. And we've got a little piece about that right now.
The 89 Mint 400 is what started my career in suspension. It's a pretty big race for the 1600 class. There was 88 cars. We were doing fairly well. On last lap, we actually got into leading the race, but I was just so beat up. Couldn't take it anymore. I wasn't sure the car could take it anymore. We actually barely finished. The suspension was so trashed. But after that race, I just decided I'm just gonna learn to work on shocks because I couldn't take a beating like that again. That was basically the start of it. I'm not an engineer. I'm not trained as an engineer, but always been a hands-on guy. I'm out there racing, I'm seeing a need. We started learning about how to really tweak a shock for off-road. Flow rates are much higher, the hose size need to be much larger. Everything just got bigger and bigger, and things got faster, last longer, and much smoother now than in the early days. My favorite thing about the Mint 400 is it's just a brutally rough course. So for us at Fox, it's a definite proving ground and bragging rights. That's what it is for us. We can go survive the Mint 400 with no problems. It's a good thing for a shock company to do, definitely.
The 2025 BFGoodrich Mint 400 is brought to you by The Beast. Flavors you know, brewed hard at 6.0 year %. Must be 21 or older to consume. Bet Online AG. Get in the action with Bet Online. Bilstein, way ahead. Ram Trucks. Stilo Helmets. Any competition, one helmet. Rugged Radios. Stay connected and go further. Polaris Razor, the #1 sports side-by-side brand. VP Racing Fuels, the brand that you can trust for race fuels, lubricants, coolants, additives, and so much more. Okay, and welcome back to the 2025 Mint 400. We are here and we're around about just over halfway race distance at the moment. And what a day of action it has been so far. We saw Dale Dondell in Big Booty Judy leading the charge as he headed off into that first lap. He had issues as he was coming on back round. And then step up Ryan Arciero to take the lead. Then Ryan Arciero had problems with a broken drive shaft, and he handed the lead across to Adam Householder. And Adam Householder is our current race leader. I'm Jim Marsden, and joining me in the booth are none other than Bob Bauer, Jim Beaver, and of course the legend that is Ricky Johnson.
Well, thank you, sir. A little information that I got for you. Just for your information, McMullen's co-driver is Jenica Jenkins. She rode all day yesterday with Brody Akins in the Class 10 car. It is going the whole day today. So, Bob, just when you thought you were tough as a co-driver, a girl's going to come in and
show me what tough really is.
Exactly what's up. And ironically, here is Jenica and Connor McMullen as we watch. So
8 laps at the Mint 400.
Wow, she's tough.
That is tough. There should be some kind of award at the end of the race for her. 8 laps at the Mint 400.
Odd you should say that, because look here. I don't know if we can actually zoom in on this. Well, in fact, I'm actually going to pass this out to Ricky because you can actually zoom in on this.
All right, I got the camera over here.
This is one of the race medals that you get if you complete the Mint 400.
Right
now,
here.
This is very special. Now, if you turn it round, on the back, it has a special message. Respect is earned 1 mile at a time. And that's exactly what this race is all about.
Well, Jenica has gaining respect of 800 miles. So
800
unbelievable that she is putting that much of a ride together. So I want to thank Shannon Schultz for that information.
Wow, that's insane. Most people
just
are
when I thought I was feeling good about myself.
Yeah, most people are finding a masseuse and a chiropractor the second day, and she jumps back in for 4 more laps.
So just looking on the tracker now, we should be seeing our race leader, Adam Householder, going up round through Beer Bottle Pass shortly. But we're seeing some attrition, gentlemen. My word, we're seeing these rocks and these trails taking these cars apart. Let's not forget, over 22 unlimited class trick trucks left the line this morning. And how many do we still have running? Not that many at all.
Yeah, about 3 or 4 of them. And here's Jim Beaver's mile of asphalt that we were.
It took us a day and 3/4 to get here, but it does exist.
So I've got to ask this: is this actually a road, or is
Yes.
this just a bit of asphalt out in the middle of the desert that's not used?
It is
anymore?
actually road, but it just goes out to the desert.
Right,
It doesn't really
Yeah.
go anywhere, and it's not a public road, but it's what they use. He's running about 120 miles an hour on the asphalt because of obviously the resistance, and then they hit the dirt at 120, and then they got to back down to probably about 90 through there, and then back at it. But look at how deep the ruts are and how square the bottom of the chucks are. Look at 74 miles an hour. You can see the rhythm and how harsh it is. Right now he's up to 85 miles an hour, so running very hard, up to 90, 92. Pierce is on it.
Yeah, that is full send. Let's not forget this is running the 6.2 LS3 package, so that's pretty much all the ponies there.
And look at this. So there's the dust blowing to the right. The wind's blowing to the right here. So you've got the driver in the left line staying out of the dust, trying to reel him in.
Yep, now it's going to choke down a little bit. And what's crazy is people go, well, you have a GPS, but right now what the GPS, what your co-driver's telling you is straight, and it veers slightly to the left and slightly to the right. And what people don't realize is that there's giant rocks just off to the side. And you got to watch out when you have a little kid in the booth with you and he decides to eat snacks. So you got to be careful when it comes to who you bring up here. How's that snack, Bob?
Pretty darn good.
Pretty damn good. It sounds great.
I mean,
it's like one of those adverts where you sort of like mentally being forced into eating.
Energy bars. That's what we live on.
There we go. So,
Actually, we were talking about that earlier. I'm gonna touch back onto that, Ricky.
Yes.
Now, hydration and also taking on food supplements while you're actually racing.
Yes. So go ahead.
Look, I'm not going to let you lead on this.
So there's a lot of different things. One of the guys from Fluid Logic, they have a situation on your steering wheel. They have a pump set in. They also have the plumbing on your helmet. This is the same people that made a thing called Maglock, where you can stick, you can hook your hose on there with a magnet, and you don't have to push it on or pull it off. So a situation, what it has is you have a little blue light on your thing, and it tells you, open your mouth, you get a squirt of liquid. Because what's important is that you do small amounts. What you don't want to do is do a bunch of big gulps, because what happens is that passes through you, and then you end up you pee. Now, this may be a little too graphic for everybody. Oh, here is Brett Fox.
And you called it, Ricky.
Dang it! I wanted to be wrong, but that hood in his face is going to be tough. But now the good news for him is that he's going through the sand whoops at race mile 50. At 56, he can go into Gonzo pit, and they can pull that off for him. So all he has to do is get another 8 miles, and then he could pull that off. So to finish, what people don't realize is that you have an external catheter that you can run, and that you can go to the bathroom while you're driving. And as we're going to bounce back, we're going to drop away from the pee story for a second to our current leader, and that is Adam Householder. I know everyone's like, oh no, tell me more about peeing your pants.
Yeah. Ricky was about ready to tell you about how to
There's
put on
nothing in off-road racing that we don't explore.
We're not going to talk about application. But when it comes to that, you got to watch just drinking water all day long, because what happens is if you're drowning yourself, so we're watching Adam Householder, our current race leader overall, what happens is you deplete yourself from your minerals. And then with the stress of your mind and then also the physical activity of your body, next thing you know, you run out of minerals, you end up getting that migraine headache, even though you're trying to hydrate yourself. So that's where I like to use a company called Element, LMNT, and it gives you the magnesium and the salt that you need. As well as we saw Ryan Arciero, is what he does is what they do is they call it a goo or a gel pack, and those are 300 calories. So when he goes across the bridge in that slow zone, he'll rip that off. He'll get 300 calories really quick before he starts running again.
Question about those calories. Yes. What kind of calories are they? Are they sugar? Or
it's mostly sugar. It's carbohydrates, because you don't want to go into a full protein and eat a steak and then take a while to digest that. You're in a racing mode. You want quick energy really fast, but you got to remember it's going to go up and then come back down.
Yeah, that's the big problem. That's the bit I wanted to get to. It's really important that you don't just eat chocolate bars. If you eat chocolate bars, you get a massive sugar high, and the fall off the back end of it will take away your concentration. So it's very important that you actually look and you research the type of bars and the gels and the cubes that you're using to make sure that you're getting the optimum performance from those, to make sure that you can perform optimally.
So in a situation like I was down in Mexico, I wait till my second fuel stop or 3/4 of the way through, then I start implementing caffeine into my diet, because I want that. I don't want caffeine, any energy drinks or anything like that really all day long, because it's too up and then back down. So with adrenaline hitting, everything hits that much more. So what I like to do is bring in the caffeine for, let's say, my last 50 miles, so that I'm like, okay, let's get back in the game. I've been out here for multiple hours, and so if I was racing here at the Mint, I would focus on after I start my last lap. That's when I start pulling caffeine into my diet.
I have a question about, actually, for everybody here on the panel. You're all having a lot of miles. What about before the race? Do you do anything differently with your food, your intake, your things?
Definitely.
What do you do?
I will not drink coffee. I will not drink tea. I won't drink anything, because these are things that are going to make you want to pee all the time. Okay. Be careful not to overhydrate. That's massively important. As Ricky says, all that happens is you then sit in the car and it will want to leave you and take a lot of the goodness with you. So it's about balancing that. So for me, I like a cereal-based diet and fruit before I'll start racing. Good. And that's a low energy release. And the nuts particularly, they will also be low energy releasing and constant energy releasing.
Well, you are the type of guy that needs a little bit more nuts when he's driving.
Oh, yes.
Well, with me, it was always, a lot of people go day before a race, they just start drinking water and Gatorade. It does nothing for you. You've got to really start the process 5 to 7 days out, or at least for me, that was the case. And then I generally, about a day before the race, would take an IV of electrolytes and all that stuff, and it really builds up, you know what I mean, builds you up, and I was always fine for the race. But really, I mean, getting prepped, I think, takes a good week, and I think a lot of people, they don't even think about it. They're drinking beer and everything else, and then about a day before the race, I should start drinking water and maybe 4 or 5 Gatorades, and at that point, it doesn't help.
Let's come back to the young people. So we go back to the Seth Conteros, we look at Sarah Price, we look at all of these, Ricky Brayback, her other half, etc. There's no accidents that these guys and girls are at the top of their game because they're paying attention to these things. I mean, back in the day, I mean, I love Kirk LeDuc, Iron Man Stewart, etc. These guys were literally pull the tabs off a 4-pack of beer, smash them back, and go and do the 1,000. And things have changed though. We're now looking for tiny little improvements the whole time.
I think Ivan was one of the first I saw to really start getting physically fit. He was doing the Ironman stuff, 1,000 miles in single seat. He was one of the first guys that really he started lifting weights. He got pretty ripped there for a while.
Yeah, well, he's just a strong man to start with. But the thing with him, he was big on coffee. He would drink coffee all the time and keep it going. But that's just what everyone likes. Myself, I kind of switched my diet when I started talking to Laird Hamilton because I was doing the gels and the goo packs and stuff like that. But then, as I said, I found myself, as soon as it went away, I was hungry again. I was thinking about eating and not thinking about driving. And so once I talked to Laird Hamilton and changed my diet to more fats and proteins, I felt that I could sustain my energy and my focus a lot longer. So I up my fat and then I'd go to proteins. Like I go the opposite of Jim, which everybody has to do their thing, but I don't. I stay away from sugars and fruits and stuff like that. I want something that's going to stick with me and burn slow.
Well, you know, I tried all kinds of things in my days, and what I've found to work the best for Bob is I don't do anything. I just continue to eat normally, sleep normally. I tell people I want to actually surprise my body.
No, I see that happen a lot of times.
You know?
Jim?
Yeah, now look, just going to pull us back to this race because we've got some fantastic action going on. Now I'm looking at my tracker. Now we saw Brent Fox is leading up the unlimited specs, but catching him right now is Connor McMullen. So he is putting on a charge right now. Maybe somebody's been watching this, reached out to him and said to him, "Hey man, stand on it. You're catching Brent Fox." And here is that Brent Fox? That is Brent Fox.
And that you can see that hood is flapping back and forth. Now he's getting really close to the Gonzo pit. This could be slowing him down because Brent is a very smart guy and he's not just going to overdrive it. So you can see those are the stand whoops behind him and you see how the dust coming back. That could be Connor McMullen, that dust in the background.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, this is the whole point. Are we going to see a tactical move here? Is Brent going to have to come in to sort out this hood while he's in there? Is it possible that Connor McMullen could make the pass?
I think he's got his crew on standby. He's going to pull in and it's going to be on and off in under 5 seconds and he's gone.
I agree. I've had that situation down in Mexico where I actually, before I got to the pit, which is it's different than here. You're such high speeds here, but I had my co-driver get out, reach through, undo as many pins as he could, and then as soon as we got there, we were actually in and out, as you said, in 5 seconds. But as you can see, that's like a peeping Tom. It's up, it's down, it's up, it's down, and that's going to be hurting Brent Fox quite a bit. But the good news for him is Connor McMullen has to pass him and then put more than 30 seconds on him.
Oh, look at that. Connor is there.
With him right there, it could be interesting to see if he does stop.
Is that Connor?
That's Connor.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, this is going to be good.
So this is going to be a pass in the pits. Though I don't see that Brent cannot have to stop. So I think we're going to see a change for the lead here in the unlimited spec.
Well, if we do, then Brent Fox needs to stay within 1 minute of Connor McMullen, and he will beat him overall because Brent started in position 31 and Connor McMullen was 27. So he was by himself in first, then Kyle Jurgensen and RJ Stidham.
Well, I got something for you here.
Go.
Because at the moment we're watching this and there is no doubt that Connor McMullen is being slowed down by the dust here of Brent Fox. That means that Justin Bean Smith is going to be wheeling them both in.
Exactly. So a lot happening right there. And once again,
we're almost there. I mean, we're at the beginning of Gonzo. Things are going to get interesting real quick.
Yeah, I'm just having a quick look here right now. On adjusted time, we had Brent Fox ahead of Justin Bean Smith, ahead of Connor McMullen. But Connor McMullen had, or Brent Fox had the physical position over those other two guys.
I'm telling you, you have no idea how stoked Connor McMullen is. Because he's like, oh man, you're right there. And when he pulls into his pit,
he's pulling in.
I know Connor McMullen's just going to go, yes, all of my prayers are answered.
We're going to see, is it going to get off in time?
How quick can they get it off?
It's stuck. It's stuck. Oh,
there's the pass.
There was the pass.
The most exciting pass in motorsport.
You gotta say it in slow motion.
The hood got hung up and they weren't able to get it off in time.
And this is the worst part, is because when you're doing 25 mile an hour through the pit here, there is 100 yards. When he checks out, as Conor McMullen will,
he leaves.
Poor old Brent, he's going to have to sit there at 25 mile an hour for 100 yards, and that's so difficult to do.
Well, and this is where it would be so hard as a driver. I'm going to go, I'm just going to drive at the back of his dust. You know, I don't want to push it, because as they're going down Joshua Tree Highway, now who is that Bean right behind him? Oh, no, I'm sorry.
No,
that's Conor McMullen, and that's Brent Fox without the hood. But the point is, he just can't get another flat, because if Bean gets in between them, they're going to have big troubles, because, as I said, Brent Fox. So
I reckon Justin Bean Smith is something around about 2 minutes behind them, if that. I'm just having a look where Justin Bean Smith actually started.
Well, and
now watch. Here comes the most unexciting pass of the race. Ready? Boom! That's for the lead.
Yep. There you go. Literally the second he comes past,
and where it got hung up, Ricky, was on that front push bar.
Because
it was smashed in there, just like you said. It was hung up on the front push bar.
Well, so here's the thing you guys got to think about. Conor McMullen started first. Brent Fox started fifth, which put him a minute behind. So he has to stay within a minute of Conor McMullen. Now, Justin Bean Smith started ninth, which was, then that's going to be 1:30, then 2 minutes. So if Bean is within 2 minutes, we could have a race for this finish line, and if it stays in this order, Bob.
I'm also noticing that it's, you know what? It's getting to be 4 o'clock in the afternoon. We're getting shadows. Now we're getting on, and you know, the air is going to change. We're going to get dust hanging. We're going to get sun setting. We're going to change the recipe for how you get through this thing.
Well, I'm going to call this. I think that Justin Bean Smith is going to be ahead on just in time. We'll soon find out.
Bean is coming.
He's going to be tripping the time zone very soon. Now, also, Troy Grabowski, we also saw stopped on course earlier on. And I'll try and catch up where Troy might be now, but I believe he's up and running again. Yes, he is.
And I want to mention also, I've been watching the tracker, and not far behind Justin Bean Smith is Jordan Brenthal. We're talking only about a half mile back. So we're going to have a four-way shootout here.
And the plot thickens.
Did you get a shot there? That looks like Jordan Brenthal.
I think that was Jonathan, because it looked like number 26.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that was number 26.
Okay.
That was Jonathan Brenthal in the all-wheel drive unlimited truck.
Yeah, and somewhere up in the mix in all of this is also Jack Grabowski in the Class 1. So there's all going on up here, that's for sure.
Well, and I didn't realize that car of Jack Grabowski, this is only the second race they've ever had. It was a brand new car. They debuted it at King of the Hammers, and now they brought it here to the Mint. But it's only its second race ever. It's a brand new car.
That's awesome.
And that's quite unusual, isn't it? You don't see many new Class 1s. As we're back on board now, this is Pierce Herbst.
Whoa, got a little squirrely there for a minute.
He's been squirrely all day. That's called driving fast, gentlemen.
Yeah, I've never seen that before.
I mean, Jim's used to going 2 miles an hour through the rocks. I'm just busting your balls, Jim. I have the right. We work side by side. I got your back, but that opens up the door that I can give you a hard time. And I take a hard time as well.
I've heard that about you.
Yeah, I knew you. God, I said that. And I'm like, what did I just say? Anyhow, now we're watching Pierce.
It's beneath me to comment.
Yeah, it is. That's right.
Where's my Coke Zero?
Yeah, you're never seeing that, Bob. Okay, right. Now I've got some news. It does look like Brent Fox at the moment is still now. There's a little bit of a change here because there's some adjusted time stuff going on. But Justin Bean Smith at the moment is 2 minutes behind Brent Fox on adjusted time and just ahead of Conor McMullen. However, I reckon that the game here is that Justin Bean Smith is ahead of Conor McMullen, and I believe on adjusted time that he's going to be just behind Brent Fox. So we've got a massive battle for the top 3 places in unlimited spec.
And a lap and a half yet to go.
Oh, yes. Oh, I love this.
All right, we are just at 5 hours. So, I mean, these guys have been out there. You can look at the clock up there. We're at 5 hours and 1 minute. This looks like Miller, I think it is.
That is Conor McMullen, yep.
or Miller. I'm not sure.
Is it Miller? No, you're right. That is Miller. Yep. Yeah. I'll take it back.
No, that is not Miller either. That is Bill Kane. I apologize about that.
It is. Sorry, Bill.
Now
this is car 19. So this is for Herbst, and that must be Tim getting in, I believe.
Yeah, so Tim should be getting in.
Here you go, Dad. It's exactly as I left it.
Like, Dad, this will buff. It'll buff out. No problem.
It looks exactly the same way you gave it to me.
What do you mean you scratched the car?
Dad, I got good news.
I got some tape, I got some cable ties, I can fix this. Don't worry about it. Don't tell Mum.
Yeah, the don't tell Mom part really matters.
So what I like is that they're checking it out all around. Because there might be a bubble on that front tire, as Bob was saying. If you see a bubble like that, you split the fibers, and then the air's coming out. It's just a matter of time before it's going to let go. So it looks like they're going to jack it up and change the left front tire.
Thing is, you hardly ever see a bubble on one of those tires.
Well, there's that one rock out there, Bob. That
well, you know, Ricky. Sometimes when you hit things, and you've probably experienced this, where you hit a rock or a ditch or something so hard that the entire chassis rings. It's like you're your own clapper for your own bell.
Well, there's the final piece of the puzzle coming away. Now, I'm just going to say this, guys. No, this is the Herbst team. We'd normally expecting them to be using air jacks or something along those. And it's interesting to see they're using standard jacks.
We'll see. Typically, they have the air jack for the back wheels because that's a plan change. But in the front, they typically don't bring it around.
Gotcha.
So that's why when they have to change that front like that, they just bring the mobile jack out. So now Tim Herbst is in the car, and he's starting his third lap.
Do you think at the moment he's shaking his head going, do you know what? This was such a beautiful vehicle when I gave it to my son. But there we go. As the action continues here at the 2025 BFGoodrich Mint 400, do not go anywhere. This race is coming to the climax of its massive... it's going to be amazing. We will see you shortly after this ad.
Goldilocks didn't crave porridge. He craved something tastier. First, he drove the Ram 2500 Rebel to pick up some dinner. Pow! Next, he took the Ram Charger deep into the woods to flex his artistic muscles. Then he fired up the Ram Arciero for a little joyride. And they were all just right.
Unlimited off-road racing fans. For the first time ever, you can bet on off-road racing. Unlimited off-road racing has teamed up with betonline.ag to bring you the ultimate sports betting experience, wagering on all 4 UNLTD events in 2025. BetOnline isn't just another sports book, it's built for true competitors. Now the action isn't just on the track, it's in your hands. Visit themint400.com/bet for more information and to place your bets now.
From the track to the trail, from your everyday cars and trucks to championship-winning vehicles, Eibach has you covered. Race, lift, lower, high-performance suspension for all. Eibach, the #1 choice of champions. Proudly made in the USA, engineered to win.
From an early age, we race. It's part of who we are. It's in our DNA. For some, the need to keep pushing fuels our lives. At VP Racing, we pour everything we have into creating the industry's best products. For those who put it all on the line, whether it's the track or the trail or wherever you race, they say you can't win them all, but you can sure as hell try. VP Racing, win every race.
BFGoodrich has a long and storied history in off-road racing. Dating back to the early days of the sport, the brand has been involved in the Mint 400 since its inception in 1968 and has been the title sponsor since 2017. Over the years, BFGoodrich-equipped teams have won the Mint 400 more times than any other tire brand, a testament to the performance and durability of its products. At the 2024 Mint 400, BFGoodrich Racing achieved 21 class wins and swept the podium in the unlimited race, taking the top 6 spots overall. BFGoodrich Racing seeks its 13th consecutive overall victory at the Mint 400 after Adam Householder claimed the unlimited race title last year in 6 hours, 46 minutes, 59.4 seconds on BFGoodrich Baja TA KR3 tires. Ronnie Anderson won the 2024 limited race in 7 hours, 35 minutes, 48 seconds in his Polaris Razor on 35-inch BFGoodrich Baja KR2 side-by-side UTV tires. 2022 Mint 400 overall winner Kyle Jurgensen finished 2nd overall last year and 1st in the Unlimited Truck Spec class. Enable any pursuit across any terrain with the race-proven, category-defying engineering that can only come from BFGoodrich.
Okay, and welcome back to the 2025 BFGoodrich Mint 400, and that is our current race leader. That is Adam Householder.
Adam Householder into the main pit. Now, it looks like he has already stopped. And look how shiny and black those back tires are. So he's already come in, done his tire change, and now he is starting his 4th lap. And he's one of the few drivers that knows what it takes to and also how tough this track is going to be the last lap. And as Bob was saying also, the sun starts to set, and that really plays havoc on the drivers, because that's the worst time for me, when the sun is coming up and when the sun is going down. I like it either up or down.
So this is what it looked like in the pits a moment ago. This is Adam Householder having his tires changed. He'll be taking on fuel as well. Now you'll know that all the crew there, they've all got fire suits on, they've all got helmets. They're not allowed to touch the car unless they're in full safety gear. This is a great stop here from the Householder team. I've been really impressed with their pit stops today.
A little delay taking off there.
Well, that's what they say, slow is fast. So he's back under speed. He's going to be getting to the dry lake bed pretty quick. He's going to be headed out through the Dirt Co. Rockettes, I should say, or Rockets. But now he's coming, and this is officially where the finish line is, and so he will start his last lap. So our current race leader overall and in unlimited truck, Adam Householder, starts his final lap, Jim.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, just put some perspective into this. Adam is a consummate professional. He understands this race. His fastest lap was his 2nd lap with a 1:38.47. His last lap was a 1:48.15. So 10 minutes slower. He's just doing what he needs to do.
Well, and if you notice, because they don't want to be dusting everybody out, there's been water in the infield, he went and almost shot off the course. So you got to be careful, be ready to read what's happening out on the course with you. So right now, our current race leader is doing everything that he needs to do as he starts his last lap.
Okay, so Jimmy Beaver, you're Carson, you're winning. You're in front. You got a whole lap ahead of you. Are you gonna protect? Are you gonna just try and do what you're doing? What are you gonna do?
Well, I think once we find out where Brent Fox and Justin Bean Smith are, we're going to have a pretty good idea of how much buffer we have for the overall victory. Yeah. So I think that's going to set the pace.
Well, I'm just going to come out with this as well. So Brent Fox on his last lap, actually, which will be his lap 2, he actually posted a 1:46.50, which is 2 minutes faster than Terry Householder's last lap. So interesting stuff there. And as these spec class vehicles come across the line, it's going to be very interesting to see the time time differences. No doubt that Adam will still have the overall lead, but great to see those times.
As we're watching the replays, you can see that the watered course is playing havoc with Adam Householder. As he comes in, it just shoots him to the outside. You got to use those berms. As you can see, he's roosting up to the drones that are following him around. But watch when he comes in, it pushes up and he gets up high on the berm. So you got to be careful and you got to read the terrain, even man-made terrain, which when they're watering the track, Jim Beaver.
And it's not fun being the first guy out on a watered track. Let me tell you, you want one or two to go through and burn through the muck and the mud and blow some of it off, because you start getting mud on your face shield and everything else.
Yeah, the other problem is when you're in this situation, particularly in a two-wheel drive truck, you start feeling that break of traction. You feel the wheels chattering underneath the vehicle, and you start thinking to yourself, is there something broken? Is something happening here?
Pay attention. I'm sorry, Jim, I got to interrupt you, but pay attention that the guys are straightening out the course left and right a little bit. So one of the things that the guys are doing now is, well, we don't need to fade so much left. We're going to straighten that out a little bit. All of this is legal, so you got to use every advantage that you get. Watching one of the Herbst trucks as they come into Gonzo Pit.
Like I said, off-roaders live in the gray area.
That's it. I don't see a wall. I don't see anybody stopping me. So I'm pretty sure that this is Pierce Herbst as he's working his way into Gonzo Pit. What's a dead giveaway sometimes is those power lines.
Now we've got the next cars coming around is going to be Dave Mason Jr. and then it's going to be Conor McMullen and Brent Fox. Now the interesting thing about this is that they are at least 15 to 20 minutes behind Adam Householder at the moment. Physically, that is.
Yeah, physically. And that's the thing, is that Adam just has to do his thing. He's been doing it all day long. He can't get into what's my back door, because right now there's not an unlimited truck threatening him. The only ones that are threatening him are for the overall. But I can guarantee you that Adam Householder does not want to get second overall to an unlimited spec. So he's definitely going to be pushing, but he just has to stay in the groove and do what he does best.
Yeah, and he's doing everything absolutely right now as we're watching Pierce Herbst. And so who's this?
This is Wiley.
Todd Wiley.
Yep.
And you saw him as well.
Frankenstein looking a little slow there.
As we look at our leaderboard, as you can see, Adam Householder has been out there for 5 hours and 8 minutes. Then behind him is Fox, who is up 7 minutes and 30 seconds. So think about that. He's in an unlimited spec, and he's only 7 minutes back. But he's down probably about 400 horsepower.
At least. But the interesting thing about this is those times flicked and changed after we last saw those timing parts, because we've now seen Brent come into Gonzo Pit. He's had to stop. He's had to have that hood removed. I'm going to say to you, keep an eye on Justin Bean Smith. If Justin has a really good last third of this third lap, I think you could see him leading as he goes into leading unlimited spec as he goes into lap 4.
Bean is coming.
You sound like Donald Trump.
We don't need that negativity.
No. But we can have that sarcasm, though, can't we? Please bring sarcasm back.
Bring me my hairspray.
Yeah, exactly. I'm going to get Bob a merkin for his chin to replace his beard, so he'll be happy again. Wait, what is that, Jim?
That's a 4400 car.
That's right.
I'll be darned.
Now look at how they're split. Remember we talked about getting out of the main rut? When a 4400 is straddling the main line, you know it's rough.
Oh yeah, and you also know how big those ruts are. I mean, these cars are not small. They'll be something in the region of about 91 to 92 inches outside to outside on the tyres.
What do they weigh?
Usually something around about the sort of 5,000 pound mark.
Yeah, because
a very heavy one will push over to 6, but that's unusual. So here we go. Another car now making his way up through this zone.
The sand whoops. So he's about 8 miles from Gonzo Pit. God, those bumps are huge.
Just getting deeper every lap.
I think they're a little easier going this direction than the other direction because it's downhill, and every time you bounce, it wants to throw you to the outside of the course. And they have a fence out there, so you have to stay on course, because I think a bunch of the guys would just go around, as we see one of the Brenthel trucks into the quarry.
Yeah. Last lap, Adam Householder continues to just look at every mile marker. We're counting them down. 95, 94, 93.
At which mile counting down do you start to hear things, Jimmy?
Yeah.
When do you smell things?
If I'm Adam Householder right now, he's got that clean air. Come on, baby, just stay with me.
Yeah. I think that car we just saw was actually, I don't think that was a Brentford. I think that was Jake Fry.
This looks like the Honda. Now we're a different shot. Nice cooperative pass there.
Now, did we confirm if Ryan Millen got in?
I'm almost positive. I haven't. I could probably text Ryan's wife.
I'm texting his brother right now. He normally would jump on me right now.
Yeah, well, I know that is the other truck because of the monster on the sleeve. Yes. Well, no, this is a Pierce, I believe.
Okay. You know what's great about all this is we can just make guesses and be completely wrong, but we're guessing, so it's okay.
Internet will correct us.
Exactly. Someone will light us up on the web, for sure.
Yeah, because I believe Erica Sachs got in with Ryan Millen.
Okay.
You got to give somebody credit that's made a living as a co-driver in desert racing, man. Erica, she has worked her butt off. She's such a great person, and she's done a lot of training, does navigation schools, things like that. You know, I just want to give her a quick shout out because Erica is one of those unsung heroes of off-road that's continuing to give back and train people and doing a good job.
Yeah, well, she puts the time in.
There's a shout out I forgot to give, but I really want to do, and that's to Miles Hasselquist. Miles is just one of the best guys with a microphone ever, and I so enjoy.
With a wrench, Bob.
With a wrench, sorry, it's a microphone wrench. But he's a pleasure to listen to. So hey, Miles, I hope you're out there listening to this. Good on you, son. Have fun with those girls of yours.
Yeah. Do you know
we'll get him out here next year.
Do you know what Miles is? He's badass.
Yeah.
I've got a birthday message that proves it.
Exactly. Yeah. I think I got a Christmas message that proves it as well. But
I just got a text from Mark McMillan.
All right.
He's weighing in with his vote. He's rooting for Householder.
Mark, we love you, and I'm going to put you on the spot live. We want your boys back here next year.
Yep. Did you notice he said boys? That is Luke Andan.
And if you can just bring Andy as well for the party, that'll be absolutely fantastic.
Well, he's got to talk to his brother Mark about that. So that could be a complete corporate decision. All right, here comes Brent Fox, third place. Once again, no hood, red number 200, but he is leading on corrected time. We just saw Connor McMullen go through, so I think Brent is doing the right thing. He's keeping track of where Connor is, but staying in clean air because he can be a complete minute behind him, and so that's going to be great for him.
And Fox is holding a good 2-minute sequence between him and Bean. It's been 2 minutes for probably the last 15 or 20 miles.
That's because what's happened is that ping before he stopped to have his hood taken in, I've got a feeling that you're going to see Bean ahead of McMullen and also ahead of Fox.
Well, I just got a text back from Reese Millen. Yes, Ryan Millen is in for EJ.
Fantastic.
So now we got Ryan in there as well.
Great call, Jim.
Woo, I was right for once.
Hey, I'm going to give you Bob's Coke Zero. How's that? Or one of the 6-pack that I owe him now.
Give a big shout out to Reese, too. We'd love to see him back out in the desert here at the Mint. That would be great.
Exactly. Well, I've had the opportunity. I haven't raced against Reese, but I have raced against Ryan and their father, Rod, which I have to say was some of the funnest days of my life racing. Following him in a stadium truck is like following Picasso on a. He was just so smooth and just never made a mistake. It was awesome to run with him.
I got to spend some time with Rod at the Off-Road Hall of Fame when he was getting inducted, and behind the scenes, you just want to talk about a gracious guy who he's so underassuming. You wouldn't realize he's accomplished everything he had, and he's not going to tell you about it either. It's just such a great human being.
And this is Donald Cerrone, Cowboy. You can see he's still out there working it. That truck looks a little tired. You can see that there's not a lot of rebound left in those shocks.
Yeah, she's been working hard. She had a hard day out when she went to King of the Hammers a few weeks ago. And she's working hard again right now.
Now, did you say that he flipped 3 separate times or 3 in one time?
He came across the line. He went, I've rolled the car 3 times today. And we were like, really? And he was like, yeah. Straight back on the wheels and we carried on.
That's amazing. I thought you meant he rolled 3 times in one crash.
Apparently not. I just love this imagery.
Is that Adam Householder?
That is Adam.
So yeah, he's through. He's through that. He's heading. He's right now going through the Dirtco Rockets.
So that'll be something around about 120 mile an hour. I'm guessing.
I'm going to say about 140. No, seriously. I mean, because he was now I'm going to say about $120 because you can see how it's kind of floating. But Adam definitely knows his truck, and he had told me. I said, what's the fastest you've ever gone? He goes 159. He says, we've been trying to get that 160 number, but we haven't done it. And that's the same exact thing that Ryan Arciero told me, that they all wanted to break 160 because he's done it, but just not in this race.
Yeah. Now I was talking to Ryan Arciero about it. I said, what's stopping you? He said, if I told you, you wouldn't believe me. I'm going, go on. He said, we start spinning the wheels. He said, we physically can't get the traction on the ground to be able to break the time. He said, it's not the power, we can't get the traction.
And that's what Ryan was telling me, that he fluctuates back and forth to get traction, then try to go a little faster than traction back and forth. So you're dealing with wind trying to, you're driving a loaf of bread, as you're going across the
streamlined brick.
Exactly. A school bus going 160 miles an hour.
So I'm going to throw a question at you. I mean, we're watching the technology in these trucks expanding year on year. We're seeing incredible things done with wiring, incredible things done with engines, incredible things done with frames. So when are we actually going to start seeing these cars have aerodynamics?
Well, I've been pushing for that for a while because I did some aero stuff for the first 2 races of the one season in Pro 2, and USAC saw what I was doing. Nobody else saw what I was doing, but USAC saw it and they outlawed it. So there is a lot more to the aero game here than people imagine. And it's not to make it cleaner to go through, it's to get downforce. Because what is he saying? I need more traction. So when you put that spoiler on a NASCAR, if they take that away, they're just going to fall off the track. You need to have more force, AKA, what is Grabowski doing? All right, he's got that big wing on the back that I think is keeping him stable, as well as, so when he throws it sideways, that's wind that comes in. When you put your hand out the window, you can feel that, as well as when he's going, when the fenders go off, that channels more wind onto that to give him more downforce, to give him more traction to drive forward. So especially with the all-wheel drives, I want to see more aero on the nose, as well as more aero downforce, so I can utilize that 1,000 horsepower. So aero is the final frontier.
That's what I think as well.
I agree with you. Wow, we agree on something.
Wait, I was going to say.
Well, I'm glad we aired that out.
Well,
it's only taken 2 days.
That's right. Well, two days take about 5 years.
If you are just joining us, this is the 2025 BF Goodrich Mint 400, and you are watching our current race leader. It is last year's champion. This is Adam Householder as he makes his way out on the lap 4.
All righty, as we're watching Adam Householder, we have a heartbreak story for you, but I have to say the kid was crushing it. So proud of his team, so proud of his truck builder, Tisco, but Tiffany Stone was able to catch up with young Ethan Ebert.
Here with Ethan. Now, Ethan, you were running P2. Looks like you had a mechanical failure. We saw you bring out the welder. Explain a little bit with what happened with this heartbreaking day for you.
Well, I mean, it started off great. I mean, Gatlin and I were ripping the whole day. No issues, no flats, no nothing all day. So, yeah, we were going really good. Heads were strong. And then we had a little exhaust crack, so that's why the welder was out. And going down the lake bed, we had some mechanical issues, and then that's what took us out today.
Well, you're really coming into your own with these bigger trucks. It's really nice to see you, like we were talking about. It's been 5+ years. You and I have been chatting and just getting better and better. What have you learned from this Mint 400 experience that you can implement later on for the season and, of course, next year?
It's gut-wrenching, that's for sure. But then that just lights the fire and makes you want to come back and kick its butt some more. So, yeah, I mean, we're just going to go back to the drawing board, fix our issues, and iron out our program.
Well, it is a heartbreaking day for Ethan Ebert. Like he said, it's gut-wrenching, but he's going to come back stronger. This young gun's got a lot to prove, and he's going to show it in the future. Back up to you guys in the booth.
Thank you very much, Tiffany. Now, you're listening, you watch the body language and you listen to Ethan, and you can tell what I love about is his professionalism. He doesn't throw his team under the bus. No. He doesn't sit there and go, God damn it, the motor let go or anything like that.
I was doing great, but we had problems.
Exactly.
So
very mature words from a very young man.
I would just say, you know, that program, at least at this level, in the unlimited truck level, is still fairly new. And man, to see the speeds he did today, I'm scared to see what it's going to look like a year from now.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm excited for this. Great to see. I mean, nobody wants to see this. Poor old Ethan there. And we've all been there. Let's be honest. It's racing. It's part of it. The failure is awful, but it's the failure that drives us to succeed in the future. And you're going to see great things from him.
This is Neil DeLucci in the SLR. Remember we were talking about Spencer Lowe, Bob, a minute ago?
Yep.
Well, this is a truck designed by Spencer Lowe
SLR
Jr.,
right there.
SLR right there. So I got to drive that truck. We went out and did some testing and stuff like that. So we're proud of these guys. They're getting ready to start their third lap. So a lot going on there. But as you notice, all the fenders are still on.
It's a clean-looking truck.
So Joe DeLucci is driving for Neil Drecke right now. Neil did the first 2 laps that Joe's doing the last 2. Look at how deep those whoops are.
Bumpers is thumping.
Holy cow. Notice how it's getting wider and wider. Everyone keeps trying to push it out. It's looking like Highway 405.
They sure like the right line too. Look at that.
Yeah, and then you know what? On that Honda entry, I also want to congratulate the guys, the people from Maxxis. I don't say guys, but everybody from Maxxis. They built a great tire. They got a 40-inch tire that's running out here. It didn't look like he had one flat all day long.
Yeah, that's the new Razor program. They introduced the Razor around about 6 or 7 years ago, and then they withdrew it. And we had some issues with that carcass, but they've brought it back out. They've made a lot of changes to it, been working with a 4400 team, Rufus Racing, as well as the HRC team as well. So great to see them doing good things.
That was Chad Hall as he works his way through the sand whoops.
One of the Herbst entries.
Yep.
Didn't get a view of the number.
I'm going to say that that's EJ.
Which would be Ryan Millen.
Yep, that is EJ, which is Ryan Millen. Which I'm just echoing what everyone just said. Hey,
okay.
Bob, do you want to say it too, so that we can confirm?
No, I'm trying to quit.
Come on, Bob, throw it in there.
We'll ask you, Bob. Tell us a little bit about the Millen family, because you've known of the Millen family for a long time.
Let me think. Well, I know they love sideways at 80.
All right, got Pierce Herbst now, the onboard.
Now, do we have any information if anyone has jumped in for Pierce or if he is running the whole race?
I haven't heard of anybody jumping in for Pierce.
Right, I haven't heard either, but so if we have any information, go ahead and text one of us.
Looks like he's up north of the shooting range at kind of that farthest point of the course up north. He's going to wrap around and come back down, and it throws you down towards Gonzo Pit.
Hold on, just how many helicopters? So 78 cameras, 71.
We're just hearing Jim talk to himself over there.
Jim's taking his shoes off because he has to do math. He's like 45 times 62 minus 7.
If it gets over 10, he's got to take his shoes off.
He's a mathematician. I'm just looking at how rough this is.
Yeah.
So, we were watching
Deeper.
some of the side-by-sides yesterday. Brock Hager just thread the needle through here, and I'm just looking at these trucks. All this huge suspension, 36 inches of wheel travel in the back. Up front, they've got all kinds of wheel travel, and he's just, it's so rough, Bob. There's boulders there, the ruts are deep, rocks are kicked out everywhere.
And on top of it, you got the shadows.
Yes.
So is that a rock shadow, or is that a rock?
And you don't know how deep the hole is.
In the shadow. So we're dealing with a lot of different things. Here we're seeing Dave Mason Jr. as he works his way across the road. So Dave Mason Jr., clean run all day long. Awesome. Looks like he's got the same tires on the back. So good job for Yokohama as well. Stoked for them.
That truck still looks clean. It looks clean.
He's the type of guy you want as a teammate. You drive the first, 200 laps or whatever. I'll drive the second one, and the truck's absolutely mint. Steering is perfect. Here we see Troy Grabowski. We were saying that it was Dustin, right?
Dusty's in driver's seat, correct.
So we thought he would stop for a while, but now obviously he's moving forward now.
Yeah, so he's doing great things. Now, we've got some interesting battles coming on we're going to be seeing. We're going to see that Brent Fox and that Connor McMullen battle. That's going to be coming to a head as they come in towards the main pit.
And you know, Jim Marsden, as you were talking about Arrow, but the Grabowski brothers have ran this setup for a while, and I'm kind of shocked that nobody's tried to mimic it. You know, I thought somebody would go after, try to go after that.
Kind of one of those, I think when it first came out, people thought it was a gimmick.
Yep.
And obviously they've stuck with it, so it's working. So I'm with you, Ricky. I can't believe somebody hasn't at least tried to replicate something similar.
Well, as we said, I think it's the final frontier because, you know, a lot of people want to make it slick so it goes fast through there, but we want more downforce for traction. Alrighty, we are watching some of the guys are on their last lap as we're watching. Looks like Donald Cerrone as he works his way through the gravel pit / shooting range. We are going to step away, but when we come back, we'll have more of the 2025 BF Goodrich Mint 400. We'll be right back.
The 2025 BF Goodrich Mint 400 is brought to you by BF Goodrich Tires. Find yourself off-road. Explore the BF Goodrich Terrain family of tires. Monster Energy. Unleash the beast with Monster Energy. O'Reilly Auto Parts. Your professional parts people. Fox Shocks. Born in race. MagnaFlow, developed for the driven. Camberg, race tested, race proven. Sylvania Off-Road, built for any adventure. IBAC, springs, shocks and performance suspension, made in the USA and engineered to win. Okay, and welcome back here. This is the 2025 Mint 400. Now, what a day of action we've had. What a day of action we had yesterday. But let's just talk a little bit about this. It takes an army to bring this to you. So here we are at the BF Goodrich Mint 400. And let's just have a look at how many live stream cameras. We've got 79 cameras out there, 72 wireless cameras, 3 helicopters, 9 drones and 52 in-car cameras. Then check out this screen here. This is what our production directors have to work from. So all of these screens are bringing us images at all times, and what they're doing is they're picking and choosing the images that we can talk about, bringing them into the live show, and then the goons sitting on the desk next to me were my best mates Bob Bauer, Jim Beaver, and of course Ricky Johnson. We then get to talk about the best desert racers in the world, and that's the boys and girls racing here at the Mint 400. This is a view from our production office out the back. The man with his thumbnailed eye, that's Chris, our production manager and director. Thankfully, it was that finger he was holding up. And you can see it takes an army to bring this to you. 88 people, in fact, working in production, live shows, cameras, drones, directions, and producing this show. So thank you to every single one of them for everything you do. It is massively appreciated.
Lots of carnage, boys. We're seeing a lot of bodies hanging off the side, and I think this is Tim Herbst, because remember they pulled the left driver door off. The only thing left was the right side, so we can't see the number because I think it's off the vehicle, but at that rate of speed, that definitely looks like one of the Herbst boys.
Yeah, I'm absolutely confident this is car 19, which would be Tim Herbst,
yes.
And it is. So we have a naked lady making her way through these whoops. And it's not often that you get to see one of these big cars without all its skirts on. And they're absolutely remarkable things.
Well, and if you think about how many years Tim Herbst has raced out here, you know, whether it be HGRA or score best in the desert, and now, you know, unlimited truck racing with the Mint 400. He's been here for so many years.
Well, and they've even sponsored a bunch of the snore races here and things like that in the area. And like I said, Herbst have given back, but I mean, gosh, you just look at what the Herbst brothers have accomplished in their careers. I mean, you know, you've got multiple Hall of Fame careers there.
Yes, absolutely.
True story.
Including their father. I mean, the boat racing, Jerry, you know, Jerry did so much, you know, it's just, that legacy is so strong, and now we see, you know, the grandkids racing in NASCAR, Daytona, racing here. You know, it's awesome. I love the commitment of the Herbst family to all racing, not just this.
And you know what? They're successfully racing.
Absolutely.
So
Alrighty.
I'm just looking at the scoring right now, and I can see that Dave Mason Jr., who we saw a little bit ago, he has now crossed the line and is starting his 4th lap. Now, he's just done a lap of 1:48.28 versus the 1:48.15 of Adam Householder.
Wow.
So, yeah, exactly. And I think that's quite telling.
Seconds separating them.
Seconds separating them, which tells us exactly. Adam is letting the race to come to him. He's just biding his time. He knows he's got time there, but I think you're going to see Adam pick it up in this final lap.
Well, I'm gonna take counterpoint. I'm gonna say that he's just gonna run his pace, because now if you slow down, now you're into the face of every jump. So he's gonna probably go more to say a supercross style, to where he's jumping and clearing bumps and stuff like that. Because same thing if you watch supercross, when they start, they blitz them and they go down. But as it gets rougher, they'll start timing them, doing doubles and triple jumps, Bob.
Plus, he's been in a rhythm all day long. You change that rhythm, you change everything, and it isn't always good.
Right.
So
Well, this is why
keep his rhythm, keep control, keep breathing through his nose.
Right, but
this is why I think he might pick up his pace, and the reason for that is it makes you concentrate.
Yes.
And if you, we talk about this before, if you drop away from your race pace, it's harder for the car, and it's more difficult for you as well. So I think we're going to see him pick up his pace. I think we're going to see him getting down to more that 1:45 kind of timing again.
Well, then if we asked him, it'd probably be like, do you have a lot of technique if someone's trying to drown you? No, you survive and you do anything that you can. And that's the thing, is that, you know, as I said, I've done this race, and you are so physically beat up at the end of it. But at this point, he's got the adrenaline and the excitement of leading this race, so he wants to make sure that he stays in the game and stays pushing. So I agree with you, but not to take chances. So he might up it a couple percent, because that's going to help him jump over, as we see Brent Fox as he works his way, starting his last lap.
But I think the case in point here, Ricky said it earlier, the last thing that Adam Householder wants to do is win unlimited truck and get second overall to a spec truck.
Boy, that's a point.
And I know
right.
California 300 2 years ago, Caden McCachran's first ever race in an unlimited truck, he wins, and the Grabowskis beat him by like 45 seconds for the overall. And Caden should be celebrating his first ever unlimited truck win, and he was angry because he lost the overall to a spec truck by 45 seconds. So I think Adam Householder's going to get these splits to Brent Fox and the guys, you know, and McMullen, and I guarantee you he's looking at that going, all right, I'll push a little bit more. He doesn't need to win by a lot, but he wants to win enough that he doesn't lose that overall.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say here, so we've just had Brent Fox cross the line, and at the moment Brent Fox is running with a 5:15 as opposed to Dave Mason's 5:30. So Brent Fox is 15 minutes faster than Dave Mason Jr. at this moment.
But now what we're looking at in the other screen, I thought that was Connor McMullen, but have we seen him come through? Has he come through? Because remember, he was physically leading, but we have not seen him come across the finish line yet, which I'm pretty sure we would have seen that.
So is Connor stopped in the pits? Is Connor taking on fuel, and is he taking on tyres?
Where's Bean?
Bob, call God right now. You guys are buddies. You grew up together.
Yeah.
Find out what's going on with Connor McMullen.
He says he's got a bigger star on the other line.
Well, I could actually answer that question for you. So Connor McMullen has just crossed the line in a 5:18.22, which would be bang on time for a pit stop.
All right, so he stopped in the pits.
Looks like he stopped in the pits and taken tyres and fuel.
But
I'm guessing there, unless he stopped out on course for a flat tyre.
But so the question is, did Brent Fox, is he just going to charge and maybe just get fuel and tires at the Gene Herbst pits? Or what? We don't know that yet. Go ahead, Jim Beaver.
So I think looking here at the timing and scoring, Adam Householder, I mean, he's got a solid lead for the overall. He's got 7 minutes on Brent Fox on corrected time. I mean, 7 minutes is a lot of time for Brent Fox to make up. That he's immediately goes, all right, so now I'm not competing for the overall. If it comes to me, it comes to me. But I'm competing against Connor McMullen, who is 3 minutes back of Brent Fox. So right now, to me, the battle is Brent Fox, Connor McMullen. I think Adam Householder knows 7 minutes. They're not going to make that up unless they have a problem.
And right now, we're watching Adam Householder as he starts heading towards, I think he just came out of or going into the Fox Proving Ground. So there's that little short, no, he's actually past the Fox Proving Ground. He's heading into the gravel pit, into the quarry. So he's on a roll. So if we look, Brent Fox is at basically race mile 1, and then you look at Adam Householder, he's all the way up at race mile 30.
Yeah, now this is quite interesting because we've got some faster cars in front of him. So he's got Tim Herbst, who's only around about 3 miles ahead of him. I don't think that's going to cause him any issues. I think Tim will hold a pace that will stay away from him. But there are a few other vehicles out there that potentially might cause some backmarking issues, but there's not as many as you might think. So it does look at I'm not going to say it. Adam Householder is
doing great, but one of the things that I think one of his biggest challenges is look at the shadows. You know, right now he's got the sun behind him, everything is perfect. But watch when he does a turn. Now he drops into the darkness. His eyes have to dilate. Then he comes out. Then he can't see. Then he's got the shadows on the left side now. He can't see the bottom. Is there a rock lane in there? There's so many things that the driver has to really be sharp on his vision and what he's doing. You know, obviously, if he has sunglasses, they are gone at this point.
Were you an amber face shield guy, Ricky?
No, I was a natural guy. I did light smoke every now and then when it came to motocross when it was really hot to just kind of fool myself to thinking it was a little bit overcast. But I always went with clear. Even today, I run a clear shield. I don't like the amber because it changes it, and then my mind has to think about, is that blue or is that green, or why is it blue and why is it green? And I don't want to think that. I just want what comes natural, and I have to wear glasses now because I'm 60 years old, and that helped me quite a bit because I realized how important good eyesight is and being able to see every little thing. So that was important for me.
Yeah, one of the things I've noticed as I've started to get older, when you're going into those line-changing situations where you're going from light to dark, particularly in forests, is that the retinas don't keep up with your eyes as fast as they used to. And in fact, last year I was racing in Poland, and my co-driver was sitting there going, "Come on, dude, get on it." Now, he never says that. Yeah. Okay, normally I'm scaring the hell out of him. So I was like, "Ooh, this is a bit interesting." So, yes.
I think I need to take some notes on this aging stuff. You guys are fascinating.
Yeah, we know.
No, we're just old.
No, but I'll be honest with you. I had a situation where I tried to race. I mean, this is probably more than you guys want to talk about, but we're on it anyway. So this might help somebody out there. If your ego is you don't want to wear glasses, you know what? Screw your ego. What you want to see. One thing my dad said to my mom is, my mom says, those glasses don't do anything for you, meaning my style. And my dad says, yeah, they do. And she says, what's that? He goes, it helps him see. So being able to see when you're in a race car is more important than anything. But do not run bifocals. If you do a hard bifocal and do it very, very low so it doesn't affect you so much. Because I had a situation down at the Baja 500 where I thought I had these new fancy glasses and I struggled with them all day long. So I just go correct my distance, and then my dash is a little foggy.
But you're not using that dash that much. That's what I got a right seat.
That's what I got the other guy over there for. Victor, yeah. What does it say? It says go faster, you're going too slow.
Yes. Yeah.
It says I need a younger driver. That's what it says.
Just want to put a shout out there to Chris Herbst, we just saw on screen a moment ago, who's putting together a very solid race. He's sitting in top 4 in the unlimited trucks right now. And
that's the Good Boy Vodka truck, correct?
I think that no, not Chris Hirsch. Isn't the Good Boy Vodka was the one we saw before that.
Love these drone shots.
Purely awesome. Purely awesome.
All right, here we are at the, it is coming down. We're on the final lap. We have Adam Householder out front doing what he knows best, and he's got a very comfortable lead, Jim.
Well, I mean, that's it. You know, he's got 7 minutes over second overall. He's got, 12-13 over Dave Mason, second in class. At this point, it's his race to lose, knock on wood. I mean, I'm hoping this is a very uneventful fourth lap. It doesn't happen very often at the Mint, but for Adam Householder's sake, he's put in a great run today, phenomenal run, and I hope he can keep it together.
Well, and I love the fact that Brent Fox, who's leading the Unlimited Spec, I love the father-son. His son Brady did a fantastic job, gave him a great truck, and then what did Brent do? He went out and hit that other truck and scratched it, so he can't give his son a hard time. And so for you, Bob, it's basically in the closing time, and with all that, what are you thinking?
I'm thinking ahead to who's behind us and how much trouble they're having, and I'm making sure I'm not going to try anything screwy. I'm going to just 1 mile at a time. 1 mile at a time.
Yep.
Take care of business. Let the finish line find me.
So, Jim, Marsden, obviously, every vehicle, even the ones out front, are taking a beating. We're seeing the rebound and the shocks is going away. Everything is really tough, especially these 4400 trucks. You know, they're built for the rocks first, and then the desert second.
Yeah,
so
I'm just actually
tough.
getting some, looking on my track here, you can see that EJ Herbst is actually stopped on course, and I'm hearing that it might actually be a steering issue. So,
okay, here we go. We can see EJ, which is Ryan Millen.
Ryan Millen.
Yeah. Sorry, no, this is 219 to Pierce by the looks of it. Look, you can see there the black suits. So this is actually Pierce.
Okay.
Oh, what a tough break. Pierces have been putting together a fantastic race.
So if we can, for the Herbst family, so notice that rear camera. Can you put the number right there? So that we can see it right below that Baja Design sticker and right below the Borla sticker? Give me that number and a name, please. Because if the fender's gone and the door's gone and all that different stuff, but it says in the lower left-hand corner Pierce. So obviously that works too.
Absolutely works. Tough break. You know, Herbst, they've had 3 very competitive trucks today, and they've just had little gremlins. Obviously, the 19 kind of put it up on its side earlier, but just a tough break because they're so strong today. I mean, the prep, everything about these cars has been there, and it's just, it just wasn't their day.
It's difficult. And before we cut through to Pierce Herbst here, we were actually watching one of our 4400 entries, and that was Brent Burton who was making his way around the course. So great to see them still up and running.
Oh, it looks like he lost the serpentine belt, so you can see he's in there. He's got to pull that apart, and that's where the steering went. So we've got to replace that serpentine belt and then get him going again.
Well, if it's a serpentine belt, that's not the end of the world.
That's exactly right.
It's not a fun fix, but it's quick.
Well, and you know the good part is that it tells you immediately when your steering goes whoop, like that. You got to just veer off to the side and shut that motor down because you don't want to keep it running.
All your pressures all of a sudden.
But do you know the crazy thing about this? I reckon he's within a couple hundred meters of where car 19 rolled earlier today.
Oh my!
A little bad mojo going through there.
Yeah.
Now here comes EJ, aka Ryan Millen, as he's working him through as he's heading down towards Joshua Tree Highway. So he's heading down, trying to get to his third lap. So Ryan Millen in a great position right now. Quite a ways back, we just saw Brent Fox as he started his fourth lap, and Ryan is at race mile 85. So he still has another 10 miles before he gets to that start-finish line.
So yeah, there's still lots of action out there on this race course.
Alrighty, I love that. We can see we got Price here. We want to thank the graphics guys for hooking us up because it helps me a bunch. On the right, guess who that is? Pierce Herbst. On the left, guess who it is? EJ Herbst. But it should say / Ryan Millen as well. So, but no, thank you guys for doing that for us, and because you have to get it up there as quick as you can because it's so hard. But now look at the long shadows as we're watching. We're back in thumpers.
That's where it gets tricky. The bumps start playing tricks on you. Sometimes the rocks and the holes are a little bit harder to see when you're in the shadows like that. Then you pop out and you get all that sun. And it just plays tricks with your eyes.
Yep. As the guys are rolling through thumpers, look at the dust now. I mean,
the wind died down.
So watch as they're going through. Still a pretty strong pace. And I think this might be Joe in the SLR truck.
They got the drone right over the top.
That is Joe DeLucci in the SLR truck. They're doing good. That's also the entry of Neil Drickey. So looking good, gentlemen. Keep it going.
And they were also running in a Class 10 car yesterday.
Yep.
So lots of action on track for them. Now, just looking here at the moment at my scoring, and I can see that we've got Adam Householder out there on his 4th lap, Brent Fox on his 4th lap, Conor McMullen on his 4th lap, Dave Mason Jr. on his 4th lap, Jack Grabowski in the Class 1 on his 4th lap, and Chris Herbst, who's also on his 4th lap.
It's starting to hang.
Yeah, I reckon that this might be...
This looks like Brent Fox.
Yep.
The sun is getting lower, Ricky.
And the gremlins are louder.
Yeah.
Louder and louder. You hear the motor. Oh, is that the valve train? Does it sound right? Is it the wheels? Are the bearings good? Or is everything fine? Oil pressure good?
You spend most of your day listening to the bypasses, and everything's fun.
Click, yep.
Yeah.
Something's broke. Nope, it's you. So Brent Fox doing a great job, and then also we talked about here is Dustin Grabowski throwing it around, getting a little loose as he comes off. Let's see if he straddles those bumps. Nope, pushes to the outside. What's awesome is that where we're sitting, we can actually hear the truck. So this timing is great. Dustin sending it, not holding back. So now we have Dustin Grabowski driving for Troy Grabowski. Starting his 4th lap.
Yeah, just taking a peek at the tracker. Looks like we got our leader, Adam Householder, up there around mile 37, 38. And then we've got in 2nd place in Unlimited Truck and the 2nd on course back there around mile 12, 13 is Dave Mason.
I want to thank Cameron Parrish, who's let me know that it was actually Ben Walker that designed that on the Grabowski truck from Walker Performance. He also did a similar package on a Geyser G6 for Cantina Racing. So some other guys have tried it, but I want to give credit where credit is due, and that is Ben Walker. He was the one that came up with that. Now, I would love to pick his brain to find out exactly what he was looking for. Was it downforce, side grip, or a little bit of everything?
Not sure. Right, at the moment, our current race leader is Adam Householder, who is out front, and it was, of course, our champion last year. Then behind him, in the Unlimited Spec, is Brent Fox, and then behind him is Conor McMullen, then Troy Grabowski, then Jordan Brenthal, and then it goes to Dave Mason Jr., who's running in 6th place, 2nd in class in Unlimited TT, and then we've got Jack Grabowski in 7th overall and 1st in Class 1. Now, the interesting thing about this is, where is Justin Bean Smith? I've seen that he's just going into the pits, but that would suggest to me that he might have had some kind of problem as we watch Mike Scafuto.
I am unbelievably proud of this guy. He has never gone more than, I think, a half a lap in this race. He's been working hard. Also, he's got a great deal with Falcon Tire. They've been testing a lot, and we haven't seen him. I don't think he's gotten a flat all day long. So Michael Scafuto doing what he needs to do, and now he's starting his 4th lap. So great job for the Real Racing team. Next year, then that is our current leader in Unlimited Spec, and that is Brent Fox as he's chased by that drone. You can see him missing the hood, and also the number 200 with the red plate. If you're just joining us, that red plate is he's the defending champion from last year, so he gets to run that number and that red plate all year long to let everybody know that he is that guy.
Yeah, and he's putting together an absolutely superb race here. And it was his son. Is it Braden?
Brady. Brady did an awesome job, got him up there. But now we look at the times, we see that Conor McMullen is 3 minutes back. But remember, for McMullen to beat him, he's got to get in front of him and then put a minute on top of him. So Brent Fox is in a perfect position.
And you can start to see how dark it is getting on our course right now as the shadows start to lengthen. That is the Good Boy vodka car.
Tell you what, he picked the right color for this time of day.
Absolutely.
Reminds me of the neon trucks Marty Coyne used to race back in the day.
But that, once again, this was the guy that was going to do a arrive and drive and then decided, I'm jumping in. And look at him. He's finished. He's on his way to finish the mid 400, which is massive. Ooh.
This looks like Chad Hall.
Or
okay, right. I've got some news for you. Justin Bean Smith is now sitting in 6th place overall and 5th in class. So he must have had a problem out there on track. So really unlucky for Justin Bean Smith. And it looks like he's dropped 9 minutes from our leader, Brent Fox.
Well, they might have found something when he came into the main pit when they changed the tires, checking fluids.
They had a fairly fast pit stop. They were late coming in there. So now this is bad. This looks like this is Herbst again.
Okay, so what you got to do is when you do that, you have to, and Rick Geiser taught me this, what you have to do is bleed it back and forth really slow to get the bubbles out, get it going. Because if you just jump right in and start going to it, you could blow out your power steering pump.
Yep.
Once again, this is Pierce Herbst.
This is something that we actually teach and get people to do, and myself do. We train to change the belts. We also have the tensioner set up in such a way that one spanner does the whole job. Spanner, we mean a wrench.
You knew where I was going.
Yeah, I did. I'm waiting for you to start making comments about bonnets and hoods and trunks and boots.
Wait a minute. You had a different meaning for bits last night, too.
Bits.
You said he's got the blue bits, and then what we were talking about bits
Purple
last
bits
night.
and the yellow bits.
Yeah, exactly. Last night it changed a little bit. Pun intended.
I don't know that any of those conversations last night are for air, though.
No, we'll leave those bits alone.
Yeah.
All righty, once again, you're watching. If you look over there on lap 4, but now some of the other trucks are out there, so that graphic needs to come back up.
Indeed, and if you are just joining us, you are coming to the pointy end of this race. This is the 2025 BFGoodrich Mint 400 here just outside of Sin City, Las Vegas in Prim, Nevada. Do not go anywhere. Do not adjust your sets. We are deep into lap 4 and we'll be back with more action very soon.
Grit beats talent every single time. Introducing the new BFGoodrich all-terrain KO3 tire. Legendary toughness made tougher. BFGoodrich, what are you building for?
You need parts? We got parts. Product availability. Just one part that makes O'Reilly stand apart.
Like Sylvania LED off-road lights for ultra night vision and ultimate off-road visibility. Rugged construction for tough off-road adventures. Visit the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Got me on the radio? Yeah, I got you. Hey, Nick, can you hear me? Oh, yeah. I might have to pay the rear sprocket. Not a pretty sight. Where are you guys heading on this one? Oh, this is beautiful. It rides really good. I'll follow you. Crossing the road now. Copy that. Everybody getting ready for my ride? We are.
Okay, and welcome back to the 2025 BFGoodrich Mint 400. We are out in Prim Valley, Nevada, and what a day of racing it's been so far. I'm Jim Marsden, and joining me in the booth is none other than Bob Bauer, Jim Beaver, and of course the legend that is Ricky Johnson.
Well, we just watched Dave Mason Jr. as he's rolling up through Thumpers. Now he's going to be, as you go over through that little valley, up and over the hill, and then you turn left, and that is going to take him into the Gene Herbst pit. So right now, we've said it time and time again that Dave Mason has had an ultra clean run, as we see Adam Householder as he works his way. We're not exactly sure. I think this is Donald Scaroni because I saw the hood flapping earlier. Yeah, this is not the race leader. This is Donald Cowboy Cerrone. So yeehaw! He's got some bucking and kicking going on there.
Yeah, he's putting it together. And we're not far off seeing Adam Householder coming through this same section. In fact, I expect to see his dust any moment now as we watch Cowboy Cerrone making his way out through Walden and heading off. He's around about probably 8 miles from the Gonzo pits. And this is the leader. So this is Adam Householder, last year's champion, and he's putting it together.
And look at the pace difference. You can see right there, Adam is throwing it down. What's going to be great is he'll probably catch Cerrone right before the Gonzo pit, so he won't have to bump him out of the way. But at the rate that he's going, he's probably going to catch him before there, because right now he's in the sand whoops, and those are about race mile 50, and he's got to go to 58 to get to 56, 57. So he's going to catch him within probably 2 miles.
And as of right now, Adam Householder's going through this section going, man, this is my last time I've got to go through this section.
Thank you.
I'm so happy. It's going to wait another year before I see this again.
Yeah.
Exactly. Well, you know what, and this goes back to my Dust to Glory thing. You love it, you hate it. You love it, you hate it. Then you're like, his last lap, he's going to be like, oh, man, I think I've had enough. And then a couple weeks later, here's what I need to do to be better.
It's like childbirth.
He's going to get to
You had kids. Now look how quick he's caught Cerrone.
Yeah.
Like really fast.
He gets to the finish line, he cracks champagne, drinks a beer, goes, all right, and then the next morning he wakes up and he's like, all right, let's do it again.
Yeah.
I could have been faster here, and here. Now let's see if he hits Cerrone. That like I said, you want to think about that.
Well, there's not many opportunities to actually hit Cerrone and get away with it. So let's see what happens.
Well, he's come up and he's let him know.
Yeah, no, he's going to make contact there. He has to. They do have push to pass, but it's tight round here.
Yeah, pulled over, let him by, and then Adam is starting. Now you can see the pace that Adam is going. So great job by Donald Cerrone. Just to, you got to let those guys go.
He's just trying to get to the finish. He doesn't want to affect anybody's race. Great move by Donald.
I'm not going to base on him much up here either. Hey, who was the guy that was talking about me in the booth? That was Bob Bauer. I said everything I said was absolutely positive. All righty, Wiley back out there, still going. That would you call Frankenstein?
Yeah, that's the name of the truck. It says it across the grill. It says Frankenstein.
Frankenstein is one tough monster, let me tell you.
Okay, I've got some news, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes.
Adam Householder is currently running 5 hours and 32 on his last split. Brent Fox has just crossed the same split with a 5 hours and 40 minutes. So he's around about 8 minutes behind Adam Householder
So Householder's
on adjusted
made
time.
an additional 2 minutes since the start-finish.
Yes, then this is what I was saying. I think you're going to find he's going to pick the pace up, and that's exactly what he's doing.
Well, because he can measure what he has. I mean, he knows what each lap takes, and it's like, I'm feeling good. The truck is feeling good. Let's keep it going. And I agree with you, Jim, that if he picks it up a little bit, he's got to get on the top of each bump and get over the next bump.
And with clean air, he can pick his choice.
Exactly.
I didn't look, but part of me goes, I didn't see really any lights on Adam Householder's. Maybe a couple in the grill, in the front grill. But I'm going, he probably wants to finish before dark because he doesn't have any lights on the truck.
I gotta go. He's over there measuring the sun on the horizon. I think I still have 3 hours left. Well, which puts him. It's his 6. It's 5 o'clock now, so he's got about another hour, and it's going to be dark.
Kind of like when you were a kid, huh, Ricky? When the street lights are gone, you got to go home.
Oh, exactly. No, we had the church bells that rang at Bostonia Church, and when it rang, you hauled ass. You got on your bicycle, and you were anaerobic, getting home as quick as you can. Be home before dark. That's what they used to say. So we still got our helicopter up there, and it just what's great from this altitude. God, it looks so peaceful and smooth and serene. But now we go back down to the gravel pit, and we see how rough and brutal this place actually is. Oh, no, we're back on the highway.
We're back on the highway. This is where they love it.
Jim's Highway.
This is called Highway B for Beaver because it was missing earlier in the race.
Right now, just looking here, and Conor McMullen has just crossed the line as well on the same speed split, and he is running at the moment in 2 minutes and 16 seconds behind Brent Fox.
So he's actually made up a little bit of time?
Yes, he has.
So he's made up about 45 seconds. So this is...
So this is
Fox
the Fox
Proving Grounds.
I think this is Brent Fox.
Fox and the Fox Proving Grounds.
Fox, yeah. Pun intended.
I'm shocked.
Wow.
I thought
Took it even further.
I thought these cheap jokes were beneath you.
Yeah, that is Brent Fox that we're watching right now.
That's beneath you, Bob.
I have friends in low places.
Well, Ryan Arciero and Beneath are sure getting a lot of love today.
Yes, they are.
They're getting the ROI on this one.
Absolutely. So Brent Fox, we're looking at his speed, 60 miles an hour, and that's the shadows that I'm talking about, where you can't see. It's really bright where it is hitting on the dirt, and now it's coming in where he can't see. So you got to be smart. So he's in a position. He's in the same position that Adam Householder is in, that, you know, he wants to make sure that just not to stub his toe this late in the race.
But I'm looking at the splits. You know, Conor McMullen, what's he, 2 minutes back, it looks like, of Brent Fox right now? So
yeah, he's 2 minutes back, but he's also got to get ahead of Brent Fox and then beat him
by a minute.
By a minute, yeah. So, I mean, there's going to be a lot of hard work to do there.
So great helicopter of Adam Householder, our overall leader at this point, and also unlimited truck. And as also, what's great is, look, both first in unlimited and unlimited spec are both our champions from last year, both running that number one plate. Or the number one plate, when I say that, I mean the red plate.
I'm just admiring the beauty of this shot. You know, sometimes you don't need to talk over everything.
Exactly.
You know, you got a beautiful trophy truck, just unlimited truck, just bombing through the desert right at dusk at the Mint 400. You know, and we're watching it from a helicopter. It's great.
But it's those shadows that you know, what is lurking. That's the thing that's going to get those drivers.
Well, and this course changes so much because there's so many boulders, rocks, things like that. I mean, this is Adam's fourth time around, and it can look drastically different. You know, you come around a corner, and all of a sudden there's a boulder the size of a refrigerator there that you didn't know because somebody went off the course and knocked it in.
Exactly. And when we saw Thor out, you know, was on his side, and that could have knocked a big rock into the road. So, as you said, you have to find the exit on every corner just to make sure what's going down there.
Yeah, just looking here, I can see that Kevin Thompson is still up and up running. So good to see him back on track, although obviously way off pace, having to change out that third.
Once again, we're with Brent Fox as he tries to work his way up to the gravel pit.
You know, I will say about Brent Fox, obviously his pace has dropped a little bit, but I'm watching the truck and I wonder if those shocks are getting a little warm. I mean, it looks like they're bouncing around a little bit more. You know, you watch Householder, he's still skipping across things pretty well, but Brent looks like they might be getting a little warm. He's not quite as fast.
Well, and that's where the speed, that's where the big motor, like if you talk to Rob Mack, he likes the big block because of the torque. That doesn't mean you have to drive it wide open all the time because he's so connected to the ground, but having that extra horsepower keeps you up on top, Jim.
Yeah, it means you're connected with the power, and that's a big difference. It's about having the power availability when you need it, and that's what makes. When you watch someone like Rob Mack, we keep saying it. You don't get in the car; he puts the car on. Yep. It becomes one with it.
Kind of like a tight set of beneath underwear.
Ryan Arciero is going to owe you some money at this rate.
I think he owes the whole crew at least a couple pairs of underwear.
Exactly. If we are not outfitted in beneath, it's going to be silent in the next race. I don't even. It's not.
But just look how violent those whoops and dupes are as he makes his way through.
They call him Malcolm McCaskey and said, "Hey,
I need some mended underwear."
Yeah.
But look at the shadows and how deep the whoops are. But as he works his way, here he comes into the Gonzo pit, so that's going to put him at race mile 55. And
halfway.
So he's halfway back. So he's got about 40 miles to get back to the finish line. So literally, it's all downhill from here.
Yes.
Yeah. So just a heads up here, we've got 17 cars now on lap 4. Maiko Scafuto was the last car to cross the line and is first in all-wheel drive in 17th position. And then we've got Jack Grabowski in 13th place, who's leading up in Class 1. And then it is an astonishing, or unbelievable, should I get it, from 12th right the way through to second position is all limited spec cars.
Well, that's what we got to say. That package is very well thought out and very tough. You know, some of the information that I've got is everybody remembers, obviously, I got second to Steve Serapis in my one. I ran the Mint 400 twice. I got second to him in Class 10. They did a great job. But Brett and Christian Serapis, they're going to be coming back. It looks like an all-wheel drive Mason. It's going to be Pacifico sponsored, so maybe I can get one of their team shirts, for them. But it's going to be great to get the Serapis boys back. They're both pursuing their careers, but we want to get them back. So Steve, be a good dad and put them boys back in a racetrack. I want to see them here.
I happen to let you know that Connie Serapis is listening to us right now as she's driving, and I am not lying. She just texted me. So we are sending a message to the Serapis family. Put those boys in that can again.
That's right. We want to see them racing. They're too good to be sitting on the sidelines.
So I'm reckoning this is our race leader right now, and he's going right through Gonzo. And you can see how many pit crews have already moved out.
Yeah, the beginning of this morning, Gonzo was just packed with crews, and now all of a sudden we've got a few soldiers remaining.
No problem parking now.
Yeah.
It's worth talking about this as well. It is a thankless task being in these pits, waiting out there for your race team to come through.
And your job is to hope you don't have to do anything.
Yes.
Your job is to just be a good spectator,
But
unless you're not.
You know what used to be the worst part about being in a pit is you didn't know what was going on. Your car's been away for 2 hours, you don't know anything. Now with Starlink and these other things, everybody knows everything every day.
Yeah, absolutely. It's changed everything. But it takes a special kind of person to stand out there for your friends, waiting to pit. And people say at the end, you go, "Oh man, you're in the pits. You must have seen a great race." And you're like, "I just watched 100 cars come past at 25 miles an hour."
Yeah.
Yeah. I haven't seen any racing.
Can you see my excitement?
Yeah, exactly. It's about the worst place, but it's also the best place to be as well. There's a lot of camaraderie in the pits. So this is our current race leader. This is Adam Householder, last year's winner here at the BFGoodrich Mint 400. And this is lap 4. We are coming to the pointy end of this race.
Well, let me
Doing great
explain
stuff.
what Adam's got ahead of himself. He's got about 40 miles left to go. He's going to be running these washes, going to wrap around the edge of a mountain, then it's going to shovel him into Beer Bottle Pass. He's going to climb up through Beer Bottle Pass, wrap around the backside of the mountain through Joshua Tree Highway, and then down a twisty, turny wash all the way back in through the solar fields to Prim. So about 40 miles ahead of him, and as Ricky said, minus Beer Bottle Pass, it's all downhill from here.
Yeah, now this is the part of the race where you've got to push your eyes wide open. You've got to stop looking at the ground in front of you, lift your head and start looking into the distance. Use your peripheral vision to look at the low ground and start really looking and focusing right out in front of you. It's so easy at this point in the moment in the race to start your eyes dropping. You start looking at the rocks that are focusing just in front of you, and that's a massive mistake as we watch Michael Scafuto, who is currently running first in the all-wheel drive category.
He's had a great run today. He's just continued to chip away right there. Man, what a great run for those guys.
Yeah, and that's one of the Brenthals. Is that Jordan or is that?
It looked like the Spec truck I thought I caught, but I didn't get the number. I believe that was a Spec truck, though. That would have been Jordan, I believe.
Yeah, yes, it is. So that'll be the 273, I think it was. Yes, 273, Jordan Brenthal. So that was being driven by Abdali Lopez earlier today. Looks like Jordan's doing a great job there. Now, it takes 1,000 parts to make these cars work. And we're very proud to have O'Reilly Auto Parts as one of our sponsors here at the BFGoodrich Mint 400. Here's a little piece about them.
In 2022, O'Reilly Auto Parts entered off-road racing via the Mint 400 to support limited class racing. Since then, O'Reilly has offered over $200,000 in prize money across Class 9, Class 12, 5, 1600, half 1600, and 5 Unlimited via the O'Reilly Auto Parts Air-Cooled Challenge. The O'Reilly Auto Parts Air-Cooled Challenge not only adds serious prize money to these classes, but also helps keep classic VW-based off-road racing alive. This focus on Class 9, Class 12, 5, 1600, half 1600, and 5 Unlimited helps keep the spirit of grassroots racing alive and supports the classes that are the backbone of desert racing history and culture.
The 2025 BFGoodrich Mint 400 is brought to you by The Beast. Flavors you know, brewed hard at 6.0%. Must be 21 or older to consume. Bet Online AG. Get in the action with Bet Online. Bilstein, way ahead. Ram Trucks. Stilo helmets. Any competition, one helmet. Rugged radios. Stay connected and go further. Polaris Razor, the #1 sports side-by-side brand. VP Racing Fuels, the brand that you can trust for race fuels, lubricants, coolants, additives, and so much more.
Well, back in 2021, it was in December, we were running late, and here we see Rob McCaffrey coming in and hits Luke McMillan, his teammate in the 1000, and sends Luke for a ride. The reason that Rob Mack was pushing so hard because Abdali Lopez was running him down. You can see how much dust and wind there was, but when you flip your teammate in the Baja 1000, it is unnerving, and you can see that they're talking about what are they going to do back and forth. Rob was very upset, and then Luke McMillan, you see, comes up and goes, Rob, shut up, get me flipped over, and you need to get in the race. And Rob's like, no, I made a mistake, I flipped you, didn't mean to. And that So a lot of drama going on, but I have to say, when you're in the heat of battle, it wasn't a fact that Rob McCacker was trying to flip Luke McMillan, who was physically leading the race at the time. He wanted to make sure that he was staying ahead of Abdali Lopez. And you can see they had to talk Rob to get back in there. He was in there with his son Caden. They were actually going off a cell phone and taking pictures on where they were, but they did an awesome job, and he ended up bringing home the championship. You can see right there, Luke McMillan says, Rob, we'll talk about this later. Mark McMillan, the father of Luke, said, nope, this was just part of the deal. So they got Luke back on his wheels, and he was able to finish. But even if he didn't flip him, which he didn't mean to, he was still ahead of him on corrected time. And as you can see, it's daylight, and here we see Rob McCacker coming across. A lot of drama, Jim.
Yeah, well, it's always the fourth lap drama. Let's not forget, only 2 years previous to that, we had actually seen Rob McCacker lose his transmission almost in the same spot.
Yep, and you can watch this. You can see here comes Luke. It's like, everything's okay, brother. No one's hurt in that, but Rob was pretty upset. It was funny. Kevin Croyer, who builds the motors for those guys, called me and said, hey, you need to give Rob a call. He's not digging it too much. And my first words to Rob were, Rob, would you be so upset if you flipped me? He said, no. I said, then let it go. It's just a racing deal. Unfortunately, it was, if it was Caden, if it was your son, or Luke McMillan, your teammate, it happens. But that's a legend right there in Rob McCacker. In the finish, the way the finish comes down, would you say fourth lap drama?
Absolutely.
It doesn't get much more dramatic than that.
Indeed. And it's great to see Rob McCacker was out here today, walking around in the crowds, talking to people, telling them all about it, taking photos, doing selfies. A proper hero of our sport, that is for sure.
Here we're watching the Wilson brothers as they work their way through thumpers, and you can see the buggy that, especially as it gets a light load on fuel, it just bounces around a little bit more with that independent rear suspension. It's not as easy. When you have a spooled rear end, it just seems to dig and get back on the ground and give you more drive.
So do we know which of the Wilsons are driving at the moment? Is it Brad or?
I'm not sure.
We'll say it's
I know
Brad.
It's not Ronnie. Let's just say it's one of Ronnie's sons. How's that?
Well, driver record is Brad Wilson, so we'll go with that one.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Brad was starting or finishing.
Okay, so this is Brent Burton here in the 4400, the Mystery Machine.
So he's on his third?
I believe he's on his second at the moment.
Second, yeah.
It's going to be a long evening.
Oh, yes. Okay, now this could be Adam Householder. This could be the lead car in the 2025 BFGoodrich Mint 400.
And I'm just looking at that dust, guys. This morning it was blowing off to the side. Everybody had visibility. Whoever's trying to catch him now, if there's somebody in that dust, they got trouble.
Well, and he's the fastest man on the track right now, so pretty much he's going to leave everybody in the dust.
Yeah.
But that does look like our leader, and he's got to work his way around, and then he's got to go south, so he'll come around this mountain, as you can see the big shadow. So he's about race mile 70, then he's got to come back through Beer Bottle Pass, and he's got to work his way down through Joshua Tree Highway. So still a lot of racing to go.
Well, and a good thing for Adam Householder, it looks like here in about a mile, he's going to catch one of the Unlimited Truck legends, Sean Runyon. Past that, he's got about 10 miles without another car.
That is awesome.
So if he can get around Runyon here shortly in the Unlimited Truck Legends, and that'll be putting a lap on Runyon, he's going to have clean sailing probably till the end of the race.
I've just got some really interesting information that I'd just like to run by you here, because I like stats. I like all the technical bit in the background. Now, yesterday we saw Brock Hager crossing the line in 7 hours and 11 minutes, and his fastest lap was a 1:47.20. Now, if I just pop across into our scoring info at the moment, now the last few laps that our guys are running in the Spec TTs are all 1:47.14s, 1:47.11s were the fastest two cars. So Brock Hager was on a very similar pace to these amazing cars.
Absolutely. Bob?
Well, I just got a text from Amber McCackron. She says, response to Ricky talking about Rob hitting Luke on the live stream now. Like right now, Rob and Luke are like brothers. We are a McMill family.
Of course.
It goes beyond racing with the McMillan family. and we love them. Oh, and this is Amber.
Absolutely,
So,
and I know
shout out to
that.
Amber. Good for you, kid. Stand up for it.
And I agreed with him 100%, and that's why I said it was so hard for him, because they just won the Baja 1000 together, and so that last thing you want to do is flip your teammate.
Yeah, that's the way I understood it.
But when I talked with Rob, he didn't know where Abdali was, and he had to move.
He had to
So
push.
and there's a difference between oops, I accidentally hit you and flipped you versus I took you out.
Well, it was Dusty, and he knew he was ahead already.
He was breaking. He was breaking to the left, and it happened. So
Yeah.
Amber, I meant nothing but compliments for Rob and the whole team, and I know how tight that Rob is with the McMillan family, and also want to congratulate them because they won the Baja 1000 again last year. That same team.
Rob and Luke, man, the dynamic duo.
Yep.
That is a tough team to beat.
They're doing awesome.
Yeah, got the lights starting to come on the vehicles with these low shadows.
And that is Michael Scafuto there. Now, it's worth talking about lighting. We do this every single year, Ricky, and we'll hit on it one more time.
All right.
Now, when we've got these lights, and particularly if you're running it in dust, if you've got all your lights facing forward and you're driving into dust, you just get the reflection of the dust, and it is like driving in fog. So you want to have your lights arrayed in such a way that if you're driving into heavy dust, that you're actually lighting to the side so that you can actually see where you're going.
Everybody likes something a little bit different. I like quite a bit of yellow, so what it does is softens the white, and I typically like to run just that lower bar. Now, if I do get into a section, like if you're at Bay of LA, you get up close or over 100 miles an hour, I do like to have that upper bar because I want it to shoot out. But if there is even a little bit of dust particles, it lights up those dust particles, and now it's playing tricks on my eyes, and it's taking my attention off the course. So as you can look at the dust, guys going back and forth, that is Highway 15 in the back. But to finish my thought, I agree with you. I don't like it too bright. Like some people think the more light, the better. Well, when it hits the ground in front of you and it makes it too bright, your eyes start to dilate, and then you can't see in the shadows. So what I like about the guys at Baja Designs, they work a lot on what they call comfort lighting, so I can see slightly off to the left or to the right when I'm going around the corners.
What about cornering lights?
Well, that's what I'm talking about. Cornering lights.
Just wait and wide.
Well, I call it comfort lights because you don't focus on that, but when you see it off to the right or off to the left, it softens it up quite a bit. But this is going to be the problem, putting the visors down, and then they run it to where they can see. But now look, that sun is absolutely attached to the horizon, so trying to look out makes it very, very difficult.
Yeah, now this is a very difficult part where you are. You can't move yourself. So when you're sitting in your car and you're driving down the highway, you can move yourself in your seat a little bit. You can adjust your visor. When you're sitting in one of these cars, you are locked into the seat. There is no movement at all.
And you do more looking sideways now than you ever did all day.
Exactly. You look right out to the side, and that's when people ask me about driving in dust. How do you see through the dust? You don't. You just, the same thing if you're in fog or if somebody's coming at you with their brights on. Don't try to look where you want to look. Look where you can look, right to the side. And so, yes, your speed is lower and all the different stuff because you can't look out where you want to go. But right now, Brent Fox, you can see that he can only see that little bit of gap that's on the ground. So he's trying to avoid that sun as much as possible.
Yeah, and everybody does it differently. Everyone has a different style. But the simple reality is you can't see through dust.
Well, and going back to lighting it, Rigid's done some really trick stuff. They've got these new adapt lights, came out about a year or so ago, and they adapt with your speed. They've got a GPS chip in there, and so it reads your speed. So when you're at slow speeds, 5, 10, 15 miles an hour, tight technical washes, it floods the area in front of you. And then they automatically adjust based on your speed, so the faster you go, they start narrowing up and they project out farther. It's pretty cool technology.
Yeah, that's very cool. I like that. Now, you're also very lucky over here because there's a company called Laser, who you know as Triple R, that have just crossed the pond, and they're doing some very trick stuff with lighting as well. Check those out if you get a moment. But here we are. This is the BFGoodrich Mint 400, and we are deep into lap 4.
And as you can see, the sun is off to the right, which is a good place. And then also that dust in front of Brent Fox is blowing out of the trail, so in a very, very good spot. So, Bob, if you're texting Amber, tell her it's all good.
Now I got to erase everything I wrote.
Exactly. This is Tim Herbst as he's coming in. He's got the peeled banana.
Yeah, there's not much body work left.
Tim Herbst, and he's got, I see a little piece of red on that upper B pillar. So,
like I said, there's a lot of souvenirs that are going to be around this track.
Another driver And as he gets to the top of Thumpers, it's like, oh, I can breathe again. Because it's like basically doing a set of bench press or crunches as you're going up through there, just beating the air out of you.
I'm looking at the tracker right now. It shows Adam Householder about 1 mile from entering Beer Bottle Pass. So probably one of the most technical sections he's going to have left.
Here comes Wiley. Frankenstein looking good. Still running hard. Got a good pace through the sand whoops.
That truck, I tell you what, it's a lot of horsepower. And like you said, it's a heavier truck. In a race like that, I don't mind a heavy truck.
No. I would much rather have a little extra weight. Kind of softens the direction from one side to the other. And that is Dave Mason Jr. as he's catching Wiley. So we're probably going to see the same thing. He'll catch up to Wiley about the same place that Adam Householder got by Donald Cerrone.
What a strong run for him today. I mean, a clean run for Dave Mason.
Yep, absolutely. Good job all day long. But it's not over yet.
Oh, no, there's still a lot of racing to come here. As we make our way through further into lap 4. I'm just looking now, as you were saying a moment ago, we will be seeing our leader coming into Beer Bottle Pass very soon. Once he comes out of the back of that, he'll be making his way into Joshua Tree Highway. It's a technical area. You've got to keep your wits about you. So easy to make a mistake, particularly as you're driving towards the sun.
Well, we were watching Dave Mason Jr., and that's right about race mile 48.
Now that looks like he's stepped off the track there for some reason.
Oh, yeah, it looks like he went to the left then back. So now we're taking a look at Adam Householder. This is the current leader as he makes that hard turn into Beer Bottle Pass.
Now we're going to get some great views. Beer Bottle Pass, really technical. Lots of big boulders, lots of cliffs on the side. No runoff whatsoever.
Basically walking through a haunted house, waiting for someone to jump, waiting for one of those rocks to jump out at you.
Well, and the thing is you know, it's one of those, if you do hit a rock, you get a flat, you've got to drive on the flat all the way to the end of Beer Bottle Pass because there's nowhere to change it in the middle of Beer Bottle Pass.
Well, let's not forget, this is also where we saw Martino, who's probably still laying there down in the bottom of Beer Bottle Pass.
Well, was it Beer Bottle? I thought
yes,
it was. I thought it was over by the Fox Proving Ground.
No.
Okay.
I'm looking at it on the tracker.
Excuse me. Wow.
I know.
So harsh.
Beer Bottle Pass, only about 2 miles long from the bottom all the way to the top, but gets really twisty and technical about midway through.
Well, and once again, it's the shadows. It's the shadows that you can't see much because your lights really don't do enough. You can put them on bright, and it just, what it does, that kind of even messes you up more because it just puts these little, I'm going to call anti-shadows, little white spots on there, and then that draws your attention out of the thing. So this is where you just want to have your clear shield and keep looking.
I agree with you, too. I used to, you know, I've always had upper light bars on my race cars, but 90% of the time you're not even running it. Yep. You have to have completely clear air to be able to flip that on.
You have to have a perfect day, and the only time you want to do it is when you're going really fast.
Yeah, that's why I never actually go for the big light bars. I always have a breakdown of smaller lights arrayed facing away to give us as much of a 180 degree of vision as I possibly can.
Yep.
And then I can pick and choose which lights I want to switch on at different times.
Yep. But sometimes in the race, when you come through your pit, they forget to take your grill off, so you miss part of your lights in your section. It happens sometimes.
That sounded like a dig there, Ricky.
No, just making a point that sometimes it does happen, that you got to be ready. But the problem is that even though you're in there,
the stutter bumps there climbing up in Beer Bottle Pass.
It is just brutal.
You can see there it just falls away to a vertical cliff, and somewhere around here we're going to be seeing Martino.
So look at how dirty Brent Fox's co-driver's shield is. Like, how can he even see?
You know what? I almost think sometimes I've had that happen where the foam or something on the bottom part start getting that dust kind of go on the inside. It's not on the outside.
Yep.
Yeah, that's very interesting.
Well,
He's
finally there we go.
There we go.
Yeah.
He must have heard us. He's watching. You know what? That's a big screen TV in front of him. He's watching our coverage right now. Wipe your shield, buddy. You're killing me.
Yeah, he's wearing one of those new stylo-style helmets.
Yep.
Super large visor.
You know, I got to give helmet technology a lot of credit, Ricky. 20 years ago, when your helmet buffeting, you're going about 130 miles an hour, and your head would just be bouncing around from the wind,
or want to get ripped off your head.
Yeah.
But the weight, you know, I've been a Bell guy forever, and I like the BR8. It gives me that big eye port. But the other thing that I don't like helmets really close to my face.
There's Martino.
You're absolutely right. Look at that. Once again, I'm complimenting Jim Marsden. Wait, but Adam Householder pulled off to the side.
Why is he stopped?
Uh-oh.
Off to the side, he's out. Looks like he's got a flat tire.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this is our current race leader. This is Adam Householder. He's out of the vehicle, and it does look like he has a flat.
You know, that was rugged. We talked about it. If you get a flat in Beer Bottle Pass, you got to wait till the end of it to be able to swap it out. You know, he had about 8 minutes on Brent Fox on corrected time, so he should be okay, but...
Well, but you know what? Ironically, he didn't stop at that group of people. I know that one time, a lot of times, I like to pull over and let somebody help you, and I don't think it's illegal.
That is the Unlimited Truck Legends truck that he just passed. Yeah, that he just passed. So that, I believe, is Sean Runyon.
You know, Ricky, I'm thinking that Adam's lost 2 rears so far. And, you know, when you lose a rear, it's because of the way you've been steering. It isn't because you hit something flat out.
Yeah,
hit it sideways.
Well, but I also, what happens is that going up Beer Bottle Pass with the shadows, I keep being redundant on that. But what happens is you can't see that stuff, and now Brent Fox is down to 7 minutes behind him. So you can see that they've already changed the tire. They're re-racking it for Adam. But I mean, how to make it around and get 2 flats is phenomenal.
Yeah, now I just want to talk about this because that co-driver has just done a fantastic job there. So let's just go through what happened. So Adam Householder, he's had a flat tire. He would have either felt it, he possibly has tire management inside the vehicle that will tell him he's actually got a tire going down. He's stopped, he's got hydraulic jacks.
Yep.
What happens with those jacks is they come down, they lift the car up. The co-driver is already exiting the vehicle. He'll probably be wearing his rattle gun or his electric wrench, as you guys like to call it, or whatever it is, around his chest.
Or he grabs it and throws it on the ground, typically.
Either or. Now, this is the interesting bit for the guys and girls at home. He'll blast the wheel nuts off, he'll leave those in the dirt. He'll then lift off the spare wheel, he'll then get the second spare wheel. Now, there's a cone on the hub. He just locates the wheel onto the cone, he then spins it until he picks up the studs and pushes it on.
You make it sound so simple. That thing is like 200 pounds.
It's 200, well, it's a little bit less than that. 150.
I feel like
150 is real.
But this is the bit that people don't understand at home, is that the lug nuts are actually glued to the wheel, and they have quick starts on the studs.
Correct.
So as you put the wheel on, it locates onto the cone, you spin it until it gets to the studs, you push it on, the wheel nuts break away from the glue, and they're already started, and then they take the rattle gun, and they go ding, 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 or 6 or 8 or whichever they're carrying, and then that's it, the wheel is fitted. It's a remarkable system.
But now we watch, he's taken the tire off, he tells him jack it up, or actually he already got it on. He threw the wrench back in. Now he has to get there, and this is the hard part. A flat tire, you got to grab the wheel. Rick Geiger showed me how to do that. You grab the wheel, put it into your hips, and then you lift it up
and
jack it back in. So it's basically a power lift. So great job. About 90 seconds. That is remarkable.
And one of the rules is you get penalized if you leave a tire and wheel in the desert.
That's right.
Yeah.
Not so in Mexico. Here, though.
Well, a funny story. I had a flat at Vegas Reno in a silt bed one time. Hit a rock in there, and I pulled off. Had to change the tire. Well, the tire had filled up with silt, and I was in my single seat unlimited truck. I go to put it, re-rack it, and the thing weighed like 300 pounds.
Oh,
I tried. I couldn't get it in. I push it off to the side. After the race, I finished Vegas to Reno, and Casey Folks walks up to the finish line, and I go, Casey, at mile 37, you're going to find a tire. And I go, you can penalize me if you want, but I said the only way you can penalize me is if you can lift the tire.
Yeah.
So about a week later, I get a call from Casey Folks, and he says, Jim, he goes, I'm not giving you a penalty. He goes, it took 4 of us to load that.
So that was now. We've also got to take into consideration they've been racing now for nearly 7 hours, and his co-driver just laid down a 1:30 change. I think that's remarkable.
But now look, he's back in the dust and catching. No, this is not him. This is I think EJ.
Now here is Householder again. Joshua Tree Highway, just at the start of it.
So I'm guessing we're around about 15 to 20 minutes away from coming to the finish of this race.
Yep, so now there's the helicopter letting that car in front of him know as we see him turn onto Joshua Tree Highway.
And I got to give credit to Adam's co-driver, Trevor. Miss Tiffany Stone gave us that information, so thank you, T-Stone. But Trevor did one heck of a job at it. 4 hours deep, or 4 laps deep into the Mint 400. Been in the car for almost 7 hours.
Yep. And he pulls off in an Olympic event.
Yeah. Somebody owes that man a beer at the finish line.
There you go.
Maybe 2.
Yeah, maybe 2.
You can give him one of your Coke Zeros, Bob.
Okay.
As soon as I get it, man, I'll share it. I promise.
Now, I'm just looking here at the times. Now, yesterday, Brock Hager crossed the line in 7 hours, 11 minutes. So we'll just keep an eye on that as we've got Adam Householder. And this is one of the Herbst cars here.
This is Brent Fox.
No, that's not. That was actually one of the Herbst cars.
This is one of the Herbst cars here.
And
68 miles an hour, through the dust, in the sun. What could go wrong?
Just look at this.
So I'm pretty sure
easy
that
to make a mistake.
I'm pretty sure that's Ryan Millen in for EJ. So this is what it looks like from the driver and co-driver. So what the co-driver does at this point goes, I'm just going to watch the screen and tell you everything that I see down here. You drive what you can see.
And I'll tell you what, somebody just driving off the screen, Erica Sachs' co-driver, she is phenomenal.
Yeah. Because it's a little unnerving.
And there was Ryan Arciero, who was a race leader in this race. He crossed the line after lap 1, leading, and made it that far around lap 2 before was taken out by a dry shaft issue.
Well, we've talked about how the Herbst have, this has been kind of a heartbreak day for them, but the consolation prize is one of their trucks is going to win back-to-back Mint 400s if he can pull it up. I don't want to jinx him. If Adam Householder can keep this pace up, he is going to win. Going to be winning again.
Well, you say all of this about the Herbst still have 3 cars running in this race,
and they're all 1.9 industry cars too.
Yep.
So this is the BFGoodrich Mint 400, and that is Adam Householder, last year's champion and current leader of this race.
And looking at the scoreboard, you can see Dave Mason Jr. is the second unlimited truck back 24 minutes. But now if you look down to Brent Fox, he is only 7 minutes and 50 minutes behind. And then also Connor McMullen as well as Grabowski and Brenthal are all in front when it comes to corrected time on Dave Mason Jr.
Yeah, so this looks like this is EJ Herbst being driven by Ryan Millen. Good pace there.
Look at just the finesse. No big movements of the hands.
Yeah.
Look at the hands. Just.
Man, he's in a tough spot right now with that dust, with the dust and the light.
Yeah, there's nothing you can do about it. It's just.
And this is that difficult situation because it's not quite dark, but it's not quite light, and you've got the dust to contend with as well.
There's
Very
no
tricky.
wind. Look at it, just sitting, no wind.
There.
This is when it's hard to make up time. When you're trying to push and you're fighting through that, it's really, really tough.
He's doing a phenomenal job.
Yeah, he is, staying wide.
But now he's going into the gravel pit, so he still has a lot of racing to go. Go back to Adam Householder coming down Joshua Tree Highway. As we said, this is, to me, this is the part where he's enjoying the race. Because going down Joshua Tree Highway, it's still rough, but you're kind of going downhill, so the bumps aren't as square. It's sandy. It's a beautiful scenery, and then as you come around the mountain, then you can see the lights of Prim. It's just like, okay, I'm almost there.
When we run this direction, it's one of my favorite sections of the course. When we run it the opposite direction and you're going up this stuff,
yes,
it's horrible.
Just
all the chatter
edge,
bumps and square edge, and it's brutal.
Trying to find traction, it just beats the crud out of you. But right now, he's in his happy spot.
Oh, absolutely. They're starting to count down those mile markers.
So right now he's at after race mile 80 as he comes around. So he's in a great position. As we said, it's all downhill from here. What I mean by downhill, it is physically you're cruising downhill.
Yeah, he's going to come around the edge of this mountain, and he's going to be in a wash. And once you come around the edge of the mountain, like Ricky said, you see the solar fields, you see Buffalo Bills, and you see the roller coasters and all the lights of Prim. And it is a good feeling when you make it around that corner.
And then you get that little cruise, on the highway where you get to talk to your driver and go, dude, we're almost there.
Yeah,
We've done it. Yeah.
Now, it did look there for a moment that Adam Householder was actually catching some traffic, but I can't see.
That would be that unlimited spec that he caught earlier and got around.
Of course, yes. I think it was one of the Legends cars, wasn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, it was.
I thought we'd already passed him, though, but... Okay, so we're back on the Waldens now, and that is Troy Grabowski, being driven by Dusty Grabowski, we believe.
Yep.
Yeah, you were
Great
correct.
pace through here. Look at that.
Really strong pace.
Yeah, he did get back around the Legends car. The one that he just passed, that was Kyle McMullen in the Class 1 car. He's been sitting there for a lap. It's a bad spot to be on the back of Joshua Tree Highway. You may be spending the night out there. It's very remote.
Can you imagine using your trophy truck as an RV? I mean, it's just overrated.
I've done it in Baja before, Bob. It's not fun.
No bueno.
Even in June, the Mike Skyranch loop gets awful cold.
Isn't it? You take the sunball out of the desert, and it gets cold, real cold. In fact, it's cold down there in those passes. These guys are feeling temperature changes in that race car right now.
Yeah, that was really nice. We like to see that.
Well, because you're in that position, they're letting you know that they're coming, and you're not in that. You're not in the heat. And when you see somebody coming at you with that much speed, you really got to think about it. And one of the things that I also want to point out, as we said, the Herbsts have had a tough day, but right now both of those trucks, Brent Fox and Adam Householder, are in Herbst chassis. So this is
1.9 chassis. Okay. And 1.9 Industries. Let's get it right.
No, because they were Herbst when they bought it before they renamed it to 1.9.
And they're succeeding as 1.9.
No,
building bitchin' trucks.
Well, both. But anyways, I agree to disagree. Go ahead, Jim.
Okay, right. What have we got? Adam Householder across the last time check in at 6:10.33. Brent Fox crossed it in a 6:19.50, and Conor McMullen in a 6:22.
And that goes Jordan Brenthel through the sand whoops at a very good pace. But back to what you're saying, you're absolutely right, Bob. It is 1.9 Industries, but I like to throw some props out to the boys that own it, and that is the Herbst family. And so, as I said, they've had a rough day, rollovers, losing some bodies and some cars and things like that. But still, they're all three running at this point. But right now, for 1.9 Industries, it's going to be an awesome day if they can pull off both first and second, and also win both of those classes.
A sweep? Can you imagine?
No, but as I said, you want the good news or the bad news?
Yeah, really.
And this is what you were saying, Ricky, about the light spots. You can see here as the lights come around, they put these just little laser dots down on the track.
Yep.
And they can actually really play havoc with your eyes as you're making your way around the course.
You see all of a sudden something comes up and you're like, is it a rock or what, so you get gun shy with it. So it's tough, but that's where you either got to go, well, let's just put them all on, but then but you also, this is a part of life where the sky is light and the dirt is dark. That's what makes it difficult.
I will quite often leave my lights off as absolutely late as possible.
Agree 100%. Jim? Beaver, what do you think?
I'm actually completely in agreement. That's what's scaring me. The three of us have agreed on something right now.
All right, Bob, do you agree? Or are you going to be that turn to punch bowl and say no?
There's no such thing as too little candle power. Give me light, lots and lots of light.
So you disagree. You disagree. We're saying we're gonna keep our lights off as long as we can before it makes too much. See those little light spots? To us, it plays a little havoc. But it is getting a little dark.
It is this. So this is race leader. This is Adam Householder.
Actually, whatever Adam Householder does, that's what I'm going to do from now on.
Yeah, it seems to be working.
I'm turning my lights on. If he drives completely in the dark, I'm doing the same thing. He seems to have the right combo, so I'm going to do whatever he does.
I'll tell you what, at the Mint 400 lately, he's been untouchable.
He's been the man. He's been the man. So proud of him and his whole family. They've, as you said, Jim, that he just picked it up over the past couple of years. And as I said, he's looking at it's a complete package as a driver.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's just been success after success. He's had success at King of the Hammers. He's had success here at the Mint 400. He's had success at the California 300 and at Parker. It's just been incredible to watch.
But in that goes, you gotta congratulate his prep guys. He because they do a great job. He does a lot of racing, so they do a phenomenal job at getting that truck back on the track.
Solid team, solid.
And this is one of the lower budget TT truck teams. It really is. I mean, it's still not small money, but what we're talking about here, we're not talking about the multi-million-pound budgets that some of these teams work with.
Well, and this isn't a brand new truck. He's had this for quite a few years, but they've tuned it, and he, as you said, he wears that thing like a set of dance slippers.
It's dialed in. Looks like one of the Herbst entries is Pierce Herbst pulling over for a tire change.
So about 3 minutes, they did the tire change, and now they're back up and going. So I don't know, and I haven't gotten any word back if that is Pierce that's running all day, or if they put somebody else in there.
I'm saying it's Pierce.
There we go.
Here,
driver of record.
Settled.
Well, nobody's texted us yet, so I'm assuming it's Pierce.
You bozos got to get it right, please.
Yeah, that's usually what happens.
Yeah, it's true.
Get at him. The truck's still just eating. He's on it.
Yeah, he looks absolutely great.
He's going, I'm officially ready for this race to be over now.
But this is the moment. This is what we're talking about, knowing how to win. Is at this point here, you're sitting there going, I'm not thinking about my victory speech. I'm not thinking about any of that. You're thinking about lifting your eye line, looking ahead, looking down your gauges, double checking everything, making sure everything's okay. Your co-driver's sitting there going, you okay, bud? Yeah, I'm doing really good. Okay, just hold it together. Look ahead, keep it focused.
Well, that's what you're doing. You're cheerleading each other because your co-driver is taking a beating. I mean, all day long. And a lot of times you hit those G-outs that you see, but they're looking down at the screen, so they'll get the wind knocked out of them probably 10 times to year one.
And Ricky, inside the cockpit, you know you're both getting fatigued when all of a sudden nobody's talking.
Yeah, it gets silent.
Silent. Everybody gets kind of self-contained.
So I said, it kind of lulls you to sleep sometimes, especially this late in the race when you're in that position. But the way he's charging, there's nobody being lulled to sleep. They are on.
No, they're on top of it.
I'll throw a good talk out to my co-driver when he gets silent for a while. I'm like, everything okay? Just silence, then good talk. That makes him kind of laugh and gets him back into the game. But these guys have the right combination. They've done it year after year, and you can look at the pace that he's running. He's not cruising. So I'm going to go with Jim Marsden. He's actually picked it up. He's staying motivated, and he's running to the end. So he's going to be tired when he gets out, but definitely not that fatigued.
I'll tell you what, I bet he doesn't feel very tired when someone comes up to him with a big medal and a big glass of fizzy stuff.
Yep.
There's an adrenaline dump. You get out, you just won, you're excited, and then about 15 minutes after the race, that adrenaline dump goes away.
Wow.
Then it hits you, and you're like, yep, it's time for a shower in bed.
Everyone's like, no, let's go to the tree bar and hang out. You're like, nope. All right, here it comes. Here comes his glory lap. He just gets to cruise onto the highway, and this is where you're high-fiving with your co-driver. Everything's going good. You're cruising along.
I'm glad you are. I'm sitting there terrified, looking at the gauges going, don't you dare move.
Yeah, well, I know.
What did I hear? What do I smell? What was that?
But you're getting to that point, he's just looking over to the right. What does he have? 4 miles to go. So this is, to me, like in Supercross, it's the last lap. It's what you work so hard for, because once the checkered flag falls, it's over. You're going to get some accolades, but what you've been fighting for 6-7 hours is over.
It's going to be interesting to see what the overall time is for this stuff, because I think this is a much faster Mint 400 than we had last year or the year before. We always finish in the dark.
Yeah, it'd be good information to have.
Also looking at this, and it depends on the type of racing that you're doing and where you're at. I know some of the races that I do, the trophy raid stuff, that's 6-7 days, and you come to the finish and you just don't actually want to stop. You just want to keep on driving.
One more mile. Give me one more mile.
Exactly.
One I've talked to a couple of guys like Scott Harden, he ran Dakar, in Africa. Not that it's any easier now, but back in Africa, and he says when you cross the finish line, all the guys are crying because you just you fast forward all the things that you've just been doing over the past couple of days, and that's exactly what these areas are going. Like, wow, the sun was coming up when we took off, and now the sun is going down when we're finishing. So you review all that in your head. Yeah. So sometimes it can be a very emotional thing to get to the finish line.
Now, Bob, I've got some information for you.
Okay.
We've been going back through, and I've had Tiffany Stone been going back through the history and the
Tiffany
records.
Who?
Tiffany Stone.
Oh.
RPT Stone. And she's been going back through the history records and finding out some things. Last year, Adam finished in 6 hours and 46 minutes, and we're going to be very close to that indeed.
Doggone.
Well, He's 6:53 at this point. So last year was faster.
So here we go. Lots of going on here. And we've seen so much attrition on this race. This race started this morning with Dale Dondell, our pole sitter, taking off the line in Big Booty Judy. Next to him was, one place behind was Nick Whetstone. Then Adam Householder, our current race leader. Then behind him was Ryan Arciero and Eric Hardin. Then Kevin Thompson and Tim Herbst. And what a first lap we had. Let's not forget that almost every single car was still operational until 3/4 of the way round, and then lap 1. And then all of a sudden, all hell broke loose. We saw Big Booty Judy succumbing to problems. We saw Ryan Arciero picking up the challenge and charging hard until around approximately 3/4 of the way round lap 2. He also succumbed to issues, and then up stepped this man. This is Adam Householder, last year's champion.
About to be this year's champion.
It's looking good right now, but we've seen so much drama here at the Mint 400.
10 yards from the finish line, bang, something goes.
Yep. But Ricky, you nailed it. The prep in this car, the way this team works, the tyre changes, the pit stops, everything about it has been silky smooth.
There we go. We're getting thumbs up from both the co-driver and driver. And that's the thing. It's a team effort because you're only as strong as your weakest link. And right now, there is not a weak link in the Householder prep, in the driver, in the truck, in the co-driver, everything.
One of the things I've really enjoyed is watching his pit stops, and you never see a rush. You never see them sit there and go, okay, and looking like they're shaking their, trying to rush or do anything stupid. They're just calm and professional. Love
now,
that.
let's just pay attention. So, and this all started when Adam had a second chance at qualify. Remember, he got a little bit sideways, and he cleaned it all up, and he did everything right. But now also watch as we're going to do a little review. This was his qualifying run as he's out there getting ready to go his second run, where he nailed it. He fixed all of his mistakes, as you can see, setting it over there as he came in. Very, right where he wanted to be.
Yeah, he laid down that astonishing 4 minutes and 23 seconds and was only beaten by Nick Whetstone and Dale Dondell, who were absolutely on a charge. But that's all ancient history now as we watch Adam Householder. And he's going to have to come through main pit yet. Adam Householder is charging right now here at the 2025 BFGoodrich Mint 400.
He's going to make that turn, go down through the pit area, get the high fives and the applause.
And then send it across the finish line. So it has been, I'm going to say it looks like he's going to break 7 hours. Because by the time he has to go down here, go through the pit, it might be really, really close. But I'm thinking he's going to be just over 7 hours. And what was it last year? 6:45?
Yeah, 6:46 last year. And I can tell you, Brock Hager finished yesterday in 7 hours and 11 minutes.
Yeah, it looks like he'll beat that, though.
Oh, yes.
And it is a completely different racetrack.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, I was about to say here.
It's not even similar out there.
If you were at McDonald's, it is supersized, let me tell you. Because those bumps and everything is just so much rougher. But I'm not taking anything away from Brock Hager. He did a phenomenal job yesterday. I want to congratulate him, the whole Polaris Razor team, BFGoodrich. They put it down yesterday, and they brought home the championship.
They did indeed. But right now, it's all about Adam Householder as he makes his way towards the finish. And look at the pace of this car. Absolutely incredible stuff. The two-wheel drive with the Joe Gibbs big block motor.
So this is gonna be Herbst, which is Ryan Millen, has been working so hard to catch that car in front of him. And at this point, you might be wondering, what do they do? He's getting out of the way. So it's one of the buggies. They slowed down.
I think that's one of the 4400s. I think that might be Brent Burton.
Oh man, right now Ryan Millen is a happy man. Now he can get back under pace and go. But look at how the dust is just hanging.
Just the haze, no wind whatsoever.
He just switched his lights around.
Yep.
He had them off, now I put them on.
Well, because as you said, as soon as there's a little bit of dust, you got to run your lights slow.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is our race leader making his way through the main pit. This is a 25-mile-an-hour speed control zone. And right now they'll be sitting there, they'll be patting each other and doing high fives and whoops.
This is everybody's lining up, giving him high fives.
Yeah.
Or virtual high fives, I guess. Waving, cheering. He earned this one.
Absolutely.
And right now you can start celebrating. This is the moment where you know you only have a few short turns to make, and you'll see those famous flames as they arch up as you cross underneath to take the checkered flag.
Oh, they're already spraying him. Got a little bit of the bubbly stuff, as you called it, Jim.
Yeah, fizzy brake fluid. You can't beat it.
Fizzy brake fluid. I've been in cars with fizzy brake fluid. It isn't good when your brake fluid's fizzing.
What I want to know is when you're on stage and they give you the champagne, why is it never Verve or Moet? I'm just saying.
Because they have so many to give away.
Well, if you go to Europe, it is. They give you.
To be fair, I got a Jeroboam of Verve actually, which is very nice from the Duke of Richmond, but that's another story entirely. Right, here we go. Come on, let's talk this up. This is the BFGoodrich 2025 Mint 400, and that is Adam Householder, who's making his way towards the finish. Ricky,
as he comes around, he's been cruising along, giving everybody high fives. He's got thumbs up, but now he's going to get back up to race pace as soon as he crosses this. He'll go on to the short course for just a little bit. Now he's back. Not quite back at pace yet. As soon as he gets on the short course, he'll get to dump around, and then it's crossing that finish line. Jim Beaver, when you see that finish line right here, you can see the line back under speed.
He's a little nervous right now because you're going, if I get back on this, something going to go wrong 100 yards from the finish?
Okay, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. This is Adam Householder. This is the 2025 BFGoodrich Mint 400. We are just outside of Sin City, Las Vegas, and we can see the finish. And this is Adam Householder as he makes his way over and takes the checkered flag. And we got flames here in Prim, Nevada, as Adam Householder becomes a 3-time champion of the Mint 400.
Congratulations, Householder Racing, and also Adam Householder. You have done everything right, including, and I also want to give big kudos to your co-driver, a 1 minute and 30-second tire change and a re-rack. Unbelievable.
Yeah, on lap 4, just big shout out to Adam. His dad, Terry, just such a great operation, man, and he earned it. He put in the work, and today he just drove a smart, phenomenal race.
And just look how dark it's just suddenly got.
Yeah.
It's just woomph. All the light's been sucked out of the world. Now Adam's going to be making his way down to the stage, and I know that Tiffany is making her way out there. And I'm sure she'll be catching up with Adam very soon and finding out all the stories.
And we've been talking back and forth, and we've been making a speculation. And yes, Pierce Herbst is running the whole race. He's in it for the all day.
Now, Ricky, you played a guess earlier, and you said, I think he might just finish over 7 hours. He actually finished in 6 hours and 59 minutes and 6 seconds.
Really?
Awesome. That is great, man.
Wow.
Just under 7 hours. And you know what? What I have to say, who was my pick today?
Yes. Yep. No, you've got a Diet Coke on me.
There we go. I get Bob's Coke Zero back.
No. No.
Bob's like, no.
I want my Coke.
Yeah, I've got to have a word with Ryan. So, ladies and gentlemen, a little over 7 hours ago, we started this race. And what a race it's been. We saw Dale Don Dale making a return here to the Mint 400 in Big Booty Judy. But he couldn't hold it together. Then Ryan Arciero took up the challenge. Again, he couldn't keep it together. And up steppeth this man, Adam Householder. He won here last year in a 6:46. This year he wins in a 6:59. Absolutely astonishing. And there is Tiffany, and she'll be waiting to interview him and find out exactly how his day's been.
As we said before, bittersweet for 19 Industries. They were up there contending for the first.
Congratulations to you, Adam Householder. We're still looking over everything. Unofficial, you know that. We still got to look at numbers. But you and Trevor know that I love giving you guys numbers. So we're looking at this. Since 1:45 p.m., you took that lead. You never gave it up. 5 hours. Trevor, on that last flat, pretty much 90 seconds to change that. Trevor, just want to let you know, big congratulations on that flat. We were all watching that. That was amazing. Adam, overall for the day, really, how are you feeling right now?
Oh, I'm whooped. That was brutal. It doesn't get any easier. The pace we were running right off the bat was so fast, and we were pushing. It was basically you go to whoever breaks, and then last 2 laps were in conservative mode. Even that, just the rocks that come out of nowhere and trying to avoid them, it's very difficult. But that's all we had to do was just be smooth, and we made it to the finish line. So back to back, I'll take that.
Yeah.
Well, back to back, and also taking that win at the Parker 400 just a little bit ago. The guys in the booth have pretty much said you have this truck dialed in. In the last few years, you've been working it. They did a big, ups to your team. 32 seconds for that last one coming through before you headed out on lap 4. They've just done everything from the team to you to the co-driver to the overall householder empire, I want to say right now. Really, what does that mean for you for here in the Mint 400?
Man, that means a lot. It takes a great team. A lot of them are family and, friends. And, man, they take their time and dedication and come out and support me. It's not just about me. It's all the guys that come and help me out. So it's incredible what they do. They come out here and they take it serious. So without them, I can't get this truck across the line, and they did a phenomenal job today.
Awesome. Well, like we said, we're still looking at numbers, unofficial, but smiles in the householder group. Very nice job, Adam. It's so good to see you here. And it's so good to see Adam Householder just grow as a driver. Like you guys were saying in the booth, he's just got this dialed in. The program is dialed in. I can't wait. Back up to you guys.
Well, unbelievable. As you can see, as he said, I'm whooped. It does not get any easier. It doesn't matter how much experience you have, Jim.
Yeah, now I've got some interesting news here. I've got somebody who's just sending me some stuff, and I need to check this, but if this is true, then this Adam Householder is only the second back-to-back winner in the modern era of the Mint 400, and it's only been done before by Justin Lofton in 2015 and 16. So just think about that for a moment. We're putting Adam Householder right up there. What an incredible driver this man has become.
No, and kudos, and we're just going to keep complimenting him because he deserves it.
He does. He's earned it, absolutely.
As well as Tiffany just reported, everything from the tire change with his co-driver, that was phenomenal, and the prep that we haven't seen really any DNFs from the Householder group in a long time, Jim.
No, not at all. And I mean, like you said, there's nothing but praise here. They ran a perfect race. He backed it down when he needed to. He picked it up when he needed to. Minus ghost flat, you know what I mean, going up Beer Bottle Pass right there at the end. I mean, you can't ride a better day than this.
But he had to overcome some stuff. I mean, he's lifting body panels and things like that. I mean, it had to keep his head about him because there's a lot of excuses that he could have used to screw it all up.
But I think that's the biggest thing, off-road racing in the Mint 400, especially the Mint 400, you've got to be there at the end. You've got to set yourself up to be there on lap 4. We saw a lot of leaders early. We've seen it year after year after year, but you've got to be there on lap 4 at the end.
Yeah, it looks like Adam's there on the phone to friends and family. And I love this modern era where you can get in touch with the people that you love within seconds.
He's FaceTiming his family. That's awesome.
That's it. He's showing on the camera. That's got to be kids on the other end.
Yep.
Got to be his kids.
That's awesome.
That's a dad's smile.
So, and once again, we got to congratulate 19 Industries. I mean, those guys put this truck underneath him. It stays there week after week. We're waiting for Brent Fox to come in. So, as we said, the Herbsts were in contention to win as a family, but as a company, it looks like they're going to sweep this Mint 400.
Which is remarkable when you consider how many vehicles builders there are out there right now at this moment in time, and how many that are hugely successful as well. But let's not forget, we do have another race going on out there. We have the race for the Unlimited Spec, and our current race leader in that race is Brent Fox, who should be making his way towards the finish line.
That's a moment you just sit there and want to savor sometimes.
Yep.
Just sitting there.
I'm looking at the tracker, and I believe Connor McMullen and Brent Fox, they're going to be very, very close.
Yeah, let's not forget Connor McMillan needs to get ahead of Brent Fox. But you are right, looking at the tracker right now, they look like they're on top of each other.
But I mean, you could tell by the posture of the co-driver. He looks fantastic. And he did a CrossFit sprint about 45 minutes ago.
He looks like a linebacker to me. Okay.
So as we watch here, as Adam Householder, we're going to replay the finish. as he crosses the line. But it's fantastic scenes down here in Prim, Nevada. Here we go. This is Adam Householder crossing the line to become only the second back-to-back winner in the modern era of the Mint 400. Justin Lofton did it in 15 and 16, and this year, Adam Householder becomes the second person to do that with back-to-back victories. Congratulations, Adam Householder.
Goldilocks didn't crave porridge. He craved something tastier. First, he drove the Ram 2500 Rebel to pick up some dinner. Pow! Next, he took the Ram Charger deep into the woods to flex his artistic muscles. Then he fired up the Ram RHO for a little joyride. And they were all just right.
Unlimited off-road racing fans. For the first time ever, you can bet on off-road racing. Unlimited off-road racing has teamed up with betonline.ag to bring you the ultimate sports betting experience, wagering on all 4 UNLTD events in 2025. BetOnline isn't just another sports book, it's built for true competitors. Now the action isn't just on the track, it's in your hands. Visit themint400.com/bet for more information and to place your bets now.
From the track to the trail, from your everyday cars and trucks to championship-winning vehicles, Eibach has you covered. Race, lift, lower, high-performance suspension for all. Eibach, the #1 choice of champions. Proudly made in the USA, engineered to win.
From an early age, we race. It's part of who we are. It's in our DNA. For some, the need to keep pushing fuels our lives. At VP Racing, we pour everything we have into creating the industry's best products. For those who put it all on the line, whether it's the track or the trail or wherever you race, they say you can't win them all, but you can sure as hell try. VP Racing, win every race.
Here we are, and we're back in car. This is Brent Fox, our current race leader in the Unlimited Spec. Ricky.
This is what we were talking about. Once the sun goes down, now see it's dark in the sky, and so the lights can do their job. And you see the lights off to the side, as well as not too much right down in front of him. So very great light system for Brent Fox. Now, once again, this is another 19 Industries vehicle. So right now they're having a great day with Adam Householder crossing the line in the Unlimited truck. And now this is the leader of the Unlimited Spec. So Brent Fox and his son Brady did a great job all day long. They just got to keep this up a little bit longer.
Now, this is what I love. I become super laser focused at this time of night. The lights are doing their work, and you can really concentrate on the track. It's my favorite time to go racing.
It is one of the favorite times ever. I mean, this is the most fun. You actually relax and say, this is a kick.
It's amazing, actually. I'm watching because everyone up here who's a driver is suddenly leaning forward.
Yeah, we are.
Exactly, because we're all looking down. Now, if you look at the GPS and the number up in the upper left-hand corner, there's 48, 46, 44. Look at he's cornering at 45 miles an hour, down to 36, now up back up. So he is on a tear right now. he's running, doing everything right. He does not want to let his son down. As I said, Brady did a phenomenal first two laps. Where we see that he's missing his hood because we saw, and ironically, we were in car when that happened. And a train is either heading to Vegas or heading to Los Angeles. We don't know.
Well, yeah, I've heard a rumor that that's actually just bringing the beer in for us for later.
Well, and I do want to mention, I mean, obviously we got Brent Fox. We got to talk about Connor McMullen. I mean, he's within, I think, a half mile of Brent Fox. So
yeah, now but let's not forget, Connor has to actually pass Brent Fox and actually then pull 30 seconds on him.
No,
so
1 minute.
1 minute.
Yes,
wow.
Because Fox started a couple spots behind him. So that's what happens. If you make that mistake, which he did, and Brent Fox got by, then now you have to try to pass him, which is going to be really, really difficult in this dust. And also at the pace that Brent Fox is running right now, I don't think he's going to get caught.
No, I absolutely concur with that. Yet there must have been some drama. There must have been something that happened towards the end of lap 3, because we saw Connor McMullen actually passing him in the Gonzo pits.
Yes, that's right.
So,
but we also saw Justin
flat.
Yeah, exactly. And we also saw Justin Bean Smith. It was on adjusted time, looking like he was going to be faster than both of them, and then all of a sudden seemed to lose 7 or 8 minutes towards the end of lap 3.
And he's probably not made up any time. You got any time splits on those two? Has Bean come back, or has Bean fallen down?
I am just looking. Yeah, no. On the last time splits, I can see that Justin Bean Smith was still around about 16 minutes off of those guys' pace.
Yeah, he lost a lot there.
71 miles an hour through this at night. He is still running an unbelievable pace. Now he's down to 60, down to 58, back to 62, 65. So Brent Fox is on a tear.
But just look at that sky in the background. Isn't that incredible?
Yeah, it's beautiful.
What's funny is that if you ask Brent Fox, hey, was the sky really pretty coming back? He's like, nope, I was looking at the track.
Yeah.
I got 100% focus on what's right in front of me.
What sky?
But think about this, guys. We're sitting up here watching the leader of the unlimited spec class as he drives his 57, 58, 59, 62 miles an hour through the desert live. I mean, this is unbelievable.
Yeah. But I think
it's a beautiful picture, too.
It looks like he might be getting into some lap traffic. You start seeing that dust. I think he's coming up on a lapper.
It kind of hangs a little bit, then goes back. And it doesn't take much, as you talked about, Jim. It doesn't take much to really for the light to pick it up.
Well, that looks like our nice little complex set down here at the finish line.
Beautiful setup they've got here with the fan festival. We had music going on. I mean, we're going to have finishers all night. TPQ's out there, the VIP area, grid walk, the vendors area. Man, it's just been, it's amazing the city they built out here for the Mint 400. If you're tuning in at home, you've never been to the Mint 400 live, definitely plan it next year between Fremont Street and all the action out here in the desert for 2 days. Let me tell you, it is a family-friendly event. Your kids will have a blast. Your spouse will. Come on out here to Vegas, join us, and let's have a party.
It's a bucket lister, you know, and we see a lot of great celebrities out here enjoying the weekend because they do it right. You get that VIP ticket, you can get out of the wind, you can get out there and watch the races, you can get close enough where you can hear it, smell it, see it. It's an awesome job.
It makes it a lot more comfortable to come to a desert race, even if you're not really a desert race fan yet.
Yes.
Easy entry.
As you're saying, it doesn't. It kind of looks like he's catching somebody.
Yeah, and I'm looking at the tracker, and obviously it's not updating in real time, but I mean, there's
no one there.
It's up there somewhere.
Oh, I see. Yeah. It's Phil Carson in the, I believe,
in the 203. I think a lapped spec truck. So
he's currently sitting there going, "How can these guys drive that fast?"
Yeah.
But we're seeing clear air right now. Oh no, he's back into dust again.
Yeah,
so
he's catching somebody. That's not hanging dust. That's traffic dust.
Yeah.
So as they get closer to the finish, they're going to see those lights, and that's definitely gives you some comfort. Here we're going to see some of the drivers as they work their way back in. You can see those lights lighting up the desert, and that's that dust, that haze that's up in the sky. That's what That's what makes it difficult. That's where you got to get your lights down and use as much yellow light as possible.
Almost looks like the Aurora Borealis out there, you know? Northern Lights.
This is Gonzo Pit.
Yeah, it's looking very empty now, isn't it?
Yeah, but there's still a lot of people out there because there's still quite a few people on their main lap.
Just looking on the tracker at the moment. And don't forget, you can still go to the mint400.com, look at the trackers, look at the live scoring, get all of the information. And there's still a lot of racing being done out there, gentlemen.
Well, and you know, the lights are getting low, but I got to tell you one other thing that's getting low is the temperatures. Last 10 minutes, I've just felt a drop here at the production facility. I know they're feeling it out on the track. Obviously, that's...
Well, do you need a hug?
Yes,
Bob's
I do.
offering me a hug. I will never turn down a Bob Bauer hug. I will say that. I will never turn down a Bob Bauer hug.
Just having a quick count up, we've got over 20 cars on the 4th lap right now.
It's going to be a long evening for a lot of racers.
You know, I know it's supposed to sound like a lot, but that ain't a lot.
You know, and I got to give a shout out. Those of you that are tuning in at home, you know what's happening here live, but we've got an announcer and his wife, Tim Shellman and his wife, do a phenomenal job. We're going to go off air at some point, but Tim's going to be there all night interviewing drivers. And it's going to be a ghost town out there at 11 o'clock at night, and he's still going to be interviewing drivers
in shorts with tall socks.
But I got to give a shout out. He's one of the unsung heroes. I love that guy. I love his wife. They're amazing people, and he really is a part of the Mint 400.
It's a good thing he doesn't have any passion, huh?
Yeah, exactly. And if you're wondering if you saw him when you were there, little guy with big wacky socks. That is TDK for sure.
A loud little guy with big wacky.
And you know what, Dricky? From what I understand, he was one heck of a quad racer back in the day.
Well, that explains it right there. That explains it right there. Like 100%.
Said the two-wheel champion.
Exactly. How they did it, I don't know. Like, I know Marty Hart and Steve Wright and Waxeldorfer and Dean Sundall and all that, and how fast those guys went on those narrow, trying to do the truck two-track on a quad or a three-wheeler. Unbelievable.
I thought Sundall used to have something hidden in his ass because he would swing that thing in the bar the machine go over there. He used that thing as a balance beam or something.
Well, it was back in the day. We would go to South Bay Speedway, and there was Waxeldorfer, Sundall, and also Stevie Wright and Ace. I mean, that's where it all started, and that's where they started the three-wheeler racing on 90s. Then it was 110s, and then it was 250s. Then they made the suspension. It just was crazy. So it started as the three-wheeler craze, then it went to the quad phase.
Well, I'll tell you, there was some helicopter footage from the early 2000s of Doug Eichner, and he was on his quad, and I swear I have never seen something so fast. He looked like Johnny Campbell just skipping across the whoops, but he was on 4 wheels.
Alrighty, so as we are watching, the sun is down in Prim, Nevada. You're watching, we've had one finisher, and that is Adam Householder, unofficially our winner of the 2025 BF Goodrich Mint 400. We're going to jump to some billboards and when we come back, we'll see Brent Fox, if he stays on track, come and finish in the Unlimited Spec class. We'll be right back.
The 2025 BF Goodrich Mint 400 is brought to you by BF Goodrich Tires. Find yourself off-road. Explore the BF Goodrich Terrain family of tires. Monster Energy. Unleash the beast with Monster Energy. O'Reilly Auto Parts. Your professional parts people. Fox Shocks. Born in race. MagnaFlow. Developed for the driven. Camberg. Race tested. Race proven. Sylvania Off-Road. Built for any adventure. IBAC, springs, shocks and performance suspension made in the USA and engineered to win.
Alrighty, welcome back. This is not current. Now this is absolutely current. This is Brent Fox as he's rolling in at 46.39 as he's getting up to the speed zone. So right now, Jim Beavers, this is the time of the race that Adam Householder just had. but this is what every driver is looking for, the time you can kind of just chill and really absorb and enjoy the moment.
Oh yeah, you're definitely enjoying it, but I know his co-driver right now, he's looking at that little speedometer there. He's got 27, 28. It must be at 30 miles an hour, must be the speed limit, but he's like, don't ruin anything, don't ruin anything. We got Connor McMullen, we don't need a time penalty.
No.
You know, so it's really important that they watch that right now because, like you said, you got Connor McMullen there. He gets a penalty because of speed, and you know, it could be cost him the race.
Exactly. Now we're seeing Adam Householder as he cruises up to the podium. He's going to see our boy up there with the big tall socks. But and here we see this is not Brent Fox, but this is, you know, another truck that's out there working their way to the finish. We saw Brent Fox enter the speed zone as he works his way back. So he's got about another 4 to 5 miles. So here's Fox. We can watch him as he's going. But Jim Marsden, I mean, this is everything.
Yeah, absolutely. This is what you build yourself up for. This is why you come here. This is what it's all about. It's the Mint 400. It's not called the toughest off-road race in America for nothing.
And as we're watching, this is Dave Mason as he's rolling through. He's been running strong all day long. He is now second when it comes to the unlimited trucks, but he has quite a few on corrected time of the other trophy trucks specs, unlimited truck specs. I apologize for that. Unlimited truck specs in between him and the winner, Adam Householder.
Well, you got to give Dave credit. I mean,
100%.
You know, he's been running a lot of Class 1 cars, but I don't know how many unlimited truck races he's done. But a second-place finish at the Mint, I mean, what a phenomenal effort by him.
Yeah, he put a great program together. And also want to congratulate the guys from Yokohama. You know, they have been developing the tire. It's been getting better and better every year. And now with Dave, it seems to be the right driver with the right tire.
Now this is interesting to watch because he's using those yellow filters on these lights, and personally I don't like that.
Yeah, I'd like a combo. I just don't see how that white hits and it kind of pops. What that does is that I find myself kind of squinting when I'm watching that. So I don't like it as much yellow as he has. So I do a little bit of combination of both. More kind of what Brent Fox was running. I like it. I like a soft white, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more.
So I'm going to be the weird guy here and say I like white lights, but I wear an amber face shield even at dark.
You are weird.
But it causes the same effect as this.
Exactly. No, you're right. But to me, once again, this is preference. If you like black shields, you wear black shields. Yeah. But to me, when it hits, it gets a little bit, it shines and it gives me feedback.
Yeah, as we continue to watch Dave Mason Jr. coming on here, we're going to pop over to the awards ceremony at the stage and watch Tim and Adam Householder, our unofficial winner, of course, here at the 2025 BFGoodrich Mint 400.
Documentary series that we're putting together, so we're going to bring that up as well. So it's going to be quiet. All the mics. Oh, mine.
Well, as we're watching, Tiffany's gonna be doing some interviews and stuff. We're just kind of watching. We'll check this out. He's doing that for social media and stuff like that. Well, we will have.
Oh, he's ready. He's ready for the spray. He's ready for the spray.
He's excited.
do you think his
Boy, we're gonna make some jokes about that, aren't we?
Yeah. Oh
boy. You can change a tire, but tell me about holding it back there, buddy.
Here in a second, you're gonna see Tiffany and the Monster Girls run.
Yeah.
But this is what you fight all day for, and for him, yeah, he can't keep his cork in for very long.
Trevor's wife at the moment has got her head in her hands.
But man, he can change a tire like nobody's business. Great job for both of them.
Only took 7.5 hours for the conversation to go in the toilet.
It happens. It happens.
I'm proud of us. We held out for 7.5 hours.
And it's where you find your friends.
That's right. Well, as we said, you'll be able to check this out on social media, some of this interview, and there will be some more stuff later. But right now, you can just see how stoked they are. And that truck looks great. Now, yes, it is missing the hood, but something happened. We'll probably, when we get Adam up here later, when you guys talk with him, you can find out what happened. Did you just take her in a little bit deep in one of the holes? And as we're watching Brent Fox, actually, no, this is Dave Mason Jr.
This is Dave Mason. He's about ready to finish.
Yep. So he is also in the speed zone, so he should be right behind Brent Fox.
No, he's ahead of Brent Fox.
Oh, he is ahead of Brent Fox.
Yeah,
yes.
So he's about ready. It looks like he's going down pit road right now.
Yes.
So we're going to see him here in about 60 seconds finish off the Mint 400, get the fireworks and the. There we go. And
any moment now. I think this is going to be the big flamers.
There
it is.
you go.
And Dave Mason Jr. crosses the line here at the 2025.
Big congratulations to him. Great effort to him. Great effort to my friends over there at Yokohama. They've put in the work, and man, great guy, and just stoked to see him on the podium here.
Yeah, to take second place here at the Mint 400, that's massive. And the car's got all its fenders on it.
Yeah, no, it looks absolutely clean. To me, if you look, the back tires, they're dirty. It looks like he hasn't changed the tire, only when he did it in the main pits. So great job for Dave Mason Jr. Unbelievable job. Everyone better look out. This is his first one.
I was going to say, like, it's seeing what he's done in short course, you know, and then obviously in Class 1 cars. I think Dave's going to be a player here real fast.
Absolutely.
And you might have people at home who are sitting there going, well, you know, couldn't he go faster? It is not easy to get into one of these cars and drive it at 100%.
Well, let me tell you, it's not like Days of Thunder where you just change your mind and you downshift and you just start passing everybody and go to the front. It doesn't work like that.
No.
Professional racing, you know, like my dad would put on his
It's not like
chalkboard.
Days of Thunder where you've got 32 different gear changes.
Exactly. When you downshift, you go. But, you know, I would get a go now. I'm like, I've been cheating death the whole race, and you want me to go faster now?
Yeah.
No, it ain't going to happen. So, but yeah, really, really happy for the Mason family. They put a great truck under Dave. It's solid all day long, and noticed that the body is on there, so didn't rip the hood apart and did a good job.
Yeah, we should be seeing the first of our unlimited specs coming in very shortly now.
Now, if you look, it's only a couple minutes between. Now it's still at 3 minutes when it comes to Connor McMullen being behind him.
Yeah, we should have these cars coming in right now. Also seeing Troy Grabowski, and also, which is Dusty Grabowski, we believe, and just behind him should be Jordan Brenthal.
Dave looks like he's in great shape. Looks fit. Looks like he's ready for another 400. Big smile on his face. Great job. Congratulations.
Mission accomplished for Dave Mason Jr. as he crosses the line unofficially in second in unlimited TT. Few stretches. He's got to make sure he's ready for his interview with Tiff. And very soon indeed we will be seeing Brent Fox and also Connor McMullen.
So I got a little update on yesterday. I'm just browsing social media here.
All right.
Polaris posted something. They swept the top 10 positions in side-by-side yesterday overall.
Wow, that's strong.
Yeah, top 10 sweep for Polaris Razor.
As we're watching Dave Mason, and we also saw Brent Fox as he is rolling through the pit road right now. So he's just got a couple miles to go. We will be seeing him cross the finish line as the unofficial winner in unlimited truck spec. He's definitely not in a speed zone now.
Yeah, so Dave Mason Jr. has crossed the line in 7 hours and 23 minutes. So around about 24 minutes behind.
Here comes Dave Mason Jr. as he crosses. Unbelievable. With perfect timing with those yellow lights and the yellow flames. What a picture moment. Boom. As he comes through. Great shot.
I got to say, the finish at the Mint 400 has got to be one of the ultimate finishes in any motorsport.
Well, especially you come across in the dark, all of a sudden, oh, wow, the sun just came
It
out.
actually gets real warm. It's cold out, and it gets real warm.
Well, and I'm pretty sure that's a Geyser truck as well, so we want to congratulate them too. Strong finish for the Geysers.
Oh, right, that looks like this might be Brent Fox here coming across the line.
Now we're going to get some interesting updates as far as timing goes.
Yep.
So here comes Brent Fox making his way round. So this is the 2025 BFGoodrich Mint 400, and this is Brent Fox running in the unlimited spec. And he's already crossed the line there.
No, not yet. He's got to get back on. Now he's back on the short course. He's going to roll up a couple of hills, and there's the finish line up there. So
yeah, you can see
they got to enjoy it.
Keep going, he says. Keep going.
Keep going. Got to go to the left.
You're not done yet.
Go.
You're not done yet.
That's the big jump on the short course. He's got to go up and over the top of that, do a right turn, then he'll hit the flames. Or no, he's already crossed. You're absolutely right. He's already crossed the flames. So damn it.
And we are getting time. And Connor McMullen is now finished too. So we give you a breakdown here. So we had 6 hours and 59 minutes for Adam Householder.
Yep.
Second overall at 7 hours and 7 minutes is going to be Brent Fox. Connor McMullen at 7 hours and 10 minutes is going to be third, and then Dave Mason fourth overall.
Yeah, and we've got Tiffany down there, and she's with Dave Mason Jr. to see what he's got to say.
Thanks, guys. Down here with Dave Mason Jr. now. And when we're talking about the Mint 400 earlier this year, you were talking about that, or I'm sorry, earlier today you were talking about this was something that you wanted really, really bad. Spent a lot of time in short course racing. This was your first race back in 10 years. Talk to me about your day.
Man, it was an epic day. I mean, this Yokohama number 65 just ran really well. The tires were phenomenal. I mean, the course was insane. This is definitely the gnarliest race in the United States, possibly in the entire sport, but our truck held up to it. Fuel Factory fuel was phenomenal, giving us the power we needed to push hard all day. We had just a couple of small little issues, but we worked through them, kept the truck moving the whole way, and at the end we had to use the Baja Designs lights just for a little bit into the night, but overall it was a phenomenal day. I'm just so grateful to my whole team.
Well, let's talk a little bit more about the Baja Designs light. You said you just had to use it a little bit, but you guys were still driving into the sunset. There was tons of dust lingering. For somebody like yourself, how do you really, take that all in, understand it, look at the sections that you're at, look at where you're on course, but yet keep it all calm, collective?
It's just seat time. I mean, every lap I was just getting more and more comfortable in this Yokohama 65 truck, and, it's just getting used to the different terrain. I mean, like you said, I haven't raced in 10 years on this course, and so the first lap was kind of like my pre-run, and after that we just started getting faster and faster, but then the holes started getting gnarlier, so it's kind of that balance that you have to work through, the rocks, the dirt, the silt. I mean, it's just a lot of variables, and you just, like you said, have to stay calm and push through.
Awesome. Well, nice job, Dave Mason Jr. It's so good to see you up here. And like you said, it's been 10 years since he's been here. It's really cool to see this all come full circle. Back up to you guys.
Thank you very much, Tiff. Always good to hear from winners as they cross the line. And Dave Mason Jr. right now is sitting in second position in Unlimited TT.
How happy would that make you? Out of the sport for 10 years, come back to the Mint 400 and you snip off second place.
But
that's astounding.
But what I'm impressed is, look at him. He doesn't look fatigued.
No.
I mean, he looks like he's feeling better than Adam Householder at this point. He is a couple years younger than him, but nonetheless, to take that kind of beating all day long. We've got the champagne moment with our current and past champion, Adam Householder.
Yeah, you know what this means? They're not going to have to change the banners next year because they've got the photos already.
There we go. They're going to save all that money on banners for next year. just change the 25 to 26.
Bit of black felt tip pen, that'll be absolutely fine.
We can fix that up for him.
But Adam Householder, I mean, his entire family, his entire crew, they are going to be so super chuffed. And we were talking about this earlier. What a professional outfit they are.
No, like I said, we keep saying it over and over again, but these guys definitely know what it takes. All right, he had to stop and take a selfie because we haven't done one all weekend long.
Before we all disappear, I want one too, but I got to use a gnome, so we got to
exactly. So you got to get your gnome out, and it's only going to. Those are only $50 a copy for everybody.
So we've just seen Nate and also Monica up there from BFGoodrich. Yeah. Wishing Adam well. So there is the winner of the 2025 BFGoodrich Mint 400. That is Adam Householder. He'll be making his way off the stage. So we're just going to wait for Adam to drive off the stage, and once he's driven off the stage, we're going to pop to a short commercial break, and then we're going to be getting Dave Mason Jr. and then Brent Fox up on the stage. This is the 2025 BFGoodrich Mint 400. Be back for more action very soon.
Magic beats talent every single time. Introducing the new BFGoodrich All-Terrain KO3 tire. Legendary toughness made tougher. BFGoodrich, what are you building for?
You need parts? We got parts. Product availability. Just one part that makes O'Reilly stand apart.
Like Sylvania LED off-road lights for ultra night vision and ultimate off-road visibility. Rugged construction for tough off-road adventures. Visit the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Hey, Nick, can you hear me? Oh, yeah. I might have to change the rear sprocket. Not a pretty sight. Where are you guys heading on this one? Oh, this is beautiful. It rides really good. I'll follow you. Crossing the road now. Copy that. Everybody getting ready for more ride? We are.
And welcome back to the 2025 BFGoodrich Mint 400. What a day of racing it has been here. It's been absolutely incredible, and it's been all about this man. This is Adam Householder, last year's champion. Finished last year in 6 hours and 46 minutes. This year he finished in 6 hours and 59 minutes. And you know what? The best bit, we've got him in here right now in the booth, and we're going to hear all about his day.
Hey, it looks like you're getting pretty good at spraying that champagne. Congratulations again. Not only did you win the Mint 400 this year, but you won it last year, making it back-to-back champion. So props to you. You know, in my eyes, you drove a perfect race. Very smart, very calculated, gave yourself some room. Tell us about your race.
You know, we took off the line. You know, I don't know if you saw it on the start. You know, we got a little rubbing bumpers with Nick Whetstone, which was pretty fun, made it interesting. We followed him, and I got a flat. You know, I just KO'd a rock, and just right off the bat, it was not going good. So I was a little nervous, like, man, this is how our day is going to go. And we just kept moving forward, and other people started having issues. And our second lap, we were running fast, me and Ryan. I wasn't know how I was going to survive, but you can't let him run away. And I think he pulled over with a flat. We got up in front, and we just kind of put it in a pace mode to get it to the finish line.
What other drama did you have throughout the day? I saw the drama at the very end. I was in the VIP booth with the entire staff of BFG, and you earned a flat there, and but you gave yourself enough buffer. Talk about that strategy a little bit.
Yeah, that's how I try to do it. If I can get a buffer, we always look at if we can get a 3-minute buffer in between the guy behind us, we can do a tire change, get back up in front. So I try to race to that and kind of set it at that pace, and that's what we were going for.
Awesome. Well, hey, congratulations. I think we have some highlights from the race today of your handiwork, so let's take a look at those.
Oh, here we go. Yeah, I was going to take the outside, and he came sweeping up into me, and it just kind of turned him.
Yeah, now on the start of that race, when we saw you and Nick, and you went out wide and you dropped off the side of the berm, and he cut off on the inside of the berm. Were you sitting there thinking to yourself, "Yeah, cheeky so-and-so," or was it one of those where you just concentrate on your own race and push on?
It's basically concentrate. We've all played the games before. It was because he was getting sideways out and around. He was never going to make it around, so it's all good. I'll take a clean battle. We have fun. So, the short in-course stuff is nothing. It's all about in the desert.
And starting off at first, right off the bat, that thing's slick out there.
Oh, yeah. With all the water out there, it's slick. So you kind of get worried about sliding over the berm.
Now, this is one of the most impressive parts of the race for us. So over 6 hours of racing, and you have to change your tyre. You've got to give props to Trevor. I mean, less than 90 seconds to change that. It was absolutely incredible.
Adam, what does that tire and wheel weigh?
130 pounds, I think. Trevor does a phenomenal job. He's been with me for the last 5 years, and we work really well together. He just calls notes for me, and he's phenomenal. So I give props to him. I beat him up all day, and he takes it.
Clearly, he's your co-driver for the whole race.
Oh, yes, of course. He rides with me every time I race the trophy truck.
Yeah.
One thing a lot of people probably don't know about you is that you actually set up and valve your own shocks, King shocks, of course.
Yep.
And you've always done your prep and all that, the hands-on mechanical stuff. Do you think that gives you an advantage?
It does, because I know what I'm looking for when I'm setting up my shocks. King sets me up with everything that I need to get this truck to go fast, and I just turn it and set the valve in it, get the tubes turned to where I like it and comfortable to make it get traction and turn and go. So props to King, and I've been with them since day one of my racing career, and Brett and the King family are phenomenal.
Now talk to us. When you left the start line, you had a complete car. Now it's obviously finishing this race, and it's missing a hood. What happened?
Yeah, I always try to complete the race with the whole body. That means it's all good. We caught air underneath the hood, and it popped the hood pins up, and it just flapped in front of us, and we had to pull it off at a pit, and that was it. It was all good. You get to see better without the hood, but I like the look of it with the hood on it. It looked like a truck.
So come on, Nate, let's talk about this. You've won at King of the Hammers. You've won here twice. Well, 3 times. Is it twice or 3 times?
This is twice in Unlimited truck. I won it in my dad's 6100 truck back in 2020.
Exactly. And then also on the back of the Parker. What's next for you?
We have a little bit of work ahead of us. We got to get both trucks ready for San Felipe.
Oh, wow.
So I'll use my dad's truck as our pre-runner and to get all my notes in, and we'll turn this truck around and go race San Felipe, go have some fun again in another rough course.
What a great team, what a great prep group you have to be able to pull that off confidently, and you have confidence. You're just oozing it right now.
When you win, the morale at the shop is also incredible, and my guys do a phenomenal job to make sure everything is perfect. We have a good time at the shop, but yet we're all serious. They all want the best looking truck, the best working truck, and man, I have not had a mechanical failure in quite some time, but that goes to them and all the guys that help us out, and
certainly is working. You can't fool the finish line, Adam.
No, we gotta take it while it's good.
Yeah, and you have this really cool finisher medal around your neck. I want you to read what's on the back of it.
It says respect is earned one mile at a time, and that is true for out here, because every mile is brutal, and you never know when the truck is going to break out here. So you have to figure out what is the best pace to run to win, and it changes every lap.
Well, congratulations again. You're going to be picking up some hardware tomorrow, not just for this race, but for the championship, which includes, of course, your second sword. So that's going to be really cool tomorrow.
The swords are those are the ultimate trophies ever. I enjoy it. I love displaying them. It's the coolest trophy ever. I'm grateful for them.
And you're the first guy. You're the first man to earn 2. So
there we go.
Pretty cool. So congratulations again.
Thank you guys for everything.
Right, well, thank you very much to Adam Householder, the winner here at the 2025 BFGoodrich Mint 400. But don't go anywhere. We still have plenty of action out on track, and we'll be getting the finishers and the winner from the Unlimited Spec class in with us shortly.
Something tastier. First, he drove the Ram 2500 Rebel to pick up some dinner. Pow! Next, he took the Ram Charger deep into the woods to flex his artistic muscles. Then he fired up the Ram Arciero for a little joyride. And they were all just right.
Unlimited off-road racing fans. For the first time ever, you can bet on off-road racing. Unlimited off-road racing has teamed up with betonline.ag to bring you the ultimate sports betting experience, wagering on all 4 UNLTD events in 2025. BetOnline isn't just another sports book, it's built for true competitors. Now the action isn't just on the track, it's in your hands. Visit themint400.com/bet for more information and to place your bets now.
From the track to the trail, from your everyday cars and trucks to championship-winning vehicles, Eibach has you covered. Race, lift, lower, high-performance suspension for all. Eibach, the #1 choice of champions. Proudly made in the USA, engineered to win.
From an early age, we race. It's part of who we are. It's in our DNA. For some, the need to keep pushing fuels our lives. At VP Racing, we pour everything we have into creating the industry's best products. For those who put it all on the line, whether it's the track or the trail or wherever you race, they say you can't win them all, but you can sure as hell try. VP Racing, win every race.
The 2025 BFGoodrich Mint 400 is brought to you by The Beast. Flavors you know, brewed hard at 6.0%. Must be 21 or older to consume. BetOnline AG. Get in the action with BetOnline. Bilstein, way ahead. Ram Trucks. Stilo helmets. Any competition, one helmet. Rugged radios. Stay connected and go further. Polaris Razor, the #1 sports side-by-side brand. VP Racing Fuels, the brand that you can trust for race fuels, lubricants, coolants, additives, and so much more. Welcome back to the 2025 BFGoodrich Mint 400. Just wow, what a day of racing we have had. Today has been all about the unlimited classes, and we've had unlimited race action.
Well, I'll tell you what, it's for me, I'll tell you, in my 20 seconds, I'm amazed at how many things broke today. We had hearts broken. We had parts broken. I mean, it was amazing. And it started out real fast. Then it all blew up in about a half a lap. And then we've got some guys that have a great team, great execution, and they overhauled it. And, you know, and I just got to say, I thank Matt Martelli, Josh Martelli, and the Mint 400 and Mad Media for doing this for the off-road community. This is great. This is going out all over the place. I feel like a gosh darn evangelist. So thank you very much for letting me be part of this party.
Awesome.
Well, and I think, you know, for me, it's just nobody's got the science of the Mint 400 figured out from a race standpoint. Obviously, Adam Householder back-to-back, but, I mean, you've got some of the top teams in the business. They come in, they think they're going to be gangbusters, and then something happens. This race, it's a lot of unknown, and there's a lot of luck that goes into winning it. And once again, a big shout-out to all the fans at home. Everybody's, you know, text us information. Everybody tuning in, and the Martelli brothers and the whole staff here, man, what a phenomenal event. I can't wait for next year.
Well, for me, it's the technology is pushing the pace so hard. We see how hard these guys are driving, and you heard Adam say in his interview, I can't believe how fast they're going, how fast we're starting. And then at the last couple laps, he could say, well, I could kind of get into a pace and do this and do that. But in the beginning, you have to run when everybody runs. So I really want to congratulate both the guys from 19 Industries trucks, both Adam Householder in the Unlimited truck and also Brett Fox in the Trophy truck Spec. So Jim Marsden, it's been awesome. And Bob Bauer, thank you for being here. And Jim, I want to thank everybody. It was a pleasure to share the stage with y'all.
It was indeed. What a day. What a weekend. Let's not forget it. Yesterday, it was the limited truck racing. We saw Brock Hager crowned overall. And today, it's all about that man right there, Adam Householder. Thank you for joining us here at the 2025 BFGoodrich Mint 400. And we will see you next year.
Grit beats talent every single time. Introducing the new BFGoodrich all-terrain KO3 tire. Legendary toughness made tougher. BFGoodrich, what are you building for?
You need parts? We got parts. Product availability. Just one part that makes O'Reilly stand apart.
Like Sylvania LED off-road lights for ultra night vision and ultimate off-road visibility. Rugged construction for tough off-road adventures. Visit the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
On the radio? Yeah, I got you. Hey, Nick, can you hear me? Oh, yeah. I might have to pay the rear sprocket. Not a pretty sight. Where are you guys heading on this one? Oh, this is beautiful. It rides really good. I'll follow you. Crossing the road now. Copy that. Everybody getting ready for more ride?